Chapter 61 The Truth. The underground temple was in chaos at this moment. Duan Muhuai and his puppet army fought with Avel and his men. And it was almost a mess. For Avel, he had never expected that things would develop to this point. He originally thought that he was inviting someone into a trap. But he didn't expect that it would turn out to be a wolf in the house. But for Duan Muhuai, all of this was planned. Although the boss was not stupid enough to confess his true purpose before the fight, it was not important to Duan Muhuai. With the evidence, who would want your confession? I didn't sign the Miranda Act. You have the right to remain silent. But I still have the right to send you to jail. By the way, while the fight was going on, Lorena, along with the mechanical soldiers called out by Duan Muhuai, broke through the gate and went out to meet the temple reinforcements. Anyway, when they arrived, Duan Muhuai didn't need to explain anything. But Avel needed to explain why he built a temple to worship the evil god here. As for the reason, who cares? Just fight. Are you going to make up a tear-jerking story and then not fight? Not happening. For the Inquisitor, motives are irrelevant. Only results matter. So forget about the whitewashing and pity-seeking in many games. No matter how miserable your life story is, the fact that you built the temple of the evil god and killed people secretly is enough to send you to the stake. You damn bastard. At this moment, Avel was at a loss as to what to do and was unable to resist. The huge metal hand that appeared behind him helped Avel to block the attacks of Duan Muhuai and the mechanical soldiers again and again. But when he saw Lorena breaking open the door and breaking away, he became so angry that his face turned pale. Duan Muhuai accurately grasped his weakness. That is, no matter what Avel was planning to do, at least he was not going to do it in public. Once the church found out, he would be completely finished. Logically speaking, this kind of thing was originally impossible. After all, Avel himself was the mechanical archbishop of the church, and he had gained the trust of the church with his own skills. He even used his mechanical skills to secretly control part of the church's power. In this case, Avel didn't think he would lose at all, even if someone suspected what he was doing. They couldn't really break in like this. No way. What on earth is wrong with this man? Avel was almost mad at the moment. The other party summoned a large number of mechanical soldiers and puppets. Although I didn't know how he did it, Avel didn't have enough manpower to resist at the moment. If he was in the city or the wilderness, maybe he could escape in the chaos. But the situation is completely different now. Originally, he lured Duan Muhuai and others to this enclosed underground temple in order to prevent them from escaping. But now he has trapped himself in a confined space. Sufficient numbers are enough to offset any quality advantage. This is what happened to Avel right now. Under the overwhelming siege of the puppets, he simply couldn't move. Although each time the metal palm behind him blasted dozens of puppets into pieces, the puppets that followed would quickly fill the gap and continue to attack Avel. Damn it. Damn it. Jiao Wei. Come and help me. The masked female army could no longer be counted on. At this moment, Avel only hoped that Jiao Wei could help her. But Jiao Wei was also in a difficult battle. Although she had a strong AoE clearing ability, Ojas also thought of this and stared at her directly, making it impossible for Jiao Wei to free up her hands to help her master. Not only that, Sir Knight, we are back. When Avel heard this cold voice, his heart sank. He looked towards the gate and saw Lorena leading the paladins rushing in from the gate. Seeing this scene, Avel suddenly felt disheartened. I have to say that the church in this city is quite powerful. At least it didn't wait until the protagonist knocked the boss to the ground before finishing off the fight like in many games. With the help of the church reinforcements called by Lorena, Duan Muhuai successfully defeated Avel. Although he had strong mechanical equipment skills, he was helpless. The church didn't follow any rules, and the paladins also rushed forward. At this time, Avel had no choice but to surrender. Jiao Wei was not much better off. Her puppet was defeated by Ojas, and she herself was tied up with silk threads by Ojas and hung in the air. But compared to Avel, who looked as pale as death, she gnashed her teeth like an unruly mad dog, ready to bite any prey that dared to approach her. Sir Knight. When the church's reinforcements pinned Avel to the ground and captured him, Lorena ran over excitedly, and behind her was Melody. Yo, thank you for your hard work. Hope everything goes well. Well, it went smoothly, thanks to Miss Melody. If she hadn't rushed to inform the church, who knows what would have happened. As she spoke, Lorena looked at Melody, who shook her head slightly. Nothing. This is my duty as a priest. Having said that, Maludi looked at the evil statues surrounding the underground temple with a sad look in her eyes. But I didn't expect that Archbishop Avel would actually believe in evil. It's a real shock. But luckily, it's all over. Lorena nodded, looked around, and whispered, "But, no, it's not over yet." Duan Muhui stared at the system in front of him, where the task list was still hanging high above it. Special mission, chasing the murderer. Mission objective, find the real culprit behind a series of events. You are involved in a mysterious murder case. Find out the real murderer and find out the truth. The real murderer. Although Liam created the shackles, he was not the real murderer. He was just deceived and used by Avel. So is Avel the real murderer? Indeed. No matter how you look at it, he seems to be the real murderer. He used Liam to obtain the shackles and the masked female puppet army, and killed people in the city under the cover of night. He also built a temple of evil and believed in the existence of evil. But in the system's determination, the real murderer is still not him. Then, there is only one answer left. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui strode forward, came to Avel, who was arrested by the paladins, grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Seeing Duan Muhui's actions, the paladins around were also shocked. But Duan Muhui completely ignored them and just stared at Avel. "Who asked you to do this?" I don't know what you're talking about. Who told you to kill people in the holy city and build the temple of the evil god? What is that thing you believe in?" As an inquisitor, Duan Muhui is very familiar with the tactics of the evil god's followers. There are generally two possibilities for these idiots with burned brains to hold blasphemous rituals. One is the reward-seeking motive. Dad, look at me. I'm awesome and great. Come and pat my head and praise me. Which is also the motivation for most evil god believers to hold ceremonies, hoping to please the gods they believe in through these stupid actions, so as to gain power and rewards. This ritual is very common and disgusting. But generally it will not cause too much disaster unless it reaches a certain stage. But the other one is completely different. That is, the working motive: you are assigned a task by your superiors, and you have to complete it. Since Avel is not a mama's boy who believes in mom, love me a little more, there is only one answer. He was ordered by the evil god to come here to cause trouble. Then of course, he is not the real murderer. However, Avel did not answer Duan Muhui's question. He could no longer answer anyone's questions. Puff. A huge metal hand suddenly appeared from Avel's shadow, and its fingers pierced Avel's chest like a spear. At the same time, a sweet chuckle sounded. "Hoo hoo hoo. I never thought you could do this. It seems that Avel is no more capable than this." Duan Muhui and the paladins raised their heads and looked towards the place where the sound came from. They saw a petite figure floating not far above the temple. She was none other than the nun who had led Duan Muhui and others into the temple. However, she was completely different from her previous pure and lovely appearance. On her forehead, a pair of bright red curved horns were clearly visible. She was no longer wearing the simple nun's uniform, but a tight short skirt similar to that of a nightclub girl. A red tail swayed behind the nun, and with the bat-like wings, the nun's true identity was obvious. "Devil! Devil?" Seeing this, Lorena cried out in surprise, while the nun raised her hands with a smile. "That's right. There is no god in this temple. In order to turn the human world into a cruel and dark fantasy world, we will invite the adult from the abyss of the ice prison. Attack!" At this moment, the paladins also came to their senses and hurriedly raised their bows and arrows to attack the devil nun floating in the air. However, their arrows did not hit the target, but passed through the nun's body. Then the nun swayed backwards like a ghost and quietly disappeared into the wall. "Although you acted quickly, it's a pity, it's too late. The blood and souls of innocent people have filled the city. The Lord of the Ice Prison is about to wake up." As the nun finished her words, the next moment, the entire temple suddenly shook violently. Chapter 62, blocking the door. When Duan Muhui and his party hurriedly left the temple, everything in front of them had completely changed. Shortly after they left the temple, the entire temple was suddenly surrounded by a powerful, dark, crimson force. Its shape was no longer the same as before. On both sides of the twin towers, under the blazing red flames, there were huge human faces twisted in pain. And above the church, countless black crows screamed shrilly and kept flying. Not only that, looking around, the lake that originally surrounded the church was now frozen like sharp ice. and the lush trees and grass that were once green had turned into withered branches. How come? Seeing this scene, Lorena's face changed drastically. Long story short, what's going on now? Duanmu glanced at the temple behind him and asked in a low voice, while Lorena answered with a trembling voice. They opened the gate to H.L. They want to connect this place to H.L. and summon the King of Ice Hell. So now have they succeeded? Or have they failed? I don't know. But at least I didn't fail. I can feel the breath of H.L. spreading. I must report this to the Archbishop immediately. But we didn't see anything like this in the underground temple just now. Duanmu was very sure that if he had seen something similar in the underground temple, he would have smashed it to pieces with a hammer. I don't know. But maybe the underground temple itself is just a trap. And the core should be in a more secret place. It's really annoying. Duanmu scratched his head, then looked at the system in front of him again. At this moment, the task in front of him had changed. Special mission chasing the murderer completed. You have found the mastermind behind all this. But this is just the beginning. Defeat the conspiracy of the mastermind and completely seal his ambition and evil. Special mission Extinction Day activated. Mission objective: find a way to close the portal and protect the safety of the holy city. Oh, there's nothing I can do. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duanmu grabbed the warhammer again, turned around and walked towards the temple. Sir Knight? What are you going to do? Go close the portal. It's just open now. Close it quickly before anything more serious happens. Is it really going to be like the CG animation in the game, where everyone just watches the boss open the door and jump out before the battle begins? If the door could be held down and closed before it opens, wouldn't there be so many problems? Duanmu is now certain that the reason why this holy city was destroyed is because Avel opened the portal to H.L. and summoned the King of Ice prison, which destroyed the city. However, he should have been fully prepared at that time. And now Avel himself is dead. Judging from his appearance, the ceremony must not have been particularly successful. Even if the nun started the ceremony, it is estimated that there are flaws. If we don't take this opportunity to find the portal and destroy it, do we have to stand outside like idiots waiting to fight the boss? The boss in the soul fragment doesn't give any experience. Ojas. Let's go! Duanmu greeted Ojas, turned around and rushed into the temple again. Lorena looked at their figures, gritted her teeth, then turned to look at Maludi beside her. Ms. Maludi, please inform the Archbishop and the others. I am very worried about the knight. I want to go with you. After saying this, Lorena followed Duanmu and Ojas and returned to the temple again. The temple at this moment had completely changed into a different look. The walls were covered with evil, blasphemous statues and patterns that seemed to be mocking the world. The ground was littered with the bodies of believers. If you looked closely, you could even see that the limbs of these believers were dry and skinny, as if all the flesh and blood in their bodies had been sucked out. Sir Knight, how do you plan to find it? Rushing into the temple and seeing this scene, Lorena also took a breath of cold air, and then hurriedly asked. Hearing her question, Duanmu thought for a moment. What do you recommend? Oh. Hearing Duanmu question, Lorena frowned and racked her brains to think hard. I'm sorry. I don't really know much about this. Then just blow up this temple. There was no better way to deal with Lorena. So Duanmu made a decisive decision. When Lorena heard what he said, she was shocked. Exploded? Exploded? That's right. Since we can't find it, just blow it up. I want to see what other troubles it can cause. As he spoke, Duanmu took out a few grenades from the belt of his power armor. As a judge who specialized in close combat, he didn't have many explosives. These grenades were originally brought by him. Originally, Duanmu could produce guns and other things by building the Void Air Camp, but he was not very interested in this aspect, so he kept it aside. However, even if it was just a few grenades, as long as they were thrown in the right place, their power would be enough to blow down the temple. Otherwise, why had Duanmu not used them for such a long time? It's a pity that we can't bring Night Crow Black Star with us. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more reliable to just send Justice from the sky to bombard the spot? After tying the grenade, Duanmu quickly aimed at a load-bearing pillar in the center of the temple. However, just as he was about to walk over and dig a hole to put the grenade in, a voice suddenly rang out. I can't let you do that, Iron Knight. Hearing this, Duanmu and others hurriedly looked up. only to see that the devil nun was holding a staff inlaid with bright red rubies, floating in the air with a smile on her face. This is where the great king of the ice prison is about to descend. I don't want him to be covered in dust when he arrives here. It seems like this is beyond your control. Before he finished speaking, Duan Muhui raised his left hand, and soon, flames burst out. The nun turned her body lightly and dodged the fireworks that burst out from the air. Ojas! At the same time, Ojas had already jumped up and rushed towards the nun. She opened her hands, and invisible silk threads flew forward. She quickly wove a large net from all directions, wrapping the nun in it like a fish trapped in a fishing net. Then Ojas pulled hard, and the next moment the silk threads crossed and passed by. But they were not able to cause even the slightest harm to the nun. Oh! That's really scary. The nun floating in the void looked at this scene with a smile, revealing a fake expression of fear. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui secretly sighed. It was obvious that this nun was not an ordinary person. Although it was unknown what race this girl was, it was obvious that a simple physical attack could not cause any harm to her. However, at this moment, Duan Muhui and his group only have physical attacks. And even Lorena, the priestess, uses physical tactics. In this situation, it is basically impossible to break the nun's tricks. But who wants to crack your trick? The more you don't want me to do something, the more I will do it. I will blow up your broken temple. Bite me if you dare. It happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Duan Muhui made a decision immediately. Then he leaped directly to the load-bearing column, picked up the war hammer, and smashed it hard. Boom! 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 Under Duan Muhui's attack, cracks appeared on the load-bearing pillars in front of him. Seeing this, the nun floating in the sky lost her previous leisure. Her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly raised the staff in her hand. You are not allowed to do anything wrong here. As the nun spoke, the next moment, the dried corpses on the ground crawled up one by one. Their shriveled, empty eye sockets emitted a scarlet glow. Then, these mummies opened their arms and rushed towards Duan Muhui with roars. Stop them. Okies. Lorena. Without Duan Muhui saying anything, Ojas and Lorena had already taken action. Ojas swung her hands, and the invisible silk thread immediately turned into a blade, cutting dozens of corpses in front of her into pieces. On the other side, Lorena also held the holy book in her hand and mercilessly smashed the heads of the undead spirits that rushed up one by one, leaving them in disfigurement. Boom! Duan Muhui's hammer hit the load-bearing column again with such force that even the ceiling of the temple shook. Then Duan Muhui took out the bundled grenade and stuffed it directly into the gap created. You bastard! You can't do this! Seeing this, the nun could no longer bear it. She raised her staff and pointed it at Duan Muhui. And at this moment, bang! The glass suddenly shattered. And then, Jiao Wei, with red eyes, pounced towards the nun with fangs and claws bared. How dare you kill the master? How dare you kill the master? How dare you? A useless puppet. Come and cause trouble. The nun had never expected that Jiao Wei would come to cause trouble at this time, and she backed away in frustration. At the same time, Duan Muhui hugged Ajis and Lorena, pressed them under him, and then Duan Muhui also leaned over. Then, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, directly breaking the huge load-bearing column in the center of the temple. The huge impact force continued unabated, and even the marble floor in the temple began to shake like waves under the huge impact force. The tall floor-to-ceiling skylight exploded instantly, and glass fragments fell down in a scattering manner, mixed with dust and gravel, and fell to the ground. Then the temple began to collapse. The towering tower collapsed like a fragile biscuit, smashing heavily on the roof of the temple, and then smashing a huge hole in it. The originally exquisite and luxurious building now became like a model that was roughly treated by a naughty child, and began to become dilapidated. The exquisite decorations and exterior walls collapsed, and the chain reaction caused it to put the entire temple on the verge of collapse. An unknown amount of time had passed, but as the vibrations gradually stopped, a piece of rubble from the ceiling that was several meters thick was pushed away. Then, Duan Muhui stood up, and under him were Ajis and Lorena, who were covered in dust. Well, this looks much more comfortable. Duan Muhui raised his head and looked at the ruins of the temple in front of him with satisfaction. It looked like it had been bombed by an air raid. Unfortunately, only the middle part collapsed, and the towers on both sides were still intact. Even so, Duanmu could sense that his actions did seem to have some impact. At least the scarlet aura just now seemed to have dimmed a lot. You? How dare you do such a thing? The nun's voice came again. But this time her voice was no longer the artificial clipped sound like before, but full of anger and resentment. Like the hissing of a poisonous snake, Duanmu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the nun was still floating in the air. But at this moment, she looked miserable, and it was obvious that even she could not escape the explosion. What? Bite me if you dare? Duanmu raised his middle finger at the nun, and tightened his hammer again. The nun stared at Duanmu with wide eyes and hatred. Don't think you can stop the king of ice prison like this? If that's the case, then I will use your blood to complete the ritual. Accompanied by a roar, the nun raised the staff in her hand high. But at this moment, suddenly, a shining starlight streaked across the sky and smashed the staff in the nun's hand into pieces. This unexpected scene surprised everyone. They turned their heads hurriedly, and saw a petite winged angel floating in the sky, staring at the battlefield in front of them. You winged bastard! Seeing the angel in front of her, the nun's face suddenly became hideous and distorted. And at the same time, her body began to change again. Her originally graceful figure gradually became dry and thin. Huge black devil wings spread out behind her. Her legs were covered with sharp bone spurs, and her hands also turned into huge fists like cast iron. Wow! The final transformation? Seeing this scene, Duanmu also complained. But the angel was completely unmoved by the nun's changes. This is not the world you should be in. Leave here and never come back. As she spoke, the angel slowly raised her hands and made an aiming gesture. As she moved, several balls flew out from the angel's side and formed a rotating circle in front of her, locking the nun inside. The next moment, countless arrows of light fell from the sky, accompanied by a whistling torrent of light, completely engulfing the nun's figure. Chapter 63, Blood Prophet. Just like that, with the mastermind behind the scenes being completely eliminated, the disaster that had swept the entire city came to an end. But, angels and demons. Recalling the angel he had seen before, Duanmu was somewhat emotional. This was actually a story involving a historical secret. When the Empire was carrying out the Black Hole Project, there was a fierce debate about the subspace and its evil gods, and it was finally decided to launch the God creation plan in the second phase of the Black Hole Project. The central thrust of the plan is simple. Since the subspace cannot be completely destroyed, and the evil god cannot be completely killed, we can use the characteristics of faith to create gods to protect mankind. This is the so-called fighting poison with poison, using the gods of the subspace to deal with the gods of the subspace. To put it bluntly, if we use a planet as an analogy, then the 4 chaos gods in the warp are equivalent to the 4 superpowers that rule this planet, firmly controlling everything on this planet, and other forces have no chance to breathe. The black hole plan is equivalent to directly nuking the entire planet, completely disintegrating the forces of the 4 evil gods. The God creation plan is to take advantage of the opportunity that the 4 evil gods have not fully recovered on the nuked planet as much as possible, and establish their own warlords and ruling forces, in the hope of creating a force that can fight against the evil gods. Of course, this plan may not succeed, but it doesn't matter. If it fails, we can just do it again, until success. Of course, at present, this plan has been partially successful, and many civilizations and forces have taken this opportunity to create their own patron saints and belief systems. However, these indigenous gods are still too weak, and as a result, they are either eaten by the 4 gods or escape to some unknown place to hide. Anyway, the subspace has no boundaries, and you can definitely find a place to hide if you want. Although there was no earth-shattering battle, this was what Duanmu wanted. Otherwise, why would he risk doing these things? Wouldn't it be better to just wait for the final boss to come? Of course, Duanmu's efforts were not without reward. The Archbishop of the Holy Church, Lilia, named him a holy knight and said that he would be the city's eternal hero. Duanmu was given a lot of titles and honors, and of course, material rewards. But for the church, the matter certainly did not end there. Since Avel was a follower of the Ice Prison King, the Mechanicus he created naturally became a big problem. Although when Duanmu and others attacked the evil god temple before, the Mechanicus did not take any action and seemed to be unaware of it. But an internal trial and investigation was obviously necessary. But these are no longer Duanmu's problems. Now that things here have come to an end, what Duanmu Huai has to do next is to pass through this world fragment, through the Chaos Warriors camp, and then get the crown of witchcraft. However, just as Duanmu Huai was leaving the church, an unexpected person appeared in front of him. You did well. Knight. The angel who had killed the nun demon appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. This was the first time Duanmu Huai saw her up close. From the outside, she was just an ordinary cute girl, except for the pair of white wings behind her. She seemed to be no different from a human, with a playful brown short hair, eyes as blue as the sky, and a figure wrapped in a short-sleeved lace coat. She looked quite cute. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's not like this. The angel girl shook her head, walked to Duanmu Huai, reached out her hand, held his hand, and looked up at him. We have been watching this place, watching this endless cycle of suffering. And now, you have finally ended it all. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to you. The angel girl's voice was as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring, mixed with spiritual energy. When Duanmu Huai heard her words, he raised his eyebrows. If it were someone else, he might not understand what the angel girl meant, but he immediately understood what she wanted to say. Obviously, in the main world, this city was destroyed by the Ice Prison King, and the gods believed in here probably lost, and then hid in a corner of the subspace to survive. However, because of the connection of faith, they discovered this soul fragment world in the subspace. Only, since you already knew about this, why don't you come and fix it? Looking at the angel girl, Duanmu Huai raised his own questions. Hearing Duanmu Huai's questions, the angel girl shook her head. We can't do it. This world has been trapped in the nightmare of reincarnation and is too fragile. If we intervene rashly, it may cause the collapse of the entire world. Thanks to your intervention, the original flow of fate was deflected, allowing us to intervene. Having said this, the angel girl lowered her head. We will remember this kindness. After leaving these words, the angel girl turned and left, looking at her receding back. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Then he reached out and opened the system. What appeared in front of Duanmu Huai at this moment was the system prompt that the task was completed. Special Mission Extinction Day completed. Task Evaluation, Outstanding. Quest Reward, obtain the special skill summoning of the Paladin, can consume 3 graveyard cards to summon the Paladin. And all servants gain +2/+0 and charge effect in battle. Your reputation in Soul Fragment Holy City is revered. Your reputation in Soul Fragment Heaven is respected. Permanently obtain the World Soul Fragment Holy City. Very good. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. The greatest gain from this mission would be the fragments of the world's soul. As mentioned before, soul fragments are the projection of a certain place in the subspace, but they have not disappeared. However, almost every soul fragment is ownerless. So basically, the psyker who finds the soul fragment is equivalent to the owner of the soul fragment. In the task prompts this time, both Holy City and Heaven are fragments of the world's soul. However, according to Duanmu Huai's guess, Heaven should be where the angel girls were before. They had no way to get in touch with Holy City before. Now they are connected to Holy City through Duanmu Huai, which means that Duanmu Huai can still communicate with the angels in Heaven through here in the future, and summon a bunch of angels to fight. Well, this is much more impressive than summoning ghosts and spirits. Among the world fragments, there are 2 completely different categories. One is pure functional fragments, like the Doll House, Ghost Mansion and Sky City that Duanmu Huai had obtained before. They are more like factories. Doll Room, you can make dolls. Ghost Mansion can transform destroyed units into ghosts. Sky City is able to produce Creations and Mechanical Soldiers series. These are all single fixed soul cards. But the World Soul Fragment is completely different. It is a complete area, just like the Holy City where Duanmu Huai is now. It not only includes the entire city, but also the farms and woods outside the city. It can be said that this is almost equivalent to a perfect, self-sufficient regional fragment. More importantly, once the Soul Walker obtains the world fragments, he can travel through them at will, and can also convert anything in the world fragments into soul cards and summon them out. For example, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and soon, a soul card appeared in his hand. Missionary Priest Lorena, Gold. Cost 3. Attack 4. Defense 5. Lorena's Holy Water. Cost 1. Restore 2 HP to the unit and draw a card. Lorena's Iron Fist. Cost 2 gives the opponent a servant with the same attack power as the servant with the highest attack power on the battlefield. With this card, Duanmu Huai can take Lorena out of the Holy City and summon her to the main material world to fight together. But this is too perverted. Looking at the effect of Lorena's iron fist, Duanmu Huai's eyes twitched. No wonder the girl looked so weak. But she was so powerful. Among his servants, Ojus had the highest attack power. In other words, Lorena's punch was equal to Ojus' attack power. In addition, the special skill summoning the paladin obtained this time is also quite to Duanmu Huai's liking. This skill eliminates the number of cards in the graveyard and then summons the Holy Knight's heroic spirit into the field, and can also add 2 points of attack to all servants present, which means that Duanmu Huai can have a powerful army offensive in a short period of time. After all, although Duanmu Huai could use puppets to lay out cards before, the puppets had too low attack power, and the most he could do when summoning them was to do something opportunistic like he did in the temple before. But now it's different. Duanmu Huai even thought of how to use these cards. First, use the zero-cost dolls to summon cards. Then launch an attack. After all the puppets are dead, activate Summon the Paladin. Consume the graveyard cards to summon paladins, and then launch another attack. If all the paladins are dead again, he can even activate Ghost Mansion. Summon ghosts while the paladins are destroyed, and launch a third wave of attacks, combined with the +2 attack effect of the summoning of the paladin skill. It is enough to sweep away most of the armies on this continent. What's more, it's almost zero cost. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt that the sky had cleared. The rain had stopped, and he was fine too. This mission is really profitable. Chapter 64 Next Steps. This journey to the fragmented world brought Duanmu Huai many benefits, but it also made him discover his biggest flaw. Right now, Duanmu Huai's team includes MTE himself, DPS Ojus, and Lorena, healing plus DPS. So what else is missing? Magician. If Duanmu Huai didn't particularly want a magician at the beginning, then his need for a magician now is extremely urgent. After all, although Duanmu Huai is a psychic, he is specialized in summoning. It can be said that apart from soul cards, Duanmu Huai knows nothing about supernatural powers such as magic. Therefore, he is in urgent need of a magic assistant who can dabble in and understand psychic magic. In this regard, Ojus and Lorena are the same. Both of them are specialized in physical attacks and are completely unfamiliar with magic. Duanmu Huai originally hoped to find a magician in the Holy City, but according to Lorena, there are basically no magicians in the Holy City, although there is a profession called mage in the main material world. Duanmu Huai dare not use it. He does not want his companions to suddenly become heretics corrupted by demons. Therefore, it is safest to find the mages in the soul fragments. On the one hand, the mages in the soul fragments also possess powerful magic, and under the protection of the soul fragments, they will not be corrupted by demons. The next question is, where to find it? At this time, Lorena provided Duanmu Huai with a clue. She had heard that there was a magical country called Maalia in the north. It was said that the magic civilization in that country was highly developed, and there was also a Maalia Magic Academy that specialized in learning magic. If there was a place where one could find a reliable magician, then this place was the best choice. Unfortunately, there was no record of Maalia in the Holy City, so Duanmu Huai had only one choice, that was to return to the Empire again to look for clues. By the way, after the Crown of Witchcraft was secretly taken away from the treasury by Duanmu Huai, it was decomposed and used to increase the analysis speed of the Tribunal Library by +10%. By the way, the treasure room in the ruins before us, which was regarded as a treasure and guarded strictly by the Chaos Warriors, was a large bathhouse during the Holy City era. Fortunately, it was not a women's bathroom. So basically Duanmu Huai walked into the bathhouse, then returned to the main world, and then saw a pile of treasures placed under the goddess statue in the middle of the bathhouse, and the Crown of Witchcraft mixed in. So Duanmu Huai directly took the Crown of Witchcraft and opened the door to go back to the Holy City to take a bath before leaving. However, the current empire is not a good place either, according to the refugees found by Duanmu Huai, perhaps because they could no longer tolerate the rat people and the followers of the god of plague running around on their land. The three emperors, who had become brainless like dogs, finally decided to temporarily put aside their new and old grudges and unite to deal with the Ratman army and the followers of the evil god. With their support, The empire's homeland is now somewhat stable. By the way, there is another incident related to the Silver City. Duanmu Huai took Alyssa and her mother and ran away, and the territory fell into the hands of the evil god believers. The remaining two princes seemed to use this as an excuse to accuse the eldest prince of being unqualified to be the emperor. After all, he even lost the territory. Shouldn't you resign? If it were the Japanese, they would probably just bow 190 degrees and say, "I'm very sorry for licking your mushroom," and that would be it. But the eldest prince seemed to be really stubborn. And now he was personally leading the army to retake the Silver City. This had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. Following Lorena's advice, he found two places that might be related to Manalia: the imperial capital of Altdorf and the cursed city of Mordheim. Regarding Mordheim, Duanmu Huai also heard an interesting story from the refugees who fled. During the Three Emperors' War, Mordheim was spared from the war because it remained neutral, and it became a favorite city for many nobles and wealthy businessmen. They gathered here to enjoy fun and indulge in sensual pleasures with their wealth, and stay away from war. At this time, a double-tailed comet appeared from the sky. Duanmu Huai didn't see it, probably because he was asleep at the time. But who was the first to think that the comet was praising the glory of the emperor and representing that Mordheim was the chosen city. As a result, the nobles in the city were even more drunk and indulged in pleasure and decadence every day. Of course, there were priests who warned that all this would only bring disaster. They regarded the comet as the hammer of Sigmar, the patron saint of the empire, which would completely destroy this decadent city of pleasure. Well, I don't know if the priests of Sigmar were just talking nonsense at the time. After all, using various natural disasters to spread the wrath of God is also a basic operation of the church. However, what a coincidence. The comet really fell on Mordheim, and justice fell directly from the sky during the celebration of the people. Destroyed by the comet, Mordheim naturally became a ruined city, a place where rat men, thieves, evil god believers, and other messy things were rampant. But not long ago, the eldest prince Ludwig suddenly said that he wanted to recapture this fallen cursed city. However, most of his troops are now advancing to the Silver City. So what about Mordheim? The eldest prince has an idea. He plans to recruit some mercenaries and cooperate with the imperial army to carry out a comprehensive sweep of Mordheim to eliminate the evil god believers, ratmen, and other strange things entrenched in it. This call attracted the attention of many mercenaries. After all, although Mordheim now looked worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was once the richest city in the empire. The wealth buried under the ruins and the powerful, mysterious artifacts and relics were a fatal attraction for those mercenaries. But it's also dangerous there. The fragments of the comet possess some terrible and powerful strange power, which could distort the human body and mind, transforming them into unimaginable monsters. Not only that, the great prince was not the only one who wanted to fight for Mordheim. Various forces also gathered here, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to either fish in troubled waters, sow discord, or weaken the enemy. Therefore, the eldest prince's first action quickly ended in failure. Now, he is raising the reward again and recruiting brave warriors to go to Mordheim. However, perhaps because the first batch of fanatics set an example with their own lives, almost no one dares to go to Mordheim to die out of boredom. After summarizing this information, Duanmu Huai immediately came up with a plan. That was to join the great prince's army to retake Mordheim as a mercenary. He did this for two reasons. First of all, Mordheim has become a ruin, and it is almost impossible to find what he wants here: the information about Manalia. Duanmu Huai has circled Mordheim several times in the sky with his gunboat, but still has not found the entrance to the fragments of Manalia. In this case, he can only choose to move forward from the ground and look for clues. Since the eldest prince wants to recapture Mordheim, he must have detailed information about the city, which is what Duanmu Huai needs. Secondly, if Mordheim couldn't find the information he wanted, Duanmu Huai could also rely on this qualification to enter the royal city of Altdorf. Because of the Three Emperors' War, almost all large cities were under total martial law. It was impossible for someone with such distinctive characteristics as Duanmu Huai to learn to be a spy or a thief and sneak in. Therefore, only through formal channels could he gain the trust of the empire and get permission to enter Altdorf. Of course, there is another reason. Duanmu Huai is still thinking about the holy object in the hands of the eldest prince. After all, the gift from the god of water has been proven to be a holy object. So the hammer of the god of fire in the hands of the eldest prince is probably the same. If he can find the eldest prince and take the opportunity to get the hammer, it would be great. So soon. After making the decision, Duan Muhui set off immediately. Head to the next destination. Mordheim. Chapter 65, Warband. The temperature dropped sharply. The clerk cursed inwardly, wrapped his coat tightly around him, and added a few pieces of firewood to the stove beside him. But this did not make him feel any better. Winter is almost here, and the biting cold wind has already made people feel that a cold wave is coming. However, for the clerk, all this is not the worst. The cold, famine, and war make it almost impossible to see any hope at the end of the year. But even so, he would rather blow the wind here than go to the front line to fight those damn evil god-believers and monsters. Why? Looking at the blank list in front of him, the clerk sighed. Not long ago, this place was crowded with mercenaries eager for adventure, money and power. At that time, some people even had to give him a small bribe to let him write their ridiculous names on the list. But what about now? This place is already deserted, with almost no one coming here. Ever since the failure of the First Recovery War, very few people have come here, and the root of all this lies in that horrible city. Thinking of this, the clerk looked through the window as if possessed by a ghost. At the gloomy city at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The cursed city. Mordheim. The clerk shuddered, as if just thinking of this name made him feel cold all over. Even though the registry office he was in was not next to Mordheim, he still felt uneasy, as if just saying this name would bring about some terrible disaster. Thinking of this, the clerk looked around nervously, as if he wanted to see if a rat man or something else would suddenly jump out of the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door almost made the clerk's heart jump out of his mouth. He quickly stood up, straightened his coat, and then shouted, "Come in. Soon." As the clerk was talking, the door opened, and then the clerk saw a huge black shadow walked in with a bent waist, made a click sound, and came in front of him. What is this? Looking at the huge shadow in front of him that was almost as high as the roof, the clerk was completely confused. He raised his head and slowly looked upwards. Then, under the light of the fire, he saw a pair of eyes shining with bright red light. You? Who are you? If it weren't for the courage brought by his long years of military life, the clerk would have fainted at this moment. But even so, he still stared at the other party with trembling eyes and shouted loudly. At the same time, the clerk's mind was also turning rapidly. What's going on? Is the camp attacked? But why didn't I hear any calls for help or alarms? The other party doesn't look like a human. Is it an orc? Or is it those northerners? Damn. This is the heartland of the empire. Just as countless years flashed through the clerk's mind, he saw the other party stretch out his finger and tap the table a few times. Sign up. Hey. Hey! This is it. You are going to recruit mercenaries to go to Mordheim. Ah, is that so? Upon hearing this, the clerk's whole body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Really? Please don't scare me. I was wondering what was going on. As he spoke, the clerk looked outside the door and saw several guards outside winking at him. This must be their revenge for him staying in the house warming by the fire in such a cold day while they were outside in the wind. Cough. 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 The clerk coughed and resumed his work. He picked up the quill and looked at the black knight in front of him. Since you are planning to sign up, I think you have also heard about the Emperor recruiting mercenaries to explore and clean up Mordheim. But I want to make it clear to you here. This is a very dangerous job. And you mercenaries are to fight on the front line, mainly responsible for reconnaissance, assault and guarding. In short, if you are asked to go to the battlefield, you must fight until the follow-up troops arrive. Of course, the reward will be settled on the same day, and it will not be less. And everything you find in Mordheim must be handed over to the church for processing. If it is very valuable, we will buy it at a reasonable price. As for supplies, you can discuss with Sir Taylor, who is responsible for logistics. Any other questions? If it were any other mercenary, the secretary would not be willing to say so much. But seeing that the guy in front of him was quite terrifying, he would rather talk a few more words than let the other party come to trouble him if something happened in the future. Although mercenaries have professional ethics, they are not kind-hearted people. No. Very good. Then, do you want to sign up as a group or individually? What's the difference? Of course there is a difference. If it is a battle group, then you can act alone as a team. But if you sign up alone, then we will assign you to another battle group. Then I will sign up as a war band. Okay. How many people are there in total? 5 people. As he was speaking, the clerk saw the Black Knight wave his hand. And then 4 figures came out from behind him. They were 4 beautiful girls dressed in different styles. The girl with pink hair had a cheerful and gentle smile, and wore a pure white robe inlaid with gold edges, which looked out of place in this place. Next to her was a tall silver-haired woman carrying a hunting rifle, and the last one was a girl wearing a cloak and dressed like a noble lady. Behind them, there was a brown-haired girl with twin ponytails, wearing a white hairband and dressed like a maid. What kind of combination is this? The clerk had some doubts, but he did not doubt that the pink-haired girl was a member of the church, because she exuded the aura of a clergyman. However, he had never seen this kind of robe before. Just as the clerk was puzzled, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a Holy Grail badge pinned on the Black Knight's cloak. Could it be the Holy Grail Knight? The clerk was shocked when he saw the emblem. He rubbed his eyes hard and observed carefully. It was exactly the same as the Holy Grail emblem drawn in the book. In other words, this person was really the Holy Grail Knight? Ah, then the one next to him must be the Fairy of the Lake. As an imperial citizen, the secretary had heard of the neighboring country of Brednia. He also knew that the Holy Grail Knights would go on adventures with the Fairy of the Lake to eliminate evil. And the pink-haired lady was lovely and beautiful. So it was reasonable to say that she was the Fairy of the Lake. It's just that this Holy Grail Knight is a little bit. After taking a quick look at the terrifying helmet, the clerk withdrew his gaze. Ahem. Excuse me. Then we will register as a chapter. What is the name of the chapter? Pink Bunny. Okay. Pinky, eh? When Duan Muhuai and his group left, Lorena's face turned red. Sir Knight, why do you use such a name? Lorena stamped her feet and turned her head through the gap in the twisted and cracked wooden door. She could even see the clerk's expression of doubt on his life. The impact was so great that he even forgot to hold Duan Muhuai responsible for damaging the door frame. What's wrong with that? It's my chapter, and I am free to think of any name I want. That's what I said. But, besides, everyone here is a girl except me. Wouldn't it be nice to give her a cute name? Oh, but this is too embarrassing. Can't we give it a name like Unicorn or Pegasus? Because it's more interesting this way. Who said that a war group must have a cool name? Although Duan Muhuai's tone was calm, for some reason, Lorena seemed to see a meaningful smile on his face through his helmet. If you don't like this name, how about I go find him and change it to Fluffy Bear? Forget it. Lorena was summoned by Duan Muhuai. Before that, he went back to the Holy City to find Lorena and briefly explain the situation to her. Although she was a little surprised, Lorena finally accepted Duan Muhuai's invitation and joined his team. As for Maludi's situation, it was a little special. As a member of the Mechanicus, she was currently in the probationary period. However, Duan Muhuai had some respect in the Holy City, so he went to the Archbishop to make some concessions. The Archbishop agreed to let Maludi follow Duan Muhuai, and if there was no problem with her actions, she could return to work. The only pity is that her mechanical wings were sealed as a heresy. But even so, Maludi's shooting skills are still very good, and Duan Muhuai really needs a long-range attacker. Moreover, Maludi's combat power is also really good. Just look at her card face to know. Crime Sniper. Melody Gold. Cost 3. Attack 4. Defense 5. Guard. Entrance Song. At the beginning of each battle, you can inflict X damage to an enemy, where X is half of the number of amulets activated in this battle. Although Maludi's special effects are currently useless, her high-ranged attack power alone is enough. As for the neurotic maid who was following everyone with a perverted smile on her face, she was none other than FIA, the core member of the masked female army that Duan Muhuai had fought against before. Puppet Slayer. FIA Gold. Cost 2. Attack 1. Defense 2. Must kill. Whenever a puppet enters the battlefield, consume 2 points to transform it into a killing puppet. Cloaking Song. Randomly transform yourself into a puppet killer. FIA. Kill the puppet. Consume 2 January 1st. Stealth. That's right. This is the reason why Duan Muhuai summoned FIA. Just as the card description said, FIA can transform the puppets that enter the field into murderous puppets, which are the masked female army that Duan Muhuai encountered before. Although their attack power is not high, their characteristics are very good. Sneak. This is basically equivalent to invisibility. Cards with the stealth trait will not be discovered by the opponent before attacking, and will not be attacked by targeted spells and curses, unless she takes the initiative to attack, or encounters a large-scale AoE. Otherwise, it is basically invisible. For Duanmu, these murder puppets are simply the best scouts, spies and killers. Although their attack power is not high, FIA's characteristic ultimate kill is enough to eliminate any enemy. Duanmu can even use it like this. He first summons a puppet to the field, then transforms it into a murder puppet, then uses the murder puppet's stealth to let it sneak into a heavily guarded place. Then Duanmu kills FIA next to him, makes it reincarnate into that murder puppet, and then eliminates the target. He can also transform into a murderous doll at the same time. And if FIA is killed after killing the target, he can transfer back. In other words, as long as the slaughter doll is not completely destroyed, FIA will never die. Combined with her sure kill, it can be said that a killer who can't die is really, well, it's too scary. Of course, if there is a shortcoming, it is that FIA's mental state is not very stable. But for now, this can be considered a tolerable shortcoming. Right now, Duanmu's team includes MTE himself, Healer, Lorena, AoE Ojas, Ranged, Melody, and Thief Fina, which can basically be said to be a complete 5-person team. And next, they can go to the Curse City dungeon. Chapter 66 Curse City. After that, Duanmu came to the main camp outside the city of Monheim. Judging from the atmosphere of this camp, there used to be quite a few people here, but now it is desolate. Although there are soldiers, it is clear without asking that the morale here is obviously not very high. As a war group, Duanmu got a camp as a supply location. Of course, strictly speaking, this thing is of no use to them, because Duanmu can open the door and return to the holy city at any time, and then enjoy delicious food and soft beds there, instead of starving and freezing here. However, before everyone had a chance to rest in the camp, the messenger called Duanmu to the camp to begin planning the next step of the attack. Okay, I know you have a lot to complain about, and so do I. General Pastor Roland blew his beard, and his thin face looked unusually gloomy. It was unclear whether it was because of the weather or his mood. But the order has been issued. His Majesty the Emperor is very dissatisfied with our progress. So he has assigned me another army. Next, we will learn from the mistakes of the last operation and rearrange the plan. Amid the noisy complaints of others, Duanmu finally figured out the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that the first attempt to recapture Monheim City failed, in part because they were not prepared, and in part because of the generals. The one who led the army was a nobleman who was close to the eldest prince, and his inherent arrogance obviously made him not take the recovery of such a shabby city seriously. So the orders issued by this simple-minded man were also very simple. The army marched in directly and completely occupied the entire city. And then it was over, because they spread their army too far. They were attacked soon. As mentioned before, the city of Mordheim was full of ratmen, various heretics, and alien races including vampires and necromancers. These guys took advantage of the fact that the army had not yet gained a foothold and launched a surprise attack, completely dividing the entire army. In this situation, the Imperial army could not do anything at all. Not to mention that the eldest prince had only sent a reserve army here, which had never seen such a horrible and evil scene. As a result, the Imperial army, fighting on their own, collapsed directly, and most of them were wiped out on the spot. Only a very small number of people cooperated with mercenaries to escape. Fortunately, the noble whose brain short-circuited also died in the battle. As for who did it, well, let's just assume that he unfortunately died in battle. This is better for everyone. Now, besides the mercenary war bands like Duanmu, there are members of some organizations within the Empire. For example, combat priests and Templars from the Church of Sigmar, witch hunters, and wolf priests from the Church of Ulrich. The rest are the people of the Imperial army. General Pastor muttered a lot, and the general idea was to learn from the lessons of the last sudden advance and to take steady steps this time. Therefore, you warbands must charge ahead and fight with the enemy as much as possible. They will divide each area into battlefields and hand them over to different warbands to deal with. Then, after the warbands stabilize the front line, the army will move in and start steady erosion and construction from the rear. After all, In urban street fighting like that in Mannheim, the army's numerical advantage can hardly be brought into play, and it is easier to achieve the goal by relying on a small number of elite troops. No one objected to this. After all, those who came here were mercenaries who were paid to do the job, and they knew what to do. But then trouble arose. When General Pastor said that he had made contact with the nuns in the city and would get their assistance, the representative of the Church of Sigmar immediately jumped up and loudly expressed his opposition. The reason given by the Church of Sigmar was speechless. The sisters were a church organization in Mordheim that also believed in Sigmar, perhaps because of the blessing of Sigmar himself. The sisters suffered the least damage in the double-tailed comet disaster. However, this made the Church of Sigmar believe that the sisters were heretics and demanded that they be completely eliminated. Well, to put it bluntly, because the other party did not suffer. They thought that the other party was a heretic. Duanmu Huai also did not understand where the Sigma Church's stupid logic came from. Fortunately, General Pastor is very persistent in this regard. They don't have extra troops to retake Mordheim, so they need a lot of reinforcements. As believers of Sigmar and local residents, the sisters are familiar with Mordheim and have decent political loyalty. As for the internal affairs of your church, they are your internal affairs. The fact is that we are not in a position to be picky, so cooperation with the sisters is necessary. In the end, the representative of the Sigma Church was furious and left in anger, although the others present did not say anything. Judging from their expressions, they were obviously helpless about this. However, the combat meeting still had to continue. In the next meeting, General Pastor also gave each regiment their respective tasks. Judging from the map, Mannheim is an oval-shaped city surrounded by walls, divided into two parts, east and west, by a river in the middle. Well, it's almost like a butt. The northeastern part is the market area. The southeast is the slum area. The upper northwest is the noble area. And the southwest is the military area. The east and west areas are connected by a bridge. And overall it is a closed city. The place where the double-tailed comet fell was the slum, which was also the most dangerous place in the entire Mannheim area. It was full of various twisted creatures, and was impossible to approach. But this did not mean that other places were safe. Your task is simple. Pointing at the map in front of him, Pastor shouted loudly. You have to enter from the gap in the east wall. Recapture the Temple of Sigmar and the City Hall. And then the Market Square. Open a passage for the follow-up troops. Remember, eliminate all threats, including those monsters hidden in the ruins. Evil god believers, vampires and other messy things. As for the sisters, they will send a team of combat sisters to work with you to remove the evil curse of the Temple of Sigmar. Then, the next regiment whose name is red will participate in this battle. As he spoke, Pastor picked up the list. Imperial Eagle, Black Claw and, having said that, Pastor looked at the list and suddenly stopped. He stared carefully at the parchment in his hand, as if there were flowers on it. Pink Bunny? Who is Pink Bunny? It's me. Duanmu Huai stood up. And when he saw Duanmu Huai, Pastor opened his mouth, looked at the list, and then looked at the huge armored warrior in front of him. It's you guys. Do a good job. In the end, Pastor said nothing. Perhaps he didn't know what to say. After the meeting, the three regiments that were called gathered together immediately. The Imperial Eagles are a war band of Imperial mercenaries, most of whom are warriors, while the Black Talons are a team led by witch hunters, who include clergy from the Church of Ulrich and the Church of Sigmar. But no matter what, these people are obviously veterans who have been through many battles. With their aura and attire, they look like a capable war group. On the contrary, the four beautiful girls wearing lightly dressed clothes behind Duanmu Huai, to be honest, they don't look like they are here to fight. Hey, brother, it's up to us now. We need to get closer to each other. The captain of the Empire Eagle was a very cheerful and outgoing mercenary. He smiled and greeted Duanmu Huai, who also waved his hand in response. As for the witch hunter next to him, he said nothing and just stood there in silence, like a shadow. Then let's get started. Everyone was professional, so there was no need for small talk, nor was there any sneering before the action began. Everyone knew that this was a dangerous mission, and they either completed it or died. So there was no point in talking nonsense at this time. They carried their weapons, and quietly passed through the cracks in the city wall, and entered Mordheim. This cursed city. Just stepping into it, a grey feeling of oppression came towards him. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and looked in front of him. Everything here seemed dilapidated at the moment. The whole city was in pieces, and almost all the houses were in ruins. There was not even a complete house to be seen. Not only that, on the ground and walls, you can also see some things that look like rotten meat covering them. And there are even eyes moving left and right among those pieces of meat. Some of you may be here for the first time, so I want to warn you first. The captain of the Imperial Eagle turned his head, looked at the others, and spoke in a low voice with a serious expression. Don't underestimate this city. Anything here can kill you. As he spoke, he pointed to the things on the ground that looked like pieces of rotten meat. For example, don't step on these things, and don't get too close to them. They will spit disgusting and ugly poisonous mist at you and turn you into a mentally ill idiot. And those wooden boards. As he spoke, he raised the sword in his hand again and pointed it at the tattered wooden board placed next to a carriage in front of the road. On the surface, it seemed to be just a piece of tattered wooden board leaning there. If there were no strange words on it, it would not seem very eye-catching. That's a ratman's trap. If you accidentally trigger it, you can only pray that you are lucky enough. After all, ratmen are not kind creatures. Excuse me, what are these? Looking at those things covering the walls and hanging under the eaves, like some ugly creatures, Lorena asked in a low voice. And the Imperial captain shook his head. I don't know either. Anyway, they seem to be the corpses of the residents of this city. Under the influence of the power of chaos, they turned into this ghostly appearance. As for what they are now, I'm afraid even they themselves don't know. This time, no one spoke. But looking at everyone, the Imperial captain smiled slightly and opened his hands. Okay, everyone, welcome to H.L. Chapter 67, The Eve of Battle. As Captain Empire said, this place is H.L. As they walked along, they saw shocking and tragic scenes, with strange flesh and blood attached to the walls and the ground. In addition, they could see hanged bodies locked in cages. The whole city looked like an endless execution ground, which was disgusting. No one spoke, as if speaking even one more word would cause them to breathe in the poisonous, almost filthy air. Lorena had already clasped her hands together, mumbling a prayer. Beside her, Maludi was also carrying a rifle, scanning the surroundings with obvious disgust and vigilance. Although they had learned about the situation of this world from Duan Muhuai, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that the darkness encountered in this world was far beyond their imagination. Only Thea walked behind, her eyes sparkling, looking around excitedly like a mouse that had entered a rice jar. It seemed that for her, all this was full of some kind of particularly strong excitement, although perhaps this was indeed true. Soon, the group arrived at their destination and met with the members of the nun order there. Joining them were 3 combat nuns. They were wearing nun uniforms and holding hammers and shields in their hands. Well, they looked like they were very capable in fighting. If you hadn't come, we might have to reconsider our next move. After looking at Duan Muhuai, the leading combat nun looked at the captain of the empire and spoke. What is the current situation at the temple? Very bad. The nuns shook their heads. In the beginning, the ratmen occupied this temple. They tried to recreate the evil of the great disaster by building the Calamity Bell here. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The Calamity Bell was the bell that appeared in the legend of the birth of the ratmen. At that time, the bell rang 13 times, bringing plague disasters and comets. The Calamity Bell seemed to come from this legend. It was also a powerful and terrifying weapon of the ratmen. If such a blasphemous Calamity Bell was built in the Temple of Sigmar, what would happen? It was simply unimaginable. But soon, the Chaos Warriors attacked the temple and drove out the Skaven. But they then planned to open a portal here and summon Chaos Demons. At this time, everyone's faces were as gloomy as ice. It was obvious that the temple was in a very dangerous situation. Whether it was used by the ratmen to ring the bell or by the Chaos Warriors to build a portal, it was not what they expected. After all, if the Chaos Warriors really succeeded in building a portal here, then the army of the Chaos God could pass through here and wreak havoc in the Empire. And the consequences would be unimaginable. After the Chaos Warriors captured the temple, they blocked the gate and deployed heavy guards around it. It was obviously impossible for the 3 Battle Sisters to break through their defense. But it is not so easy to attack. The Sigma Temple itself also had towering walls and gates, basically equivalent to a small fortress inside the city. And it had not been damaged. In this case, It was too difficult to force a breakthrough. The only option was to go around from the back. But the guards there were very strict. According to the Sister of Battle, the Chaos Warriors had even summoned a few demons. Then leave it to me. At this moment, Duanmu Huai stepped forward and spoke. You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the combat nun looked at him in confusion. What are you going to do? My regiment will be responsible for the frontal assault and attract the attention of those chaos believers, while you will sneak in from the rear while their attention is distracted by me. How about that? It's a simple plan. Right? This is simple. But, are you okay with this? The combat nun had no doubts about Duanmu Huai's fighting ability. After all, he looked like a good fighter. However, the girls following Duanmu Huai made the combat nun somewhat suspicious. After all, their dress did not look like that of people who often fought. No problem. Leave it to us. Then let's do it this way. The battle nun and the imperial captain had a brief discussion and decided to follow Duanmu Huai's suggestion. After all, there was really no other way now. Although Duanmu Huai's proposal was simple, it was really the most appropriate one at the moment. The premise is that they can attract each other's attention. Soon, after finalizing the plan, the two sides separated. The combat nuns led the other two regiments to the alley at the rear, while Duanmu Huai prepared for a strong attack at the front. Looking at the backs of the crowd going away, Duanmu Huai's eyes condensed slightly, and then he snapped his fingers lightly, and soon there was a slight movement in the air, and several invisible murderous puppets followed quietly and silently behind the crowd. Although they were companions for the time being, Duanmu Huai never forgot to be vigilant against these locals. For an inquisitor, when he descended on a planet, everyone on the planet except him, regardless of gender, age or status, was a potential target of judgment. Anyone could be a minion or spy of chaos. For example, these combat nuns of the convent may have already changed their allegiance and become servants of some chaos evil god. Or maybe there are people in the imperial army who are secretly colluding with those heretics and evil demons. Therefore, Duanmu Huai never forgets to keep these people in reserve, especially after he has the murderous dolls. He would rather spend his spiritual energy to summon a few murderous dolls to monitor the other party in the hope of gaining the initiative. Alright. Retracting his gaze, Duanmu Huai looked at the girls behind him. This will be your first battle in this world. Are you nervous? More or less. Sir Knight. Lorena also looked a little uneasy at this moment, but she still clenched her fists. But I will try my best. Well, don't worry too much. Most of the enemies here are no match for you. To be honest, the power of Lorena's iron fist alone is enough to defeat most of the enemies here. And there is no need to be afraid even if high-level demons come. What should I do? Melody seemed calmer. Perhaps because she was a soldier and quickly got used to this kind of scene. Find a high spot and snipe out the chaos cultists on the platform while we advance. Duanmu Huai pointed at the chaos followers, who were patrolling with bows and arrows on the platform above the temple. Of course, you have to be careful too. Just like what you just heard. There are many complicated forces lurking in this city. Something might come and stab you when you're not prepared. So, having said that, Duanmu Huai looked at FIA. FIA. I need you to bring a few torture puppets here to protect Melody and prevent her from getting hurt. Why? After hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Fia was obviously quite dissatisfied. Can't I just go up and kill them? Master? I want to kill them all. Everyone. Not a single one will be spared. You will still have enemies to kill if you stay here. But if I find out that you've left your post, you won't have a chance to come out again. Duanmu Huai had to admit that the mental problems of this puppet killer were really serious. But fortunately, as long as she was obedient, she could still be used as a tool. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai is not a pure judge. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Fia long ago. In fact, almost all players can be regarded as members of the radical faction. This has a profound impact on the war situation in the later stages of the game. Well, it's a little too early to say this now. After teaching Fia a lesson, Duanmu Huai turned to Ojas. Ojas. You come with me, Ojas? However, this time the puppet girl did not respond to Duanmu Huai's words as usual. On the contrary, her eyes were wandering, and she seemed to be thinking about something. It was not until Duanmu Huai called her name again that Ojas came back to her senses. Oh, Master. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to me. No. It's nothing. It's normal. Duanmu Huai certainly knew what Ojas was worried about. In the previous battle of the Holy City, at the last moment, Jiawei rushed towards the nun frantically, preventing her from taking further actions, allowing Duanmu Huai to successfully destroy the temple. However, Jiawei was also caught in the explosion and turned into fragments. Ojas finally found only half of Jiawei's head. At that time, Duanmu Huai saw Ojas holding the half head and staring at it for a long time. He didn't know what she was thinking. Finally, the two of them gathered the remains of Jiawei, burned it and buried it. Although the two have not been in contact for a long time. Strictly speaking, Jiawei is indeed Aji's sister, and it is normal for the doll girl to be troubled by this. In other words, this is what Duanmu Huai wants to see, because only with a soul and a heart can emotions arise. This also means that during the time that Aji's followed him, her heart has indeed grown. On the contrary, if Aji's acted as if nothing had happened, Duanmu Huai would have to reflect on whether there was something wrong with his strategy. I will talk to you later. Now, focus on the battle. Cooperate with me to attack the temple and attract the attention of the Chaos Believers. Is there any problem? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's question, Aoji shook his head without hesitation. No, Master. Very good. Hearing Oja's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he clenched the hammer. Then, get ready. Chapter 68 Assault. In order to prevent anyone from rushing in, these Chaos followers naturally made a lot of preparations. They completely closed the gate of the temple, and even piled up things like trucks in the back to resist attacks. In this case, it stands to reason that ordinary people would not be able to rush in. Well, the premise is that the other party is an ordinary person. Boom! The heavy wooden door shattered and exploded under the violent impact. And even the trucks and wooden boxes piled behind the door flew out with a roar, heavily hitting several unfortunate people who were not prepared at all. This sudden change surprised the Chaos Believers who were on guard. They hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction of the door. At the same time, they saw a huge figure rushing out from the smoke, like an angry bull rushing towards them. Drink Aya! Duanmu Huai smashed down with a hammer, knocking the Chaos Believer in front of him to the ground. Then he kicked him. And the next moment, the Chaos Believer's body flew backwards, like a piece of rag, hit the wall and fell down, without any movement. Enemy attack. At this time, the other Chaos followers also reacted, and hurriedly raised their weapons and attacked Duanmu Huai. However, Duanmu Huai didn't even glance at them, and directly swung his sledgehammer, smashing these guys away like bowling balls. At the same time, Ojas and Lorena also rushed in with Duanmu Huai and started fighting with other Chaos followers. Needless to say, with her strength, any Chaos Believers who dared to stand in front of her would be cut into pieces like steaks in a moment. And Lorena's battle was also very serious. Before the battle began, Duanmu Huai had already told Lorena that these Chaos Believers' bodies and minds had fallen into chaos. Their spirits and souls had been completely twisted, and it was impossible to save them. Killing them was the only way. So don't have the slightest sympathy for them. At this moment, Lorena also showed her powerful fighting ability. Although many Chaos Believers thought that this girl was easy to bully and went to cause trouble for her, they were also knocked to the ground by Lorena waving the holy book in a few seconds. It should be noted that Lorena's fighting style is quite peculiar. She basically fights in close combat, but she doesn't fight with bare hands. Instead, she hits people with a thick holy book in her hand. To Duanmu Huai, strictly speaking, Lorena's style should be considered as brick style. He was also very curious about why Lorena chose to fight in this way. After all, the holy book is thick and inconvenient. Wouldn't it be a hindrance when fighting? Lorena's answer to this is that the holy scripture is not only a weapon, but also a holy object that can purify those evil souls. It can purify those filthy souls and bring them into peace. Wow! This process of elimination, purification, and sending you to heaven is complete. You are worthy of being a priest of the Holy Church. Just like now, a low-level believer rushed towards Lorena with a two-handed axe in his hand, raised the axe high, and tried to give the little girl in front of him a fatal blow. However, as he swung the axe in his hand, Lorena shouted, holding the holy book in her right hand and swinging the axe hard. The next moment, accompanied by a bang sound, the axe in the low-level believer's hand was immediately knocked away, and he staggered back a few steps under this blow. Before the low-level believer could come to his senses, Lorena's petite body rushed in front of him, clenched her left fist, and hit him directly to his knees. When the low-level believer raised his head again, what he saw was the girl raising her hands high, holding the holy book tightly, and smashing it hard on his forehead. This was the last scene that the Chaos Believer saw before he died. Bang! The Chaos Believer fell to the ground, twitching and unresponsive. At this moment, another low-level believer on the platform, holding a bow and arrow, bent his bow and aimed at Lorena, ready to attack. Boom! However, before his fingers left the bowstring, gunshots rang out, and the next moment the low-level believer's head exploded like a watermelon, and the headless, bleeding body fell down after shaking a few times. At the same time, on the rooftop hundreds of meters away, Maludi reached out and pulled the bolt hard. Then she moved the muzzle again, aimed at the next target, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound of gunfire echoed over the city and faded away for a long time. I didn't expect they were actually quite capable. Hearing the gunshots, the captain of the Empire could not help but whisper to himself. At this moment, most of the Chaos Believers, who were originally responsible for guarding the back door of the temple, had already left, and only a few people were still standing there to defend. Seeing this scene, the captain of the Empire had a gleam in his eyes, and then he whispered, "Should we wait a little longer?" However, before the Imperial captain could finish his words, a crossbow arrow flew out and pierced the neck of a Chaos Believer not far away. He opened his mouth and collapsed to the ground before he could say anything. At the same time, the witch hunter and his regiment, who had been hiding in the shadow of the ruins not far away, jumped up and rushed to the temple. Seeing them take action, the battle sisters also grasped their war hammers and followed closely behind. TSK. Seeing this, the Imperial captain smacked his lips and then drew out his sword. Okay, let's go too. The back door of the temple was not blocked. After breaking through the defense, the other two regiments also went deep into the temple and started fighting with the Chaos Believers. The Sisters of Battle sang loudly in praise of God, charged forward with their hammers in hand, and joined the Chaos followers. The Witch Hunter also led his men to join the battle. As they focused all their attention on the main gate, the Chaos followers were completely unaware of the sudden attack from behind, and were in a panic for a while, being forced to retreat again and again. Quick! You guys go up and kill those bastards. The captain of the Empire who rushed into the battlefield was also very excited when he saw the scene, and he quickly gave orders. Then he rushed towards a man holding a strange Chaos emblem staff not far away. With the experience of the Imperial captain, he could tell at a glance that the man holding the Chaos staff and wearing a black robe was a Chaos magician and the core figure here. In other words, as long as he was defeated, the morale of the Chaos regiment here would plummet, or even completely collapse. At this moment, the Chaos priest was being beaten back by the Witch Hunter and the Battle Sister under the protection of two mutant warriors. So the captain of the Empire hurriedly sneaked over from behind, trying to find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. After all, this guy was the leader, and if he could kill him, he could get a good reward. Boom! Soon, the two mutant warriors were knocked down by the Witch Hunter and the Battle Sister, and the body of the Chaos priest began to stagger. He didn't even notice the Imperial captain approaching from behind. Seeing this scene, the Imperial captain was immediately overjoyed. It's now! However, just as the Imperial captain raised his sword, intending to chop off the Chaos magician's head by surprise, suddenly, something strange happened. The Chaos Magister opened his mouth, and the next moment, a piercing scream came out of his mouth. The Imperial captain felt a pain in his forehead, as if a dagger had pierced directly into his brain and twisted it a few times, making him almost speechless from the pain. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. The same was true for the Witch Hunter and the Battle Sister. Although they tried desperately to maintain their balance, they still couldn't continue to attack. Foolish mortals, you want to stop the great god's plan? You are totally ignorant. As he spoke, the Chaos priest raised his hands, and the power of chaos began to swirl and spread in his hands. Seeing this, the captain of the Empire looked ashen. Prepare to die? Your souls will become the playthings of the great gods and will be completely destroyed in tormenting pain. Upon hearing the Chaos Magister's words, the Imperial captain's expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute. Boom! However, the captain of the Empire had just finished speaking when the next moment, the closed door in front of the temple was suddenly smashed open, and then a huge black shadow flew out with a roar, and directly hit the Chaos Magician, who had raised his hands, and flew with him to the end of the temple, and hit the wall heavily. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one that smashed through the door and flew in was actually a chaos demon. A very scary and powerful monster. However, even such a terrifying, huge monster smashed through the door like a stone and was thrown in. As for the Chaos Priest, he was directly turned into a pile of broken meat under the impact of the Chaos Demon, and could no longer say anything cruel. Who did this? At this moment, everyone else turned their heads and looked towards the gate. Under their gaze, Duan Muhuai, wearing a pitch-black power armor and holding a war hammer, strode in with heavy footsteps, looking at the battlefield in front of him. He was obviously stunned. Why? Is it over? In fact, the battle was over. After the Chaos Priest was killed, the morale of the remaining Chaos followers plummeted, and it didn't take long for Duan Muhuai and the other two regiments to completely wipe them out. Some of the lucky ones had just run out of the temple when they were shot in the head by Maludi on the roof and turned into corpses. After that, the Battle Sisters ignored their wounds and began to pray and evolved a Sigma statue in the temple. Duan Muhuai watched them kneel in front of the stone statues on both sides of the temple and pray for a while. And then a golden light suddenly appeared and enveloped the stone statue. The next moment, the stone statue itself emitted a bright glow, dispelling the dark and filthy atmosphere in the temple. At the same time, the filth that looked like snot attached to the stone statue also disappeared. The Battle Sisters were busy purifying the temple, while the warriors of the regiment began to clean up the battlefield and collect spoils. Duan Muhuai had no interest in this. He just took a few other people to the courtyard outside and found a place to rest temporarily. After the battle, Lorena took out her handkerchief and carefully wiped the holy book in her hand. By the way, thanks to Lorena's fighting style, her holy book was not stained with much blood. Not only that, the holy book in Lorena's hand was not an ordinary holy book, but a book with a cover made of fine steel, and all the pages inside were made of copper. Weapons. Honestly, it's a lot heavier than the hammers those sisters of battle hold. Maludi was also repairing her weapon with a calm expression, but Fia beside her was a little unhappy. Maludi's gunshot did attract some ratmen to watch, but that was all. For Fia, cutting open the ratmen's heads and pulling out their intestines obviously could not bring any spiritual satisfaction and enjoyment to this mentally abnormal puppet killer. Aji sat obediently beside her, staring around. Duan Muhuai walked over to Aji's and sat down. Okay. Okies. Now we can talk. Master, I don't understand what's wrong with me. Is this some kind of mistake? Of course not. This is emotion. An emotion that every living being possesses. Hearing Aji's question, Duan Muhuai smiled slightly. I know you're feeling very complicated right now. But the fact that you're feeling complicated means that you're a living being with emotions and a heart. Even if it's this, not so good feeling? Of course. Pain, sadness, sorrow, anger. These are also part of human emotions. Humans can feel happy and joyful, and can also feel pain and sadness. This is all normal. As for Jia Wei, having said that, Duan Muhuai hesitated for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand and took out a card. If you want, I can summon her out, and you can talk to her. As the holder of the world fragment, Duan Muhuai could of course call out Jia Wei through the soul card, but he did not do so. After all, the spirit of this doll is even more abnormal than Fia. And the relationship between her and Ojus is indeed a bit complicated. Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, Ojus stared at the cards in his hand, was silent for a moment, and then shook her head. No, Master. I think I am not ready yet. I have not understood the feeling she brings to me. I think maybe when I can fully understand this, I can have a good talk with her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Duan Muhuai smiled slightly, put away the cards and stood up. At this moment, a combat nun came towards him. She came in front of Duan Muhuai and looked at the man in front of him. Iron Warrior, we need your help. Chapter 69, Perseverance. For the Battle Sisters, they have purified the entire temple as much as possible. And there is one last step. So you want me to put the clock back in? Standing on the top of the bell tower, looking at the big bell in front of him, Duan Muhuai asked. Hearing his question, the battle nun nodded. Yes. What we need to do next is to let the bell ring throughout Mordheim again and let Sigmar's protection return to this cursed city. Now that the bell has been purified, the only thing left to do is to hang it back up. But it was no wonder that the battle nuns would look for Duan Muhui. Although this thing was not as big as the bell in the temple, it was not something that ordinary people could move easily. Only Duan Muhui could lift it up and hang it up. For Duan Muhui, this is of course a piece of cake. But should he do this? Duan Muhui glanced at the others. The battle nuns were waiting at the moment, while the Imperial Captain just looked at him with a smile. Please, Iron Knight. I think this shouldn't be difficult for you. What an idiot. Duan Muhui simply ignored the Imperial Captain's remarks and turned his gaze to the witch hunter. The latter noticed Duan Muhui's gaze, was slightly stunned, and then nodded silently. Well, leave it to me. Duan Muhui didn't say anything else. He just reached out his hand, grabbed the bronze bell in front of him, lifted it up, and hung it on the bell tower. Then, 3 battle sisters came to the bell, knelt on the ground in a circle, and began to pray in a low voice. As they prayed, the bell gradually began to emit a faint golden glow. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui took a step back and grabbed the war hammer in his hand. He also saw the witch hunter lower his hands to the hilt of the sword at his waist, staring at the battle sisters in front of him without blinking. Only the captain of the Empire seemed to be completely unaware of the two people's little movements, and just stared at the scene in front of him nervously. Finally, amid the prayers of the battle nuns, the huge bronze bell shone brighter and brighter. And then, clang, the heavy bell rang out, echoing over the entire city of Monheim. For a moment, everyone seemed to see a circle of golden ripples emerging from the bell body, spreading out like ripples. At the same time, even the originally dim and gloomy atmosphere around seemed to be reduced a lot. Clang! The bell rang again, louder than before. And at the same time, the corrupt tumors and those strange chaotic creatures that originally covered the outer wall of the temple quietly retreated under the sound of the bell, disappearing without a trace like melting snow under the sunlight. Clang! With the third bell ringing, even the thick clouds covering Mordheim trembled. And a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sword, shining on the temple, although it only lasted for a moment. But everyone could feel that the temple at this moment was completely different from before. It was not until the end of the ceremony that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the captain of the Empire hurriedly sent someone to report the matter to General Pastor in the rear. Upon hearing the news, General Pastor was also relieved. After all, they were going to fight a protracted war in this cursed city. Without the protection of the gods, this operation would probably fail before it even began. But now, the temple has been recaptured and Sigmar's glory shines upon it once again. It can be said that this is a start worthy of celebration. However, now is not the time to open the champagne. The Sigma Temple's renewed glory will inevitably attract the attention of other hidden forces in the city of Monheim. It can even be said that the Sigma Temple, which has been activated again, is like a piece of cheese in a rat's nest in the city of Monheim. Everyone wants to take a bite. So Pastor immediately sent people to open up the road connecting to the Sigma Temple, so that more soldiers could enter the temple for rest and defense. On the other hand, he also required the 3 regiments to do their best to guard the temple before their arrival. In fact, others would do the same without him saying anything. Although Sigmar's blessing looks very good and powerful, anyone who is not blind can see such a big movement. For the forces currently in Mordheim, the revival of Sigmar Temple is definitely the last thing they want to see. Therefore, it is conceivable that they will definitely launch an attack on Sigmar Temple again to completely eliminate this threat. The Chaos Cultists had just been defeated, so they probably couldn't spare any more manpower in a short time. Necromancers and vampires were naturally restrained by Sigmar, so they didn't dare to come rashly. But that didn't mean there weren't some stubborn guys who came to die, such as some ratmen who liked to dig holes, had strong reproductive capacity like cockroaches, were not afraid of losing manpower, and were treacherous and disgusting. I've had enough of these damn rats. Duan Muhui raised his warhammer and swung it down with force, blasting dozens of ratmen in front of him into pieces. However, this was not enough. Not long after the Sigma Temple was resurrected, this group of damn rats came over as if they smelled blood and launched a crazy attack on the Sigma Temple. Soon, the regiment responsible for guarding the temple was immediately caught in a dilemma. The towering walls could not stop the ratmen's attack at all. These rats were good at climbing over walls and breaking through doors. Not to mention that in the previous attack, Duan Muhui had generously smashed all the gates used for defense into pieces. Unexpectedly, retribution came so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the offense and defense switched, and it was their turn to experience the miserable situation of the Chaos Believers before. Sigma's blessing has little effect on the Ratmen. What's more important is that these Ratmen like to play tricks. They always hide in the ruins around the temple, and rush out to attack when Duanmu Huai and others are not paying attention. It has to be said that these damn rats are really annoying. It seems that without some drastic measures, there will be no solution. After successfully smashing the Ratman in front of him into a pulp again, Duanmu Huai stepped back. At this moment, his body was already covered in blood, and his power armor was covered with the Ratman's flesh and blood. Lorena was also injured in the battle with the Ratman, and now she was cooperating with defense under the cover of Ojas. Maludi stood on the roof of the temple, killing the Ratman one shot after another, but she was holding a sniper rifle instead of a Gatling gun, so the numerical advantage against the Ratman was useless. Only Fia was happily killing in the front. She was moving among the rats like a ghost. Wherever she went, large groups of rats fell to the ground. Anyway, she was not afraid of death and could not die, so she just killed. But this is not enough. The other two chapters were still fighting hard at this moment. Although with Sigmar's blessing, everyone did not feel particularly tired. But if they continued like this, it was obviously only a matter of time before they followed in the footsteps of the Chaos Believers. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at these annoying rats, Duanmu Huai became ruthless. He swung his war hammer and quickly opened the communication. Mia, can you hear me? Yes. Master, what can I do for you? Soon. Miana's somewhat leisurely voice sounded from Duanmu Huai's ears. Load the Hellstrike missiles. Prepare air cover. And blow these beasts up. Understood. Chapter 70 God's Blessing? In the dark clouds, the Night Raven Black Star gunboat was moving silently through it. It was like a dark ghost. Appearing, disappearing, reappearing, and then disappearing again under the cover of shadows. Hum hum. Mia sat in the cockpit, humming a song while manipulating the gunship in front of her to rush to the target location. As an artificial angel robot, it was not difficult for Mia to operate such a gunship. She could even operate and control the weapons more precisely than the mechanical servants inside. Target found. Locked. As Mia spoke, the screen in front of her showed the scene of Maheim not far below. Soon, areas were locked. And then, fire. The next moment, several Hellstrike missiles whizzed out and flew forward. No one except Duanmu Huai knew what happened. Many people didn't even see the messenger of destruction descending from the sky with a trail of smoke. After all, for them, just focusing on the Ratman in front of them was already doing their best. Therefore, when the violent explosion and flames rose from the ground, almost everyone was stunned. The Hellstrike missile is an air-to-ground missile with a solid fuel core and a high explosive warhead, designed primarily to deal with armored units. Logically, it is not suitable for use against Skaven, as Skaven rely more on numbers than quality, and their armor is far from enough to be dealt with by a missile that can penetrate the armor of a star tank. However, Duanmu Huai originally did not intend to simply eliminate these rat people. Boom 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 boom. A series of flames erupted around the temple. In the violent explosion, the ruined houses were directly blown to pieces. The ground also exploded, and a deep pit was blown open. Under the continuous bombardment, these pits connected to each other, forming a U-shaped moat that seemed to wrap around the temple. However, in this moat, what flowed was not water, but blazing flames. That's right. This is Duanmu Huai's purpose. There is no point in killing rats, and they are better at digging holes underground. Therefore, the best way to stop the rats' attacks is to prevent them from entering the temple through digging holes. Nothing can stop the rats from taking further action better than a gully more than 10 meters wide. Of course, logically speaking, bombing a city is not a desirable method. But the city is already like this anyway, and Duanmu Huai is not worried about accidentally bombing any innocent civilians. But it was obvious that the others didn't know this. When they saw the flames rising from the ground and the earth shaking as if the world was about to end, almost everyone was trembling. However, when they saw the Ratmen being blown to pieces in the flames and bombing and retreating one after another, this group of people began to shout praise Sigma again. They believed that it was the protection of the gods that allowed them to escape this disaster. Never mind. Anything is fine. In any case, after the bombing, The rats retreated in panic, and other forces remained inactive. It was not known whether they were frightened or had other plans. In any case, this time everyone was finally able to relax and rest for a while. Duan Mu Huai walked to the rooftop, sat down, and looked at Monheim in front of him. Beside him was Ojas, the puppet girl who had returned to her original appearance at this moment, and picked up a book to read under the light. Even Fia was much more obedient at this time. Before, she rushed into the rat group and killed them all, and then was surrounded by the rats and pierced through the heart by thousands of swords, and then died and came back. It can be said that she was a little satisfied. Melody had asked Duan Mu Huai to open the gate and return to the holy city, saying that she felt that the current weapons were not enough to fight the enemy, and planned to ask Kukulu to strengthen them. Lorena went to help treat the others. After all, many people were injured in the previous Ratman attack. As a priest of the Holy Church, Lorena naturally could not leave these people alone. Anyway, with the torture puppet watching in secret, Duan Mu Huai is not worried that Lorena will encounter any danger. But then again, I've killed so many moles, but the experience points haven't increased much. Looking at the experience bar in front of him, Duan Mu Huai also sighed. The game settings of Shanghai Oil basically do not encourage players to kill monsters. So when players kill monsters of the same level or lower levels, they are given very little experience. Only when they kill monsters of higher levels will they be given more experience. Of course, this is also to prevent players from taking advantage of loopholes. After all, if monsters can be killed, then players can directly control the warship in low Earth orbit, and then find a place with people to directly carry out a wave of orbital bombardment, which is basically equivalent to lying down and getting experience. At Duan Mu Huai's current level, the only enemies of the same level on this planet are the elites and leaders of various forces, and higher level demons and the like. But fighting these things alone, it's better to avoid it if possible. Boom boom boom. At this moment, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Duan Mu Huai turned his head and saw Lorena running up to the rooftop. When she saw Duan Mu Huai, her eyes suddenly lit up. Great! Sir Knight, you are here. Something happened. Reinforcements are coming. Isn't it a good thing that reinforcements are coming? Duan Mu Huai certainly also saw the reinforcements, but he couldn't understand why Lorena had this expression when the reinforcements arrived. No, there are people from the Church of Sigmar among the reinforcements. They said they want to capture the 3 nuns and execute them. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows. He certainly knew about the fight between the Church of Sigmar and the sisters. As mentioned before, the double-tailed comet destroyed Monheim, and the rock monastery suffered the least. As a result, the Church of Sigmar declared the nuns of the monastery as heretics. They even parted ways with General Pastor because of this incident, and did not participate in this temple attack in defense. Logically speaking, it was their job to purify the temple. As a result, this group of people started looking for trouble as soon as they arrived here. Although Duan Mu Huai and those battle nuns were not very familiar with each other, they had fought side by side before, and judging from the way they purified the temple, they were obviously not heretics. Now the Sigma Church was causing trouble right after it came, probably because they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Damn! Why are there so many problems just at the beginning? Let's go and take a look. Having said this, Duan Mu Huai stood up and walked towards the temple. When he arrived at the temple hall, he saw that the 3 combat nuns had been tied up by the soldiers and were kneeling on the ground. In front of them, an old man in bishop robes stood behind the pulpit in the middle, staring at the nuns. You have desecrated the temple. You have violated the teachings. You have fallen into heresy. Now I declare that I will execute you in the name of Sigmar. Wait a moment. However, just as the old bishop was announcing the verdict, Duan Mu Huai strode out from the crowd. Seeing Duan Mu Huai, the old bishop was stunned. You? What do you want to do? I warn you. This is a church trial, and no one is allowed to interfere. No. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Question? That's right. Duan Mu Huai stared at the old bishop and asked, from what you said, these battle sisters are heretics who have been bewitched by chaos? Yes, that's right. When the catastrophic comet descended, they were the only ones who were least affected. Therefore, we have enough reason to believe that they are likely to have colluded with an evil god, surrendered to him, and degenerated into heretics? I see. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai nodded. In that case, Is there a problem with the purification of this Sigma temple? Since you keep saying that they are heretics, then they will definitely not be recognized by Sigmar. And naturally there is no way to purify the temple. Then according to what you said, the purification of this temple should be an illusion? So, Duanmu Huai made a gesture. I hope you can break the curse of heresy and purify the temple once again. Disrespectful fellow. At this moment, facing Duanmu Huai's words, the old bishop also roared angrily. We will naturally purify the temple again. But not now. The most important thing now is to eliminate the heretics. As for the purification, we can talk about it tomorrow. No. Duanmu Huai walked up to the old bishop and stared at him. The most important thing now is to purify the temple. If these battle sisters are heretics, then the purification of Sigmar temple is just a cover. There may be some trap. Do you want us to stay in a temple cursed by heretics for a night? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Hearing this, the soldiers were also in an uproar. Indeed, if what the old bishop said was true, and the 3 battle sisters were really heretics, then they would definitely not be able to purify the temple of Sigmar. This also meant that this temple was likely to be hiding some kind of sinister and vicious curse. And logically speaking, wasn't the most important thing now to remove the curse? As long as the curse is removed, then the accusation that the battle sister is a heretic will be proven. Right? At this moment, the old bishop also noticed the gazes of others around him, and his face turned pale. But soon, he glared at Duanmu Huai again. This is none of your business. This is an internal issue of the church. If you dare to question the church, you are questioning God. Do you also want to be labeled a heretic? Hearing this, everyone else was shocked. But Duanmu Huai was quite calm. To question the church is to question God? He silently took out the war hammer and stared at the old bishop. The church is just a servant of God. And you dare to put the church on the same level as God? You are not loyal. Under Duanmu Huai's gaze, the old bishop's face turned pale. But at this moment, something strange happened. The statues standing on both sides of the temple suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. And this golden light directly hit Duanmu Huai. The next moment, the hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand suddenly emitted a bright golden light. At the same time, a huge shadow emerged behind Duanmu Huai. That is the figure of Sigmar, the god worshipped by the Church of Sigmar and the founding emperor of the empire. Seeing this scene, almost everyone knelt down on the ground subconsciously. And Duanmu Huai was also confused. He looked at the thunder hammer in his hand. And soon, a line of system prompts appeared in front of him. Thunder hammer melee. Two-handed. Heavy attack. Plus 15% chance to make enemies explode when killed. Dealing area damage equal to 50% of their health, stackable. Plus 6.9% chance of knockback per attack. Sigma's blessing. Each attack will add a layer of holy damage attribute. Sigmar showed up? What the hell? I'm not his believer. Why are you looking for me? Duanmu Huai was stunned when he saw the information in front of him. However, when he saw the old bishop in front of him, who was as blank as a piece of paper, he seemed to have thought of something, and was suddenly shocked. The gods have come. So they definitely won't be here to show off, because they have nothing to do. So there is only one answer. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai rushed forward, stretched out his big hand, grabbed the old bishop and lifted him up. Then he stretched out his other hand, grabbed the old bishop's robe and tore it hard. Crash! The old bishop's robe shattered, exposing his shrunken body to everyone. If this was a beautiful girl, it would be a beautiful sight. But unfortunately, the body of a shrunken old man obviously would not attract other people's interest. However, the problem was not here, but the dense symbols and marks on this old man's body. The most eye-catching thing was the mark of an open eye and a palm engraved on his chest. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes narrowed. Withered eye. You are a believer in the god of deceit. Chapter 71. The situation has changed. After discovering that the old bishop was a follower of the evil god, the situation changed immediately. The soldiers immediately tied up the old bishop and detained him. The others also looked terrified. Obviously, they did not expect that the bishop of the Sigma Church would be a follower of the evil god. The witch hunter volunteered to interrogate the old bishop, and the 3 combat nuns were naturally released. Since the old bishop himself was a believer in the evil god, it was obvious how credible his statement was. Duanmu Huai was not surprised that the old bishop was a follower of the evil god. The followers of the 4 evil gods each had a certain range. and he was well aware of this. The followers of the god of tyranny are basically warriors with muscles in their brains. The believers of the god of desire are mostly concentrated in the fields of culture and entertainment, such as liberal arts and art students like writers and painters. Although the god of plague is a philanthropist, his followers are mainly from the lower classes and the biomedical field. If a biologist came up with AT virus and claimed it could cure a disease, he would definitely be a follower of the god of plague. The god of deceit takes the upper class route, and most of its followers are powerful high-ranking officials and spellcasters. The biggest characteristic of the followers of the god of deceit is that they like to complicate simple things, such as murder. Other people would probably just rush over and chop the person with a knife and be done with it, of course. Those who do this are basically tyrannical followers. The followers of the god of deceit will be like those idle murderers in Conan, setting up a fake scene, and then coming up with a killing method. It's best to have a mechanism or something, regardless of whether it is useful or not. In short, it must be extremely complicated. If you want to make it simple, you don't even have to say that you are a deceitful believer. It is embarrassing to say it out loud. Therefore, the appearance of any deceitful believer represents the layers of complicated and intricate conspiracies and intrigues behind him. Whether it can succeed or not is another matter. The old man in front of him was a high-ranking bishop of the Church of Sigmar, so it was natural for him to be infiltrated by the god of deceit. But that was where the problem lay. The interrogation is over. At this moment, the witch hunter also appeared in front of Duan Muhuai and whispered, "What's the situation?" Duan Muhuai asked the witch hunter in front of him, who was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and always hiding his face under a headscarf. He trusted the witch hunter, who was like a local version of the Inquisitor. In this regard, the two of them could still cooperate. He is a member of the Black Purple Hand. He came here to carry out orders, secretly control the command of the Imperial Army, and then occupy Mordheim. As for what to do next, he does not know. If successful, the Black Purple Hand will send people to continue to carry out the next mission. Mysterious is the usual method used by these idiots. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. How to deal with it? Report the truth to General Pastor and give him a headache. Facing the witch hunter's words, Duan Muhuai made a decision directly. He had been dealing with the followers of the god of deceit for a long time, so he naturally knew how to deal with these bastards. In fact, when you discover the conspiracy of the god of deceit and planned to get involved in it, you had already been on their chessboard without knowing it. It was like you were looking for hidden treasure in a castle, and when you tried to decrypt it, you had already lost. Then what should be done? Wouldn't it be better to just dig 3 feet into the castle? To deal with the cunning believers, you can't play with them. Just flip the chessboard and hit them with your weapons. Once you play with them, you lose no matter whether you win or lose. So Duan Muhuai simply passed this hot potato on. As for how General Pastor was troubled, that was his business. Of course, it is possible that General Pastor himself is a believer of cunning. But, based on his previous performance, Duan Muhuai doubted whether the god of cunning would think highly of him. Then I will go. The witch hunter spoke with a serious expression, and Duan Muhuai did not say much. After all, this matter was of great importance, and they could not just let a small soldier go to report it. General Pastor's reaction was faster than Duan Muhuai had imagined. After learning the news, he rushed to the temple with the witch hunters overnight. So Duan Muhuai had to yawn and attend the emergency meeting called by General Pastor again. I already know the situation. In the room, under the light of candlelight, General Pastor's expression was quite serious. Who else knows about this? At least people here know. What's the problem? Facing Duan Muhuai, General Pastor frowned, but in the end, he still spoke. Actually, the plan this time is that the people of the Church of Sigmar persuaded His Majesty the Emperor, so they came to retake Mordheim. Oh. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai said oh meaningfully, and immediately understood what General Pastor meant. The witch hunter also snorted coldly and spoke. I've long heard that the Purple Hand has been trying to replace the Emperor and control the Empire. Even the sudden death of the previous Emperor was related to them. At this point, the 3 people present understood what was meant. The Church of Sigmar persuaded the Great Prince to send people to retake Mordheim, and the high-level representative of the Church of Sigmar was a believer of deceit. So did the Great Prince also believe in the god of deceit? After all, his current throne was not very stable, and he might seek help from the evil god. Compared with the ugly god of plague and the brainless god of tyranny, the god of deceit was a better choice. Think about it again. The sudden death of the Emperor of the Empire during an expedition could have been the work of deceitful believers. If we think about it more deeply, maybe this is a collaboration between the eldest prince and the evil cult called the Black Purple Hand. Well, there is no need to think about it anymore. That really surprises me. I thought you were going to kill us to silence us. Duanmu Huai looked at General Pastor with a little surprise. Although there was no evidence to prove that the eldest prince was related to the Black Purple Hand and the god of deceit, there was also no evidence to prove his innocence. He originally thought that General Pastor would secretly deal with them before the matter got out of hand. I am a general of the Empire, and a believer of Sigmar. Maybe I am not that devout, but I have not fallen to the level of associating with the Chaos God. Pastor blew his beard and spoke decisively. Of course, Duanmu Huai just listened to his words. So, what should we do next? There is no way. Pastor shook his head. I must take down Mordheim. This is a death order given to me by His Majesty the Emperor. Oh! My family is in Altdorf. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood why Pastor came to discuss with them immediately after learning about this matter. So what you're saying is, let's just keep this thing under wraps. Yes, I know the Emperor's temper very well. He will never admit that he was deceived by the evil god's followers. Even if he knows there is something wrong, he will still stick to it. And, frankly speaking, I have no other choice. Duanmu Huai and the witch hunter looked at each other. And then Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Well, since we don't have any other clues, let's just do this for now. After all, it's not a bad thing to recapture this city and liberate it from the clutches of chaos. As for any problems, we'll talk about it later. However, Duanmu Huai would rather hope that the eldest prince is related to the chaos evil god. This way, he would have no psychological burden when he tries to snatch the holy objects. As for now, let's wait and see. Chapter 72 God's Chosen Mission. After that, Pastor announced in public that Bishop Sigma was a follower of the evil god, had fallen into chaos, and tried to deceive everyone with sweet words, and then executed him. At the same time, he said that the mission would continue, and that he would vigorously investigate the followers of the evil god in the army. There was no doubt about this. At least for most soldiers, this was enough. After that, under the leadership of Duanmu Huai and the witch hunters, everyone worked hard and took over the city hall and the market square, barely securing the base camp. Perhaps because the bombing was too fierce before, everyone did not encounter any obstacles during the action this time, except for some blind ratmen who dared to cause trouble. Other forces remained on hold for the time being. However, for Duanmu Huai, the troubles had just begun. I never thought this would happen. In his room, Duanmu Huai stared at the system in front of him and sighed helplessly. God-chosen quest glory of Sigmar. Mission objective, recapture Mordheim. Restore this city to the glory of Sigmar and show its protection to the world. Regarding this task, Duanmu Huai only wants to say one thing. Yua. For the people in this world, being chosen by God is a very glorious thing. However, for the players who are judges, the God's Chosen Quest is very annoying because the general God's Chosen Quest is long and boring. And those broken gods don't know their own position. Maybe the people in this world worship them very much, but the players will not really worship them as gods. Even if we take a step back, an Inquisitor will only be loyal to order, not to a particular god. If he were an Inquisitor of the Heretic Inquisition, let alone swearing allegiance, it would be a blessing if he didn't just smash these heretical false gods to death. Of course, the God-chosen mission is not without benefits. Almost every God-chosen mission will reward special expertise and skills, as well as exclusive weapons and equipment, and even give you some followers. For other judges, this is quite useful. But for soul walkers, these quest rewards are a bit tasteless. After all, Duanmu Huai can get a lot of similar things by just drilling into the soul fragments. Just like the exclusive skills and rewards he got after completing the quest in the Holy City before. They are not much worse than the God-chosen quest. Right? Therefore, compared to this kind of God-chosen mission that is as long and boring as an old lady's foot binding, Duanmu Huai still prefers the kind of mission that says I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. I just know that I want to kill to my heart's content. Stop talking nonsense and just do it. But now that the mission has been accepted, what else can Duanmu Huai do? However, there was one thing that caught Duanmu Huai's attention. You should know that this mission was not triggered after he came to Mordheim. but was triggered after Sigmar's holy light shone on him and blessed him. Now it seems that the goals of the Great Prince and Sigma are the same. But the system only confirms Sigma's mission and ignores the Great Prince's mission. This is a bit interesting. But it's fine this way. Since you've assigned me a task, it shouldn't be too much for me to take a few of your holy objects as a reward. Right? Then I'll be welcome. Duanmu Huai turned off the system, walked out of the room, and came to the square. After the market square was recaptured, it became the temporary station of the Imperial Army. The entire market square was a large square with a circle of shops built around it. There was also a statue in the middle, which seemed to be a statue of a noble who built the city. At the moment, the soldiers were running around the market. Of course, this is not a strange thing. What is strange is the petite figure in a white robe running in the front. It was none other than Lorena. At this moment, she was running along the market square with her fists clenched, while the soldiers following behind Lorena were all red-faced, thick-necked, and sweaty. Well, seeing them reminded Duanmu Huai of the expression of the last place in the marathon long-distance race in physical education class when he was in school. Ah, my lord knight. After running another lap, Lorena found Duanmu Huai, waved at him with a smile, and then ran over. When the soldiers saw Lorena leave, they collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to move. Jane, you're just a monster. She has already run 100 laps. Is she still a human being? I cannot make it. The soldiers behind him complained one after another. But at this moment, a man who looked like a captain walked out. You are so useless. A bunch of grown men can't even outrun a little girl. If you still have the energy to complain, it means you haven't exercised enough. Get up and keep running. Why? Amid the cries of a group of soldiers, Lorena came to Duanmu Huai. You didn't react at all. Looking at Lorena, who was just slightly blushing and panting, and then looking at the soldiers behind him, who were stumbling like zombies and unable to get up, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Is it okay for you to exercise like this? Certainly. Lorena nodded vigorously. If we get hurt, it will make the gods sad. So we must work hard to exercise and stay healthy. And the gods will definitely see our efforts. Ah. Well, try your best. It must be said that facing Lorena's logic, Duanmu Huai was speechless for a moment. He could understand Lorena's thoughts to some extent. And, compared with those believers who just kneel on the ground and pray for the gods' blessings all day long, this kind of thinking is healthier. That's if you can handle 500 push-ups and punching every day. Ah. By the way, Sir Knight, Miss Melody just came to you and said that the Archbishop wanted to discuss something with you. What's the matter? After hearing what Lorena told him, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll go check it out. After chatting with Lorena for a few words, Duanmu Huai returned to his room again, after instructing Ojas, who was reading a book, not to let anyone disturb him. Duanmu Huai opened the gate to the holy city and returned to the city again. I have to say, it feels really good to be back in the holy city. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, the green grass, the people coming and going on the streets, and the clean and tidy city. I really want to stay here forever. If it is just for living, then the holy city is much better than Mordheim, a place shrouded in cursed, evil filth, darkness and oppression. Ah, my lord knight. Sir Knight, long time no see. When Duanmu Huai walked on the street again, people around him were no longer afraid of him like before, but greeted him enthusiastically. After all, Duanmu Huai saved the city, and the residents of the city were also very aware of this. Therefore, although Duanmu Huai was wearing that power armor that looked a bit scary, people on the road still greeted him happily. Duanmu Huai nodded to everyone as he walked to the church and met with the Archbishop. I heard you have something to ask me. Looking at the Archbishop in front of him, Duanmu Huai asked curiously. Yes, my lord knight. I have something very important to discuss with you. In front of Duanmu Huai was a woman with platinum-colored, wavy waist-length hair and a white dress-like skirt. She was none other than the Archbishop of the Holy Church, Lilia. Duanmu Huai was not very familiar with her, but had chatted with her a few times when he went to the church after the battle. She left Duanmu Huai with the impression of a serious, earnest, and dedicated clergyman. However, the two did not have a deep friendship, so Duanmu Huai did not know why she came to him. What's up? It's about the Mechanicus. Actually, There was a bit of gloom between Lilia's brows. Well, although Duanmu Huai could understand her troubles. After all, it is definitely not a good thing worth publicizing that believers in one's own family were deceived by the devil. We have conducted a thorough review of all Mechanicus believers. Most of them were simply deceived by Avel, and only a few followed him on this path of destruction. We have completely purified them. I hope their souls can be redeemed. Duanmu Huai wanted to express his condolences, but considering it was not appropriate to say so in this occasion, he remained silent. However, what Lilia said next surprised Duanmu Huai. As for the remaining Mechanicus followers, if possible, can I entrust them to you, Knight? It has to be said that when Duanmu Huai heard what Lilia said, he was indeed stunned. Why? After Avel's conspiracy was exposed, these believers fell into confusion. If the path they believed in was just a conspiracy of the devil, then they didn't even know how to continue. After all, they also sacrificed a lot for this path. Yeah, I can understand that. Recalling the Mechanicus believers he had seen in the church, Duanmu Huai nodded. Many believers followed the teachings of the Mechanicus, and even replaced their hands and limbs with machines. It must be said that this sacrifice was indeed quite great. At that time, Duanmu Huai even complained that he might as well introduce them to believe in the God of all machines and become mechanical servants. But, why me? Duanmu Huai expressed his incomprehension. He was not familiar with the people from the Mechanicus, because when they were lost, they saw you. So they thought they had found a new path. So I hope you can talk to their representatives. As he spoke, the Archbishop looked at the power armor on Duanmu Huai. The meaning in his eyes is self-evident. Okay. I'll try my best. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He was now the master of this world fragment, and he really needed to deal with the affairs within this world fragment himself. If it doesn't work, just make them into robot servants. Chapter 73 Brain Max. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was not willing to take care of this mess. After all, any inquisitor would be somewhat, well, you know. But since the Archbishop said so, he would just give it a try. After getting Duanmu Huai's consent, Lilia clapped her hands. And then Duanmu Huai saw a priest walking in from the door. Duanmu Huai knew this priest. He was the guy who was transformed into a Terminator when Duanmu Huai and others went to the Mechanicus. However, the seriousness and calmness on the face of the priest were completely gone. On the contrary, he looked haggard, as if he had not slept for several days and nights playing games. Hello, Sir Knight. Walking up to Duanmu Huai, the priest bowed and lowered his head. What did you want to talk to me about? Duanmu Huai looked at the priest curiously. He himself did not believe in any religious beliefs, and knew nothing about the teachings of the Mechanicus. If the priest wanted to discuss scriptures and doctrines with him, then forget it. I just want to ask you a question, Sir Knight. The Iron Priest raised his head, stared at Duanmu Huai, and looked at the power armor on him. Excuse me, why do you wear this iron armor? What is your goal? I think you've made a mistake. Father. Duanmu Huai did not hide anything and told the truth directly. After all, he didn't know what to say. First of all, I have no obsession with this thing. I don't understand your ideas, nor do I understand your doctrines. For me, this power armor is just a means to achieve my goal. To protect order and eliminate chaos. I need power, and it can bring me power. It's that simple. Sorry. If you want to hear something more profound from me, I can't tell you that. When the priest first heard Duanmu Huai's answer, he was somewhat disappointed. However, when he heard the rest of the story, his expression slowly changed. He stared at the power armor on Duanmu Huai's body, muttering to himself. Purpose means. While muttering, Father Steel lowered his head, while Duanmu Huai looked at the Archbishop in confusion, not knowing what to say. But at this moment, I understand. Sir Knight. Suddenly, the Iron Priest raised his head again. The decadence and frustration on his face were gone. But instead, there was excitement and enthusiasm. Well, what do you understand? Duanmu Huai was completely confused when he saw the Iron Priest in front of him. He didn't understand the thinking of these clergymen at all. They all had the ability to make up their minds to the maximum. God knows what they understood. The Iron Priest turned around and looked at the Archbishop with a fanatical look on his face. I understand. Our thoughts have been off the right track. We are servants of God. We should serve God and protect the people. We should not indulge in these boring things. As the knight said, Whether it is training or transformation, it is just a means. The ultimate goal is to better serve God. But we ignored this point, and just pursued the limit of transformation. This is wrong. Having said this, the priest looked at Duan Muhui again. Sir Knight, thank you for your teachings. It is true that the most profound truths are always contained in the simplest words. Thank you for making me wake up and find the direction to move forward. Ah, well, try your best. This is pretty good, isn't it? Hearing what the priest said, Duan Muhui was completely confused. His imagination was really at the max level. He only said one sentence. So how did he figure out all this? You will definitely get full marks if you take the reading comprehension test. Father Iron didn't know what Duan Muhui was complaining about, but he seemed to have figured it out, and then turned around and left excitedly. Duan Muhui saw that there was nothing for him to do, so he said goodbye to the archbishop and left. After this, Duan Muhui learned that the Mechanicus listened to the priest's explanation, no idea what he said, and immediately changed their ways, and decided to use the iron power they had obtained to serve the holy city and the people. Therefore, they specially formed an organization called Crusaders to patrol the holy city, maintain law and order, and help the people. Moreover, they also asked Duan Muhui to serve as the honorary commander of the Crusaders. Of course, this is all later. After walking out of the church, Duan Muhui also saw the clergy around him. It must be said that as a religious organization, the Holy Church can really be regarded as full of martial virtues. All the clergy in this church, both men and women, are militant. The male priests and priests are all muscular and strong, and can wear the priest's robe as a tights. Although the women look petite and cute, it can be seen from the long swords, maces, and hammers they carry with them that they are definitely far from the clergy in the impression of ordinary people. In fact, even the followers of the Mechanicus did not deviate from the doctrine. According to them, no matter how much humans exercise their bodies, there are limits, and machines can not only easily surpass flesh and blood, but also strengthen their faith in God through dedication and sacrifice. Humans have limits. So, I don't want to be a human anymore. That's why these believers are so difficult to deal with. My Lord Knight. Just as Duan Muhui walked out of the church, a voice rang out. Duan Muhui turned around and saw Melody standing quietly at the door, her posture straight like a guard on duty. Hey, Melody. What's up? Compared to Lorena, Duan Muhui was not very familiar with Melody. He only knew that Melody seemed to be a soldier, and her every move was like a soldier. Melody rarely spoke on weekdays, just quietly following behind everyone like a guard. If someone like this suddenly called out to me, it definitely wouldn't be just a simple greeting. Yes, there are some things I want to discuss with you. It's about the puppet area. Melody didn't waste any words, but quickly and concisely told the story. After listening, Duan Muhui finally understood why she came to him. It turns out it's related to the puppet area. It has been said before that the puppet district exists because of the existence of the Mechanicus. Now that the Mechanicus no longer exists, there is no need for the puppet district to exist. Not only that, but the puppets that caused the killings in the holy city were made by puppeteers in the puppet district. So many people there are worried at the moment, wondering if they will be punished or even expelled from the holy city. They heard that Duan Muhui would be in charge of teaching those people mechanics. So Kukulala specifically found Melody and asked her to help inquire about what would happen next. The puppet area. After listening to Melody's words, Duan Muhui thought for a moment, and had to say that the technical experts in the puppet area were really awesome. At least when Duan Muhui followed Melody to the puppet area before. Although he only took a cursory look, it still left a very deep impression on him. For Duan Muhui, he hopes that the puppet zone will continue to exist. After all, those technologies are very useful. The soul fragment world is a projection of the main plane, and the people here will not grow up, but they can create other things, such as the mechanical soldiers and creatures created by Sky City, and the puppets created by Puppet Room. Duan Muhui also hopes that this puppet area can be preserved, and then create some new soul cards for himself. Who knows when they will be useful? But before that, he still had some things to figure out. Melody, you are familiar with the puppet area, right? Yes. So, can you take me to a shop that makes puppets? I want to ask a puppeteer some questions. Okay. Although she didn't know what Duan Muhui was going to do, Melody agreed to Duan Muhui's request and took him to a shop in the middle of the puppet area. The shop looked quite large, and there were all kinds of wooden puppets in the glass window. Duan Mu Huai followed Maid Ludi into the shop, and then she came to the counter and gently pressed the bell. Soon, a voice sounded from behind the counter. Welcome. Duan Mu Huai looked over and saw a little boy who looked about 10 years old standing behind the counter. He was wearing a work uniform and was trying hard to climb onto a chair. After sitting on the chair, the little boy saw Maludi and greeted her. Hey, Maludi, why are you free to come to my place today? I am here with someone. The knight wishes to ask you some questions. As she spoke, Maludi turned to Duan Mu Huai. Sir Knight, this is the puppet technician Buddy. His skills are among the best in the puppet area. Number 1 or 2. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai looked at the little ghost in front of him with confusion. But he looks like just a kid. What did you say? Hearing this, Buddy immediately stood up from the stool. Angrily, still looking up at Duan Mu Huai. I am not a child. I am much older than you. Little brat. Oh! Mr. Buddy is a dwarf. At this time, Maludi also explained. Dwarf? Looking at this guy who looked like a 10-year-old kid in front of him, and comparing him with the walking bearded wine barrels he had met before, Duan Mu Huai said. Isn't the gap between the two too big? That's right. Kid, what do you want to do with me? Buddy was obviously dissatisfied with Duan Mu Huai for treating him like a child, and sat down angrily. Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment and then spoke. I want to see how the doll is made. Chapter 74 Order. Although he didn't know what Duan Mu Huai wanted to do, Buddy still agreed to his request, took him to the workshop, and started making dolls. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of puppets made by puppeteers. One is relatively simple, and the other is relatively complex. The simple ones are mainly controlled by the puppeteer himself through silk threads, while the complex ones can perform some autonomous actions. While introducing, Buddy picked up the tools and started making the doll. I have seen simple ones, but I am curious about how those automatic puppets are made. Duan Mu Huai had seen the first type of puppets before, such as Ojus's guardian puppet, which was controlled by her using silk threads. On the contrary, the puppets that moved automatically puzzled him. Although Duan Mu Huai had used those puppets more than once, he still couldn't understand the principle behind them. Mechanical soldiers are easier to understand. After all, they are related to machines, and it is easy to understand that they have a core circuit inside. But what about puppets? In fact, apart from the relatively complex internal structure, there is not much difference. What about the material? Well, most of them are made of wood. Of course, there are also steel and some special materials, but they are basically made for special purposes. Buddy answered Duan Mu Huai's questions while working. Duan Mu Huai saw his hands moving on the workbench, and in the blink of an eye, he carved a piece of wood into the limbs and body of a puppet. Then Buddy took out some gears, brackets, springs and other things, assembled them, and then assembled them. Well, a puppet was quickly formed. Then Buddy took out a key, inserted it into the back of the puppet, and turned it a few times. Then Duan Mu Huai saw the puppet open its eyes and slowly raise its head. Then it raised its head, looked at Buddy, and spoke. Hello, Master. Seeing the puppet in front of him wake up, Buddy nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's it. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Duan Mu Huai finally couldn't bear it anymore. How did you do that? Is that how you do it? Didn't you see it all? I just saw you stuffing a bunch of parts into this doll's body? That's right. That's why I said that automatons are a little more complicated. If it's a puppet that can be manipulated, you only need to make the body and limbs, and then assemble them before you can use them. No. But Duan Mu Huai certainly knew that pure technology could sometimes do some magical things, such as wooden oxen and flowing horses, and puppets that could walk automatically when wound up. And the craftsmanship of ancient craftsmen was also magical. But even if the things they made could move, they would only repeat actions according to certain rules. However, the puppet that Buddy just made can not only walk and talk, but also obey commands. This is obviously at the level of a robot. Where is its information processing center? Doesn't this thing have a core? Can you let me see the materials? Certainly. Duan Mu Huai stood up and walked to the workbench, carefully checking the materials one by one. Springs, ordinary springs. Gears, ordinary gears. The other parts are just metal parts. He came to the newly created doll again, opened its abdomen, and saw the gears inside were constantly turning, driving the spool to rotate. Duanmu Huai looked at her head carefully again. There was nothing in her head except the parts for controlling the eyeballs to move and the mouth to speak. What the hell is this technology? Duanmu Huai was completely confused. He said he really couldn't understand this thing. Where is the power source? Where is the information processor? Why can it obey other people's orders and have its own judgment? Why can't it speak without a sound device? Isn't this unscientific? But it's magic. With this idea in mind, Duanmu Huai had another okay discussion with the dwarf technician and finally solved some of the doubts. Simply put, this kind of fully automatic puppet can perform autonomous actions to a certain extent, but that must be requested by the manufacturer, such as a puppet that specializes in selling goods or a puppet that specializes in guarding. Such puppets will perform certain autonomous actions within the scope of their duties. But if you ask them to dance or cook, they will say I don't have such function. As for the topic of letting the puppet have its own inner self, Buddy gave Duanmu Huai a good explanation. In short, among puppeteers, this is indeed a topic that deserves attention. Just like there are always people who study robots in order to create robots that are like humans. However, for now, there are only two feasible methods. One is to seize the soul of another person and stuff it into a puppet. Of course, this is actually equivalent to turning a person into a puppet. Although such a puppet can be controlled, most people obviously would not choose this method. On the one hand, this violates moral ethics, and on the other hand, this method is prone to problems. The other one is even simpler. To put it bluntly, it is becoming a spirit. Yes, if the puppets in this world are used for a long enough time, they will gradually increase and awaken their self-awareness, and finally become puppets with inner and complete self-awareness. But this almost takes 100 years, and the puppet needs to have a good environment. Otherwise, even if you make a puppet and throw it into a box for hundreds of years, it will not change. Duanmu Huai finally gave up trying to understand the puppet-making techniques. But when he looked at the puppets made by Buddy, Duanmu Huai's heart suddenly moved. Since you can make animated puppets, what about animals? Of course. Then, can you build me a mount? Mount? Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Buddy was stunned for a moment. Then he looked Duanmu Huai up and down, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You mean? Yes, a mount that I can ride. Since the other party had seen through it, Duanmu Huai did not hide it. He really needed a mount now. Although the two-wheeled automatic vehicle he had before could run, it was made according to the proportions of a normal person. Duanmu Huai felt like an adult riding a children's car when he sat on it, which was as awkward as it could be. So he gave up after riding it only once. But now that he saw that Buddy could make puppets, and thought about the mechanical dog that could run that he had seen in the puppet area before, Duanmu Huai suddenly had an inspiration. Indeed, with my body size, it is difficult to find a mount. But he can do it himself. Well, of course, Duanmu Huai can't make it, but he can make it to order. According to Maludi's introduction, Buddy is the puppet craftsman with the best craftsmanship in the puppet area. So it shouldn't be difficult to make such a mount. Right? Buddy crossed his arms and looked at Duanmu Huai carefully. It's not impossible. But I'll be making waste materials for you. Money is not a problem. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. After all, the Archbishop had awarded him a large sum of money, and he had nowhere to spend it. If he could make a warhorse that could match his size, it would be worth it. All right. Hearing this, Buddy also clapped his hands vigorously. This is the first time I've accepted such a commission. Do you have any requirements? It needs to be fast, flexible, and strong. And it also needs to look good. Nice? Yes. Appearance is important. Duanmu Huai didn't expect to change his appearance, so he could only work on his mount. You can make a unicorn or a Pegasus or something. At least it will look like the real thing. Right? It has to be said that Buddy was a little surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's request. But he still nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing Buddy's answer, Duanmu Huai also felt relieved. It can be considered that I have gained something. Chapter 75 Undercurrent. After ordering a mount from Buddy, Duanmu Huai opened the door and returned to Maheim. It's a terrible feeling to instantly return from a scenic tourist area to a filthy slum. Is anyone looking for me? Duanmu Huai walked out of the portal and asked Otis, who was sitting quietly at the table reading a book. The latter thought for a moment and then nodded. General Pastor sent someone to notify us of a meeting in the afternoon. Then I'll go take a look. Duanmu glanced at the time, then touched Ojus's head, turned around and walked out of the house, and came to General Pastor's base camp. After retaking the market area, General Pastor used the city hall as his base camp. Since the functions here were relatively complete, it did not take too much effort. Duanmu walked into the city hall and immediately saw General Pastor and several other representatives of the regiment. In addition, there was a new face. A woman wearing heavy armor. She was the head of the Rock Monastery and a senior nun. After the previous archbishop was exposed as a cultist, she joined in as a representative. Everyone welcomes this. After all, it is more convenient with the presence of local tyrants. There you are, Iron Warrior. Looking at Duanmu, General Pastor nodded and greeted him. Just right. We are discussing the next battle. What about the next battle? Duanmu walked to the table and looked at the map of Monheim on it. Yes, with the assistance of the Battle Sisters of the Rock Monastery, we have gained a preliminary understanding of the current situation in Mordheim. As he spoke, General Pastor pointed to the map. As of now, the followers of the evil gods have almost each occupied an area. The followers of the God of Desire are entrenched in the noble area, and the followers of the God of Tyranny are in the military area. As for the slums that were smashed by the comet, they have now become the territory of the God of Plague. But the situation is quite serious right now. At this time, the senior nun also interrupted. According to the information we have received, these believers all hope to build a portal with Mordheim as the base point to open the road to the demon realm, so as to gain the appreciation and blessing of their crazy evil god. They are currently collecting the dimensional stones in this city to achieve this goal. This is really... Hearing this, Duanmu rolled his eyes. The so-called dimensional stones are actually the fragments of the comet that hit the ground. This kind of stone has mysterious and powerful power, and can be used for various things. The evil god believers in this city obviously intend to use these dimensional stones as a medium to open a portal to the subspace. These mama's boys are really hopeless. Before you arrived, the Chaos followers in this city were trying to build a portal and fight for the warp stone. The followers of the God of Tyranny even tried to kill everyone else in the city and use them as sacrifices to open the portal. But they were unsuccessful. They fought with the God of Desire, the followers of the God of Plague, and the Skaven, and all of them were much weaker. This is why other forces did not target the Temple of Sigmar before. Wow! He is indeed a believer of the God of Tyranny. So loyal. He deserves a medal of praise. Duanmu was not surprised by this. Basically, as long as they were in the melee of the Chaos Army, the God of Tyranny and his followers were basically considered half-friendly forces of the players. However, due to our arrival, these forces have now begun to speed up the construction of the portal. Well, that's bad news. So our next step is to defeat these evil god believers and destroy the ritual? Almost. We have one more thing to do before that. General Pastor reached out and pointed at the map. The first thing we need to do now is to recapture the bridge and defeat the Radmen. Our scouts discovered that the Radmen have poisoned the river. If this continues, we will even have trouble getting drinking water. Don't we need to give priority to slum areas? In Duanmu's opinion, the slums are the biggest threat, because that is where the comet fell, and there are followers of the God of Plague active there. Although those rats are annoying, they are not as threatening as the God of Plague. We can't do that. Speaking of this topic, General Pastor frowned and shook his head. The place where the comet crashed is filled with a terrifying and strange force. Anyone who enters it will feel unwell, and may even get sick or mutate. In fact, no one can survive in such a place except for the believers of the God of Plague. It's not surprising. After all, the God of Plague likes all kinds of mutations the most. But if you look at it this way, the radiation level in the slums should be off the charts. Then I'll go to the slums and have a look. Thinking of this, Duanmu put forward his own suggestion, and the others were shocked to hear what he said. May I? Of course. My armor can resist the invasion of that kind of force, and my men will be fine. The Inquisition power armor Duanmu wore was able to allow his body to penetrate the atmosphere, and it had excellent radiation resistance. As for Lorena and Melody, they were strictly speaking projections, so they would not be contaminated by any radiation. Not to mention Ojus and Fia. No matter how strong the radiation was, they could not do anything with wood. Then I'll leave it to you. General Pastor also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the slums were indeed a problem. But even the soldiers did not dare to approach them casually. And they had no good solution. Now that Duanmu Huai took the initiative to propose to go there to investigate, he was relieved. However, at the same time, in a cave dozens of meters deep under their feet, a group of strange shadows were moving quickly through it. Strange stone! Strange stone! Strange stone! A ratman waved his spear angrily and let out a hissing scream. Human things. Bad things. Bad things that are trying to stop the good warband. Without the strange stones, the Lord is unhappy. We need more strange stones. More. Human things. Bad? They want to destroy the ratmen. Make us exterminate. The ratmen will never agree. If we seize the strange stones, we will become the most powerful good warband. The best. The best good warband. As the ratman screamed, other ratmen also raised their heads. The Tin Ghost. The scary Tin Ghost. Can't beat him. Thick iron. There's no way to kill him. The Tin Ghost is very powerful. Hearing this, the leading ratman was furious. But he had no good solution. The ratmen relied on their strength to occupy a part of the territory in Mordheim. However, this was useless because the fragments of the comet were almost all scattered on the surface. And if the ratmen wanted to seize the dimensional stone from other forces, they had to fight with them. However, after several battles, the clan suffered heavy losses. For this ratman clan, this was originally an opportunity for them to improve their status. But now, they are stuck in a quagmire. Especially the terrible Tin Ghost, which brought unimaginable fear to the rats. Knives could not pierce it. Bows and arrows could not penetrate it. And poison was useless. And every time the Tin Ghost swung the hammer, several of its compatriots would be smashed into meat paste by the hammer. Even the skin and bones were smashed to pieces. Even the internal organs. It was impossible to distinguish them. Just as the rats were angrily venting their dissatisfaction, suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps was heard. And then a ratman rushed out quickly from the other end of the tunnel, pointing excitedly behind him. A huge strange stone. The scout rat has found it. A very big strange stone. Very big. Big strange stone? Upon hearing the scout's report, the leading ratman's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Go over there immediately. Dig out the big strange stone. Chapter 76, Unexpected Discovery. Early the next morning, Duanmu Huai led others out of the camp and prepared to go to the slums for investigation. The road to the slum is very difficult to walk on. After all, this was originally a slum. Just imagine it. And you can know what it would be like here. Low houses are emerging one after another. And building regulations are not followed at all. All the houses are tightly squeezed together, leaving only a one-person wide gap in the road. It is no different from a crowded tram car during work hours. It is obviously not an easy task to move forward in such a place. This is why General Pastor did not include the slums in the scope of the attack. The radiation here is already enough of a headache. Not to mention the houses that are piled up one after another, which have become the biggest obstacle. This is not an easy task. What are you going to do? Pastor stood beside Duanmu Huai, frowning as he looked at the slum not far away. To be honest, just seeing this maze-like slum gave him a headache. This is very simple. Duanmu Huai answered and then opened the communication channel. Mia. Yes, master. What can I do for you? Carpet bomb the location I marked for you. Bomb it flat. Understood. Mia's voice was still somewhat relaxed and leisurely. This doll seemed to introduce itself as a household robot of the Sky City Amusement Park. Perhaps her tone was set like this. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer. What are you doing? Looking at Duanmu Huai's actions, General Pastor looked at him in confusion. But the next moment, he heard a whistling sound coming from the sky. Swoosh. Immediately afterwards, an explosion was heard. The continuous explosions and flames instantly engulfed the entire slum, and the huge impact force directly blew the low houses into pieces. Seeing this scene, General Pastor and the soldiers accompanying him were stunned, and many of them even knelt on the ground, resting their heads on the ground, and loudly praised Sigma's miracle. Even General Pastor was half kneeling on the ground, with his right hand on his chest, staring at Duanmu Huai. Oh my god! He really is Sigmar's chosen one. He is Sigmar's spokesperson. Duanmu Huai didn't care what these people were thinking. He just raised the warhammer to guide the bombing target while looking at the system prompts. Chaos followers receive 100 points of bombing damage. Chaos followers take 150 points of bombing damage. Death of Chaos cultists. You gain 15 experience points. Chaos cultist takes 30 points of splash damage. So why bother fighting these people? Wouldn't it be better to just blow them up? Duanmu Huai seemed very calm as he watched the battle system information flashing before his eyes. This was also a privilege for players. After all, for people in this world, they would not know who they were fighting against. But for players, basically as long as an AoE came, they would know clearly what was hidden here. Even if they could not defeat it, at least they would know what was here. But soon, he caught a special system prompt. The Scout Ratman takes 50 points of explosion damage. The Scout Ratman takes 85 hit damage. Investigating the death of a Ratman. Seeing these messages, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Even rat people? But considering that Ratmen are as common as cockroaches, this is not surprising. In addition to this, Duanmu Huai also discovered some other strange things. The Mutant Griffin receives 120 points of explosion damage. The Mutant Boar receives 90 points of impact damage. Mutated cockroaches receive 35 points of explosion damage. This place really has everything. Compared to Ratmen and Chaos Believers, these mutated beasts are obviously more resistant to attacks. Some of them even lose damage indicators halfway through being hit, probably digging holes and running away to who knows where. Death of the Mutant Griffin. Ratman receives 180 points of explosion damage. Death of Mutant Cockroach. Chaos Cultist takes 75 splash damage. The Reliquary takes 30 points of explosion damage. Stop. 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 An abnormal system prompt flashed before Duanmu Huai's eyes. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai did not miss this abnormal system prompt. He hurriedly put down the Warhammer and asked Mia to stop bombing. Soon, the bombing stopped, and Duanmu Huai looked at the system prompt in front of him in surprise. Stunned. Reliquary? How did this thing get here? The so-called Reliquary was once owned by the human empire. Note, not the tacky thing on this planet. And it contains powerful relics from different eras, including relics from the Dark Ages and the Golden Age. After the human empire was shattered and destroyed by the Black Hole Project, these reliquaries were also scattered and disappeared. And I found one here? Damn. This is good stuff. Originally Duanmu Huai just wanted to go to the slums to check out the situation. But now, this unexpected discovery made him change his reservation plan. First of all, he must get this holy relic box at all costs. You know, the holy objects in the reliquary are all kinds of strange and varied. Except for a small number of symbolic holy objects. All other holy objects have cosmic-level terrifying power. If this thing is taken away by Chaos followers, Ratmen, or other messy things, the threat facing this world will be no different from the end of the world. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched the Warhammer, raised his head and looked forward, and gave an order. Set off. After the bombing, the roads in the entire slum area became much easier to walk on. The low, dilapidated houses that had been blocking the way forward had been flattened, and the dilapidated houses were completely collapsed and merged with the huge pits on the ground. As for the mutant creatures or Chaos Believers that might have been hiding in the houses, they disappeared without a trace. Only one or two incomplete smoking wreckage could be seen occasionally to prove that they really existed here. My Lord Knight is truly amazing. Following behind Duanmu Huai, looking at the slums that had been flattened to the ground, Lorena couldn't help but sigh. She knew something about Duanmu Huai. She also knew that Duanmu Huai had a very powerful iron bird that could fly in the air. But she didn't expect that the iron bird actually had such a terrible destructive power. It's really useful, but the consumption is really annoying. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Night Crow Black Star didn't have many missiles in stock. It seemed that he had to find another holy object to disassemble, and then get the Void Air Camp out to manufacture and store the weapons. Although it was a headache not having a servitor, he might consider asking a few technicians in the puppet area for help and ordering some puppets. Forget it. Let's deal with the reliquary first. Fortunately, after discovering that the system displayed information about the relic box, Duanmu Huai immediately stopped the bombardment. This enabled him to successfully narrow down the location of the relic box to a certain area, which was the very center of the slum, where the comet had originally crashed. Well, that's not surprising. After all, reliquaries don't seem to be something that would exist on this planet. But unfortunately, When Duan Mu Huai arrived at the destination, he found that they were not the only ones there. In the center of the crater created by the comet, a group of short guys were chattering around the crystal-like light green crystal. Well, needless to say, only cockroach-like guys like the rat men would appear in such occasions. Kill them! Duan Mu Huai would never allow the rat people to obtain the holy relic box, no matter what was inside. It would be terrible if it fell into the hands of the rat people. Duan Mu Huai leaped up, and with the airflow from the jetpack behind him, he flew high into the air. Then Duan Mu Huai raised his left hand and pointed it at the rat group below. Then, flames broke out. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted from the rat group. And those rats who were jumping and screaming around the crystal were obviously unaware of this. When the explosion occurred, they did not even react to what happened. Soon, the violent sound wave vibration swept through the entire rat group, and they staggered like drunkards, seemingly not knowing what to do. But Duan Mu Huai, who came down from the sky, quickly gave the answer. Boom! The huge warhammer tore through the air with a beautiful arc and smashed heavily on the head of a ratman, easily smashing its brain. The ratman's thin body was also unable to withstand this fierce blow. It was directly twisted and deformed under the violent impact. And then its body began to swell, and then exploded like explosives. Duan Mu Huai swung his hammer, and immediately knocked down the ratmen in front of him. At the same time, others also launched an attack on the ratmen. Ojas! Duan Mu Huai swung his war hammer, smashing as many ratmen into the ground as possible, while looking at Ojas and giving orders loudly. Take away the green stone and the box inside. Quickly! As early as when approaching the center of the explosion, Duan Mu Huai found that the holy relic box was sealed in the dimensional stone crystal. He didn't know whether it was sealed on the ground intentionally or fell in for some reason. Just now, the dimensional stone crystal was blown apart by the air raid, and a corner of the holy relic box was exposed. Perhaps this was the reason for the previous report of the damage to the holy relic box. But now, the first thing Duan Mu Huai has to do is to get the holy relic box. There is no benefit in fighting with these rats here. Yes, Master. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, Ogisi also hurriedly stretched out her hands. A cold light flashed, and the next moment, the silk threads in her hands directly entangled a huge dimensional stone crystal that was 2 or 3 meters high. Then Ogisi pulled hard with both hands, and the dimensional stone crystal was pulled out of the ground like pulling a carrot. However, almost at the same time, the ground suddenly began to shake, and then a huge rat troll emerged from the ground, roaring and rushing towards Ojas. Damn! These rats really hide everything underground. If you have the guts, why don't you hide a thunder beast? Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai was furious. He roared and rushed directly towards the rat troll. Then, the two sides collided heavily. Bang! The huge figure wearing the iron power armor collided with the rat troll, and even the ground was shaking. Even the rat troll could not resist the impact from the Inquisitor, and fell backwards wailing. Then Duan Mu Huai raised his war hammer and smashed it hard on the head. Boom! However, just as Duan Mu Huai's warhammer hit the rat troll's head, perhaps because of the previous bombardment, the ground around him suddenly cracked, and then Duan Mu Huai and the rat troll fell down and fell into a dark pit. Chapter 77, Going Underground. Crash! The ground collapsed, and Duan Mu Huai and the rat troll fell into the depths of the pit. The rat troll wailed as it fell into the abyss, while Duan Mu Huai quickly activated his jetpack to stabilize his body. Then he looked down and saw that under the illumination of the searchlight, dozens of sharp stalactites stood up in the depths of the cave below, with their sharp tips pointing straight at Duan Mu Huai. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but gasp. Then he saw several ratmen waving mining picks and running desperately towards the passage on the other side. Tin Ghost! Tin Ghost! The Tin Ghost can fly! How scary! You damn beasts! Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai was furious. These damn rat people actually dared to use such a vicious method to deal with him. If he didn't kill all these bastards, would it be okay? Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai clenched his war hammer. Then he turned the direction of the jet pack and suddenly accelerated towards the rats. Tin Ghost! The Tin Ghost is coming! Seeing Duan Mu Huai rushing towards them, the ratmen screamed loudly, and then they raised their spears and stabbed Duan Mu Huai straight. However, facing these spears, Duan Mu Huai did not even try to dodge. He rushed directly into the rat group facing the spears, and then swept out with the warhammer in his hand like playing golf, instantly smashing all the rats in front of him away. As for the spears in the hands of the ratmen, they just hit Duanmuhuai's power armor and broke like fragile paper sticks, and had no effect at all. 10 Ghost. 10 Ghost. Duanmuhuai's attack obviously frightened the remaining ratmen. They screamed and turned to flee, disappearing deep into the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Humph! A bunch of bastards. Duanmuhuai snorted coldly, then immediately activated the mental connection and connected with Aji's. Ojas, what's the situation up there? No problem. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. I found a hole dug by the ratmen here. These bastards really dug this place up thoroughly. Duanmuhuai gritted his teeth and looked unhappy as he looked at the tunnels that stretched in all directions. To be honest, the ratmen were really his most hated enemy. After all, Chaos followers were all on the ground, so he could blow them up if he got bored. However, the ratmen liked to dig holes underground, and Duanmuhuai couldn't just blow up the entire planet. Thinking of this, Duanmuhuai suddenly had a brilliant idea. If he remembered correctly, there was a river running through the center of the city? Duanmuhuai knew what to do. Owner? Perhaps because she did not receive any further instructions from Duanmuhuai, Ojisi asked again, and Duanmuhuai also came back to his senses at this time. Oh, sorry. Ojas, I thought of something. Let's do this. You cut these dimensional stones into pieces first, and then take them out and give them to the battle nuns in the rock monastery to seal. As for the box, you have to keep it and wait for me to go back and get it. Also, I want you to explain a plan to General Pastor. At this moment, Duanmuhuai suddenly turned around, then reached out and grabbed a ratman that jumped out from the darkness. It held the poison dagger tightly in both hands and waved it desperately, while Duanmuhuai's left hand tightly grasped the ratman's head and slowly exerted force. As Duanmuhuai moved, the ratman assassin struggled more and more fiercely. It waved the dagger vigorously, leaving marks on Duanmuhuai's armor, but it had no effect. Then Duanmuhuai's left hand grabbed it hard. Puff! The next moment, the ratman assassin's head was crushed by Duanmuhuai and turned into a pool of mud. The ratman assassin's body trembled a few times, and then there was no response. Only then did Duanmuhuai throw the body of the rat assassin aside like garbage. He was determined to wipe out these damn things completely. Duanmuhuai's method was actually very simple. There was a river in the city, so he simply diverted the water from the river to the rat people's underground tunnel and drowned them all. After all, ratmen can only dig holes and cannot breathe in water. Duanmuhuai originally thought that General Pastor would hesitate for a while, but he didn't expect that after Ojas told General Pastor about this, the other party agreed to Duanmuhuai's plan without saying a word, and expressed his willingness to provide assistance. This is to blow up your river channel. You really don't care? Well, now it seems like it doesn't matter. For Duanmuhuai, this was not a difficult task. He only needed to send a reconnaissance servo skull to scan the underground environment, and then compare it with the surface map to find the river, and then make a hole next to it to bring the river water in. Duanmuhuai had power armor, so he didn't have to worry about drowning. But the ratmen didn't have such good equipment, and Duanmuhuai was looking forward to seeing them drowned in the river. That must be a relief. Of course, General Pastor would not sit idly by. Duanmuhuai had heard from Ojas that General Pastor had sent regiments and soldiers to the dock area and bridge where the ratmen were rampant. On the one hand, it was to recapture these two areas, and on the other hand, it was to attract the attention of the ratmen and create conditions for Duanmuhuai's actions. Isn't this general a little too easy to talk to? Although he was somewhat doubtful about General Pastor's actions deep down in his heart, he thought it was good that the other party was willing to assist and cooperate. So Duanmuhuai did not think much about it, but started to act according to his own plan. At the same time, the rats deep in the tunnel had no idea that they were about to face a disaster. In fact, their leader was very upset about this failure. Bad Tin Hide. Bad Tin Hide. Once again, he has stopped the plans of the Good War Band. He wants to exterminate the ratmen. It's the Bad Tin Hide. He must be killed. Filch chopped off the head of the rat scout, who came to inform him with a sword, and jumped up and down in anger. In fact, Duanmuhuai didn't know that the ratman warband hiding in Mordheim had some personal connections with him. This ratman warband belonged to Clan Ashin, and the ace assassin of Clan Ishin's Lord Snake, the Death Master Snitch, was cut into pieces by Ogus in the previous underground attack and defense of the dwarves. The murdered lord was furious after losing his right-hand man, and the ratmen under him took the opportunity to try to take over the position after Snitch's death. That's why Filch led the ratmen to Mordheim, trying to win the favor of his lord by collecting warp stones, so that he could become the second master of death. Unfortunately, its luck is obviously not very good. Just when Filch was furious, he received another piece of news that humans were attacking the ratmen's strongholds in the dock area and on the bridge. So Filch was immediately caught in a dilemma. Should he lead his men to repel the human attack, or turn around to deal with the Tin Ghost first, and then deal with these bad guys? Finally, Filch made his decision. Get rid of those human things. Kill them! As for the Tin Ghost, he can't leave the underground. We'll come back to deal with him later. In Filch's opinion, the human creatures that attacked the stronghold were obviously more threatening. Although the Tin Ghost was powerful, he was alone and lived in a dark underground world. There were countless ways to eliminate the ratmen there. Filch even hoped to strip off his iron armor and present it to the murdered lord, which would definitely improve his status. In fact, Duanmu Huai had anticipated this. If he had just traveled to this world, he would be at a loss in the face of this situation. But now it was different. With the fragments of the dimensional world, Duanmu Huai was not worried about being trapped. If these damn rats wanted to trap him to death underground, he could open a portal back to the Holy City world, and then find another place to open a door to get out. Each side is confident in its own plan, but only one side can ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 78 Firepower is Justice. Duanmu Huai did what he said. After making the decision, he immediately opened the door and went back to the Holy City. Then he came to the puppet area and found the store one-shot hit. Welcome. Ah, Sir Knight. What may I do for you? It was Kukulu who greeted Duanmu Huai with a smile. Do you have any explosives? Explosives? When Kukulu heard Duanmu Huai's request, he was stunned for a moment. Yes. I plan to blast open a river channel. I need some explosives. They should be powerful, and directional blasting is best. Duanmu Huai didn't dare to use his own grenade, because the power of that thing was enough to blow down half of the Ratman tunnel, and even Mordheim might collapse. So he planned to come to the Holy City to look for inventory. Kukulu was obviously a better choice. Kukulu was somewhat surprised at Duanmu Huai's request, but she frowned, thought for a while and nodded. Of course. No problem. We have a blasting package for civil engineering. Or a combo meal. Then give me a set. Okay. No problem. Kukulu quickly went to the warehouse and took out a set of blasting kits, which was a semicircular sphere that looked like a large metal bowl. According to Kukulu, one just had to stick the flat side of the metal bowl to the wall, then twist the screws on the top to secure it, and then light the fuse. Not only that, according to Kukulu, her combination package also takes the form of a chain explosion. Simply put, there are several explosive packs hidden in this metal bowl. They are all wrapped in some kind of metal SHL. When it explodes, the first explosive ball will enter the blasted hole under the action of the shock wave, and then produce a secondary explosion, and then drive another new explosive ball into a deeper place, so that it can easily blast a channel in the thick soil and rock layer. Well, to put it simply, it's like a modified version of firecrackers? I have to say, this idea is quite interesting. Looking at the empty gun shop in front of him, Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of something. How's business here? I remember that I came here a few times, and you didn't have many customers. Duanmu Huai remembered that every time he came to her place, he didn't see many customers. Although Maludi had been adjusting the guns here, it meant that Kukula's skills were pretty good. But it seemed that the business here wasn't that good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kukulu also gave a bitter smile. As you can see, the Holy City is a relatively peaceful place after all, and there aren't many people using guns. So our business isn't that good. This is normal. All the clergymen of the Holy Church are close combat fighters. Most of the guards in this city also use close combat weapons. Moreover, the Holy City rarely encounters any dangers, so it does not need more weapons and ammunition. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai came up with a good idea. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? Change job? Kukulu seemed a little surprised by Duanmu Huai's proposal. Yes. I am in need of someone who can make weapons and ammunition. If your skills are really great, I hope to hire you to work for me. Duanmu Huai also needs to exchange the Void Army barracks and find someone to make weapons and ammunition. After all, bombing is fun for a while, but it also consumes inventory. He did not plan to build a robot servant, but to use puppets to replace the robot servants to perform some automation work. However, the important parts still needed to be completed by humans. This is not to say that Imperial Standard ammunition is bad, but the fact is that Imperial Standard equipment is not enough to fight chaos. So the game will allow Inquisitors to travel around the world, learn from each other, and create their own unique technology tree and development direction. For example, the fleets of Inquisitors in the game will also be different because of this. There are magical civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and some that have both. Some Inquisitors even go against the grain and create biological fleets to compete with the Zerg to see who is more terrifying. There are also some Inquisitors who may be suffering from a second-year syndrome or are non-mainstream, but they create ghost fleets. These fleets all have different and powerful abilities. For example, the mechanical civilization fleet has a high level of automation. Although the Inquisitor has an agreement not to create self-aware AI, the players are also good at counting rats and finding loopholes. They refer to the factory assembly line to manufacture automatic machines with different divisions of labor, and are very good at exploding troops. The Magic Civilization fleet is quite outstanding in the resistance of the subspace, and can even sail long distances without the Star Torch. Although the number of Magic Civilization fleets is not large, the quality is quite high. One fleet is enough to match the combat firepower of several ordinary fleets. The biological fleet is simply a replica of the Zerg, created by players fusing some biomass with warships. Duanmu Huai had seen it before, but to be honest, he really couldn't accept the walls covered with slippery muscle tissue, the skin and teeth underfoot, and the eyeballs moving everywhere, like a nightmare space. However, the firepower of the biological fleet is indeed strong, and more importantly, they can devour other prey on the battlefield to expand their own team. As long as you can tolerate the weird aesthetic style of the biological fleet, it can be accepted. Of course, Duanmu Huai felt that most people with normal aesthetic taste would not be able to accept it. As for the Ghost Fleet, it also has its own unique features. The most important thing is that, like the biological fleet, they can replenish their strength on the battlefield. However, the Ghost Fleet does not rely on devouring creatures, but actually plunder souls. That's right. The Ghost Fleet will plunder the souls of those who died in the war on the battlefield, and then replenish them to its own fleet. Although the Ghost Fleet will become more powerful, its ability to attract hatred is also first class. After all, the evil gods also need those souls. The Ghost Fleet's approach is simply equivalent to snatching food from the tiger's mouth, which will naturally arouse the hostility of the evil gods and the Chaos Legion. However, for players, it is necessary to bring a team of Ghost Fleets when fighting. Otherwise you can't fight hard and end up increasing the combat power of the opponent. Duanmu Huai has not yet decided which fleet to focus on for the upgrade, but he will naturally not let go of anyone with talent. Kukulu was a little surprised at Duanmu Huai's recruitment, but she still said that she would discuss with her sisters before making a decision. Duanmu Huai returned to the underground passage with the blasting suit. With the help of the reconnaissance servo skull, the underground environment was already clear at a glance. Duanmu Huai opened the map, compared the underground and surface environments, and quickly selected the target area. It was a tunnel passing under the river. Judging from the location, it should be a passage that the Ratmen dug through the underground, and then dug on the bridge piers and river banks for them to shuttle back and forth. So these guys digging holes everywhere are really annoying. But soon, they will be completely destroyed. Following the instructions on the map, Duanmu Huai came to the side of the underground passage. Fortunately, perhaps taking into account the need for the rat trolls to move through it, the hole dug by the rats was high and wide enough. Otherwise, with Duanmu Huai's size, it would have been difficult for him to get in. This is it. After taking a breath, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked up. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the river, with turbulent water flowing past him. But he could not feel anything here. However, Duanmu Huai did not care. He reached out and took out the blasting combination set he got from Kukulu, and then pressed it on his head. Then Duanmu Huai reached deep into the book and grabbed the screw-like handle exposed from the top. Then he heard a bang. And then the 4 legs around the combination set instantly shot out something like nails, which were firmly inserted into it. Well, let me see. Remember to press here and light the fuse. Next, let's wait and see a good show. At the same time, under the bridge, soldiers led by General Pastor were joining forces to attack the Ratmen. For the city of Mordheim, the bridge connecting the east and west sides is a must-fight place. If the bridge can be captured, the Chaos followers can be prevented from taking further action and blocked in the western part of the city. In this way, the goal of retaking Mordheim will be halfway accomplished. But this is not an easy thing to do. Where on earth did that piece of iron go? The captain of the Empire waved his sword and forced back the Ratmen that rushed up. While complaining, to be honest, he originally hoped that Duanmu Huai would fight side by side with him and others here, so that he could relax a little. But what the captain of the Empire did not expect was that Duanmu Huai actually ran to the slums. And according to the report of his subordinates, the big guy seemed to have fallen to the ground? He won't die. Will he? Although the captain of the Empire thought that wearing such a terrifying armor, almost no one could kill him. But no matter how powerful a person is, there is a limit. And that guy can't fly. If he fell into a pit dozens of meters deep, he might have turned into a pile of mincemeat. Don't be distracted. At this moment, General Pastor's voice suddenly came from the side. Hearing his words, the Imperial captain gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. The Ratmen on the bridge had been cleared out. But the Ratmen in the cave under the bridge pier were still fighting desperately. In fact, the Imperial captain did not want to go to the cave to fight the Ratmen. After all, the cave was narrow and dark. But those Ratmen were also good at poisoning. Puff! As if fulfilling the ominous premonition of the Imperial captain, the besieged Ratmen in front suddenly took out several round bottles from their backs and threw them at them. The round bottles fell to the ground and broke. And the green liquid inside immediately turned into a thick mist, filling the entire tunnel. Ugh! A strong stench that almost made people vomit rushed towards him. And just smelling it made the captain of the Empire feel dizzy. Retreat! Retreat! Ugh! A group of people rushed out of the cave almost as if they were fleeing in panic. And only when they smelled the fresh air outside did they feel somewhat relieved. It's really disgusting. The Imperial captain complained while looking into the cave. The Ratmen had already run away when the stench broke out. General, let's stop here. We have no experience fighting Ratmen in tunnels. Hearing what the Imperial captain said, General Pastor frowned. However, at this moment, boom! The sudden dull sound startled everyone. They looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the sound. What's wrong? Where was the sound made? It seems to be from underground. Bang! The sound rang out again. And this time everyone could hear it clearly. It was the sound coming from underground. Could it be that those mice are up to something again? Upon hearing this, Captain Empire's expression suddenly changed. General, this place is too dangerous. Let's go to a safe place first. Boom! However, this time the captain of the Empire had not yet finished speaking when suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang, everyone saw the river water not far in front of them suddenly explode. Then, the surging river water swirled and flowed downwards. And soon a huge whirlpool appeared. Chapter 79 Gravity Gloves. The roaring river water rushed in through the gap, sweeping the entire tunnel in an instant. The rats had never expected this to happen, and they screamed and fled in all directions. But just as Duanmu Huai had expected, perhaps the rats could dig a crisscrossing hole underground. But that didn't mean they could breathe in water like fish. So, when the river water surged, the only thing these Ratmen could do was scream and run for their lives. Run! Run! Filch moved his legs desperately, running deeper into the tunnel. Behind him, the roaring and surging river water seemed to be chasing him like a beast. Those rats who were not as fast as him were already swept into the river, screaming a few times before disappearing without a trace. Now only Filch was still running as fast as he could. But even though he had tried his best to speed up, the sound of water behind him was still getting closer and closer. For the Ratmen, the tunnels that were always full of security seemed like the road to H.L. Everything was dark in front of them. Filch didn't even know if he was running in the right direction. But he didn't want to die here. He wanted to live. Live. To become the leader of a powerful militant group. To become a lord. Crash. A huge impact came from behind. And Filch felt as if his body was knocked to the ground by an invisible giant hand. Before he could get up again, the surging river water directly swept him in. Gulululu. Filch struggled desperately to get rid of it. But when he opened his mouth, The cold lake water poured directly into his mouth, making it almost impossible for Filch to breathe. He waved his hands vigorously, but all he saw was a flash of afterimages. The next moment, Filch's head hit the wall heavily under the impact of the river water. The next moment, the rat man lost consciousness, and then disappeared into the depths of the dark tunnel under the influence of the river water. What happened? Captain Imperial was stunned by the scene in front of him. Just now, a big whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the river, and then the river water poured in. Then Captain Imperial and his men saw the rats, who had escaped under the cover of poison gas, running out again. Of course, everyone had no sympathy for these rats, and immediately raised their weapons to knock them down. After that, they found that the entire tunnel had been flooded. It looks like the plan was successful. Seeing this scene, General Pastor seemed very calm, while Captain Imperial frowned. General, what's the plan? Oh, it's nothing actually. Wow. However, just as Pastor was about to explain to everyone, suddenly, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the water next to him, and then grabbed the shore. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were surprised and drew their weapons and turned back. Then, they saw a huge black shadow breaking through the water and coming to the river bank. It's you? The Imperial captain was quite surprised to see the Iron Knight covered in waterweed, while Pastor chuckled. Ha ha ha. It seems your plan is going well. Fortunately, I was still worried about whether something would go wrong, but now it seems that everything should be fine. Duan Muhui nodded, and after the hole was blown, he climbed up through the gap. Although the surging river water did bring a lot of pressure, the Inquisitor's power armor was not for nothing. After all, it was used in space warfare, and it would be a shame if it couldn't even withstand the impact of the river water. This way, we can remove a major worry. General Pastor also seemed very happy. Although this would result in a crisscross of underground waterways throughout Mordheim, it would also prevent the Ratmen from digging tunnels again. If there was no way to dig tunnels, the threat of the Ratmen would be reduced by more than half. So it could be considered that the Ratmen were completely expelled from Mordheim. Not only that, they also successfully recovered the dock area and the bridge. And Duan Muhui's aerial bombardment eliminated the mutants and chaos believers in the slums. It seems that the DC area has been completely recovered. Next, as long as the believers of the God of Tyranny and the God of Desire entrenched in the XC area are eliminated, the entire Mordheim can be completely recovered. I will report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor immediately. He must be waiting for my good news. It seems that this General Pastor is quite capable, and he knows how to report in batches and get the reward step by step. After all, if you only report once about the recapture of Mordheim, you will only get the reward once. But if you report separately, we recaptured the DC area, we recaptured the XC area, we recaptured Mordheim, maybe you can get it 3 times. There's a problem though. Ahem. Iron Knight, could you please change the name of your chapter? Why? Facing General Pastor's request, Duan Muhui looked at him with a smile. I think your chapter's deeds deserve a better name, such as Sigmar's Blade or Iron Blade. Pink Bunny is good. But the Emperor. Pink Bunny is good. Okay, I get it. Seeing General Pastor's desperate surrender, Duan Muhui smiled with satisfaction. If it wasn't for seeing you like this, why would I use this name? After that, Duan Muhui returned to his camp, said H. low to the others, and took the holy relic box from Ogus. Fortunately, the thing was not broken. However, to be on the safe side, Duan Muhui brought the holy relic box to a deserted place, and then planned to slowly open the box. I hope there's something good in there. Looking at the holy relic box in front of him, Duan Muhui didn't know what would come out of it. However, he could guess a thing or two from the appearance of the holy relic box. First of all, the holy relic box was not big, so there should not be any weapons or guns inside. And it was not heavy, so it could not be something like a decoration. I hope it's not something too troublesome. Duan Muhui prayed silently while opening the holy relic box. Each holy relic box has a certain unlocking order. Fortunately, Duan Muhui was quite familiar with these holy relic boxes, so he opened them very smoothly. It's just like in a puzzle game where you know the password in advance, so you don't have to do those annoying exploration tasks, and can just enter the password to unlock the door. And lying in the relic box is a set of black equipment that looks like an exoskeleton glove. What is this? Duan Muhui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the mechanical product in front of him. If this was some kind of spiritual energy product, then he would have to be more careful. However, a mechanical product, at least it was not very dangerous. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out and picked up the mechanical glove in the sacred box. Soon, the system scanning results appeared in front of his eyes. Gravity gloves, rare equipment range weapon. Consumes 3 psychic energy to use. Oscillation. Gravity manipulation. Electromagnetic interference. It's actually this. After seeing the introduction, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. The gravity gloves were a piece of equipment that he had heard of for a long time. This was not because the equipment was so powerful, although it was indeed quite powerful, but because players like to use this equipment to play Minecraft. Using the gravity gloves to build houses and bases was one of the standard ways for players to use it. The gravity gloves are just as their name suggests. As long as you inject psychic energy into them, you can manipulate gravity. Not only can you stretch out your hands to make the target objects fly up and form them like in many construction games, but you can even use them to destroy buildings and vehicles. They are standard anti-building and anti-vehicle equipment. Not only that, using it, you can even build fortresses or city walls on the battlefield at the fastest speed. After all, it is jokingly called Minecraft by players. The only drawback is that its range of effect is not very large, and it can only work on objects in a small range. But it is more or less sufficient. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai picked up the gravity glove and installed it on his right-hand armor. Soon, the steel frame was quickly fixed to the outside of the right-hand armor. Then a flash of light appeared and Duanmu Huai's system showed that the installation had been completed. Then, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and clenched it forward. The next moment, a large piece of land and stone rose from the ground and slowly drifted to the other side as Duanmu Huai moved his fingers. Then Duanmu Huai moved his fingers slightly, and under the pressure of invisible gravity, the originally irregular soil ball turned into a square block. Well, next we will build another wall here, and then build a roof. By the way, we need to build a foundation here, and then make an opening for a window, and tidy up the ceiling. Building a house is indeed interesting. No wonder the players who got this equipment were able to build such a magnificent city. It is really fun to play. Isn't it? Master, what are you doing? Just when Duanmu Huai was having a great time, OGC also came over. She looked at Duanmu Huai curiously and asked, "Oh, Ojas, I'm building a house. What do you think of my house?" Duanmu Huai put down his palm and clapped his hands in satisfaction. When Ajis heard Duanmu Huai's words, she looked carefully at the building in front of her, and then nodded slightly. "Very beautiful. Master, whose tomb is this? Let's go back. I knew I had no talent for construction." Chapter 80 Nightmare. Duanmu Huai had a dream. In front of him was a magnificent palace. The soft, comfortable carpet, the incense burner next to it exuding an intoxicating aroma, and the vague and gorgeous music coming from my ears. When I looked up, I saw several graceful figures surrounding me. "Sir Knight." A woman approached Duanmu Huai. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid. Duanmu Huai recognized her as the battle nun from the rock monastery whom he had seen before. However, at this moment, the nun was not wearing the usual monastic robes, but a transparent gauze. Through the dim candlelight, the graceful body curves inside could be seen. Not only her, but also several other nuns were lazily lying on Duanmu Huai's body at this moment, with flushed faces, moist eyes, and snow-white arms dancing like snakes, swaying on Duanmu Huai's armor. "You are our god. We are willing to give you everything." The nuns came closer, whispering to themselves. The leading nun reached out and took off the helmet that Duanmu Huai was wearing. And then, ah! The next moment, accompanied by screams of fear, the nuns retreated frantically. The candles around them went out at the same time, and the music disappeared. Everything fell into darkness again. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes with a gloomy expression. "Master, what's wrong with you?" OGC, who was sitting at the table reading a book by candlelight, looked at Duanmu Huai, tilted her head curiously, and asked, "She is a puppet, and puppets obviously don't need to rest." "Nothing." In response to Ojasa's question, Duanmu Huai replied with gritted teeth, then closed his eyes again. This time, he didn't dream of anything and slept until dawn. However, Duanmu Huai had just woken up in the morning and was called to the command center again. In the command center, the combat nuns looked solemn. Last night, the sisters fell into a dark and corrupt dream. We have reason to believe that it was the work of the god of desire. Not only that, this morning we discovered that a sister in the monastery, who is also a high-level psychic prophet, has disappeared. She is likely to have fallen into the trap of the god of desire. So we want to find her as soon as possible and rescue her. Do you know where she might have been taken? It's the mansion of Count Hader in the Noble District. It's very likely that the god of desire is going to perform some kind of evil ritual. So he bewitched our sisters. We must act immediately. General Pastor was a little hesitant in the face of the Battle Sisters' request. After all, they had just recaptured the dock area and the bridge, and eliminated the threat of the Ratmen. According to General Pastor's idea, he originally waited for the rear to transport supplies and follow up soldiers by water to strengthen the defense of the bridge, and then consider further action. I'll go. Seeing that General Pastor was hesitant, Duanmu Huai took the initiative to make a request. May I? Certainly. Duanmu Huai had a murderous look on his face at this moment. He could probably guess what the dream last night was about. But, damn. What do you mean by running away halfway through doing something? Is my face so scary? So scary that you don't even dare to seduce me? Are you the god of desire? What's wrong? You still don't like me? I gave you a chance. But you are so useless? If I don't smash your face full of peach blossoms today, you won't know why flowers are so red. With burning rage, Duanmu Huai led his team and rushed towards the noble area along with the combat nuns. Why does it seem like the knight is in a bad mood today? Looking at the murderous Duanmu Huai in front of her, Lorena whispered to Maludi with some fear. Although Duanmu Huai looks fierce, he is usually very gentle. So Lorena and Maludi are not particularly afraid of him after getting familiar with him. Or rather, after getting familiar with him, they feel quite friendly. How should I put it? It's like a bear in the zoo. You know it's fierce, but you also know it won't hurt people. Well, this must not be known to Duanmu Huai. But today Duanmu Huai looked so scary, as if he was going out to kill someone. Although they were indeed going out to kill someone now. Ahem. That's not right. According to the teachings of the Holy Church, this is called salvation and purification. And the meaning cannot be wrong. After all, these two are completely different things. Led by the fighting nuns, Duanmu Huai and his party soon arrived at the Earl's mansion in the Noble District. This was a mansion that looked very luxurious. Although the outer wall had been destroyed, the inside was relatively intact. There was a large circular pool in the front yard, and the walls around it were covered with chaotic corrosion. Not only that, there was also a layer of light, pink smoke floating around the entire mansion, shrouding the entire mansion in a dark pink glow. Well, I don't know why, but when I saw the scene, a familiar voice immediately emerged in Duanmu Huai's mind. Underground illegal clubs are rampant despite repeated bans. Under dim lights, sexy poses are everywhere. Reporters conduct open and secret investigations to reveal the inside story of the clubs. Can I beat a demon spirit now? Oh, by the way, I am the judge myself. Open the door. Fight against pornography and illegal publications. Before the battle nun could give any instructions, Duanmu Huai kicked the door open and walked in angrily holding the thunder hammer. Whirring. As soon as he entered the hall, Duanmu Huai heard some seductive chuckles. He looked up and saw two beautiful women standing on both sides of the door, wearing revealing clothes and looking like reception ladies. They smiled and looked at everyone, their eyes moving, showing all kinds of charm. In fact, even those combat nuns blushed slightly when they saw the woman in front of them. I never thought that there would be so many guests coming to our store. How about you enjoy the true meaning of happiness with us? The woman stretched out her hand and spoke to the people in front of her. And at this moment Duanmu Huai shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Along with a roar, Duanmu Huai glared at the woman fiercely, and the latter turned pale immediately when she saw Duanmu Huai's ferocious face. You have launched a threat against the succubus. The succubus tries to be immune to the deterrent. Desire succubus immunity failure. The succubus falls into a state of panic. Ah! With screams, the beautiful girls, who were originally wearing revealing clothes, had healthy skin and slender limbs melted, revealing their original forms into smoke. They were monsters with pale skin and hands twisted like crab claws. They raised their hands in fear and covered their eyes, as if they had seen something indescribable and horrible. Go to H.L. Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai was even more furious. He rushed forward, and then the shining thunder hammer in his hand swept across, hitting the two banshees' slender waists directly. He hit them like baseballs and flew them out. The two banshees spun and hit the door behind them, knocking the heavy door away completely. They also turned into a purple light and disappeared into the air with a shrill scream, obviously rolling back to their original demonic domain. At the same time as the door was smashed open, the scene inside was exposed to everyone. This was a large restaurant. At this moment, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food and fine wines. Dozens of men and women dressed in luxurious, revealing and sensational clothes were sitting in it. When they saw Duan Mu Huai striding into the restaurant, these men and women suddenly changed their faces, and then accompanied by puffs of smoke, they turned into ugly demons. "I never thought you would be willing to attend our dinner." Sigma's lackeys, a woman with wings and a tail, stood up from the other end of the dining table. Next to her was a woman wearing provocative and revealing clothes, similar to a bikini. She looked ahead with blank eyes, like a puppet. "Your plot ends here, demon." The battle nun holding two war hammers strode forward and shouted loudly at the winged succubus. "I will stop your evil and obscene rituals and take our sisters back. You don't understand the true meaning of beauty and happiness." The succubus reached out and scratched the chin of the woman next to her like she was stroking a puppy, and gave the battle sister a provocative smile. "Barbaric, vulgar, ugly, vicious. You are not worthy to behold the glory of our Lord. We don't want anything to do with you filthy, disgusting idiots." Duan Mu Huai interrupted the other person coldly. Of course, he noticed that the succubus gave him a special look when she said the last word. "Bah! You guys seem to be so good-looking. You are just as twisted, perverted, and disgusting as your androgynous master. I'm afraid you're the only ones who think this is beautiful." Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, the succubus's face darkened. "How dare you disrespect my lord? If that sissy shemale was here, I'd chop off its head and shove it up my asshole. Only a bunch of disgusting bastards like you would kneel down at the feet of a pervert like that." "Very good." At this moment, the succubus's expression quickly began to become ferocious and angry. "I will let you experience what true pain and despair are. Before that, I'll smash your head in." Duan Mu Huai roared loudly, raised the thunder hammer, and rushed directly towards the succubus. Chapter 81 Atrocities. Duan Mu Huai rushed into the restaurant like a thug, overturned the table in front of him, and rushed towards the succubus like a robber. The latter also waved a long whip in anger and lashed at Duan Mu Huai. At the same time, other people also rushed in and started fighting with other enemies. When he was in the game, Duan Mu Huai didn't particularly hate any evil god. In his opinion, they were all the same. But now, Duan Mu Huai found that what he hated most were the followers of the god of desire. "How dare you look down on me? Do you think you are good-looking? Look at your non-mainstream pigtails, your disgusting tail like a rat, your hooves like a goat, and your ugly face that can't be seen without performing magic. How dare you look down on me? You don't think you are good-looking, do you? This sow." Boom! Duan Mu Huai swung his hammer, and the succubus dodged to the side, and the thunder hammer whistled past her and smashed into the wine barrel behind her. Then the succubus raised her hand and swung the long whip in her hand, hitting Duan Mu Huai's power armor. But of course, there was no reaction. Among the four evil gods, the followers of the god of desire specialize in the mind and spirit, but are very average in physical attack, and are not very good at breaking armor. It can be said that this group of weaklings has basically no combat power except for using illusions to deceive people and running fast. The succubus who missed the first strike dodged again and tried to escape. Under normal circumstances, Duan Mu Huai would have a hard time catching her. After all, Duan Mu Huai's agility was not high, so it was difficult for him to catch the succubus. However, maybe it was Sigma's protection, but he happened to have something that could be used to suppress the succubus. Gravity gloves. At the moment when the succubus was about to escape, Duan Mu Huai suddenly raised his right hand and made a gesture of holding the succubus in the air. The next moment, the invisible gravity increased instantly, directly pressing the succubus to the ground. Before the succubus could react to what happened, Duan Mu Huai opened his right hand, and then the succubus flew towards Duan Mu Huai as if attracted by a magnet. Then Duan Mu Huai grabbed her sheep's hoof leg, raised it high, swung it around, and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The succubus hit the ground hard. Her nose was broken, and the sharp teeth in her mouth were shattered by the violent impact. However, Duan Muhui had no intention of letting her go. He just grabbed the succubus's hoof again and hit her hard left and right. Boom! 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 Duan Muhui's actions were merciless, waving the succubus in his hand like waving a rag and swinging her around. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding female demons trembled, but even the battle nuns and others were frightened by Duan Muhui's fierce momentum and dared not step forward. Wow! As expected, the Night Sama is so scary when he's angry. Lorena shrank back and whispered to Maludi, who nodded slightly without saying a word. Only Ojas was still standing there quietly. She originally wanted to go up to help, but Duan Muhui asked her to stay aside. So Ojas stayed aside and watched her master swing the succubus around, swinging it around and smashing it around. It has to be said that this succubus was quite tough. After Duan Muhui hit her several times in a row, she flashed and turned into a purple light and disappeared into the air. However, not long after, she appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Muhui and others again. Foolish mortal. At this moment, the succubus seemed to have returned to her original state. She glared at Duan Muhui angrily and roared loudly. Don't even think about killing me. This is the power of my lord. You will never be able to destroy me. This mansion seems to have been cast under some kind of evil spell by this succubus. At this time, the battle sister also spoke. As long as the evil spell is still in effect, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to kill her. It would be great. Duan Muhui threw away the war hammer, clenched his fist, and stared at the succubus in front of him with a ferocious smile, like that of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Looks like we can have some fun now, Miss Succubus. Then I'll leave it to you to remove the evil spell. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the succubus's face changed drastically, and she turned around and wanted to escape. However, Duan Muhui just stretched out his right hand, and soon, the invisible gravity bound the succubus's body again, pulling her back to Duan Muhui's side. Then Duan Muhui grabbed her throat and lifted the thin succubus up directly. Then he widened his eyes and stared at the succubus in front of him viciously. Listen carefully. You bastard. I will break your nose, smash your teeth, and blow up your head, so that the dead demon you believe in can see how ugly and disgusting its lovely believers can become. But then again, you and your perverted and ugly demon god were not good looking to begin with. And you can't even show your face to people without illusion. How dare you say that to me? Try it. The next moment, Duan Muhui grabbed the back of the succubus's head, slammed her face onto the ground, and then rubbed it back and forth vigorously. Ah! The succubus screams pierced the sky, and everyone around who saw this scene trembled uncontrollably. It was not until the battle nuns purified the dimensional stone in the mansion and lifted the evil spell cast by the succubus that the poor succubus was finally freed. After a shrill wail, it returned to the demon realm. However, it is certain that the psychological trauma it brought to it will probably accompany the succubus for the rest of its life. Killing this succubus also allowed Duan Muhui to vent his anger. He now realized that the god of desire was his mortal enemy. Although other evil gods were not good people, the god of desire was even more disgusting. If you look like a human, it would be understandable for you to despise me. But you are not even a human. You are so ugly. You are a bastard who only dares to rely on illusion and plastic surgery to make trouble. How dare you despise me for being fierce? Don't think I don't know that you bastards are not human at all. Then I will show you how cruel I am, so that you can know what true cruelty and evil is. By the way, perhaps frightened by Duan Muhui's brutal treatment of the succubus, the remaining followers of the god of desire also scattered and ran faster than anyone else, except for a few twisted perverts, who were killed by Duan Muhui's hammer. No one else dared to stay here. So next, the task of retaking the noble district was successfully completed. Not only that, Duan Muhui and his team also got a clue from the psychic prophet, who was captured by the believers of the god of desire. The believers of the god of tyranny in the southwestern military zone had recently captured a Sigma paladin who broke into their area. They killed the paladin and used it as a sacrifice to open up the space along with the demonic realm of the god of tyranny. Logically speaking, the next thing everyone should do is to break into the military zone and destroy the sacrificial ceremony. But it's not that simple. Unlike the other evil gods, the god of tyranny likes fighting. In other words, if Duan Muhui and his men rushed into fight, as long as there were casualties, the power of the passage would be strengthened no matter which side was on the other side. Maybe they would kill all the followers of the god of tyranny in the end. And the passage would be opened as a result. After all, the god of tyranny likes blood and fighting. And if you do this inside, it is simply giving it power. But we can't just leave it alone. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. But for Duan Muhuai, he has his own way. Chapter 82, Cottage. While Duan Muhuai and others were fighting on the front line, General Pastor was not idle either. As he said before, the regiment was responsible for attacking the enemy's corps, while the rest was left to the army to recapture. Without a leader, the scattered soldiers hiding in the ruins were no match for the army. At present, most of Mordheim had been recaptured, and it was just a matter of time before the city was completely recaptured. But General Pastor's face was not very good, because of the letter in his hand. This was the reply letter sent by General Pastor when he reported to the Grand Prince and the reinforcements arrived. In the letter, the Grand Prince first praised General Pastor greatly and asked him to continue his efforts and completely recapture the entire Mordheim. Then he said that in order to prevent further trouble, he required General Pastor to confiscate all the dimensional stones in Mordheim and transport them to Altdorf for storage. If it was before, General Pastor would not think there was anything wrong with this order. But now, he always felt that something was wrong. The warpstone is of great importance, and Mordheim is far away from Altdorf. To be on the safe side, it should be sealed on the spot. Why ship it back to Altdorf? Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor also stated in the letter that the matter was of great importance, and even expressed the intention to transport the dimensional stone back to Altdorf even if it meant giving up Mordheim. The hidden meaning in this really made General Pastor feel somewhat uneasy. As for the dimensional stone itself, General Pastor had also seen it. It was indeed a stone that contained mysterious power. But he did not have a very good impression of this stone. After all, since coming to Mannheim, General Pastor had seen these dimensional stones being basically used in those evil rituals. For example, the Chaos followers' defilement rituals in the temple, the God of Desire followers' attempts to open the portal, and now the Tyranny followers. Thinking of this, General Pastor suddenly had an idea and shuddered. Could it be that, as he thought, the Emperor had already surrendered to the God of Deceit? Could it be that he was planning to use these dimensional stones to perform some blasphemous ritual in Altdorf? In the past, General Pastor would not dare to have such a rebellious idea. But now, his thoughts have changed. In particular, General Pastor had pointed out to the Emperor in his previous report that the Archbishop of the Sigma Church was a follower of the God of Deceit, and hoped that the Emperor would take precautions. However, in this reply, the Emperor did not mention anything about this follower of the evil god. Not only that, as a general who stayed behind, General Pastor also knew some of the current internal affairs of the empire, and knew that the Emperor's position was not stable, although he was indeed the eldest prince, and it was reasonable that it was his turn to inherit the throne. The eldest prince was too impatient, which made many people dissatisfied with him. Like the previous three emperors' war, it seemed to be fierce on the surface, but in fact it was just a duel between the three princes and their supporters, and the other lords were almost all neutral. Not to mention, in Altopmia, there were many people like General Pastor who suspected that the eldest prince was involved in the murder of the emperor. After all the ministers of the empire are loyal to the emperor. Did your emperor suddenly die? Or was he assassinated during the Great Crusade? This kind of thing is unbelievable when you think about it. Moreover, the eldest prince was too quick. Almost as soon as the news arrived, he immediately said the country cannot be without a king for a day, and ascended the throne. It seemed as if the eldest prince had been waiting for this news. Therefore, many high-ranking officials in Altdorf now support the eldest prince on the surface. But they either disobey his orders, or find excuses to delay. It can be said that the eldest prince's position as emperor is not stable at all. So will this cause him to have any inappropriate thoughts? General Pastor was well aware of this, for he was one of them. In fact, the emperor would not have sent him here from Altdorf if he had no one else available. So, after learning that Duan Muhuai and others had successfully eliminated the believers of the God of Desire, he immediately sent someone to invite Duan Muhuai and others to discuss countermeasures. He wants the warp stone? Yes. Facing Duan Muhuai's question, General Pastor nodded bitterly. He finally understood that he might be a part of this situation. Now in this city, the God of Desire, the God of Tyranny, the God of Plague and the Ratmen are fighting for the Dimension Stone. And they also represent one side. The question is, however, do they represent the Empire or the deceitful god? Hearing this, the Battle Sisters and the Witch Hunters also frowned. They were in favor of sealing the Dimension Stone in the monastery. But what did the Emperor want the Dimension Stone for? Do you have a report on the quantity? We have seized a lot of warp stone. Duanmu Huai had gone to the slums before and asked Ogus to cut open the large dimensional stone in the center of the crater and bring it back. That dimensional stone was 3 or 4 meters high and very huge. Not only that, in the process of eliminating the Ratmen and Chaos Believers, they also seized a lot of dimensional stones. Add to that the fragments of dimensional stones that the army has found in the city. And it is not a small number. Of course, His Majesty said that they should all be shipped to Altdorf and kept by the Academy. Hearing this, the Battle Sisters and Witch Hunters looked even more gloomy. Everyone had heard of the Magic Academy in Altdorf, and many wizards in the Empire studied there. But this did not mean that they were not dangerous. In fact, as clergy, they had no good temper towards wizards, especially the Witch Hunter. From the name of his position, it can be seen that 8 out of 10 of his targets are wizards. Let this group of lunatics guard the dimensional stone? What is the difference between this and embezzlement? That's easy. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. If they want it, then give it to them. But not the real thing. If you don't give me the real thing, then what about the fake one? Hearing this, the battle nun asked in confusion. This time the Yuancher is not a mineral, but a stone containing magical power. Its appearance is green and it glows. How can it be faked? It's simple. Grind some small warped stones into powder. Apply it to the stone. And send it over. Duanmu Huai's idea was very simple. He was also deeply suspicious of the Emperor's actions. To be honest, if Duanmu Huai could enter Altdorf now, he would have gone directly to judge the eldest prince with a hammer. Another way is to catch the guy red-handed. Take the dimensional stone to the royal city. Monitor him secretly. And once the guy plans to do something with the dimensional stone, just jump out. But who stipulated that we must use real dimensional stones? We can make a fake one. Just like those gold necklaces. They all look similar on the outside. But who knows if they are pure gold or gold-plated? That's a good idea. Hearing this, the witch hunter who had been silent all this time nodded immediately. As a witch hunter, he was best at dealing with wizards. And he was naturally very familiar with magic. As long as we find some gravel, grind some fragments of warped stone into powder, and apply it on top, we can indeed fool most wizards. No problem. We can help. At this time, the Battle Sisters also nodded. There were indeed many pebble-sized fragments of dimensional stones in the dimensional stones they were responsible for sealing. To be honest, the Battle Sisters were also troubled by these fragments. You said to throw it away? There are hidden dangers. But if you say to seal it, it's a bit wasteful. It's better to grind it into powder like this, and then apply it on the stone for camouflage, which is more or less useful. By the way, from the beginning to the end, these people felt that there was nothing wrong with this, and they did not think that there was anything wrong with their behavior of deceiving the Emperor. This shows that the eldest prince, the Emperor, really has no sense of existence. Soon, everyone made a decision that the Battle Sisters of the monastery would be responsible for this task. After all, if the soldiers were asked to do it, it would inevitably leak the secret. However, the Battle Sisters were different. They were capable enough and their position was firm enough. So they were not worried about leaks. Moreover, the dimensional stones were originally confiscated and handed over to the monastery for sealing, which was also natural. But the only problem is that once the truth comes out, the Rock Monastery will immediately become the target of public criticism. But the exposure of the truth meant that the eldest prince really wanted to do something with the dimensional stone. By that time, Duanmu Huai could find him and sing a song of praise for loyalty. With that solved, General Pastor had only one worry left. That is, followers of the tyrannical god. According to the prophet's description, the followers of the god of tyranny have used the remains of the paladin to set up a barrier in the barracks. Once a battle is fought inside, no matter who dies, it will increase the opponent's strength and eventually open the passage to the demon realm. But it is impossible for them to avoid the war because the barrier will gradually expand. Do they have to leave Monheim completely? This is not a problem. Compared to General Pastor's worries, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. I will handle it myself. Then we will attack together and completely defeat those chaos followers. Before, Duanmu Huai might have been a bit tricky. But now it's different. He has gravity gloves. If he doesn't use them to fight, can't he just destroy the house? After all, in the game, one of the ways players use gravity gloves is to dismantle buildings. And now, it is finally Duanmu Huai's turn to indulge in this addiction. Chapter 83 Demolition. Compared to other places, attacking the camp of the believers of the God of Tyranny is the most troublesome thing for Pastor. Although the war bands had captured the temple before and fought with the followers of the God of Desire, they were two different things. Although the Temple of Sigmar had protection, it was a religious institution after all, and the banshees and succubi of the God of Desire occupied the noble mansion, which was luxurious, but had no protection at all. But the military camp is different. It was originally a military stronghold, and even in the city, it was the most difficult military fortress to capture. What was even more troubling was that during the previous comet disaster, this military camp did not suffer any damage. Instead, the soldiers inside had lost their fighting spirit due to their long-term corrupt and decadent life. And when the disaster came, they all ran away, which was equivalent to giving a perfect military camp to the enemy for nothing. So, now looking at the military camp not far away and the enemies patrolling above, General Pastor was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If possible, he really wanted to catch all those bastards who abandoned the military camp and chop them all to pieces. Of course, if it was just an attack on a military camp, General Pastor would not be very scared. After all, it was just a military camp inside the city, and the number of brutal believers was limited. Even if they summoned a few demons, they would not be able to cause any waves in the current situation. But the problem is that barrier. General Pastor raised his head and stared at the bright red barrier outside the military camp, which seemed to be formed by blood. It was not a barrier to protect the outside world, but a huge magic circle. As long as people fought and died in it, their power and souls would belong to the God of Tyranny, making this place stronger and stronger, and eventually opening up a passage to the demon realm. And then the tyrannical demons would surge out of it. Therefore, this evil barrier must be completely destroyed. But how can we destroy the barrier without fighting? Start fighting right away? Thinking of this, General Pastor shook his head. He was just a mediocre general, and half of his position was due to his family. When it came to marching and fighting, he was only average. For example, now, General Pastor could analyze the current situation, but he couldn't think of any solution. His previous approach was not a stroke of genius, but just ordinary steady progress. If Duanmu Huai and his Pink Bunny Regiment hadn't exceeded their mission, I'm afraid General Pastor would still be stuck in the quagmire. So General Pastor didn't think much about it, because even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. So he turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai beside him. Give it to you. Before, Duanmu Huai only said that he had a way to destroy the barrier. So everyone came here together. In addition to the Imperial War Corps, the Battle Nuns, Witch Hunters and the Imperial Army have also surrounded this place, waiting for the order to start the war. Of course, if they did so, it would just suit the wishes of the tyrannical believers, who would be eager for the other side to attack violently, and then a bloody battle would take place between the two sides. After all, blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull to the skull throne. Listening to the slogan shouted on the city wall, and looking at the brutal believers, who were waving their battle axes desperately, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. A bunch of muscle idiots. Leave it to me. It's time to teach these muscle idiots a lesson. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took 2 steps forward. Then he stretched out his right hand and opened it towards the military camp. Seeing this scene, the violent believers screamed and shouted mockingly. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about the provocation of this group of idiots. He just stared at the military camp in front of him, and then injected spiritual energy into the gravity gloves. The next moment, an unimaginable scene happened. Under the gaze of the crowd, the originally solid walls of the military camp suddenly collapsed, and the bricks broke apart, flew into the sky, and then fell to the ground. Then, the military camp inside also began to collapse. The buildings made of heavy bricks began to tremble, and suddenly cracked. It was as if an invisible giant hand grabbed the entire building and shook it hard to pull it up. The solid military fortress fell apart in the blink of an eye. It was broken and exploded, like a building block destroyed by a naughty child. Duanmu Huai just waved his hand lightly, and completely flattened the heavy outer wall. revealing the rooms and furniture inside, and even some corpses. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The captain of the empire knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to speak. The witch hunter looked at Duan Muhui in surprise. Without saying a word, the battle sister clasped her hands together and muttered to herself in prayer. As for the ordinary soldiers and members of the regiment, they raised their hands at this moment, cheering and praising the glory of Sigmar. In contrast, the furious believers in the fortress were extremely angry. Unfortunately, they had no good countermeasures against this mysterious method. If it were the believers of the god of deceit, they might use some ancient, even sealed evil secrets to deal with it. Unfortunately, the evil god and his believers who despised magic the most were here. So when faced with the attack of the mysterious power, these tyrannical believers were obviously powerless. At the same time, Duan Muhui's complexion was not very good either. Although the gravity gloves are useful, they still require him to use psychic energy to maintain consumption. Duan Muhui knew without looking at the status bar that his psychic heat was accumulating rapidly. Although in theory, psychics who use the power of the subspace can essentially use psychic energy unlimitedly. However, just like a machine gun will stop firing after overheating, once a psychic uses psychic energy beyond the upper limit, it will only cause more trouble. But luckily, he found it. Just after Duan Muhui cleared out part of the military camp again, he finally found a blasphemous altar filled with blood, scattered bones, and emitting an ominous aura from the hidden military camp. That's it. Duan Muhui stared at the altar, then clenched his right hand tightly. Crack! Under the pressure of the invisible gravity. The next moment, the tyrannical altar was completely shattered. At the same time, the red barrier covering the entire military camp also disappeared. Seeing this scene, General Pastor's eyes lit up. He drew out his sword and raised it high. Everyone, attack! There is nothing much to say about the following battle. Without the military camp as a barrier and the barrier broken, the remaining brutal believers were naturally no match for the imperial army and regiments that rushed over, and were chopped into meat paste in minutes. When the last brutal believer fell and the soldiers cheered, a system task prompt appeared in front of Duan Muhui. The first phase of the God-chosen quest Glory of Sigmar is completed. Task evaluation, outstanding. You have demonstrated the glory of Sigmar and reclaimed this cursed city. It will rise from the ruins again and regain its former glory. Gain 35,000 experience points. Additional 18,000 experience points. Level increased to level 28. Specialization points plus 3. Attribute points plus 3. Gain additional skill Soul Flame. Explodes holy flame centered on the self, burning the enemy. The second phase of the God-chosen quest Glory of Sigmar begins. Mission objective: revitalize the Empire. This country is currently shrouded in the shadow of chaos, and you will hold Sigmar's hammer of glory. Destroy this darkness and revive the Empire. Seeing this, Duan Muhui's first reaction was, "Hey, you're still relying on me?" If Sigma wasn't here, Duan Muhui really wanted to grab him by the collar and ask him, "What does your empire's misfortune have to do with me? Why do you want me to save your empire? I don't know you well, buddy." If you say it's Shandon, Duan Muhui might be willing to help reluctantly. But the empire and I are not relatives in this lifetime. How dare you come to me? Frankly speaking, Duan Muhui felt that he was just using Sigmar to make trouble in Mordheim. In fact, this patron saint of the empire did nothing, except for putting a holographic image in the temple to show off. He was like a dead man at other times. Whether it was capturing the temple, breaking the conspiracy of the Chaos Believers, or destroying the Ratmen, Duan Muhui did it all by himself, without using Sigmar's power. Ground bombing also consumes one's own ammunition. The people around him simply attributed all this to Sigmar's glory. Well, Duan Muhui has endured it. But you can't always take advantage of the same sheep. Can you? I'm grateful for helping you once. You're not really going to let me become the emperor. I'm the judge of the tribunal. Are you really going to let me play house with you on this medieval planet? In many cases, the Inquisitor actually acts more like a fire captain. For example, if a planet shows signs of chaos or a special situation occurs on a planet, the Inquisitor will intervene to investigate, judge, and then execute. As for the follow-up work, they usually hand it over directly to the local planetary governor or planetary ruler. Of course, some judges will choose to station a planet as their own recruitment planet to collect supplies and soldiers. But as a soul walker, Duan Muhui does not need a recruitment planet. He just needs to expand the soul world fragments he has. After all, the soul fragment world is located in the subspace. As long as Duanmu Huai anchors its coordinates in his own space station, Duanmu Huai basically carries a world with him that can provide him with personnel and supplies, and will not be attacked and eroded by chaos demons. I reject. So Duanmu Huai decisively chose to refuse. However, soon, the system prompt popped up in front of him again. The second phase of the God-chosen quest Glory of Sigmar begins. Mission objective: revitalize the Empire. This country is currently shrouded in the shadow of chaos, and you will hold Sigmar's Hammer of Glory. Destroy this darkness and revive the Empire. Quest rewards doubled. After seeing the last message, Duanmu Huai fell silent. The mission reward is doubled. This not only means that the experience is doubled, but also means that the levels of other skills will be improved. It seems that Sigma is really determined to stick to me and won't let go. For Duanmu Huai, this experience is still quite useful at present. After all, upgrading is also very important. As for reviving the Empire, Duanmu Huai is not without a solution. It is impossible for him to be the Emperor himself. But he can find someone to be the Emperor. He is Sigmar's chosen one. So what he says is Sigma's words. Then whoever he chooses to be Emperor must be the Emperor. Right? It just so happens that Duanmu Huai really has such a candidate. Oh well. Although Duanmu Huai really wanted to ask if the other party would double the reward if he refused again, he still wanted to avoid looking too embarrassed when eating. So he finally nodded reluctantly. After all, you're not at a disadvantage. Right? Chapter 84 Mount Acquisition. Although Duanmu Huai was not willing to work for a local indigenous god, since the other party was willing to pay overtime, Duanmu Huai reluctantly agreed. Of course, he did not forget to add the remaining points to strength, intelligence and physique, since charm could not be increased anyway. By the way, if Sigma gave me a feat that increased charm, maybe I would pay more attention to him. This shows that Sigma does not understand human nature. As for the specialization points, Duanmu Huai invested all of them in psychic combat training, upgraded it to level 10, transformed it into great psychic combat training, and obtained the special skill psychic combat. Psychic battle. Each point of warp heat will increase weapon attack damage by 1%. To put it simply, this is a skill that condenses the heat energy of the subspace to increase weapon damage. But it is meaningless to ordinary psychics, because although ordinary psychics consume psychic energy to release the heat of the subspace in battle, after the psychic energy is consumed, the heat of the subspace will gradually cool down, just like a machine gun will automatically cool down after continuous firing. However, Soulwalker is different. Soul cards will permanently occupy the upper limit of the warp heat. This means that when Duanmu Huai is surrounded by a large group of enemies, he can completely use Rage Wind with fewer, and then add a psychic battle to summon a large number of soul cards to forcibly increase his warp heat. And then, well, when the hammer is swung down, it's really powerful. If he had this special skill in the Holy City, Duanmu Huai said that he would not have to wait for the Paladin of the Templar Church, and he could kill the Heretic of El with a single hammer. Afterwards, everyone took a short break in Mordheimer City, and General Pastor once again reported to the Crown Prince. It's done. Although Mordheimer City has been recaptured, what should be done next? It is quite difficult to completely purify the city, which is almost as difficult as tearing down the entire city and rebuilding it. Of course, it is also possible that the eldest prince's plan to retake Mordheimer was just a cover, and he came here just for the dimensional stone. But this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai, because Melody brought him good news. That is, the mount he had ordered from Buddy was finally completed. Upon hearing the good news, Duanmu Huai immediately opened the door and returned to the Holy City world. He brought Ojas, Lorena and others excitedly to the puppet area and met Buddy again. I heard you've already done it. When he walked into the store, Duanmu Huai saw Buddy and asked him right away. At the same time, his eyes were darting around, trying to see where his new car was. Well, it seemed not to be in the store. Ha ha ha. Of course. Buddy was obviously in a very good mood. Apparently, for him, this order was quite fulfilling. Don't look at it. It's not in the store. A custom mount of your size won't fit here. Come with me. Good. Duanmu Huai also nodded, followed Buddy, and the group left the shop and walked forward along the road. Buddy was not idle along the way, but introduced to Duanmu Huai the ideas and process of making this mount. To be honest, you really know how to give me problems. You asked for a mount that is strong, flexible and light. Such a mount is not easy to get. And you also know that with your size. The mount must be large. Just like what you see now. If it is in the city, I am afraid it will not be able to be used at all. It can only be used outside. I know that. Duanmu didn't care. Just as Buddy said. With his body, he would take up the space of 3 people when walking on the road. Which was very inconvenient before the time travel. He couldn't find a car that he could ride if he wanted to buy one. Let alone a bicycle or an electric car. Even if he took the subway, he couldn't pass the ticket gate without leaning sideways. This is also one of the reasons why Duanmu always wears power armor. After all, even if you take off the power armor, he has no clothes to wear. So he has to make them. Duanmu asked for a mount mainly for convenience in battle. But forget about it for transportation in the city. He would take up enough space walking by himself. Of course, this would be fine if it were a 6-lane 2-way road in modern society. But the roads in the medieval city were such that Duanmu couldn't squeeze in even by leaning sideways. Fortunately, medieval cities were generally not large. For example, the Holy City was only the size of 1 or 2 districts in the city before Duanmu traveled through time. So it was still possible to reach it by walking. As for the materials, I spent a lot of time and finally found some refined mithril in the church's warehouse. Originally, the church didn't intend to sell these materials. But after hearing that you wanted to make a mount for you, the archbishop nodded and agreed. Well, thank her very much. It must be said that Duanmu was quite grateful to the archbishop. At the same time, he also had more expectations for the mount. Buddy said that his mount was made of mithril. So it was naturally the kind of silver and shiny. It must not be too ugly. After all, a white complexion can hide all ugliness. As they were talking, they came to a warehouse behind the puppet area. Then Buddy opened the door with a key and invited everyone in. However, the entire warehouse was dark and nothing could be seen. Mr. Buddy, where is my mount? Duanmu looked at the dim warehouse in front of him with confusion and asked curiously. He did see a shadow vaguely, but Duanmu was not sure what it was. Ha! Watch out. As he spoke, Buddy turned on the switch. The next moment, the warehouse suddenly lit up. And then a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. That's a dragon? No, not an ordinary dragon. Its appearance is similar to that of Tyrannosaurus rex. With a streamlined huge body, 2 thick hind legs, and a long tail. However, its front claws are slightly smaller. Although not as short as those of Tyrannosaurus rex. They are still small compared to its thick hind legs. Not only that, there are 2 pairs of folded metal wings on both sides of its body. To put it simply, it's like a Transformers version of a Tyrannosaurus rex with wings. However, the head of this Tyrannosaurus rex is not in the shape of a dinosaur, but is more like the triangular pointed head of the giant dragons of this era. Not only that, this dragon's entire body is pitch black, with its 2 eyes emitting a scarlet glow, and its mouth full of sharp steel teeth makes it look scary no matter how you look at it. Look! Lorena was so scared that she hid behind Duanmu. How is it? Boy! Buddy laughed loudly after knocking on the 3 or 4 meter tall metal dragon. Isn't it impressive? Even Duanmu was shocked when he saw the giant metal dragon just now. He had the war hammer in his hand. But when he heard Buddy's question, he was almost speechless. Mr. Buddy, didn't I ask you to make it look nicer? Yes. It's pretty good looking. It's a giant dragon. Wouldn't it be nice to be a dragon rider? But why is it black? Duanmu was almost speechless. He could almost imagine what would happen if he appeared in front of other people riding this thing. But didn't Buddy say it was mithril? What the hell are you doing making it look like Deathwing? Oh! This is to match your armor, kid. Otherwise, one is silver and the other is black. It doesn't match. And I also modified its eyes to match the color of your helmet. Not bad, isn't it? Really not bad. I really want to thank you. Duanmu wanted to cry. To be honest, Duanmu wanted to ask Buddy to go back and remake the puppet. You are a spy sent by the god of tyranny. And you think I am not fierce enough? Buddy is also a man. And he has forgotten that men and women have different aesthetics. If I had known earlier, I would have found a female puppeteer, who might have made a more beautiful puppet. Although that's what he said. But, when Duanmu saw the card effect of this mount, he couldn't bear to give it up. Rare metal secret dragon gold. Cost 4. Attack 5. Defense 5. All damage received by this servant is converted to 0. Any unit that attacks this servant will receive a -1/-1 effect. Servants with a defense below 0 will be destroyed. Rider's deterrence level +1. Damn. This mount is even more awesome than me. Not only is it immune to physical damage, but it also has the ability to counterattack. If it was just an ordinary mount, Duanmu Huai really wanted to let Buddy melt it and redo it. But, seeing the special effect of this soul card, he couldn't bear to give it up. It is immune to physical damage, and can also reflect damage, making it the best mount for charging into battle, combined with that appearance. By the way, why does deterrence need to be +1? If this continues, I might become even more terrifying than the evil god. By then, maybe I could become the 6th evil god of the subspace just by relying on the skill of deterrence. Why 6th? That's hard to say. Although he was speechless. After writing on it according to Buddy's instructions, Duanmu Huai found that this metal dragon was very useful. He could use the joystick similar to the reins to directly control the other party to make any action at will. And even the dragon could spread its wings and fly a certain distance when necessary. And Buddy's design was just right. Even if Duanmu Huai rode on the metal dragon, he could still swing the war hammer to attack the enemy. After all, although this metal mithril dragon is huge in size, that is only for ordinary mounts. Compared with a real dragon, it is still a shrunken version, and does not have so much mithril for Buddy to eat. So Duanmu Huai riding on this metal secret dragon is actually the same as a normal person riding on a warhorse. From this point of view, Buddy has indeed perfectly met Duanmu Huai's expectations. It's just that the appearance is a bit. Duanmu Huai wanted to talk to Buddy and suggested that he just stick a two-dimensional beautiful girl on the metal secret dragon and make it a painful dragon. Chapter 85. What do you want to do? In the end, Duanmu Huai didn't let Buddy put the second dimension on the metal dragon. He had already given up on himself. That's it. What else can I do? Anyway, it's quite useful, and I don't need another one. At this time, the eldest prince's reply also came. As expected, he asked General Pastor to immediately return to the royal city of Altdorf with all the dimensional stones, and he would personally reward everyone. As for Mordheim, the eldest prince only asked it to be completely purified. That is, to burn it clean. So, after all the hard work and deaths, and after retaking Mannheim, all just to burn it down. Even though General Pastor was not a smart man, he could still see the strong hint of conspiracy between the lines of this letter. If it was going to be burned, why not burn it earlier or later? But only after he and others obtained the dimensional stone? Thinking of this, General Pastor suddenly had a bold plan in his heart. General Pastor wants to see me? After returning to Mannheim, Duanmu Huai originally planned to have a good rest. But he was unexpectedly called by General Pastor's messenger in the middle of the night, saying that he had something important to discuss with him. Although he didn't know what the general wanted to do, Duanmu Huai still followed him to the city hall. However, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, when he walked into the meeting room, he only saw General Pastor, the senior nun of the rock monastery, and the witch hunter standing there. Apart from that, there was no servant or guard in the huge meeting room. What's wrong? What do you want from me so late at night? Duanmu Huai asked while looking around in confusion. He originally thought that General Pastor was going to get rid of the donkey after it had done its work. But after looking for a long time, he found that there was not even a dead person nearby, let alone 800 swordsmen. What was going on? It's like this. Not long ago, I received a reply from the eldest prince. Oh! Hearing General Pastor's words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. He certainly noticed that the other party's address had changed. You know, before this, General Pastor had always called the eldest prince His Majesty the Emperor. But now, he changed his words back. What does this mean? After listening to General Pastor's explanation of the contents of the letter, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Well, the weird, disgusting and stupid aura in the letter was overwhelming. But that's not the point. So, what are you going to do? After reading the letter, Duanmu Huai looked at General Pastor, who was silent for a moment, then suddenly half knelt in front of Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the battle sisters and the witch hunters also knelt down. What are you doing? Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. Great chosen one. We hope you can lead us to revive the entire empire. The blood of the previous kings has been tainted, and they are no longer worthy of being the rulers of the empire. And you are the beacon of the empire chosen by Sigmar in this era. We are willing to follow you to fight against the traitors who surrendered to chaos, and let this country return to greatness under the glory of Sigmar. Duanmu Huai was stunned listening to General Pastor's words. My goodness. What the hell is this? Is this a mutiny at Qinjiao? Are you planning to put a yellow robe on me? Is this okay? You showed us the miracles of Sigmar. At this moment, the battle sister also spoke. Sigmar has blessed you and asked you to lead us to reclaim this evil, profane, cursed city, and to bring it back to the glory of Sigmar. The empire is now in turmoil, and only you can lead it out of the shadow of chaos and evil and get it back on track. The more they talked, the more mysterious it became. But Duanmu Huai couldn't say they were wrong. After all, the tasks are still hanging in my system. I know what you mean. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was prepared for this. He didn't know whether Sigma had nothing to do and sent a message to these people in their dreams, or whether they wanted to mutiny themselves. But Duanmu Huai obviously knew how to deal with this situation a long time ago. I will naturally stop the invasion of chaos. If your eldest prince is really a chaos believer, I will kill him without hesitation. But I will not become the emperor as you think. Why? Hearing this, the three of them were stunned, and looked up at Duanmu Huai in surprise. The reason why they came up with this idea was, on the one hand, because of the issue of faith, and on the other hand, it was also because of the so-called legitimate in it. After all, in the empire, the concept of bloodline and family is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. Slogans like the blue sky is dead and the yellow sky should be established, or are there any kings, princes, generals and ministers of different species, would be burned to death as heresy in the empire. If Duanmu Huai was not the chosen one of Sigmar, and indeed had the protection of Sigmar, these three people would not be so bold as to come up with this idea. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it is not necessarily true how devout these people's beliefs are. In fact, he had seen players from this country tell a joke in a game forum before, which was that within the empire, the Sigmar sect had been suppressing the Ulrich sect. However, in fact, the founding emperor of the empire, Sigmar, himself was a devout Ulrich believer. It could even be said that he relied on the blessing of the god Ulrich to gain power and eventually create the empire. As a result, his descendants regarded Sigma as a god and suppressed Ulrich. If Sigma knew about this, he would be so angry that he would come back to life and smash all these bastards to death. Of course, even if Sigmar himself was reborn, it would be useless. If he issued an order declaring Ulrich as the state religion and disbanding the cult of Sigmar, he would probably be burned to death as a heretic by the archbishop of the cult of Sigmar. Ha 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 ha. From this, we can see that no matter which world we are in, whether there are gods or not, what humans believe in is always what they want to believe in. Have you forgotten my other identity? As Duanmu Huai spoke, he pointed to the Holy Grail badge on his chest. When everyone saw the badge, they suddenly realized what was going on. Yes, Duanmu Huai is not only the chosen one of Sigmar, but also the Holy Grail Knight of the Lady of the Lake. It would be fine if it was just a general choice by God. But the problem is that the Lady of the Lake is the state religion of Brednia. Let the Holy Grail Knight of Brednia become the king of the empire? In the eyes of ordinary people, this is simply treason. Brednia and the empire did not have a deep relationship. The two sides were separated by the Grey Mountains and had no special relationship. Moreover, the empire looked down on Brednia to some extent. Under such circumstances, it would definitely not be possible to let the Holy Grail Knight become the emperor of the empire. But on the other hand, this is enough to prove that Duanmu Huai's identity is innocent. After all, he is the double choice of God, which means that both Sigmar and the Lady of the Lake endorse him. If not him, who else can he rely on? As for the emperor's question, you don't need to worry. Sigma will give you the answer when the time comes. Duanmu Huai was not worried about this problem. After all, he did have a suitable candidate, but he was not going to reveal this candidate at the moment. Everyone seemed a little uneasy about what Duanmu Huai said, but in the end, they decided to believe Duanmu Huai. In any case, the other party was Sigmar's chosen one, and Sigmar would definitely not harm his believers. Since the chosen one said so, they were willing to obey. Soon, everyone began to prepare for the next plan. The battle nuns mixed some of the dimensional stone fragments with the stones coated with dimensional stone powder. pretending to transport these dimensional stones from the monastery. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmu also brought the large dimensional stone he found in the center of the meteorite crater. This was also a disguise. After all, after seeing such a large dimensional stone, other small stones might be directly ignored by the other party. And what were they going to do with this large piece of dimensional stone? That would be fun. After everything was ready, everyone set off and headed towards Altdorf. However, behind them, there was another hidden shadow, quietly staring at them. Chapter 86 Dark Shadows. Everything is ready. After learning from his men that the garrison of Mordheim had set out for Altdorf, Manfred revealed a cold, complacent smile. As the only remaining and most powerful vampire count of the casting family, Manfred naturally coveted the warp stones in the city of Mordheim. He hoped to obtain these stones and use their power to resurrect Nagash, the greatest necromancer in history and the creator of all undead creatures. With his power, he could turn this world into a home ruled by death and the dead. In fact, Manfred's original goal was the Crown of Sorcery, because it was a divine artifact created by Nagash, and even contained fragments of Nagash's consciousness. However, when he rushed to the ruins of Tordheim with great difficulty and summoned the army of undead to fight against the Chaos Warriors stationed there, he did not find the Crown of Sorcery that was supposed to be there. Well, at that time Manfred could even hear the roar of Nagash from the abyss of H.L. So he had to change his plan and came to Mordheim to get the dimensional stone. At that time, Manfred did not take action immediately, but hid aside. He certainly knew that there were undercurrents in Mordheim, so Manfred planned to wait and see, and wait until the other forces in Mordheim killed each other before jumping out to reap the benefits. Manfred certainly knew about the coming of the Imperial Legion. After all, this matter was a big deal, and everyone knew about it. But what he didn't expect was that the Imperial Legion actually defeated other Chaos followers and Rat men in succession, and became the final winner. Manfred originally planned to wait for a while, and then manipulate the undead to attack the Rock Monastery after the garrison retreated. But what he didn't expect was that he got news from the army's spies that the Emperor required the army here to send all the dimensional stones to Altdorf immediately. Upon hearing this news, Manfred was overjoyed. He knew that if he attacked the temples and monasteries in the city, he would still be a little worried. But it was different in the wild. Manfred could just deploy his undead army to form an ambush circle, then catch them all in one fell swoop and take away the dimensional stone. At this moment, he was also lying in ambush on the road leading to Altdorf outside the city of Mordheim, waiting for the army to pass. Manfred's calculations were very good. As soon as the army arrived, he would immediately take action. The other side would have no way of realizing that there were enemies on the side, and would definitely be in chaos and then be defeated by him. The advantage is mine. This is a sure thing. At this time, Manfred also saw an army slowly advancing on the road not far away. Seeing this, his eyes flashed with bright red light. Imperials, you are too far away from your homeland. Let me, the legitimate ruler of the Empire, Manfred von Karstein, come and teach you. What the H.L. is that? Just when Manfred was about to awaken the underground undead army to besiege the Imperial army, he suddenly saw a huge, strange and terrifying shadow in front of the army. At the front of the army, a black bipedal monster, seemingly made of steel, was marching forward. On its back sat a tall warrior, covered in black steel armor and holding a war hammer. The armor was inlaid with white skulls and bloody crosses, which was shocking and chilling. Where did this Chaos champion come from? For a moment, Manfred thought he had the wrong target. Could this be a Chaos army that had penetrated deep into the Empire? But that's not right. Looking closely, the soldiers behind him were indeed holding the flag of the Empire, and there were indeed several carriages carrying dimensional stones among the troops. Manfred was confused for a moment. Did someone attack the Imperial army before him? It didn't seem possible, and his scouts hadn't reported that the army had been attacked. Forget it. Never mind. Manfred decisively put his doubts behind him. No matter what, he was determined to get these dimensional stones. So, let's get started. Manfred raised his hands high, and as he did so, the next moment, the undead spirits lurking beneath the surface also began to move. Crash! The ground cracked, and the next moment, countless withered arms stretched out from the ground. The next moment, a large number of skeletons and zombies crawled out from the ground and surrounded the Imperial army. Enemy attack. Faced with the sudden enemy attack, the soldiers were also frightened. While shouting, they quickly raised their spears and shields, blocking on both sides and preventing the undead army from taking further action. Enemy attack? Duan Muhui, who was riding on the metal dragon, naturally saw these undead creatures. He frowned and stopped the metal dragon. He looked around and saw a bald man standing on a hill not far away. He looked at this side with a very arrogant look, almost writing "I am the boss" on his face. Ojas, Lorena, Maludi, guard the transport vehicle and don't let them take the dimensional stone away. FIA, you better die less often. Duan Muhui quickly issued an order, especially for the brain-dead puppet. She was good at dealing with living creatures, but had no advantage against undead creatures. So when he saw Fia planning to rush into the army of undead creatures, Duan Muhui hurriedly stopped her from taking further action. The undead army was not afraid of the sure kill. And without the sure kill, Fia's offensive and defensive capabilities were basically not enough in front of this group of zombie skeletons. Understood, Sir Knight? At this moment, Lorena also clenched the holy book in her hand and responded loudly. Ojas nodded slightly and raised her hands. Soon, invisible silk threads floated quietly through the air, forming a solid line of defense. As for Maludi, she reached out and took out a shotgun from behind her. This was the improved equipment she had obtained from Kakululu before, for close combat. Although it's a bit difficult to deal with these undead creatures, but it's better than nothing. Master, what about you? Ojas asked as she waved her hands and manipulated the silk thread to chop the undead creature in front of her into pieces. Duan Muhui stared at the bald head in the distance and manipulated the metal dragon to turn around. I'll go behead him. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Muhui rode on the metal secret dragon and rushed directly into the undead army, pouncing towards the bald man. Humph! Nothing more than that. Looking at Duan Muhui rushing towards him, Manfred showed a cold smile. Then he waved his hand again. And soon, the zombies and skeletons around him rushed directly towards Duan Muhui, trying to completely overwhelm the enemy in front of them with numbers. However, the facts were beyond Manfred's expectations. He saw the undead army he controlled rushing towards the metal monster in front of him, picking up weapons to attack it. However, their attacks had no effect at all. Whether it was spears or sharp blades, they did not leave even a scratch on the metal monster. On the contrary, the impact of the metal dragon was like a mountain torrent, unstoppable, smashing all the enemies who dared to stand in front of it into pieces. But that's not all. Facing the enemies rushing from all directions, Duan Muhui raised his warhammer high, and the next moment, a sacred burning white flame burst out from his body, instantly spreading to the entire battlefield. Under the bombardment of the white flame, those undead spirits were instantly reduced to ashes. Soul flame. The holy light even made Manfred, who was far away, raise his hands to block in front of him. At this moment, he finally knew the other party's identity. However, at this moment, the heart of the vampire count was full of surprise. This guy is actually Sigma's paladin? You are dressed like a chaos champion. How did Sigma recognize you? Although he was speechless in his heart, Manfred also confirmed that the enemy in front of him was the commander-in-chief of this army. As long as he was killed, the army would be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Manfred raised his staff again. And soon, countless undead banshees appeared out of thin air. They screamed shrilly, and rushed towards the paladin in front of them with dying despair. This was also Manfred's proud skill. He could summon those undead who died in pain and let them entangle the enemy. In the shrill screams of the undead, almost any living being would be terrified. However, just when these undead banshees rushed to Duan Muhui, they seemed to have seen something horrible and screamed suddenly. The next moment, Manfred saw the undead he summoned retreating to the rear as if fleeing, and then completely dissipated. What is going on? Faced with this scene, Manfred was a little confused. The undead should not be afraid of anything, and the paladin did not seem to be using any divine magic. Why did the banshee he summoned suddenly retreat? However, now is not the time to find the answer, because Duan Muhui has already rushed across half of the battlefield and is about to come to Manfred. No way. Seeing the huge black shadow approaching him, Manfred frowned. Then he made up his mind and whistled suddenly. Then, from the overcast sky, a huge monster spread its wings, descended from the sky, roared, opened its big mouth, and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. That was the ace beast that Manfred had prepared. Chapter 87: An Unexpected Surprise. The horror beast is a creature that is neither dragon nor dragon. It looks like a dragon, with a pair of wings, 2 legs, a lizard-like body and tail. But the horror beast is not actually a dragon. It is more like a species that is mixed from the corpses of various animals, and then recreated with necromancy. Of course, although it is not a dragon, it also has considerable strength. With a roar, the fear beast descended from the sky and rushed towards Duanmu Huai and the metal secret dragon under him. Its 2 claws hit the metal secret dragon hard, causing it to tremble violently. But it still did not cause any damage to it. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also raised his thunder hammer. At this moment, when with fewer troops plus rage plus psychic battle are all activated, defeat the enemy with fewer troops, when surrounded, plus 60% melee damage. Fury, each kill gains 1% critical chance and strength bonus, lasting 5 seconds, plus 150% critical chance and attack damage. Psychic battle, each point of warp heat will increase weapon attack damage by 1%, plus 60% weapon attack damage. Drink Aya. Duanmu Huai roared and swung his hammer at the head of the terrifying beast. In just a moment, 270% of the attack damage instantly exploded. Boom! As the hammer gleaming with thunder smashed heavily on the head of the terror beast. The next moment, the head of the undead beast instantly exploded like a balloon. Not only that, at the same time, its corrupt, ugly, and huge body also began to swell. Thunder hammer, plus 15% chance to cause enemies to explode after being killed, causing area damage equal to 50% of their health, superimposable. Boom! Although it was unknown how much health the terror beast had, the explosion swept away almost everything around it. The violent airflow mixed with the terror beast's foul blood and debris was around, instantly sweeping away all the skeleton soldiers and zombie armies around it. Even Manfred had never expected that the terror beast he had placed high hopes on would be destroyed in an instant, which also surprised him. Although he didn't know what means the other party used, Manfred had made a decision at this moment. That is, run. As a vampire count, Manfred was experienced in this area, and he was not an idiot. Seeing that the situation was not good, the best option was to run away immediately. So Manfred said nothing, and almost instantly turned into a large group of bats, and flew quickly into the air. Want to run? At this time, Duanmu Huai also came to his senses, and discovered Manfred's attempt to escape. Although the explosion of the terror beast destroyed the surrounding undead army, it also slowed Duanmu Huai's reaction. When he realized that the bald man was trying to escape, the other party had already turned into a large group of bats, and flew into the night sky. However, Duanmu Huai would certainly not let go of the guy who attacked him. Drink it. As Duanmu Huai's mind moved, the wings folded on both sides of the metal dragon suddenly spread out, and then swung vigorously, and then the metal dragon jumped high and flew towards the bats in the sky. At the same time, Duanmu Huai raised the war hammer again, and swung it vigorously. Soul Flame. The scorching white flames erupted from Duanmu Huai's body, and along the hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand. They enveloped the bats in front of him, like the flame of a flamethrower. Soon, the white flame surged like a tide, covering most of the bats. Ah! Accompanied by shrill screams, large groups of bats turned into black charcoal under the burning of soul flames. But a small number of bats still escaped from Duanmu Huai's attack range and desperately disappeared into the night in the distance. Cut. Seeing the other party running away, Duanmu Huai was also a little unhappy. Unfortunately, his own psychic attack ability was not very good, so he still needed the assistance of a magician. It's just a pity that Duanmu Huai didn't find any clues related to the magical kingdom of Maalia in Monheim before. Now he could only hope to gain something in Altdorf. If no clues can be found, Duanmu Huai will really have a headache about what to do. However, just when Duanmu Huai returned to the ground, suddenly, the system responded again. Relic signal detected. Locked. Holy relics? Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised when he saw the system prompt. He just remembered that he had not seen any holy objects. Where did this come from? Following the system's prompts, Duanmu Huai searched for a while and found a dark green dagger that looked like it was not a good thing dropped on the ground not far away. If the system hadn't locked the location, Duanmu Huai probably wouldn't have been able to find the dagger. What is this? Duanmu Huai picked up the dagger on the ground curiously, And soon a system prompt appeared in front of him. Obtain the holy relic Fallen Blade. The Fallen Blade? Duanmu Huai scratched his head as he looked at the system information in front of him. But he still put the dagger away. If Duanmu Huai guessed correctly, this holy object should have originally belonged to the bald man just now. But he was too anxious when he ran away, and it fell out and was picked up by himself. In fact, Duanmu Huai's guess was not wrong. This fallen blade was also one of the artifacts that Manfred used to try to resurrect the necromancer Nagash. It also had a very special origin. Nagash once cooperated with the Rat Men for a while. Nagash used necromancy to summon the undead army to dig up the dimensional stone and trade with the Rat Men. But later, the Rat Men noticed Nagash's ambitious plan to turn the whole world into a world of death. The Rat Men were naturally unhappy about this. Although they were not good creatures, they were also living beings. Naturally, they did not want to see this world become a place of death. So they used the dimensional stone to forge the fallen blade and persuaded one of Nagash's subordinates to kill Nagash with the fallen blade while Nagash was weak from casting a large summoning spell, and cut him into pieces. So in a way, Rat Man even saved the world once. But no matter what, once this thing is in Duanmu Huai's hands, it means that it will never be used to revive a certain unlucky necromancer. Duanmu Huai has decided to find time to return to the space station, decompose it into building points, and then build the Void Army. It's time to let the barbarians of this world taste the justice called firepower. When Duanmu Huai returned to the convoy, the battle was over. The instigator had already fled, and the undead army, without the blessing of necromancy, was naturally annihilated. Fortunately, because Duanmu Huai acted quickly enough, there were not many casualties among the soldiers guarding the transport convoy, and Ogus and others were also safe. The exception was Fia, who disobeyed orders and ran away and died 3 times before he finally settled down. If he didn't have any suitable cards in his hand, Duanmu Huai really wanted to take the cards back from her. Anyway, after this, everyone rested for a while and then continued on their journey. Finally, they arrived at the center of the Reichland Empire, where the country's royal capital was located. Altdorf is already within sight. Chapter 88, Royal City of Altdorf. After passing through swamps, endless rice fields and farms, the group finally arrived at the capital of the empire, surrounded by tall white walls. It was the largest and richest city in the empire, Altdorf. With General Pastor by his side, Duanmu Huai encountered no trouble when entering the imperial capital. The soldiers returned to the barracks, and the warriors of the regiment settled their final rewards. Most people couldn't wait to go to this prosperous city to eat, drink and have fun. As for the dimensional stones, they were handed over to the court mages under the supervision of the witch hunters. They were a group of guys wrapped in robes, not even showing their faces, and they looked suspicious. They didn't seem to notice the tricks on the dimensional stones, or they were shocked by the huge dimensional stone fragments on the carriage. So they didn't have time to investigate the authenticity of the fragments. But no matter what, the fragments were taken away by the court mages for disposal. At least that's what it says on the surface. After leaving the military camp, Duanmu Huai weighed the money bag in his hand. According to General Pastor, in 15 days, the eldest prince would hold a grand banquet for them in the palace to celebrate their recovery of the cursed city of Mordheim. Duanmu Huai and other war captains would naturally attend. Are you going back to the holy city? Duanmu Huai looked at Lorena and Melody, who thought for a moment, looked at each other, and shook their heads. We want to take a look around the city, Sir Knight. Looking at the buildings around her, Lorena seemed to be very interested in the city. After all, this was another world, the capital of an empire. So Lorena also wanted to take a look around. Then Fia will go with you. And don't cause any trouble. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He was not worried that anything would happen to these people. If they were attacked, he would know immediately, and then summon them back through cards. As for the court mages, the witch hunters have volunteered to investigate. And to be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai summoned 2 killing puppets to follow behind and monitor their every move at any time. What are you going to do, Sir Knight? I plan to go to the library and look for records and clues about the country of Manalia. Nothing was found in Mordheim, so Duanmu Huai can only look to see if there are any clues in Altdorf. So next, Lorena and others went shopping, while Duanmu Huai took Ogus to the great library of Altdorf. Along the way, Duanmu Huai discovered that this city was very wrong. The whole of Altdorf seemed full of vitality and prosperity, with bustling crowds everywhere. However, Duanmu found that this change was full of disorder and chaos. For example, it seemed difficult for him to find the right road on the street. Or rather, the road was originally there, but a strange force seemed to affect the city, making it very difficult for Duanmu to tell whether he was on the right road. It's like a person standing at a crossroads, originally planning to cross the road. But when a group of people rush through the intersection, the person suddenly finds that the intersection opposite him seems to have moved to the other side. At this time, it is easy to doubt whether there is something wrong with his eyes, or the city itself. Duanmu was certain that he was definitely not a person with a poor sense of direction. So Aldolf's current situation was very intriguing. The chaos of disorder. The sign of a changing deceitful god. Looking at the city in front of him, Duanmu had a solemn expression. As a royal city, Aldolf must have many nobles and high-ranking officials, which meant that the city was full of conspiracies and tricks. In addition, the Aldolf Magic Academy almost met all the conditions for the advent of the god of deception. To be honest, even if all the mages and high-ranking officials in this city were believers of the god of deception, Duanmu would not be surprised. Master, it seems very noisy here. Ojas followed Duanmu, looked at the scene in front of him, and spoke in a low voice. Duanmu nodded. Aldolf was full of a special noise, but it was not because of the excitement. On the contrary, almost everyone walking here was in a hurry, whether they were civilians, merchants, mages or laborers. They acted as if someone was waving a whip behind them all the time to urge them, making the whole city full of a noisy and impetuous atmosphere. To be honest, this place is not conducive to physical and mental health at all. Duanmu watched a carriage driver waving the reins and almost roaring, driving the carriage at full speed along the road, as if he had road rage and wished he could run over and kill everyone who stood in his way. Let's go to the library quickly. The Library of Altdorf is located in the Magic Academy area. With General Pastor's certificate, Duanmu easily entered the library. He originally thought that he could get a moment of peace here, but what Duanmu didn't expect was that even in the library, he still felt irritated. Logically speaking, the library should be a quiet place where people can fall asleep quietly. But in reality, a group of mages gathered together and whispered to each other. From time to time, someone stood up quickly, trotted to the bookshelf, picked up a book, and walked back to his seat quickly. It seemed that if he was any slower, his seat would be taken away by others. The low whispers and footsteps sometimes make people feel more irritated and uneasy. I want to find some references. Duanmu came up to the librarian and spoke in a low voice. The latter did not even raise his head, but just stared at the book in front of him, as if there were flowers growing in it. I want to know something about Manalia. As he spoke, Duanmu took out a few silver coins and threw them on the table. The clinking sound of the silver coins hitting the table finally made the librarian look up. He glanced at the silver coins on the table, then quickly reached out and took them back with a speed no less than that of a professional pickpocket. Bookshelf number 15. Legends and Stories of Rickland. Thanks. Duanmu took out a few silver coins again and placed them on the table, then turned and left, following the librarian's instructions. He came to bookshelf number 15 and found the thick book. Then Duanmu opened the portal without hesitation and returned directly to the holy city. Call. Duanmu finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the holy city with blue sky and white clouds and feeling the warm and comfortable atmosphere here. To be honest, the feeling that Aldolf gave him was not good at all. Even Duanmu could feel an ominous sense of uneasiness, as if some thread was spreading around him. But he could not find its true identity at all. But now it's fine. Duanmu came to the central park of the holy city, found a big tree to sit down, and began to read the book in his hand. Oja sat beside him, staring at Duanmu, or observing the people and animals around him, which was also a happy thing for her. It didn't take Duanmu much effort to find the records about Manalia. However, it was a fairy tale. Legend has it that a long time ago, a war broke out on this continent. The evil dragon tried to destroy humans, and humans fell into crisis. But later, the princess of the human country stood up and led the soldiers to defeat the dragon and gain peace. And that human kingdom was called Manalia. That's all the record. But there are clues. This story is widely circulated in Dunkelberg and is a well-known fairy tale in the local area. although its origin cannot be verified. The author believes that this story is not just a superstition of rural villagers. Okay. The next target has been found. Chapter 89 Void Air Camp. After determining the next exploration target, Duan Mu Huai did not take action immediately. Instead, he brought Lorena, Maludi, and others back to the space station. This is the night station. Standing on the mirror-smooth metal floor, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the huge azure sphere and the starry sky outside, Lorena opened her mouth wide, almost speechless. Yes, this is where I am stationed. Duan Mu Huai nodded. Just now, he took the Night Raven Black Star gunship back to the space station and fixed the anchor point of the fragment world Holy City here. In this way, people in the Holy City can freely shuttle between Duan Mu Huai's space station and the Holy City through this anchor point. In simple terms, this is equivalent to binding the projection of the Holy City to the space station. The advantage of doing this is that Duan Mu Huai's space station is actually in a superposition state between the main plane and the subspace. With the plane protection of the Holy City fragment, his space station does not have to worry about being eroded by the subspace, as long as they do not leave the area of the Holy City. The people in the Holy City fragment can move freely in the space station without Duan Mu Huai using psychic energy to maintain their existence. This is why soul walkers always try to expand the fragment worlds they own. Because the larger the fragment world, the larger the stable subspace area. If you could own a subspace fragment of the star field level, then it is equivalent to protecting the entire star field from the hands of the Chaos God. And this will still move. Will I work here? At this moment, Kukulala was staring at the metal hull in front of him in amazement, not knowing where to put his hands. That's about right. Come with me. I'll take you to the Void Army camp. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai turned and walked out of the hull, heading to the other side of the corridor. While the others hurriedly followed, they looked around curiously and observed the space station in front of them with amazement. They did not understand what Duan Mu Huai said at all. But even so, the luxurious space station building in front of them was enough to make people feel awe. The Void Air Camp is located next to the Void Dock. However, unlike the huge and empty Void Dock, the Void Air Camp is divided into several different areas. In addition to the training ground for the training of Space Marines, there are also workshops dedicated to the maintenance, repair, and manufacture of weapons, as well as areas and factories for the collection, refining, and conversion of asteroid minerals. It can be said that the entire Void Air Camp is more like a factory area with a complete automated process system. Of course, at least thousands of servitors are needed here to ensure the minimum normal work. Fortunately, after anchoring the coordinate point, Duan Mu Huai can buy puppets from the puppet area to replace the robot servants to perform this task. Moreover, Duan Mu Huai also integrated Sky City into the Holy City fragments, which means that he can also use the mechanical soldiers and creations made by Sky City here. Afterwards, Duan Mu Huai spent a large sum of money to order various puppets from the puppet area technicians to maintain the operation of the space station, which barely stabilized their lives. However, Duan Mu Huai's money was almost completely spent. This is basically what the entire space station looks like right now. Flower Doll is responsible for the security of the entire space station. And there are also a large number of murderous dolls hiding quietly in various corners, performing tasks similar to surveillance probes. In addition, Duan Mu Huai handed over the cleaning and maintenance work of the space station to the cleaning puppet. As for the work of manufacturing weapons and equipment that should have been completed by the mechanical servants, it was completed by the mechanical maid. Although these dolls are not human, it has to be said that their appearance alone is much better than those horribly ugly mechanical servants that have been fused with machines. Mia is in charge of these dolls, while Kukula was invited by Duan Mu Huai to be in charge of the military industry. I want you to work here. But, what do you want me to do? Looking at these strange tools and weapons in front of him, Kukulala was at a loss for a moment. On the one hand, I hope you can supervise the manufacture of weapons here. On the other hand, I hope you can use your experience and technology to improve these weapons. But, there are many things here that I have never seen before. It's always hard to finish a job. But I also need a qualified helper. Of course, if you are willing to work for me, you can study the weapons here at will. Real. Upon hearing this, Kukula's eyes suddenly lit up. As a gunsmith, she could tell at a glance that many of the weapons here were beyond her expectations. This naturally aroused Kukula's great interest. if she could understand the manufacturing principles of these weapons. Then Kukulu was sure that her skills would be taken to a higher level. Certainly. Looking at Kukulu in front of him, Duanmu nodded. He had no choice but to choose Kukulu. After all, in the past in the game, Duanmu had basically handed this part of the problem over to the people of the Mechanicus to solve. Of course, he himself didn't understand the equipment in these military factories. Even if Duanmu could understand it, he didn't have time to stay here to deal with it. Therefore, it was very important to find a suitable subordinate. Although Kukulu's technological system was completely different from that here, he believed that with Kukulu's intelligence, it should not be difficult to figure out how this thing was made. Probably? Although, in theory, the Empire's technology should be kept secret. Duanmu is not one of those damn secretive people of the Mechanicus. And he would love to have more people to help. Finally, Kukulu agreed to accept Duanmu's employment and come to work on the space station. She also said that she would let her sisters come with her. And Duanmu naturally had no objection. Now that there is an anchor point and the portal is opened, if you want to go home, you just need to go to the lobby and enter the portal to return to the Holy City. Naturally, there will be no trouble. By the way, in order to prevent other people from entering by mistake, Duanmu set the other side of the portal on the Sky City, which avoided some trouble. In fact, every Soul Walker space station has gradually developed in this way. Duanmu is quite pleased to see that the space in front of him has become more or less popular. This brings him back to the time when he first created the space station in the original game. At that time, Duanmu made many mistakes because he was young and ignorant. But the feeling of watching himself build a force and slowly grow stronger is really good. Duanmu just needed to replenish some grenades and ammunition for Night Crow Black Star. So he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, Lorena and the others were very excited and kept asking questions. Duanmu tried his best to answer them and let them learn some knowledge. Especially when Lorena, Melody and others learned that the huge blue sphere they saw in front of them was the Earth they were on. They were all shocked. Obviously, they had never thought that the world they were in would actually be a sphere. In addition, Duanmu also warned them of some dangerous matters. Although it was unlikely, if Lorena or Melody opened the airlock out of curiosity, the consequences would be disastrous. After satisfying the curiosity of Lorena and others, Duanmu drove the Night Crow Black Star to the Empire again. Then he followed the map and found Dunkelberg at the southern end of Rick territory. Before coming to Dunkelberg, Duanmu had asked other people and learned some information about Dunkelberg. It is an old town in Rick County, very wealthy and quite suitable for vacation. As for the story of Manalia, it is a fairy tale circulated in Dunkelberg's generation. Although there are many versions, the core of them all is about humans fighting dragons and finally defeating the dragons to win. It is said that some adventurers came here specifically to dig for dragon bones because of this story. But naturally they found nothing. As for now, Duanmu stared at the dark ground below. A gleam of light in his eyes. Soul resonance. The world before his eyes began to become illusory and vague. And then, a faint ray of light appeared in Duanmu's eyes. Just like the first star in the night. Flickering with a faint brilliance. That's it. Duanmu controlled the gunboat and quietly descended to the place where the light appeared. It was a towering mountain deep in the forest. On the back of the mountain, a tower that looked already dilapidated stood there. Duanmu jumped off the gunboat, came to the tower, and looked up. The entire tower had already collapsed and looked like it had experienced an explosion. Duanmu activated the soul resonance again, and then a colorful crystal with a faint glow quietly appeared in front of the tower. Duanmu reached out and gently touched the crystal. The next moment, everything in front of me disappeared without a trace. Howling winds and flames enveloped the entire world, with sounds of fighting and killing everywhere. Duanmu looked up and saw in the distance. Countless dragons opened their mouths wide, roaring and pouring flames towards the ground. While on the ground, people were waving weapons, casting magic, and fighting endlessly with the dragons in the sky. At the same time, a clear and majestic voice sounded. Dragon Princess of Regnice. Today is the day you die. Duanmu looked up and saw a petite figure standing on the top of the tower. Then, the cloud split apart, and a black-haired woman with wings and a tail fell from the sky and came in front of her. Finally, the day has come for us to come to an understanding. That's right. This time, I will definitely kill you. Heroic spirit, answer my call and destroy the hateful dragon man. Along with the roar of the black shadow. The next moment, a huge iron knight emerged from behind. It roared and raised its hands, waving them towards the dragon woman in front of it. The latter clenched her fists and went straight towards the iron knight. The next moment, the whole world turned pure white. Duan Muhui raised his hand to block the sudden flash of light. At the same time, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. Please, save them. Save this world. A voice full of sadness sounded and echoed in Duan Muhui's ears. The possibility of humanity is the hope of magic. Please, save it all. As the words fell, the world in front of Duan Muhui changed again. Chapter 90, Manalia School of Magic. When Duan Muhui opened his eyes again, what appeared before his eyes was a huge, round castle-like building. It was located on a small island, connected to the outside world by a long bridge. And Duan Muhui was standing at the end of the bridge at this moment. Is this the Manalia School of Magic? Looking at the castle in front of him, Duan Muhui sighed. Then he stretched out his hand and quickly summoned Ogus and Lorena. The reason for summoning Ogus was simple. After all, Ogus was his companion, and Lorena's identity was a bit more complicated. In addition to being Duan Muhui's companion, she was also a representative of the Holy City. After all, when investigating the news about Manalia in the Holy City, the Archbishop had entrusted Duan Muhui and Lorena to represent the Holy City in communicating with Manalia. And Duan Muhui did not object to this. After all, if this fragment of the world were also in his hands, Duan Muhui would definitely merge it with the Holy City. And then, the two sides would naturally have interactions. Owner. Sir Knight, have you found it? Yes. Hearing Lorena's question, Duan Muhui nodded. This should be the Manalia School of Magic. This is it. It looks beautiful. Lorena also looked at the castle in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go in and take a look. Duan Muhui tidied himself up, then strode across the bridge and walked towards the gate, while Ogus and Lorena followed behind him. Duan Muhui originally thought that someone would come out to stop him, but what he didn't expect was that there were no guards or doormen at the gate, and there was not even the kind of magic barrier that appeared in many novels to prevent outsiders from entering. They entered the academy so easily. The whole school was quiet, and from the occasional sounds coming from afar, it could be seen that it was probably class time. However, this situation was somewhat beyond Duan Muhui's expectations. Sir Knight, what should we do now? Let's find a student, ask about the situation, and then explain our identities. Duan Muhui also brought a letter from the Archbishop of the Holy City, so he was not worried about his identity being suspected. So everyone walked towards the castle in front of them. While Duan Muhui was walking, he was also thinking about the picture he had seen before. Although it was only less than a minute, it was obvious that the picture described the legendary scene of Princess Manalia leading the army to fight against the Dragon Clan. But the result seems to be different from the fairy tale. And that voice. Duan Muhui raised his head and stared at the system in front of him. The task clearly popped up on it. Activate the fragment mission Save Manalia. Mission objective, Save Manalia. This world is shrouded in the shadow of darkness, repeating endless torture and pain and despair. Let's end it all and open up a new future. Wow! That's amazing! Just when Duan Muhui was thinking, suddenly, a cheerful and energetic voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Duan Muhui lowered his head and saw a brown-haired girl in a college uniform standing in front of him excitedly, looking at Duan Muhui curiously, and stretched out her hand to pat his body. What a powerful iron golem! So big, so majestic. Who designed it? As she spoke, the brown-haired girl looked at Duan Muhui excitedly. This armor is well made. It doesn't look like ordinary alchemy technology. And that, my lady, I am not a golem. Seeing that the other party was about to touch her randomly, Duan Muhui had to cough and interrupt her words. Why? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the girl was stunned for a moment. Then she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and stepped back with her hands behind her back. Ah ha 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 ha. I didn't expect there was a person inside. I was really scared. Ha 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 ha. As she spoke, the girl looked at Duan Muhui curiously. But is there really a person in there? You're not lying to me. Are you? I want to see your face. Sure. Duan Muhui sighed helplessly and took off his helmet. That'll be fine. Wow. However, to Duan Muhuai's surprise. After seeing his face, the girl in front of him neither fainted from fright nor screamed and ran away. On the contrary, she stared at him with her eyes wide open in surprise. "You are really amazing. What adjective is this?" "So, this lady." In any case, the girl in front of him seemed to be able to communicate. So Duan Muhuai opened his mouth to explain the situation to her. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by and rushed towards them. "Evildoer! Get away from Her Royal Highness the Princess!" Duan Muhuai looked up and saw a flash of sword light coming towards him. He immediately raised his war hammer and swung it hard at the sword light in front of him. Clang! Along with the sound of collision, the sword light was directly smashed away, and a man rolled to the ground and stood in front of the girl. "Princess, please step back. This man is dangerous." How should I put it? This is the development that Duan Muhuai is familiar with. "What are you talking about?" Owen. Faced with the man's admonition, the brown-haired girl seemed a little dissatisfied. "He just talked to me. He didn't do anything bad." But, seeing that the two were arguing, Duan Muhuai coughed and interrupted their conversation. "Sorry to bother you. We are envoys from the Holy City. We came here to have a friendly exchange with the Manalia School of Magic. If possible, could you introduce us to the relevant person in charge of the school?" "Hey! An envoy from the Holy City?" Hearing this, the girl and the man who looked like a guard were both shocked. "That's right." Duan Muhuai nodded, then motioned for Lorena to come out. The latter then carefully walked out from behind Duan Muhuai and respectfully bowed to everyone. "Hello everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Lorena, the missionary priest of the cathedral church." Compared to Duan Muhuai, who was wearing a fierce armor, Lorena, who was wearing a white priest's robe, was obviously more friendly. The two were also surprised to see her appearance. "Oh, come on. Owen, I told you not to do anything rash. And now look at what you are doing." I'm so sorry." Facing the rebuke from the brown-haired girl, the man named Owen put away his sword in frustration. The brown-haired girl also stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and bowed to Duan Muhuai and the others. "Nice to meet you. Envoy from the Holy City. I am Princess of Manalia. I am sorry for being rude before. Please don't take it to heart." "Hey, Princess." It has to be said that Duan Muhuai and Lorena were both surprised when they heard the self-introduction of the brown-haired girl in front of them. After all, they had never thought that they would actually meet the princess of this country by just picking someone randomly. Anyway, with the princess leading the way, the rest of the trip went much more smoothly. Soon, under Anne's leadership, they came to the dean's office of Manalia Magic Academy and had a good conversation with the principal. Although the old man was shocked by Duan Muhuai's terrifying armor at first, they still welcomed the envoys from the Holy City to have academic exchanges with them. Duan Muhuai also hopes to learn some magic knowledge in the Magic Academy. This is not important. What is important is that once he learns and obtains this magic knowledge, he can convert it into soul cards for use. For Duan Muhuai, who lacks magical combat methods, this is quite necessary. Of course, Duan Muhuai was not just trying to get something for nothing. To show his sincerity, he also got some mechanical soldiers and creatures from Sky City and gave them to the Manalia School of Magic as gifts. Duan Muhuai has discovered that among the fragments of the world he holds, the Ghost Mansion should be a product of this era. The Doll House, Holy City and Manalia Magic Academy should be the existence of the last era. And the Sky City is earlier than them and belongs to the prehistoric civilization stage. In other words, there have been at least 3 recorded civilizations on this planet alone, including this one. Manalia College was also very excited about Duan Muhuai's gift. Although they had the technology to create a colossus, it was a clay sculpture completely controlled by magic. It was not this kind of puppet technology, nor did it belong to the magic technology civilization. Therefore, the magic mechanical product Duan Muhuai gave them also made Manalia students and teachers quite interested. Duan Muhuai naturally didn't care about this. After all, as long as his mission was successful, the fragment of the world of Manalia would be his. It would be beneficial to him in the end if he could let them study more knowledge and skills in advance. In fact, he hoped that Manalia's School of Magic could reverse engineer something from the magic mechanical products he provided, because the magic technology of Sky City was too advanced. The puppeteers in the Holy City were just like carpenters in the Warring States period looking at modern industrial machinery, and they were like blind men touching an elephant. with nowhere to start. Although technicians like Buddy were also working hard to dismantle and study the internal structure and principles of these mechanical products. They were technicians after all. Just like the technicians in the factory. They may understand how to manufacture and assemble these machines. But the basic principles, such as the specific gravity of metal materials or energy efficiency, are not their expertise. Therefore, Duanmu Huai decided to hand over the research in this area to the Manalia School of Magic. If he successfully completes the task in the future and incorporates Manalia into his own world fragments, then with the help of the knowledge of the Manalia School of Magic and the skills of the craftsmen in the puppet area, the integration of production, education and research will be just around the corner. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Duanmu Huai successfully saves the world. Chapter 91 and Angulia. In this way, Duanmu Huai entered the Manalia Magic Academy as a student and began to study magic. Of course, while he was studying, Lorena and Otis were not idle either. They were investigating the situation in Manalia. Duanmu Huai discovered that most countries in this era were basically equivalent to large city-states, whether it was the Holy City or Manalia. Take the Holy City for example. The Holy City of Todheim was the political center of this country. The largest number of people lived in the large city surrounded by city walls. Then with the Holy City as the center, the road spread out in all directions like a spider web. Then it was divided into agricultural areas for growing crops, mining areas for digging minerals, etc. And the gathering places for people in these areas were small towns. To put it simply, in this era, a city-state basically consisted of a large city plus several towns. The same is true for Manalia, except that it is a dual-core Manalia Magic Academy and Manalia Royal City, which are divided into two different independent cities, watching each other. The small towns and areas between the two cities add up to the land area of Manalia. Compared to the Holy City, Manalia's land area is larger, but it is also limited. What Otis and Lorena need to investigate is the situation in Manalia, such as whether the society is stable, what stage of development it is in, and what is needed to conduct commercial trade with the Holy City. Lorena is a missionary priest of the church, so she must have done it. Duanmu Huai has been studying magic in the Magic Academy. Manalia's magic knowledge is still very rich, and their magic is indeed unique, such as a technique called magic amplification, which is very interesting. This technique can reduce the consumption of magic in the later stage by using magic continuously, translated into a card effect. If a large-scale magic requires 100 psychic energy, then when the user uses several ordinary fast attack magics in a row, the magic amplification technique can be used to reduce the consumption of that large-scale magic, and even reduce it to zero in one go. To put it simply, it means using small magic quick attacks in the early stage, using magic amplification to reduce magic consumption in the later stage, and then instantly casting several large magic spells with zero consumption in one breath, directly beating the opponent so hard that even his own mother won't recognize him. In addition, there is another magic spell called the Secret of Earth. The advantage of this magic is that it is steady and reliable. Through the Secret of Earth, the fragments of the earth are refined, and then the attack and defense capabilities are continuously improved to ensure that the line will not be disconnected during the battle. Of course, both of these techniques have their own advantages and disadvantages. The magic power released by magic amplification in the early stage is not enough, and it is easy to be exploded before it can be accumulated in the late stage. But if it can be accumulated to the late stage, then a wave of magic will be fired and the opponent will be helpless. On the other hand, Secret Art of Earth is relatively stable, although it does not have the late stage burst of magic amplification. It can ensure that it is always in a strong position during the battle. Duanmu Huai was also quite hesitant at first, but he finally decided to learn magic amplification. After all, for Duanmu Huai, he was not worried about the lack of defense and attack power in the early stage of magic amplification. Maybe the thin mages in this academy need to worry about this. But for Duanmu Huai, he doesn't need to worry about the lack of defense and firepower at all. And here, Duanmu Huai relived his long-lost campus life. That's right. Campus life is the same as before. At the beginning, Duanmu Huai would cause a commotion wherever he went. He even went to the library to borrow books, but was mistaken for a runaway magic puppet by the students. Later, after everyone knew that he was an envoy from the Holy City, they stopped making jokes, but no one dared to talk to him. After all, Duanmu Huai's height is there, and ordinary people cannot even stand in front of him. In addition, the armor itself is scary enough, and it is even scarier without the helmet. So everyone keeps their distance from Duan Muhui. However, Duan Muhui is now past the sentimental age of adolescence, so he doesn't take it seriously. Besides, it's not like he has no friends. Ah, I found you, Mr. Knight. Duan Muhui, who was sitting on a chair reading a book, raised his head and looked forward, only to see a brown-haired girl in school uniform running towards him happily with her companions. You are here indeed. I knew it. After all, I'm too lazy to move. Looking at the brown-haired girl in front of him, Duan Muhui also laughed and answered. The brown-haired girl in front of him was none other than Princess Anne of Manalia, whom Duan Muhui and his friends had just met when they arrived here. Maybe it was because she was a princess, but it also took good care of guests like Duan Muhui who came from afar. After a while, the two sides became familiar with each other. In Duan Muhui's opinion, Anne was a lively and cheerful girl, and a little bit reckless. She was also very kind to people on weekdays, and she was also very smart. It was said that her magic power was also the best in Manalia. This was not surprising. Following behind Anne was a pretty girl with short dark red hair. However, compared to her appearance, the first thing anyone would notice when they saw her was the long tail that was almost as thick as her legs, and the bright red wings behind her that came out from under her skirt. She is Anne's good friend, Gulia. According to Anne, Gulia came to Manalia to study from another country on the Manalia continent, the Dragon Kingdom of Regnus. She is a hybrid of dragon and human, and her father is the king of Regnus. Because he fell in love with a human, he gave birth to Gulia and sent her to Manalia to study. Compared to the lively and cheerful yet somewhat reckless Anne, Gulia seemed a bit introverted and not very good at talking. So most of the time, it was Anne who was talking, and Gulia was mainly responsible for listening. But Duan Muhui had seen her. That is, when he stimulated the soul resonance, he saw the battle between humans and dragons. The one who fell from the sky at that time was Gulia. It was just that Gulia at that time looked more mature than now. But other than that, there was not much change. So, the princess who led humans to fight against and destroy the dragon clan was Anne. Looking at Anne, who was chatting happily and incessantly, Duan Muhui frowned slightly. To be honest, just looking at how close the two people were, most people would never have thought that the two sides would end up going to war. Not only that, Duan Muhui also noticed some contradictions. According to Anne, although the relationship between humans and dragons is not particularly harmonious, it has not fallen to the point of mutual hostility. And from the scene he saw before, Gulia seemed to be only slightly older than she is now, which means that the battle should take place in the near future. But why did it happen? What went wrong that led to the war between humans and dragons? Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight. Duan Muhui was thinking and didn't realize Anne was talking to him. Seeing that Duan Muhui ignored him, and also stretched out his hand and tried to wave it in front of him. However, the height difference between Duan Muhui and Anne was too big. Even if Anne jumped around desperately and waved his hand vigorously, he couldn't reach Duan Muhui's chin. So Anne raised his finger in anger and suddenly set a flash of light in front of Duan Muhui. Hey! A flash of light flew by and startled Duan Muhui. He then came to his senses and saw Anne Zheng looking at him with his cheeks puffed up angrily. Wow! What are you thinking about? Why are you always distracted? Sorry. I was thinking about something else. Excuse me. That's right. We two beautiful girls are here to chat with you. It would be rude if you were distracted. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, Anne nodded proudly. So where were we talking about? Just before that. I still want to hear your story. Mr. Knight? My story? Hearing this, Duan Muhui laughed. He was not here for nothing. At first, in order to liven up the atmosphere, and asked Duan Muhui to talk about his adventures. After all, both she and Gulia were princesses. Although they did not stay at home all the time, they were definitely not destined to live an adventurous life. Therefore, they also yearned for an adventurous life. Duan Muhui certainly didn't mind this. You know, he has experienced a lot of adventures in the game, many of which are very worthwhile. And he also shared them with the two. Of course, Duan Muhui did not forget to explain to them about the Chaos Evil God. After all, the two of them will fight against the evil god side by side with him in the future. So it wouldn't hurt to know more about them. The two are also very enthusiastic about Duan Muhui's stories. Now, during their daily break, The three of them get together to listen to Duanmu Huai's stories, which has almost become their daily routine. So, where were we yesterday? Because the Smurfs couldn't go back home. They built a second empire. There is no second empire. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes and said, "You can't say that casually. Loyal Smurfs have no secrets." "Okay. Well, let's continue." As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced behind the wall next to him, and a human-shaped thermal image suddenly appeared in front of him. That person was none other than his bodyguard, Owen, who had met Duanmu Huai before. "It's just... Speaking of which, Princess, why does your guard act like a stalker?" Chapter 92 Crisis and Opportunity. Lorena and Otis were not slow. After just a few days, they had returned to Duanmu Huai's side again. However, this time, Lorena seemed a little nervous. "War?" "Yes." Lorena nodded. "Right now, a war is going on between humans and dragons on this continent. According to the information we have heard, there is an evil dragon named Fafnir leading the dragon clan, burning, killing and looting everywhere on this continent. They believe that the dragon clan is the supreme ruler of this world, and all other lives must submit to the dragon clan." "I see. Then why isn't anyone trying to destroy it? Legend has it that a knight named Siegfried went to slay a dragon, but there was no news of him. I guess he failed. What about Regnice and Manalia? Are they both still?" Regnice's situation is not very clear, but Manalia seems to be planning to focus on defense. "What a stupid decision." Duanmu Huai frowned. After listening to Lorena's report, he almost understood what happened to the fragment of this world. It was obvious that Manalia chose to watch, and Regnice eventually became a subordinate of the evil dragon, which completely set off a war between dragons and humans. Although he didn't know what happened in the end, he could imagine that it was definitely not a good result. This ending must be changed as soon as possible. "Is it difficult, Sir Knight?" Looking at Duanmu Huai's solemn expression, Lorena asked, and Duanmu Huai nodded. "Yes, I can almost guess what the evil dragon wants to do. It wants to use this method to provoke confrontation between humans and dragons, and then fan the flames to start a war between the two sides." "But Master," hearing this, Otis asked curiously, "only some dragons are attacking humans, right? Although this is true. To be specific, the perceptions of each race are accumulated through contact with individuals. People only saw the dragons killing humans, but did not see the dragons come out to stop it. So they naturally thought that all dragons were equally cruel. The dragons also see humans in the same way. Perhaps they saw the weak and incompetent humans and thought that all humans were like that." Having said that, Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "Specifically speaking, every organization, every race, and every country in the human race also forms their initial impression of each other through such perceptions. For example, through Lorena, everyone will form an impression of the holy city and the church. So she represents the image of the holy city to the outside world. At least through Lorena, everyone will know that the clergy of the holy city are a very friendly group of people, which is beneficial for future interactions between the two sides." Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lorena lowered her head and smiled shyly. While adjusting her robe, Duanmu Huai also laughed and pointed at himself. "If someone like me behaves in an unforgivable manner in front of the dragons, I'm afraid the dragons will also think that humans are all vicious villains." "I understand. But Master," Otis blinked curiously and looked at Duanmu Huai, "will the dragons think you are human?" Hearing Otis' question, Duanmu Huai's face turned pale. He stared at Otis, speechless for a moment. "Backstab your teammate and hit him critically. You are really good. Anyway, this problem needs to be solved as soon as possible." Duanmu Huai decisively changed the subject. He felt that his HP would be reduced to 0 if he continued talking. "But how can we do it? I'll talk to an Angu Lia first." Although it is reasonable that Duanmu Huai, as an outsider, is not suitable to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. But the most important thing at the moment is to save the world to avoid the worst situation. So Duanmu Huai has to change his mind. At noon the next day, the three of them gathered in the atrium again. "Mr. Knight, what story do you want to tell today?" "No storytelling today. I have something very important to tell you too." Duanmu Huai shook his head, then looked at an Angu Leia. Noticing his serious expression, the two girls were stunned. "Hey, Mr. Knight, do you have something important to tell us? Are you planning on confessing your love? What are you talking about?" Can you think of something else besides this? In response to Anne's words, Duan Muhui rolled his eyes. Seriously? I want to discuss the matter regarding the evil dragon Fafnir. Hearing this, Anne and Gu Lia were slightly startled. And then, their expressions became serious. Duan Muhui was also staring at them, and spoke. Lorena and Otis have been doing some research recently. We heard that the evil dragon Fafnir is wreaking havoc on this continent. Is that true? This, Anne and Gu Lia looked at each other and nodded helplessly. That's right. And, if our investigation is correct, neither Manalia nor Regius took any action? Why? I don't know what my father is thinking. And sighed helplessly. And Gu Lia also lowered her head. Me too. I believe my father does not want to see the current situation. But the situation of the dragon tribe in the country is really difficult to coordinate. That is to say, there are many dragons in Regnus who agree with Fafnir's point of view and think that the dragon race, because they are at the top of all living beings, rule over other races. Is that right? Duan Muhui stared at Gu Lia and questioned her, while Gu Lia curled up into a ball and nodded uneasily. Really? Mr. Knight. Seeing this, and couldn't help but reach out and hug Gu Lia. This isn't Gu Lia's fault, so don't be mean to her. Sorry. I'm used to it. Duan Muhui waved his hand. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately entered the role of a judge, and his tone inevitably became tougher. But do you know the consequences of continuing like this? If things go wrong, the dragons will start a full-scale conflict and war with humans. Is this okay? Why? Hearing this, Anne's face changed drastically, and even Gu Lia looked up in surprise and looked at Duan Muhui. Ah ha 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 ha. Mr. Knight, isn't that a bit alarmist? After all, it's just an evil dragon, that. But the dragons didn't stop it. Duan Muhui interrupted Anne's defense. The fact that the dragons did not stop us was seen by humans as support, which meant that Fafnir's statement was recognized by the dragons. Therefore, in the eyes of humans, all dragons are like Fafnir, trying to destroy and dominate humans, and are their enemies. That's not the case. And quickly stood up and refuted loudly. Gu Lia is not such a person. I know that Gu Lia is a very gentle and kind child. She is not an evil dragon like Fafnir. Install. Hearing Anne's words, Gu Lia looked at her with a happy expression, while Duan Muhui directly poured cold water on this warm atmosphere. Even so, how are you going to convince others to believe this? Apart from anything else, not all students in the academy are willing to associate with Gu Lia. This, facing Duan Muhui's words, the two girls were speechless for a moment. Indeed, like Duan Muhui, Gu Lia was also ignored by students in Manalia. But her problem mainly came from her identity as a dragon. Although Gu Lia was not completely without friends in Manalia, many students still kept their distance from her. But, what do you think we should do? And couldn't think of a solution. So he took out his anger on Duan Muhui. This is not a problem we can solve. Of course not. Duan Muhui shook his head. If you were just ordinary students, it would be fine. But you two are princesses. You represent not only yourselves, but also your country. Whether it's an or Yulia, the people will be watching your every move. Now that the evil dragon is rampant, your actions represent the position of your country. Moreover, I am not without a way to solve this problem. In fact, although the invasion of the evil dragon is a disaster, but it also contains opportunities. Why? Hearing this, the girls were all stunned. Opportunity? That's right. If the dragons want to have a good relationship with humans, then they can take this opportunity to fight together with humans against the evil dragon army. In this way, the dragons can at least show humans that even among the dragons, not all dragons think the same as Fafnir. They also have different ideas and positions like humans. Having said that, Duan Muhui spread out his hands. So, my idea is that Manalia and Regnus should form a team to defeat the evil dragon. As long as we can successfully destroy the evil dragon, all problems can be solved. Once the evil dragon is destroyed, the relationship between humans and dragons will improve, and the problem will be solved. At any time, the best way to resolve internal conflicts is to find an external enemy. Just like during the Three Emperors' War. If it weren't for a certain vampire who, in the spirit of fearless internationalism, traveled all the way to Altdorf to die, the civil strife in the empire might not have been quelled so quickly. This, it has to be said that when An and Gu Lia heard Duan Muhui's plan, they were both stunned. Will it be that simple? If everything goes well, it's that simple. Otherwise, do you want to wait until the evil dragon arrives in Manalia before considering this issue? Hey! Will Fafna attack Manalia? Hearing this, and was shocked. But Duan Mu Huai seemed very calm. Of course, Manalia is the country with the most powerful magic power on this continent. Yes, and nodded. The Seraph Manalia gave us magic, so our Manalia kingdom prospered under the power of magic. So, if I were Fafner, I would definitely attack Manalia. From the perspective of the dragons, as long as we destroy Manalia, the strongest nation of mankind, then mankind will have no choice but to surrender. Facing Duan Mu Huai's words, and Ngu Leia's expressions became more and more serious. Although they looked like girls of only 16 or 17 years old, they were princesses after all. Anyone who was not a useless figurehead used for marriage should understand how serious the current situation was. I see. At this moment, and also stood up. I will write to my father immediately and explain the situation. Me too. Gu Lia also nodded vigorously. I will also contact my father to discuss countermeasures. Then I'll leave it to you. Although the Holy City cannot participate in the war against the evil dragon, we will represent the Holy City and join in the fight against the evil dragon. After hearing the replies from the two princesses, Duan Mu Huai felt relieved. With my own warning, at least, the situation shouldn't get any worse. Chapter 93 Do It Yourself. It has to be said that Duan Mu Huai's decision to take the upper route was correct. After learning that the evil dragon's actions might affect humans' impression of dragons, especially that Gu Lia might be expelled from Manalia because of this, and immediately wrote a letter to his father to discuss the problem of the evil dragon's rampage. Gu Lia also wrote a letter to her father to discuss countermeasures. Fortunately, news came from both sides soon. Gu Lia's father, the Dragon King, was also worried about the evil dragon's rampage. After communicating with Gu Lia, he decided to go to the Manalia kingdom in person to discuss the crusade against the evil dragon. An's father also agreed to the Dragon King's request. So the two sides decided to discuss the crusade against the evil dragon in the Manalia kingdom. And Gu Lia would naturally participate. As for Duan Mu Huai, he would attend as a representative of the Holy Church. After all, he was a paladin. Even though it doesn't look like it. However, the result of this meeting was not satisfactory. Dad is such an idiot. Such a big idiot. And walked into the room angrily and slammed the door shut. Seeing An's angry look, Duan Mu Huai and Gu Lia looked at each other helplessly. Of course, they also knew why An was so angry. In fact, the meeting went smoothly at the beginning. Everyone believed that the evil dragon was a threat that needed to be dealt with, and agreed to send a punitive team. But the selection of the expedition team became a big problem. The evil dragon Fafna is very powerful. Needless to say, and to defeat such an evil dragon, an elite and powerful team is naturally needed. Then the problem comes. The kings of Manalia and Regnais certainly cannot personally take the risk, as this is not their duty as rulers. So who should go? If we talk about strength, then An and Gu Lia are naturally the best candidates. But the problem is that they are also princesses and cannot put themselves in danger. Not only that, humans and dragons are also arguing about the selection issue. In the eyes of humans, the evil dragons are your kind. You should take the initiative to clean up this mess. So you must send out elite soldiers. But in the eyes of the dragons, humans were just trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, letting them fight against the evil dragon. And then, they would reap the benefits. So they thought it should be fair and just, and asked Manalia to send out the same number of elites. However, the humans were unwilling to do so. They thought that the dragons were trying to wipe out their top fighters. After all, humans were not like dragons, all of whom were strong. If all the strong humans died in the battle against the evil dragons, wouldn't the dragons be able to order them around at will? The meeting fell into an endless cycle. Both sides were worried about the other side's ill intentions, so they could not cooperate sincerely. The selection issue was also delayed again and again, and no agreement was reached in the end, although An protested to his father. But there was no result. In the end, the group returned to the academy without any results. The pressure from my father is also very great. I heard that when he returned this time, many ministers expressed their dissatisfaction with him. They believe that Regnus should not take the initiative to participate in the fight between the evil dragon and humans. Gu Lia also sighed silently and had nothing to say. You don't seem that surprised, Mr. Knight? looking at Duanmu Huai, who was drinking black tea silently with curiosity, and asked doubtfully, while Duanmu Huai spread out his hands. This is normal. Once politics is involved, there will always be many problems. This is also the reason why in many stories, everyone cannot work together until the critical moment. For example, now, unless the evil dragon attacks Regnus and Manalia at the same time, it will be difficult for the two sides to unite and cooperate sincerely. But by then, it will be too late. That can't be helped. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Since I can't make a decision, I plan to go by myself. Why? Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's decision, Gu Leia looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. Mr. Knight, are you going to defeat the evil dragon? Of course. That's what I had planned. If we can unite everyone, we'll have a better chance of winning. But from what we can see now, although Regnus and Manalia are allies, the relationship between the two sides is not solid. In this case, even if the two sides form a coalition, it's hard to say whether it will become more difficult and complicated. So I decided to defeat the evil dragon. After all, as a paladin, this is also my duty. Duanmu Huai has already determined that the evil dragon Faf is probably the final boss of this world fragment. He originally hoped to unite the two countries to attack it together. But now it seems that the conflicts and disputes between the two sides make it almost impossible for them to cooperate. This is probably why it will eventually become a war between humans and dragons. Since these two countries can't be relied on, Duanmu Huai can only rely on himself. As for whether he can win, he thinks it's not a big problem. After all, Duanmu Huai collected a lot of spell cards during his time studying magic at Manalia College. And because he is in the fragment world, he doesn't need to consider the upper limit of the subspace heat. He can just max it out. If you can't win, you can just run away. Not only that, at the previous meeting, Duanmu Huai also sensed a very familiar aura. Obviously, neither side was wrong. But due to some force majeure, they had to step into the abyss step by step. This rhythm really resembled the work of the god of deceit. This was the biggest reason why he gave up the joint plan. The more complicated the plan, the higher the possibility that the god of deceit would be involved, and the more likely it was to fail. Rushing over and ransacking the house without saying anything was the best way to deal with that scheming guy. To put it bluntly, no matter how good you are at tricks, you can be knocked down with one shot. Even if you have 180 possible strategies later on, it will be of no use. Duanmu Huai was a man of action. Or rather, speed was of the essence. On the second day after the action was confirmed, he told the student union that he had to leave the academy for urgent matters. Duanmu Huai was certainly not stupid enough to say that he was going to fight the evil dragon. He just said that he had received news from the holy city, and he needed to go back. The academy did not pay much attention to this, and simply nodded in agreement. After leaving the city, Duanmu Huai summoned the metal secret dragon and prepared to set off. But at this moment, his head turned to the woods next to him. Come out. You've been following me all the way. What do you want to do? He. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, 3 figures emerged from the woods. The 2 in front were dressed like thieves and wrapped in cloaks. They were Gu Leia. As for the one behind, he was An's guardian knight Owen, who was always following him. Although I have almost guessed it, I still want to ask. What do you want to do? Duanmu Huai looked at them helplessly and asked, while An raised his hand. As you can see, Mr. Knight, we will also go with you to destroy the evil dragon. As he spoke, An looked at Duanmu Huai with shining eyes. This should be fine. Mr. Knight, haven't you participated in many adventures before, and defeated enemies in this way? In theory, it is possible. But what? But can you two spoiled princesses adapt to the adventurous life outside? Duanmu Huai looked at An and Gu Leia and sighed helplessly. I have to explain in advance that adventuring in the wild is not as romantic as in novels and stories. There is no place to take a shower, no hot food, and no soft beds. You may wake up and find snakes and bugs everywhere under your body. In the forest, there will be mosquitoes and poisonous insects. To be honest, this is not something you pampered princesses can tolerate. Having said that, Duanmu Huai looked at Owen behind them again. He held a large suitcase in his left hand and a large suitcase in his right hand. On his back he also carried a bag that was bigger than himself. No one knew what was inside. Just leave 2 sets of clothes and some dry food, and throw away the rest. Why? Hearing this, An was shocked. Then we'll have to read books on the way. And cosmetics and stuff. Of course I'll throw it away. Are you going or not? If not, go back. Do they really think this is an outing? Yes. Under Duanmuhuai's intimidation. And hesitated for a moment. But finally nodded obediently. Anyway, saving the country is more important than clothes, books and cosmetics. Chapter 94 Shadow of Destruction. On the wide road, the metal dragon was running forward like a Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting. On its back, and Angulia were looking at the surrounding scenery with great joy. Is this the puppet technology of the Holy City? How interesting. Looking at the scenery in front of him. And was very excited. The unhappiness of being forced to throw away the luggage by Duanmuhuai had long since disappeared. Manalia certainly had similar technology. But those puppets were shaped and moved by magic for a short period of time. Once the magic power was exhausted, they would return to dust directly. So mechanical units, like the metal dragon, were still very attractive to them. We are not here to play. Duanmuhuai silently shook his head at the two of them. But it didn't matter. All adventurers who had just set out were like this. At least compared to the idiot he saw in Brednia. These two were already pretty good. Considering that they were both spoiled princesses. Being like this was already pretty good. As for the rest, let reality teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, Duanmuhuai looked at Lorena again. Lorena, are you sure it's in the north? Yes, my lord knight. Lorena, who was praying, opened her eyes and nodded when she heard Duanmuhuai's question. We met many refugees who fled from the north in Manalia. They all said that there was an evil dragon wreaking havoc in the north, and no one dared to stay outside. I hope we're on the right route. Duanmuhuai could only say this. After all, many national borders in this era were not clearly divided, and most of them were divided by natural boundaries. For example, the border between the Empire and Bretania was divided by the Grey Mountains. But the Grey Mountains were the territory of the dwarves. The same is true for Manalia. The northern border is located near the river. But there are also many people living on the other side of the river. So strictly speaking, the evil dragon is actually attacking humans. But it has not invaded the core territory of Manalia. So it is considered to pose no threat to them for the time being. People are always like this. They won't cry until they see the coffin. Mr. Knight, how do we find the evil dragon? At this time Owen also asked. After all, everyone only knew that Fafnir and its evil dragon army were wreaking havoc in the north. But there was no detailed location coordinates. Well, first we have to find the villages and towns destroyed by the evil dragons. Then find the evil dragon army. Then defeat those stupid big lizards. And then ask them about Fafnir's location. And then determine the route. Is it really that troublesome? Hearing this, and immediately shouted, Mr. Knight, you spoke so decisively before. I thought you already knew where Fafnir was. That's what adventure is all about. Duanmuhuai gave it a blank look. Adventuring is often like hunting. You have to find the traces of the prey. Determine where it is going. Follow it and find its lair. And then think about how to kill it. Faf is not an idiot. If he had known where its lair was earlier, the alliance between the two countries would not have been so troublesome. That's right. One of the reasons why the joint team couldn't be sure was that although everyone knew that Fafnir was in the north, no one knew its exact location. It was simply unrealistic to search the vast land in the north manually. Therefore, even if an adventure team was sent out, it was unknown how many years it would take them to find Fafnir. That's so troublesome. If you don't want to, just go back. Hearing Duanmuhuai's ruthless words, and pouted and hugged Gulea. Guria, Mr. Knight is bullying me. Looking at the two of them, Duanmuhuai shook his head speechlessly. But soon, he turned his gaze forward again. And then Duanmuhuai's eyes focused. There is a small town ahead. Let's go check out the situation. Maybe we can get some clues. A small town? Hearing this, and also raised his head and looked forward. As expected, he could see a small town in the distance on the horizon. But why is there smoke? Is there a fire? Hearing Anne's puzzled question, Owen opened his mouth and wanted to explain something to her. But Duanmuhuai gave him a look, signaling Owen not to say anything more. To deal with such a naive and silly girl, you have to use the harsh beating of reality to make her wake up. When the group finally arrived at the town, they were stunned by the scene before them. The town in front of me had completely turned into a burnt ruin, with charred, smoking remains of houses everywhere. Not only that, that's too much. looking at the scene in front of him. An's face turned pale, and his lips trembled. Gu Lei beside him was also stunned and speechless. In front of them were several charred bodies, which still looked as they did before death. Some were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Some were running for their lives. And some were trying to protect their children. Of course, in the end, all this was in vain. Under the spray of dragon breath from the sky, everything turned into scorched earth. Okies, Lorena, search to see if there are any survivors. Duanmu Huai was used to this kind of scene. After all, he had seen worse situations when dealing with the followers of the evil god. So he quickly calmed down and ordered Okies and Lorena to search for survivors. As for the two princesses, let them calm down here. Duanmu Huai was very familiar with searching for survivors. He strode through the wreckage of the town, scanning the surrounding life waves. According to Duanmu Huai's experience, if there were any survivors, they would usually hide in basements or cellars. As expected, soon Duanmu Huai found signs of life under a wreck. He circled the ruins and found that the door of the cellar was covered with various debris. If no one found it, it would only be a matter of time before these people died inside. There are survivors here. Come and help. Duanmu Huai shouted and then began to clean up the debris on the cellar door. When the others heard Duanmu Huai shout, they also ran over. Soon, Duanmu Huai cleaned up the debris on the cellar door, then opened the door and motioned Owen and Lorena to go down and check the situation. With his size, he probably couldn't even turn around after entering. Mr. Knight, what are we going to do? And Angu Lia stood by at a loss, not knowing what to do. They must be feeling very bad right now. But they didn't know what they could do. Just stay there, and stay out of the way. Duanmu Huai didn't care and gave an answer quickly. The two of them didn't say anything and just stood there obediently. After a while, Owen and Lorena came out with a few people. Among them were men and women, old and young. About 4 or 5 people. And everyone looked haggard and in distress. What's the situation? It was not until this time that Duanmu Huai stepped forward and asked Owen, who quickly gave an answer. They are the people who live here. Because a group of dragons suddenly attacked this town. They had to hide in the cellar in a panic. They planned to wait until the dragons left before coming out. So they have been hiding until now. Go ask them which direction the dragons came from. What they know about these dragons. And then, Duanmu Huai paused and looked at the refugees over there. Give them some food and money, and let them go. Okay. Owen had no better idea. So he nodded. Then he went back to the group of survivors, and started talking to them in a low voice. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw one of the little boys raised his head and looked at him. Then he quickly ran to his side, and raised his head and looked at him. Are you going to kill those dragons? This, faced with the little boy's question, and Angu Lea were at a loss. While Duanmu Huai just nodded silently, and the little boy lowered his head. Please, please, kill all these dragons. They destroyed my family. Buck, Mary, and others are all dead. Please avenge them. Kill all those dragons. Hearing the little boy's angry and sad plea, Gu Leia's face turned pale, and she said nothing, and didn't know what to say. Only Duanmu Huai looked at them meaningfully, then looked at the little boy in front of him and nodded. Of course. That's what we're here for. Then, he spoke. Chapter 95. Lure the snake out of its hole. Finally, these survivors left the destroyed town with the money and food given to them by the crowd. And with sadness and pain, looking at their receding backs, everyone remained silent for a long time. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze, looked at him, and snorted coldly. Okay, princess. Now tell me, when the people of Malia who have lost their homes, friends and relatives due to the dragon attacks come to you and ask you to kill the dragons to avenge them, how will you convince them to coexist peacefully with the dragons? I, faced with Duanmu Huai's question, and was speechless for a moment. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she saw the charred house, the carbonized corpse and everything destroyed in front of her again, she didn't know what to say. But that's not Regnus's dragon. But they didn't stop it either. Duanmu Huai coldly interrupted Anne's timid explanation. In the eyes of the victim, standing idly by as an accomplice. Not to mention, Regnus's dragon is also a dragon. For them, it is meaningless to distinguish the difference between the two. Because no matter what, the dragon will not help them. Don't you think? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's rebuke, neither of them said anything. and Duan Muhui turned away. Okay. Let's keep going. At least we have our target location. Rescuing these survivors was not in vain. According to the survivors, the dragons flew from the frozen mountains in the north. Since they had not encountered this group of dragons before, it was very likely that they were still in the frozen mountains. Although searching the entire mountain range was still a big project, it was much better than wandering around aimlessly. After that, An and Gu Lia didn't speak during the whole journey. Although they had heard the report before, it was only after they witnessed it with their own eyes that they truly realized how terrible the pain, anger, and hatred were. Even the children were not immune. From the bottom of their hearts, they longed for the death and destruction of all dragons. And this hatred certainly could not be resolved with a few words. The metal dragon was very fast. And at dusk, the group arrived at the foot of the frozen mountains. Owen tried to persuade the two princesses to eat something. But perhaps because the blow they had suffered before was too severe, neither of them had any appetite. Well, how long are you going to be depressed? Looking at the two depressed princesses sitting on the metal secret dragon, Duan Muhui was furious. He slapped it on the back, then reached out and grabbed Gu Lia's tail. Ah! Ah! Suddenly attacked. The two princesses screamed in fear, while Duan Muhui glared at them fiercely. How are you? Are you a little more awake? This is not the time for you to be sad. We are taking risks, and may encounter enemies at any time and anywhere. Who are you two staring blankly here for? Do you think you can defeat the evil dragon by staring blankly? Don't forget why you came out. If you can't stand it, get out of here quickly. This is not a child's play. I won't go back. Hearing this, and jumped up immediately. I swear, I will destroy the evil dragon and avenge the people of Manalia. I will be with Guria. When the time comes, we will return to Manalia with the body of the evil dragon. I will tell the people that it was Guria who helped us defeat the evil dragon. Guria is not a bad person. Me too. At this moment, Gu Lia also nodded vigorously. But for some reason, a blush appeared on her face. I will also work hard to destroy Fafnir. No matter what. This is my responsibility as a dragon man. Very good. After hearing the two people's answers, Duan Muhui nodded with satisfaction. Now eat something and get ready for battle. Fighting? Well, this is of course no problem. But Mr. Knight. At this moment, Gu Lia raised her head and looked at Duan Muhui, with tears in her eyes and her face flushed. Please let go of my tail. I'm running out of strength. Oh, sorry. I have to say, the tail feels pretty good to hold. It's plump and soft and very nice to touch. But after what you just saw, can you still eat, Mr. Knight? It was no wonder that An had such thoughts. After all, they had just seen human corpses burnt to charcoal, so it was normal for them to have no appetite. So when they saw Duan Muhui and the others eating as usual, the two princesses felt somewhat unbelievable. If not, Duan Muhui snorted softly. People can only have the strength to fight if they are full. It's your business if you don't eat. But if you are caught in a surprise attack and end up getting killed because you don't have enough strength due to not eating, that would be interesting. The most powerful mage in Manalia was killed because of hunger? I can live with this joke for a year. Well, after that, the two princesses finally recovered and ate something, drank some water, and regained some energy, although they were still a little tired. For Duan Muhui, it was enough for them to recover to a state where they could fight. But, Mr. Knight, you said fight? Who are we going to fight? A dragon. Of course. Faced with Anne's stupid question, Duan Muhui answered speechlessly. But, there are no enemies nearby? Owen also raised his own questions. He had just heard Duan Muhui say that he wanted to fight, and he thought that he and others were ambushed. He was so scared that he quickly searched the surroundings. But he didn't find even a ghost. The enemy is not here. But we can lure them over here. Duan Muhui chuckled and looked up at the frozen mountains in front of him. You've heard before that the dragons that attacked the villages all flew over from the frozen mountains. So it's very likely that they are still in the frozen mountains. But this place is so big, and we don't know how long it will take us to find them. So, we might as well lure them out directly. Draw it out? How do you draw it out? Look at me. Cover your ears. Duan Muhui walked to the front while speaking. He then summoned two servo skulls to fly into the sky. Then he turned on the directional sound amplification mode. Then, he faced the frozen mountains and took a deep breath. You lowly and despicable winged lizards and reptiles. Come out and die. along with Duanmu Huai's roar. Deafening curses echoed throughout the frozen mountains. What's wrong? Are you scared? You coward. You're so big, but you're even smaller than a pine nut. Come out if you dare, and see how your grandfather will skin you alive and tear your bones out. Favre is a moron, and his subordinates are a bunch of sly bastards? Even if they covered their ears, everyone could still hear Duanmu Huai's thunderous roar and insults. Hearing his roar, everyone looked at each other, speechless, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, roar! An angry dragon roar erupted from the mountain. And then everyone saw several dark shadows emerging from the sky and rushing towards them. They are indeed a bunch of brainless idiots. Duanmu Huai laughed and clenched his hammer. Okay, get ready to fight. It has to be said that although Duanmu Huai's method was crude, it was indeed effective. In just a blink of an eye, everyone saw several black shadows falling from the sky and surrounding them. You lowly creature. Are you the one who is blaspheming the majesty of the dragon? The leading black dragon stared at Duanmu Huai angrily, opened its mouth and roared ferociously. Just standing here and looking at its huge body was enough to make people feel terrified. However, Duanmu Huai was carrying the war hammer and was not afraid at all. I should be the one saying this to you, winged lizard. Please wait a moment. However, at this moment, Gu Lia suddenly spoke up and interrupted Duanmu Huai's words. She put down her cloak, raised her head, and looked at the dragon in front of her. I want to ask, did you destroy the town ahead? A town? You mean the monkey's lair? Perhaps because he saw his own kind. The black dragon gave an answer. Yes, it was us who did it. Why? Is there any grudge between you two? Celebrating the festival? Hearing Gu Lia's question, the black dragon snorted coldly. Those monkeys have nothing to do with us. We just want to have fun. Watching those stupid bipeds scream, flee, and die under our flames is such fun. We, the dragon race, are the pinnacle of dominating all life. Other lives are only worthy of being our playthings. Boom! However, before the black dragon finished his words, suddenly, accompanied by a roar, a dazzling magical light shot straight into the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw him clenching his fists, staring at them angrily. Just for fun. You took those people's lives? Destroyed their homes? I will never forgive you. Heroic spirits, heed my call and destroy the enemy. As he spoke, and raised his hand high. The next moment, a night spirit as tall as a dragon, wearing armor and holding a spear and shield, appeared out of thin air. It raised its spear high and rushed towards the black dragon in front of it. Get started. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also jumped up, raised the war hammer in his hand, and swung it hard at the dragon. Chapter 96, Frozen Tower. For ordinary people, dragons are very terrifying creatures. They have strong and huge bodies, terrifying claws and bloody mouths, and will trample on other creatures without mercy. But for players, when they hear the word dragon, their first reaction is to have their eyes wide open, breathe heavily, and their heartbeat speed up. Why? Because dragons equals rich people equals dragons' lairs have lots of treasures equals rare equipment. Whether on the indigenous planet or in the starry sky, players will definitely not miss anything related to dragons. The same is true now. Boom! The dragon's body fell heavily to the ground. It raised its head and looked at the Black Knight, who had stepped on its head in horror. Strange. Monster. At this moment, the giant dragon had completely lost its initial arrogance and looked at Duanmu Huai with trepidation. It was no wonder that it had such a reaction, because its fellow giant dragons had been completely killed. The black dragon that had spoken arrogantly at first was pierced through the body by the huge heroic spirit summoned by it in anger. The other dragon beside it didn't even have time to utter the typical villain remark, "How dare you," before it was hit away by a claw of Gu Lia, who leaped up. The dragon's body, which was hard enough to withstand sharp weapons, was covered with dragon scales and had blood scars deep enough to see the bones. As for the other dragons, they were not much better. One was cut into steaks by Ogis's hooked finger, and the other one thought that Lorena was easy to bully and was about to attack her. Then Lorena slapped his head with a holy book and turned it 180 degrees. Naturally, nothing happened. So the entire battle, from start to finish, took less than 2 minutes. If Duanmu Huai hadn't wanted to keep the dragon alive, the dragon would probably have died. Next, I ask questions and you answer. Do you hear me? Duan Muhui took off his helmet, held the chainsaw sword against the dragon's neck with one hand, stared at it coldly and spoke. When the dragon saw Duan Muhui's face, it turned pale with fear. No. No. Don't come over here. I'm willing to do anything. No. Along with the dragon's howl, a fishy smell suddenly came out. Upon smelling this smell, and Angu Lia couldn't help but frown. Then, they looked at the bottom of the dragon. Yuah. It was so scared that it peed its pants. And it's a dragon. It doesn't need to wear pants. The dragon is really timid. Just like what Mr. Knight said. It is as timid as a pine nut. The shame of the dragon race. Putting the two princesses' whispers behind him, Duan Muhui pretended he heard nothing and stared at the giant dragon in front of him. Answer my question. Yes, yes. Are you Fafner's subordinates? Yes. We are members of the Evil Dragon Legion. The attack on the town was an order from the Evil Dragon Legion? That's not the case. The Legion is currently carrying out other missions. We are mainly staying in the rear and feel a little bored. What did you say? Hearing the dragon's answer, Anshi's face turned red, and she almost summoned the heroic spirit again to hit the dragon. Fortunately, Gu Lia and Lorena pulled her back in time. On a mission? Hearing this, Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. What mission are you on? This? Hearing Duan Muhui's question, the dragon was speechless for a moment. And at the same time, Duan Muhui immediately pressed the button without mercy. Buzz! The chainsaw sword began to spin wildly. And the dragon, realizing that his life was in danger, immediately begged for mercy. I say. Actually, I don't know much either. I only know that they came here for a tower in the frozen valley. It is said that there seems to be a fire dragon from ancient times sealed under the tower. Lord Fafner seems to be planning to take it under his command. So he sent the Evil Dragon Legion to lift the seal. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. And Duan Muhui turned around in confusion and looked at an Angu Lia. Don't you know? I haven't heard of it. There's no similar record in the library. Anne's head shook like a rattle, and she seemed really shocked by the news. Where's Yulia? Aren't you a dragon person? Have you heard of it? I'd never heard of such a thing. Gu Lia was also confused. Obviously, they didn't know that there was such a secret here. No matter what, we must prevent the sealed dragon from resurrecting. Duan Muhui made a decision immediately. Are you kidding me? What kind of script is this where the final boss is resurrected and recruits the 4 heavenly kings? What will happen if this succeeds? Do you know where that tower is? Take us there. But, Buzz, I'll take you there. Ah. Stop it. Don't stab me again. Ah-huh. Hearing the dragon scream, and quietly leaned close to Gu Lia's ear and whispered, Greya, this dragon is just as timid as Mr. Knight said. Finally, under the threat of Duan Muhui, the giant dragon dragged its bruised body, flapped its wings and flew with everyone to the tall tower deep in the frozen mountains. It was already late at night, but the moonlight in the sky still illuminated the entire frozen mountains very clearly. Duan Muhui sat on the dragon and searched around for a while before he found the target. It's not because Duan Muhui has good eyesight, but because that place is really conspicuous. The flame shot up into the sky, and in a huge pit deep in the mountains, a white ice tower could be seen. It looked like it was made of ice. Under the moonlight, the ice tower was surrounded by dozens of broken dragon corpses, and the ground was still burning with flames. However, a large hole had been blasted out at the bottom of the ice tower, and as far as can be seen, the other dragons seem to have entered the tower. We also need to speed up. Hurry up. Duan Muhui hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, a gust of icy cold current blew out from the direction of the ice tower and rushed directly towards everyone. Careful. Duan Muhui hugged Ojas and Lorena and immediately leaped up, while an Angu Lia also flew up hurriedly. Then, they saw a cold current flash past their feet, freezing the unfortunate dragon into an ice stick. Then the dragon fell straight to the ground without a sound, and instantly broke into several pieces of debris. This place is really amazing. Seeing this, Duan Muhui's heart tightened, and he hurriedly landed on the ground with the others. Now he finally understood why there were so many dragon corpses around this ice tower. It seems that the defensive power of this ice tower is really amazing. But on the other hand, this also means that there is something incredible sealed under this ice tower. Otherwise, generally speaking, there wouldn't be such a powerful force. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also clenched his war hammer and looked at the big hole in the ice tower in front of him. Let's go! Led by Duanmu Huai, the group rushed into the ice tower in front of them. However, as soon as they entered, a biting cold air hit them in the face. It's so cold. Why is it so cold? The girls obviously didn't expect it to be so cold, and they all screamed. But fortunately, some people were prepared. Here are the coats. Your Highness, Miss Lorena, and Miss Okies. Please use them. You are here. Duanmu Huai was stunned when he saw Owen appearing from nowhere and distributing coats. This guy has such a low sense of presence that he almost forgot about her. Speaking of which, where did you bring all those clothes? Mr. Knight? Do you want to? I don't need it. But if there is black tea, you can have a cup after we finish. Duanmu Huai rejected Owen's kindness. And then, he looked forward. The entire ice tower looked like a mess, with corpses of dragons and dragon beasts everywhere. But fortunately, they had already fought a way out. And what Duanmu Huai had to do next was to follow their corpses and continue moving forward. Well, let's go. I hope we make it in time. Chapter 97 Silver Ice Dragon. The huge ice tower was filled with the bodies of giant dragons that had been frozen to death. Everyone kept moving forward and quickly rushed upwards. The higher they went, the more they could hear the angry roars of giant dragons. And even the tower itself was shaking slightly. When everyone reached the top floor, they saw the dragons fighting fiercely. The one fighting against the giant dragons was a petite dragon man. She doesn't look very old, and looks somewhat similar to Gu Lia, with short ice blue hair and a white dragon tail. But she has no wings. Instead, she has a pair of dragon horns that curve backwards on her head. At this moment, the dragon girl was waving her battle axe, controlling the monsters made of ice around her, and fighting with the dragons of the evil dragon army. She controlled the whistling ice and snow, and fought with those dragons. And those dragons opened their mouths and sprayed out hot dragon breath, confronting the dragon girl's cold snow and frost. Monsters made of ice melted one after another in the roaring breath of the giant dragon. And the dragon girl seemed to be unable to hold on. She waved her long-handled battle axe, ruthlessly reaping the life of the giant dragon. But unfortunately, she was no match for 4 hands with 2 fists. And now she could no longer hold on. Let's go! Although he didn't know the origins of the dragon girl, the enemy of his enemy is his companion. Duanmu Huai would certainly not allow the evil dragons to lift the seal and let the fire dragon go. So he gave an order and led the others into the battlefield. The dragon girl was also surprised to see Duanmu Huai and his group suddenly rushing in. However, when she saw Duanmu Huai and others charging towards the evil dragon legion, a hint of doubt emerged in the dragon girl's eyes. But soon, she retracted her gaze and continued to deal with the enemy in front of her. With the addition of Duanmu Huai and other new forces, the originally aggressive evil dragon army was completely destroyed without much effort. Of course, this was mainly because the evil dragon army lost a lot of manpower when entering the ice tower. Otherwise, even if Duanmu Huai and others were more powerful, it would probably take some effort. Bang! As the last dragon fell, the battle was declared over. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward, only to see the dragon girl standing not far away, holding a long-handled battle axe and staring at them vigilantly. Hello, Miss Dragon. Duanmu Huai thought about it and decided to go forward and talk things out. However, just as he turned around, he saw the dragon girl raised her battle axe and pointed it at him. Leave here. This is not the place for you. The dragon girl's voice was like 10,000 years of ice. Cold, indifferent, without the slightest ups and downs. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just stopped and raised his hand. Okay, but I want to tell you something. Please listen carefully. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai quickly told the dragon girl about the situation on the continent. How Fafnir led the evil dragon army to attack humans, and how he tried to release the fire dragon. He could see that the other party didn't welcome anyone to enter the tower. Although he didn't know if she was a guard or something, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. So he simply explained his purpose first, and then communicated. After listening to Duanmu Huai's story, the dragon girl's expression did not change. But she slowly put down the battle axe she was holding. Obviously, she had heard what Duanmu Huai said. Anyway, that's why we're here. May I ask your name? Miss. And what are you doing here? The dragon girl remained silent. But at this moment, a petite figure suddenly emerged from behind her. She was about the size of a human hand, and had a pair of butterfly-like wings. She must be a fairy-like race. Faline. I don't think they are bad people. Besides, they help you eliminate the invaders. You can also talk to them. The dragon girl still didn't speak, and the little goblin seemed to think that she had agreed. So she crawled out from behind the dragon girl and came in front of Duan Mu Huai. Hello, Mr. Knight, who looks a little scary. The child's name is Faline, and she is the caretaker here. As he spoke, the goblin also explained the situation of the dragon girl named Faline to Duan Mu Huai and others. According to the goblin, in the distant past, there was an evil fire dragon in this land, which destroyed villages and towns. Because the fire dragon was very powerful, no one could kill it, and it could only be sealed in the ice tower. As the head of the clan, Faline took on the responsibility of sealing and guarding. She turned her life into magic power to maintain the seal of the tower, so she never left here. In addition to the goblin, Faline had no other friends. I see. After listening to the little goblin story, Duan Mu Huai frowned and thought for a moment. But we can't go on like this. Fairy lady, you heard what I said. The evil dragon Fafnir is planning to completely rule this world. So he sent the evil dragon army to try to lift the seal and release the fire dragon. Although we repel the evil dragon army's attack this time, the evil dragon army will come again. However, as soon as Duan Mu Huai finished speaking, a cold voice sounded from beside him. When that happens, I will destroy them once again. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai turned around and saw that the dragon girl named Faline had come to him and the others and stared at them. However, Duan Mu Huai quickly shook his head and expressed a different opinion. It's meaningless, Miss Faline. You can kill them once or twice, but can you keep going? Just now, you were almost unable to hold on. I've heard from Miss Fairy that you are consuming your own vitality to maintain the seal of this tower. But if you die, won't the seal be lifted? Even if you can kill them once or twice, you will still be killed by the evil dragons in the end. By then, the seal will also be lifted, and your sacrifice will be in vain. Facing Duan Mu Huai's rebuttal, Faline bit her lips slightly and said nothing. At this time, Ajis looked at Duan Mu Huai and asked, So master, can you solve this problem? There is only one way now. Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. Hearing what he said, everyone, including Faline, looked at him. Any solution? Kill the fire dragon. Why? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's decisive words, everyone was stunned. And soon Lorena spoke uneasily. But, didn't that fairy girl say that the fire dragon is very powerful and cannot be killed? So it was sealed? Just because you couldn't kill him, then doesn't mean you can't kill him now. Duan Mu Huai turned his head and looked at everyone. Look at us. And Giulia, Lorena, plus Ojus and I. We can't kill a fire dragon? Besides, since Fafnir wants to release fire dragons as its subordinates, it naturally means that fire dragons are not as powerful as Fafnir. Our goal is to defeat Fafnir, the evil dragon. If we can't even deal with a fire dragon, what's the point of dreaming about destroying the evil dragon? Let's just go home, take a shower, sleep and wait for death. This, in response to Duan Mu Huai's words, everyone looked at each other. It sounds like that's the truth? Mr. Knight is right, and was the first to raise his hand to show his agreement. Our goal is to destroy the evil dragon. How can we stop in front of a mere magic dragon? If we can't even destroy a fire dragon, then defeating the evil dragon is just a joke. As expected of a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Gu Lei next to him also nodded. I also agree with him. You don't need to ask to know that these two have always been in harmony with each other. So would I. Of course, I obey my master's orders. Lorena and Okis also expressed their opinions. As for Irving? It's hard to say. But as Anne's guardian knight, his strength is actually the weakest among everyone. Even Lorena can kill him with one punch. He was just a small character in the team who carried bags and luggage. After unifying the opinions of others, Duan Mu Huai looked at Faline again. Well, Miss Faline, as you heard, I think this is the best way to solve this matter. As long as the fire dragon is completely destroyed, the problem will be solved. The evil dragon army will not be able to recruit more people, and you can be freed from it. What do you think? Liberation. After hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, Faline was silent for a moment. Then she seemed to have made a decision and looked at Duan Mu Huai. Then I ask you to prove it. Prove? That's right. Prove to me that you can put out the flames of that demon dragon. As Faline spoke, the next moment, countless ice and strong winds burst out from her body. In the blink of an eye, Faline disappeared without a trace, and in her place appeared a huge dragon that seemed to be made of ice all over its body. Well, this doesn't surprise me. Looking at the huge ice dragon in front of him, Duan Mu Huai took a breath and gripped the war hammer in his hand. None of you are allowed to make a move. I'll handle her. Ultimately, we still have to convince people with reason. Chapter 98 Fierce Confrontation. I am coming! Facing the ice dragon in front of him, Duan Mu Huai roared angrily. Along with his roar, several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the ice dragon. Roar! Naturally, the ice dragon did not take these little puppets seriously. It just roared, swung its tail violently, and the next moment, all the puppets summoned by Duan Mu Huai were smashed into pieces. However, this was also within Duan Mu Huai's expectations. He summoned the puppets not to kill the enemies, but to trigger special effects. Instantly summon mobile armor. The next moment, Duan Mu Huai was covered in a set of heavy mechanical armor that shone with rainbow light, and he clenched his hammer and rushed towards the ice dragon. At the same time, several knives appeared from behind Duan Mu Huai and flew towards the ice dragon. Cast the magic sword magic, inflict 1 damage to one of the opponent's units. For the ice dragon, this kind of knife was not a threat at all. It did not even try to dodge, and let the knives hit it. Then, the ice dragon raised its claws, and swung them at Duan Mu Huai. However, at this moment, Duan Mu Huai raised his right hand. Activate the gravity gloves. The next moment, the ice dragon's right claw suddenly changed direction and raised high, as if it was bound by invisible chains. This scene was beyond the ice dragon's expectations. It looked at its right claw in surprise, wondering why it would not obey its command. However, in fact, Duan Mu Huai only changed the direction of the gravity on the right hand of the ice dragon. Although the dragon itself is huge and the gravity gloves cannot fully function, it is still effective if it is only limited to part of the body. Using an unexpected move to neutralize the ice dragon's attack, Duan Mu Huai jumped up, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, and smashed it hard on the ice dragon's head. Boom! With a flash of lightning, Duan Mu Huai's giant hammer hit the ice dragon's head hard, and immediately cracked its solid head. The ice dragon obviously had no intention of stopping. It roared again, swung its tail suddenly, and hit Duan Mu Huai directly, knocking him away. And then, the ice dragon raised its head, and took a deep breath towards Duan Mu Huai. A deep blue, bitingly cold breath whistled out, and directly caught up with Duan Mu Huai, who was knocked flying, swallowing him up. Sir Knight! Seeing this, Lorena clenched her hands and screamed, while the others stared at the battlefield in front of them. However, at this moment, a purple beam of light suddenly flashed from the breath and hit the body of the ice dragon directly. The latter shook violently and stopped attacking. After the breath disappeared, everyone saw Duan Mu Huai standing there intact, with dots of purple light falling from his side, as if the breath of the ice dragon had not caused any harm to Duan Mu Huai at all. Counter magic, to inflict 3 damage to a random unit of the opponent, and make the next damage received by the attack unit become 0. Mr. Knight is quite impressive. Seeing this, and couldn't help but nodded and admired. Although Anne was just a rookie in adventure, she was still the most powerful wizard in the kingdom of Manalia, and her experience and knowledge in magic combat were unmatched. Therefore, Anne could naturally see Duan Mu Huai's thinking behind the spell. The general mage is just a simple turret, but Duan Mu Huai is different. He mainly attacks at close range, and magic is only auxiliary. Therefore, every time he releases magic, he basically releases it when he cannot attack the enemy. Moreover, the main function is not to destroy the enemy, but more to contain the enemy's attack. After all, for a close combatant like Duan Mu Huai, it is obvious that he will be somewhat vulnerable after being pulled away from the distance. In order to avoid being kited by the opponent before approaching the battle, Duan Mu Huai will use this method to interfere with the enemy. I don't ask for much damage to it, as long as I can disturb it for a while, and prevent it from kite flying. Once I get close to it, I can hit it however I want. Especially this set of fighting was smooth and flowing, which made Anne feel very comfortable. Although she was not good at close combat, and this kind of fighting skill was of little use to her, she was very moved to see Duan Mu Huai maximize the effect of magic. You know, even in Manalia College. Many students can't do this. But Mr. Knight can actually cast a spell without chanting. This is really unexpected. Gu Lia also looked at Duan Muhui in surprise, and couldn't help but whispered. Although she can do similar things, it is more like the innate ability of the dragon race. As for An, he often needs to chant spells when releasing magic. After all, Manalia's professors are all orthodox turret-type mages, who are the type who chant spells and fight under the protection of guards most of the time. There is probably only one freak like Duan Muhui. He seems to have stored his magic in a peculiar way, and then released it at the right time, and is worthy of being the #1 genius wizard in Manalia. Although the battle between Duan Muhui and the Ice Dragon only lasted for a moment, she has completely figured out the method adopted by Duan Muhui, and her eyes are shining at this moment. This technique is really great. I want to try it too. While the two were talking, Duan Muhui had regrouped and rushed towards the Ice Dragon. The latter obviously realized what Duan Muhui was doing. Soon, the cold wind began to howl, and countless ice rose from the ground. However, at the same time, Duan Muhui suddenly stretched out his hand and waved forward. Boom! Immediately afterwards, blazing flames burst out from the Ice Dragon's body, interrupting its next move. Fire Blast, 2 deal 3 points of damage to the opponent. But this is not the end. Rushing through the ice wall shattered by the flames, Duan Muhui raised the warhammer in his hand high. At the same time, a fiery red magical glow appeared on his body. Fire Bomb, 5 deal 6 damage to one of the opponent's servants. Break. Accompanied by a roar. The warhammer in Duan Muhui's hand directly hit the body of the Ice Dragon. At the same time, the magic that had been prepared also exploded. Fire Bomb is one of the most powerful attack magics that Duan Muhui has learned so far. It initially requires 500 spiritual energy, which is enough to maintain the consumption of Ojas and Lorena at the same time. However, with the blessing of magic amplification, through the several low-level magics that Duan Muhui used before, the consumption of Fire Bomb has been successfully reduced to 0. This is the terrifying part of magic power amplification. Gather a bunch of high-level magic and then cast them all at once. Boom! 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 The violent explosion almost enveloped the entire tower. Even the floor was shattered and cracked by the violent impact. The giant dragon formed by ice completely collapsed under Duan Muhui's ruthless bombardment. The huge body was torn apart by the violent shock wave, and the entire dragon exploded completely. And in the spreading fog, Duan Muhui saw Feilin again. At this moment, she was holding a battle axe and swinging towards him. Duan Muhui was of course not polite about this. He directly took Feilin's attack and rushed directly to her side. Boom! Under the blow of Feilin's battle axe, the mobile armor on Duan Muhui was directly shattered. But Duan Muhui didn't care. In fact, this was the reason why he summoned the mobile armor. The mobile armor, with the Guardian attribute, was equivalent to giving Duan Muhui an extra life. He could completely withstand the opponent's attack and then blast away directly. As the mobile armor broke, Duan Muhui, wearing power armor, rushed into Feilin's arms like a bull, knocking her out directly. Then Duan Muhui raised his warhammer high, jumped up, and slammed down at Feilin. The thunder hammer with lightning drew an arc in the air, and then it hit the ground next to Feilin's head. Well, the winner is decided. Miss Feilin. Duan Muhui took a breath and looked at the dragon girl lying in front of him. That's all I need. However, in response to Duan Muhui's question, Feilin just looked at him blankly, and then slowly spoke. Why don't you kill me? Why should I kill you? Hearing Feilin's question, Duan Muhui frowned. He did notice that Feilin had lost her will to fight and did not resist. But he had no reason to kill her. Right? Could it be that this seal can only be lifted by killing her? That would be a problem. So, what can I do while I am alive? Feilin looked at Duan Muhui blankly, with confusion and doubt in her eyes. I want to fulfill my mission. But what should I do without it? I don't understand. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that after I gain freedom, I won't know what to do. Isn't it better to think about that kind of thing later? Hearing Feilin's words, Duan Muhui snorted coldly. Then he grabbed Feilin's neck and lifted the dragon girl up directly. Listen, miss, don't think about these things now. Whatever you want to do in the future, you can wait until the future to decide. Look at me! As he spoke, Duan Muhui took off his helmet and stared at Feilin. When Faylene saw Duanmu Huai's face, her expressionless face froze instantly. Look, I've grown up like this, but I'm still alive and well. A cute and beautiful girl like you. You want to die now? It's too early. If you don't know what to do, after you destroy the magic dragon, you can just go with us to kill the evil dragon. If you still don't know what will happen in the future, then follow us to take risks. There will always be a time when you will know. Do you understand? Not sure if she was frightened by Duanmu Huai's face or his tone. Faylene was stunned for a long while before she slowly nodded. I see. Chapter 99. Seal released. After that, Faylene no longer objected and led everyone towards the place on the top of the tower where the fire dragon was sealed. While moving forward, OGC reached out and gently pulled Duanmu Huai's clothes. Master, what did she just say? Why did she say she didn't know what to do? This is normal. If a person has been doing something, then when that thing is over, he will feel a little confused. For example, if one day I tell you that you don't have to follow me anymore, and you can do what you want to do, what is your first reaction? What do you want to do? Don't need to follow the master? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Aji's was stunned for a moment. Then she slowly shook her head. I have no idea. This is normal. Seeing Aji's expression, Duanmu Huai touched her head. Everyone is like this. But don't worry. You can walk slowly, move forward, and do whatever you want to do. Maybe one day, you will find it. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai also sighed. For him, this was a very touching thing. At first, Duanmu Huai wanted to stay in school after graduating from university. But to be honest, although his grades were not bad, they were not good enough to be considered a top student. So Duanmu Huai had to graduate and then look for a job. Of course, it was not easy for him to find a job. Even if someone read his resume, they would be scared when they got the interview. Duanmu Huai thought that with his physique and strength, he could work at a construction site. However, he was fired after working there for a few months. It was a state-owned enterprise, and Duanmu Huai walked around the construction site wearing a safety helmet. People around him thought that this was an illegal organization backed by some gang, and it would have a bad impact if it got out. So they fired him. Then Duanmu Huai was introduced to be a bodyguard for a big boss. It was rumored that the man had some connections, and was involved in both black and white affairs. Everyone thought that Duanmu Huai looked like a good fit for this job. But when the big boss saw him, he shook his head like a rattle. According to the big boss, they need to be low-key in their line of work. Bodyguards can be strong, but they can't be so scary. Otherwise, if you walk on the street, who will the police check if not you? So the boss directly introduced him to be a security guard in a certain community, saying that he could scare people. Facts have proved that after Duanmu Huai took office, the security of the community improved significantly. And at the same time, the number of residents with hypertension and heart disease also increased sharply. So after a few months, the property management had no choice but to fire him. Otherwise, the residents of the community would come to the door and say that Duanmu Huai looked too scary and caused their father to have a heart attack. They were so embarrassed that they said he was here to cause trouble. After that, Duanmu Huai stayed at home for another 2 months. He felt that he had to find a job. So he went to the film and television city, thinking that it would be nice to be a special actor. As a result, a director really took a liking to him at first sight and decided to let Duanmu Huai play a supporting role as a gang leader in the movie. Although he was not the protagonist, the treatment was better than that of a supporting actor. The only problem was that all the actors who spoke opposite him looked pale, and even the one who played the policeman looked like he was begging for mercy. In the end, it still failed. The reason is very simple. The film was finished but could not be released. The director went to ask someone, and they told him that the gang leader in your film looked too scary. Even if it was released abroad, it would be rated at least 18+. It would be impossible for you to pass it in China. So the director had to delete all the scenes where Duanmu Huai appeared. So Duanmu Huai became unemployed again. However, after this experience, he felt that he still had a future in the entertainment industry. It just so happened that the internet was full of live broadcasts of this and that. Duanmu Huai thought that with his physique and appearance, even if he did a fitness live broadcast, people would watch it. Right? Wouldn't he be better than those effeminate gigolos? Facts have proved that what Duanmu Huai thought at the beginning was correct. Not long after the broadcast started, many viewers came in. However, Just when Duanmu Huai was fantasizing that he would become an internet celebrity anchor, he found that his live broadcast room was blocked by the platform. Duanmu Huai didn't understand at the time. I was just a fitness anchor. I didn't steal or rob anything. And I didn't violate any rules. Why did you ban me? Then Duanmu Huai went to ask about it. And the customer service representative, who was almost paralyzed by him, cried and told him that the audience didn't have any opinions about him. But many parents complained about him. They said that seeing their children watching such a person's live broadcast scared them, and thought their children were going to take evil paths. There was even a grandfather of the audience, who was taking a walk and saw Duanmu Huai on the live broadcast screen of his grandson's mobile phone. And he fainted with a click. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. Otherwise, I don't know who would be held accountable. Duanmu Huai was also helpless and sad. So he decided to work on an ocean-going fishing boat. However, the captain of the boat didn't want him, for fear that Duanmu Huai would kill people and seize the boat when they reached the high seas. At this time, Duanmu Huai suddenly remembered that when he was in college, he had seen people doing things like earning gold in online games. Not only could they make money, but they didn't have to deal with people, and all transactions could be completed online. It just so happened that Star Ocean OL was born at that time, as the first virtual reality game. It was very popular. So Duanmu Huai bought a machine and joined the ranks of gamers. Fortunately, although Duanmu Huai only worked for less than 2 years, and each job lasted only a few months, no one owed him salary. On the contrary, everyone gave him a year's salary in advance before he left. This means that Duanmu Huai earned a year's salary in just a few months of work. And it also comes with a year-end bonus. So Duanmu Huai was not short of money. But later, well, he just fell into the trap, and has been doing it until now. From this we can see that there is always a way out. So, as long as you look for it slowly, you will always find something. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and spoke to Ojas, who nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. Soon, under the leadership of Feilin, the group arrived at the top floor of the tower, which was also blocked by layers of ice. Through the ice, they could see a blurry black shadow, which should be the fire dragon. Other people's seals are placed at the bottom. But you guys are sealing it higher up. I really don't know what's going on in your mind. Duanmu Huai originally wanted to kill the fire dragon directly in the sealed state. But the goblin next to Feilin told him that the ice outside was maintained by Feilin's magic and vitality. If Duanmu Huai defeated the ice, it would be equivalent to breaking the seal, and Feilin herself would die. So we can only wait for Feilin to lift the seal. Then it's decided. Duanmu Huai glanced at the giant dragon shadow in the ice, then looked at everyone. Wait a moment. After Feilin removes the seal, you will go all out and try to kill this guy before he comes to his senses. Ojas, you will be responsible for restraining its actions. Lorena, be careful not to let the dragon struggle too hard. Yulia Enon, I want you to cast your best and most powerful spells directly at it. If you can't kill it, at least beat it half to death. Is that okay? No problem. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, and Ngulea nodded, while Ajis and Lorena also stood in their positions. Duanmu Huai also held the warhammer tightly and stood aside. As for Irving? Oh, who knows? Anyway, he can't help much in this situation. Alright. After confirming that everyone was in place, Duanmu Huai took a deep breath and then looked at Feilin. Remove the seal. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Feilin nodded slightly. And the next moment, everyone saw huge azure magic power appearing from all directions and being sucked into Feilin's body. The high tower that was originally covered by ice gradually changed its shape, revealing the stone walls and floors inside. Crack. At the same time, the thick ice began to break, and the temperature around it gradually rose. At the same time, cracks appeared outside the ice, and the ice covering the tower gradually melted, turning into water, and then completely evaporated under the high temperature. Boom! At this moment, the thick layer of ice suddenly exploded and shattered, and at the same time, an angry roar came from it. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also gave the order decisively. Get started. Chapter 100, No Martial Ethics. The ice shattered, and a huge figure with flames burning all over its body emerged from it. It spread its wings and let out an angry roar, trying to vent its anger that had been sealed for who knows how many years. But, get started. Following Duanmu Huai's order, everyone took action at this moment. Ojas opened her arms, and the thin puppet silk thread wrapped around the wings and limbs of the fire dragon like a chain. Then she clenched her hands and pulled hard, directly pulling the fire dragon, who had just climbed up, to the ground again. The fire dragon hadn't figured out what was happening yet. It looked up blankly, as if it wanted to see what its current situation was. But at this moment, Lorena jumped up, holding the holy book tightly in both hands, raised it high, and then slapped the fire dragon's head hard. Boom! With a dull crash, the fire dragon fell to the ground with a wail. Install, Greya. At the same time, the two princesses also raised their hands, and a huge magical power emerged in their hands, condensed, and formed a huge fireball. The magic circle flickered and expanded in it, instantly covering the entire dragon. Grand magic, deadly blazing, along with an Angulea's roars. A huge fireball as big as a small sun came crashing down towards the fire dragon like a falling comet, instantly engulfing it in a huge explosion. Although it is very powerful, is it really okay to use fire magic to fight a fire dragon? As if to verify Duan Muhuai's complaints, the bursting flames and air currents soon dissipated, and the flame dragon on the ground no longer had the majesty it had before. Or rather, it couldn't be that majestic after all, as its head and most of its body were blown up without even a piece of flesh left. It should be dead now. However, at this moment, Duan Muhuai suddenly saw a flash of red light in the wreckage of the fire dragon. Then, the fire dragon's body suddenly began to burn, and then began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! Are you the illegitimate child of the phoenix? Although he complained in his heart, Duan Muhuai was not too panicked. After all, he had seen many similar regenerating monsters, and naturally knew how to deal with them. And, Gulia, destroy the core in this guy's body. Yes! The two princesses, who were somewhat panicked when facing the regenerating fire dragon, immediately came to their senses after hearing Duan Muhuai's order. Then, they saw and raised her hands, and a bright red magic circle took shape beside her hands. Rune magic cannon. Along with Anne's roar, a shining red beam of light shot out, directly piercing through the flame dragon's regenerating body, and hitting the core inside the flame dragon. However, what people didn't expect was that Anne's powerful attack had no effect at all. Could this thing be immune to magic? Everyone was shocked to see this. But at the same time, the fire dragon began to move again. Its body suddenly swelled, and then suddenly exploded, turning into several fire monsters, and pounced towards Duan Muhuai and his group. Oops. This guy is trying to hold us back and give himself time to recover. Seeing this, Duan Muhuai was also shocked. At this moment, everyone else was entangled by the suddenly erupting flame monster, and could not escape for a while. At the same time, the flame dragon also quickly started the next round of regeneration. Its body began to recover rapidly again. If it continued like this, the situation would be bad. TSK. Why does every boss like to struggle to the death? Isn't it better to just die honestly? Seeing this, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand hastily, instantly summoning several large mechanical soldiers to block the attack of the flame monster. At the same time, the jetpack behind Duan Muhuai suddenly exploded, carrying Duan Muhuai up across the battlefield, holding a war hammer and smashing directly at the flame dragon. Gah! However, although it had no head, the flame dragon seemed to have sensed the danger posed by Duan Muhuai. Soon, the flames on its body began to churn, and it turned into a fire bird to try to block Duan Muhuai's attack. However, at this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew past. Call! Faline opened her arms, and a cold wind that could freeze even stones rushed towards the fire dragon, instantly defeating the firebird. Even the blazing flames on the fire dragon's body became almost invisible under the blowing of the cold wind. Drink A. Duan Muhuai passed through the wreckage of the firebird and swung the warhammer in his hand hard at the core inside the fire dragon's body. The warhammer flashing with thunder smashed heavily on the core that looked like a red gem. Then, the hard core shattered and exploded completely. Boom! The scorching flames instantly engulfed Duan Muhuai. But that was only the fire dragon's last dying struggle. The gushing flames flew up into the sky, and it let out a roar filled with unwillingness, and then burst into life like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, the fire monsters also vanished into thin air and disappeared without a trace. Call. Seeing this, Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. We killed this fire dragon. Great. Yulia. We destroyed the dragon. Seeing the dragon being completely destroyed, and excitedly hugged Gulea. After all, this was the first time they had personally destroyed a legendary monster. No wonder it was so happy that he almost jumped up. Don't be too careless. This dragon just has bad luck. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Duanmu Huai also came over and reminded them that, just as he said, maybe this fire dragon once was very powerful, but it had been sealed for hundreds of years after all. It was like a gangster killer who had been locked up in prison for many years and finally got out. But before he had time to breathe the air of freedom and enjoy the bright sunshine, he was covered with a sack and beaten to death. But no matter what, at least this is the first boss-level monster they have destroyed since their adventure. No wonder and Gulea seemed so excited. In fact, even Lorena's cheeks are flushed with excitement. For Lorena, who is a missionary priest, she probably doesn't have much chance to encounter such an enemy. But unfortunately, before everyone could savor the excitement of defeating the monster, the entire tower began to collapse. The tower was originally maintained by Phalin's magic, and after being hit hard by an Gulea, it was considered quite considerate that it did not collapse directly. When everyone finally escaped from the tower covered in dust and dirt, the place had completely turned into a pile of ruins. Phalin looked silently at the tower that had become ruins. Without saying a word, her eyes filled with loneliness and sadness. Although it is a seal, it is the place where I have lived for hundreds of years after all. It is obviously impossible to say that I have no feelings for it. Duanmu Huai walked up and patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. There's still a long way to go. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Phalin didn't say much, but just nodded slightly. After all, she had no reason to stay here now. Just like that, Duanmu Huai's team had one more member. Or 1.5. A flying fairy counts as half. Right? And Phalin's joining also made Gulea very happy. After all, as a dragon person, she had never met any compatriots. So Gulea also cared a lot about Phalin. On the contrary, Phalin was somewhat surprised after hearing about Gulea's situation. Because according to Phalin, although dragons were rare in their generation, they did exist. Phalin herself, like Gulea, was the child of a dragon and a human. However, Phalin's mother was a water dragon, so she didn't have Gulea's wings. But on the contrary, she had the ability to control ice and water and swim freely in the sea. By the way, Gulea was quite envious of Phalin's tail, because Phalin's tail was thin and long, and it was also translucent, like crystal transparency. Very beautiful. Gulea's own tail is a bit fat and thick. How should I put it? It's like a girl with thick thighs envying a girl with thin thighs. Although I thought that Gulea's tail was cute like this, and Duanmu Huai didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Gulea herself seemed to care a lot about it. Forget it. They can't understand the affairs of the dragon people. Chapter 101 hit them. With Phalin leading the way, the group moved much faster. According to the captive's report, the evil dragon Fafnir occupied the Doomsday Canyon as its lair, which was also the base camp of the evil dragon army. So Duanmu Huai and others followed the captive's report and came to the Doomsday Canyon. Then, they saw giant dragons all over the mountains. So many dragons. Looking at the giant dragon sitting or lying in the canyon in the distance, Lorena couldn't help but sigh. And even the others looked tense. After all, no matter who they were, seeing so many giant dragons gathered together would make them feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. According to that dragon, the lair of the evil dragon Fafnir is located in the crater across the canyon. TSK. Could this guy also have an iron chin? Duanmu Huai took a look at the map and let out a light sigh. Hearing his complaints, Gulea looked at Duanmu Huai with some uneasiness. Mr. Knight, may I ask, what should we do next? We must go around them, sneak into the lair, and then find Fafnir and behead him. When Anton raised his hand, he put forward his ideas. After all, isn't that how adventure stories are written? Well, that's generally the case. Duanmu Huai nodded. But not this time. Isn't it? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and was stunned for a moment. And Duanmu Huai looked at her and asked, think carefully. What is our purpose? In response to Duanmu Huai's question, everyone started thinking, and then looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. To destroy Fafnir, right? Farv is only the cause, not the result. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Indeed, the evil dragon is very threatening. But to be honest, there is actually very little that a mere evil dragon can do. No matter how powerful it is, there is only one of it. And think about it carefully. Were all those destroyed villages and towns we passed by along the way done by Fafnir? No way. Weren't they all done by the evil dragon legions under his command? Hearing this, the girls fell silent. They all remembered the wreckage and ruins of the villages and towns they had seen along the way. And Lorena looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. But Sir Knight, I still don't understand. If our target is not Fafnir, then what is it? Fafnir is the main target, but not the most important reason. The most important thing isn't it the dragon's contempt for humans? If the dragons didn't think humans were weak and incompetent, and could not threaten them at all, how could they dare to be bewitched by the evil dragon Fafnir and work for it? Wait, Mr. Knight, you don't mean to. Hearing this, and suddenly realized, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Duanmu Huai with a pale face, and the latter nodded vigorously. That's right. We must completely destroy the dragon's mentality, and let them know that they cannot afford to offend humans. If they dare to attack humans, they will face the threat of genocide. Humans are not prey for the giant dragons to play with at will, but are as powerful as them. Everyone was stunned when they heard Duanmu Huai's words, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the canyon. Luckily, those who are there are all Fafnir's lackeys. In other words, they all look down on humans and think that humans are bastards that can be toyed with at will. As long as we kill all of these guys, there will be less than half of the dragons who dare to look down on humans. Moreover, I believe that their deaths will make the dragons understand that they cannot afford to mess with humans. Wait a minute. This can't be done. And jumped up desperately, waving his hands vigorously. Mr. Knight, if there were only a few dragons, it would be fine. But there are hundreds of them down there. Plus the dragon beasts. This is not a number we can handle. Azan said, there are hundreds of dragons in the Doomsday Canyon at the moment. In addition to the dragons, there are also their servants, dragon beasts, which are similar to centaurs, with lizard lower body and humanoid upper body. These dragon beasts basically serve as servants and soldiers of the dragon clan. They can wield spears and spit fire. The attack power of a dragon beast is even equivalent to that of a heavy cavalry. There are at least thousands of such dragon beasts here. For an Angulia, they could still deal with a few giant dragons. And dozens of dragon beasts were not a big threat either. However, hundreds of giant dragons plus countless dragon beasts were another matter. I have a way to do it. So are you ready? This, in response to Duanmu Huai's words. Everyone didn't know what to say. And Gu Leia hesitated for a moment, and raised her hand timidly. Mr. Knight, I don't mean to plead for these dragons. But wouldn't it be too cruel to destroy them all? Only strength and deterrence can bring respect and awe. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The reason why he did not choose to sneak in and decapitate as in suggested, but to charge head-on, was to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, what would happen if Fafnir was eliminated? Fafnir had many evil dragons under his command. If Fafnir was killed, would the other evil dragons obey him? You know, if Duanmu Huai completed the task, this piece of world fragment would be his property. He didn't want to be busy with such trivial matters every day. So let's just solve this problem once and for all. Just like why did you, Regnice, form an alliance with Manalia? Isn't it because Manalia is the most powerful magical country here? Well, besides, this will also let those fence-sitting dragons in Regnice see that we humans are not to be trifled with. Duanmu Huai had already said this, so Gu Leia had nothing to say. She also knew about the problems within Regnice, so she couldn't say that Duanmu Huai was wrong. But how are we going to fight? Since Duanmu Huai has made the decision and no one else objects. The next question is how to implement the plan. There's nothing to be particular about. Just go for it. Wait a minute. This is suicide. I have my own plans. Just follow me. Well, to be honest, after hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, except for Ojus and Faline, who were basically expressionless, everyone else showed some worry on their faces. Although Duanmu Huai said to leave it to him. This is not a strategy at all. If he said he had a plan, it would be fine. But wouldn't it be suicide to rush over directly? Duanmu Huai's answer to this was, the more complicated the plan, the easier it is to fail. Don't think too much. Just go for it. What does "that's enough" mean? although every aspect of Duan Muhuai's plan was worth complaining about. There was no other way but to bite the bullet and ride on the metal secret dragon to the hillside. To be honest, just being here and looking at the densely packed dragons in the canyon below is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Well, first of all, Duan Muhuai raised his hand silently. The usual puppet show. But this time, let's have a grand scene. Summon puppet to play. As Duan Muhuai's mind raced. The next moment, hundreds of puppets quietly emerged from the air, forming a neat team and crowding around Duan Muhuai. Although the attack power of these puppets is really not worth mentioning. They can be summoned at will with zero cost, which is indeed a very good advantage. Moreover, just from the number point of view, the densely packed puppets arranged in neat formations do look like a large army. Wow! Mr. Knight can actually summon so many puppets. Sitting on the back of the metal dragon, and Angu Lia were also very surprised when they saw the army of puppets around them. They knew that Duan Muhuai could summon puppets, but they didn't expect that he could summon so many at once. Although they didn't know the combat effectiveness of these puppets, they felt much more at ease when surrounded by so many puppets. At least it's better than just a few people rushing down to die. So, sitting in front of the metal secret dragon, Duan Muhuai raised his warhammer high. Rush! Following an order, Duan Muhuai controlled the metal dragon and led the puppet army down the hillside, rushing towards the giant dragons. Chapter 102 Thunder of Destruction. Dragons are not blind. When Duan Muhuai led the puppet army down the hillside, they certainly noticed these uninvited guests. But the dragons did not take these little guys seriously. Instead, the dragon beasts shouted and waved their spears, forming a formation to block Duan Muhuai and others. Then, the leading dragon beast shouted, and then the other dragon beasts raised their spears and threw them at the puppet army in front of them. Spears like rain flew across the sky, whistling down and covering the puppet army, with only one point of attack and defense. The puppet army naturally could not block the attack from the dragon beasts. Soon, they were completely wiped out by the dragon beast's spears. Only the metal secret dragon, which was not afraid of physical attacks, continued to charge forward. Wait, what do we do now? Mr. Knight? Seeing this, and also screamed. She didn't expect that these puppets were so fragile. They were all destroyed in one encounter. Look, this is just the beginning. Hearing Anne's words, Duan Muhuai sneered, and at the same time, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Activate the special skill summoning of the paladin. Remove all cards from the graveyard and summon the paladin. Grant all servants +2/+2 in charge. Crash! In an instant, hundreds of armored paladins riding ghostly warhorses suddenly appeared where the puppets fell. They seemed to have turned into a tide of souls, following Duan Muhuai and rushing straight towards the army of dragon beasts in front of them. The basic attack of the paladins is 3/4, plus the +2/+2 bonus from Duan Muhuai. Ordinary dragons are no match for them, let alone these dragon beasts. The sudden appearance of the Holy Cavalry army surprised everyone, including the dragons. The dragon beasts raised their spears and tried to resist. However, at this moment, Duan Muhuai had already driven the metal secret dragon to the front of the dragon beast's defense line. He did not stop at all, and slammed directly into the dragon beast army like a huge rock rolling down from the mountain. The hard and sharp spears in the hands of the dragon beasts could not even cause a crack on the body of the metal secret dragon. At the same time, the other people on the back of the metal dragon also quickly began to move. Oja stretched out her hands, and invisible threads intertwined to form a barrier like a meat grinder, cutting all the dragon beasts that dared to pounce on her into pieces. Lorena waved the holy scripture and smashed away all the dragon beasts that tried to board the metal dragon. On the other side, Gu Lia's hands had turned into sharp and ferocious dragon claws burning with flames, blocking inside and tearing apart any enemy who tried to attack her under Gu Lia's protection, and chanted the spell loudly. And then she stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Storm's fury. The surging airflow swirled and condensed under the guidance of Anne's magic power, and then suddenly erupted, directly blasting through the dense and heavy camp of dragon beasts. Before the dragon beasts could make any moves, Thaleen stretched out her hand to her mouth and blew gently at them. Then an invisible cold wind whistled past, instantly extinguishing the live fire of the dragon beasts and turning them into broken ice sculptures. At this moment, the dragons also found that these little bugs were not as simple as they imagined. As subordinates of the evil dragon Fafnir, They certainly would not allow other creatures to dare to show off in front of them, and trample on their dignity and honor. Soon, the dragons roared and flapped their wings, and swooped over, colliding heavily with the army led by Duanmu Huai. The battlefield changed from the ground to the sky. Duanmu Huai controlled the metal dragon and rushed directly to the dragon army in front of him. The leading dragon opened its mouth and bit the metal dragon's neck. However, before it could make any further moves, Duanmu Huai smashed the dragon's head with a hammer, instantly flattening its huge head, splattering its brain, breaking its crown, and even ejecting its eyeballs from its eye sockets due to the fierce impact. The dragon instantly lost power, fell from the sky with a series of blood beads, and hit the ground heavily. In terms of size, Duanmu Huai and the others were naturally not as big as the giant dragons. The metal secret dragon was not a giant dragon after all. The difference between its size and that of a real dragon was like that between a sparrow and an eagle. But having a big body did not mean that he had an advantage. Duanmu Huai controlled the metal secret dragon and flexibly shuttled among the giant dragons. He would even let the metal secret dragon flip over and land on the back of other giant dragons, and then jump down before the other dragons could react, avoiding the angry attacks of the giant dragons, and then smash the dragon's head with a hammer, sending it to the west. In addition to Duanmu Huai, the others were also busy. Failing called for violent snowstorms to cover the entire sky, slowing down the speed and reaction of the dragons, and held the magic book and chanted the spell loudly. Under the guidance of her clear voice, the shining thunder and fire passed through the dragons, and anyone who was touched was directly turned into black charcoal. Even the holy cavalry summoned by Duanmu Huai also showed their strength. Perhaps they were no match for the dragons individually, but the holy cavalry's heroic charge without fear of death always managed to take away a few unlucky dragons after a wave of attacks. Of course, although they also lost some men, the holy cavalry didn't care that they had already died. As expected, it is still convenient to have a magician looking at who was unleashing his firepower under the protection of Lorena and Gu Leia. Duanmu Huai nodded silently. If An wasn't there, it wouldn't be impossible to fight by himself, but it would definitely be much more difficult. After all, most people, including himself, can only attack from close to medium distances, and there is no profession like the mage that can attack from a long distance. But now I have also learned some magic. However, although Duanmu Huai and his men did cause a lot of casualties among the dragons, they were outnumbered after all. Although Duanmu Huai summoned many creatures to fight with the paladins, the powerful force of the dragons still quickly tore apart the paladins' team. Soon, one by one the paladins and creatures were wiped out in the dragons' raids and attacks. Not long after, the paladins and creatures around Duanmu Huai had basically been wiped out. However, the dragons still ruled the sky. Sir Knight, what should we do next? Looking at the dragons around, Lorena asked anxiously. And at this time, Anne was also panting and exhausted. Although she was the most powerful wizard in Manalia, she was still just a girl, and releasing powerful magic for a long time was also very strenuous for Anne. About there, however, compared to the nervousness of others, Duanmu Huai seemed quite calm. He silently glanced at the target and then stretched out his hand. First, summon Sky City to enter. A flash of light. Soon, everyone saw that at the top of the clouds, a city suspended in the sky suddenly appeared. Under the sunlight, it radiated golden light, like a city in heaven. When the dragons saw this city, they were also shocked. They stopped in doubt and looked at the city in the sky that appeared from nowhere. But for Duanmu Huai, this is just the beginning. Next, summon the great relic. As the card at Duanmu Huai's fingertips disappeared, a huge object like a turret appeared in front of the sky city. It looked like a beautifully carved, horizontal trident. In its center, a blue, magical sphere was emitting a dazzling light. Runes began to rotate around the core, and huge energy began to condense. The Great Relic Legend. Entrance Song. Inflict damage to all enemy servants equal to the number of your creation cards destroyed in this battle. The time has come. Looking at the number of creation cards in the cemetery, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. Then go to H.L. The next moment, shining thunder split the sky and enveloped the entire world. No one knew what was happening. The dazzling light of the thunder illuminated the whole world in white. The huge roar in the ears even covered all other sounds. The girls screamed and covered their ears, and closed their eyes to avoid this shocking scene. I don't know how long it was before they slowly opened their eyes and looked around. Then the girls were stunned. The group of dragons that had almost covered the entire sky just now had now completely disappeared. And the entire sky seemed to have been cleansed and looked extremely clean. On the ground, countless charred corpses were emitting smoke. Their deaths were so miserable that it was impossible to even recognize their original appearance. Well, it's okay. It went as planned. Duan Muhui looked at the battlefield below with satisfaction, ignoring the pale faces of the girls. In fact, for Duan Muhui, such a battlefield was really nothing, compared with the battles with evil gods and alien races. They were all based on planets or even galaxies. A few hundred evil dragons were just a small matter, so Duan Muhui would not be too concerned. On the contrary, Ngu Lia looked pale, and even Lorena closed her eyes, clasped her hands and prayed. Even Feilin, who usually kept a straight face, hugged the little fairy tightly in her arms without saying a word. Only Otis remained the same as usual, without any change. Is it over, Master? Of course not. This is just the beginning. We still have to deal with Fafnir next. As he spoke, Duan Muhui controlled the metal secret dragon to land on the ground. The guards who came to the crater were also turned into charcoal in the previous lightning strike. But Duan Muhui didn't even look at these unlucky guys and walked straight in. However, no one. In the huge nest, one can see mountains of gold coins, various treasures, even artworks, weapons, and the like everywhere. However, in this huge nest as big as several football fields, the only thing missing is the boss that is supposed to be here. What's the situation? Duan Muhui scratched his head. He had come all the way here, but the boss wasn't at home? Are you taking a holiday too? At this moment, Duan Muhui heard a voice. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the place where the voice came from. The next moment, a dragon beast was pulled out from the mountain of gold coins and fell directly into Duan Muhui's hands. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ah! Looking at Duan Muhui in front of it, the dragon beast was shaking with fear. It was obvious that it had also witnessed the scene of Duan Muhui destroying the evil dragon army. If it had not seen the opportunity and slipped back to the nest, it would probably have turned into black charcoal like its compatriots outside. Where's Fafnir? Duan Muhui stared at the trembling dragon beast in front of him and asked. This is Fafnir's lair. Right? Where did it go? Fafnir-sama is not here. He went to Manalia. What? Hearing this, Anton, who was being supported by Gulia from behind and almost unable to stand, shouted out. She hurried to the dragon beast and stared at it. What is Fafnir doing in Manalia? Listen, I heard that the king of Regnice is planning to go to Manalia to discuss the matter of conquering Lord Fafnir. Lord Fafnir thinks this is a good opportunity to completely defeat Regnice and Manalia. I see. After hearing this, Duan Muhui suddenly realized that he did not summon the Sky City before because he wanted to lure out Fafnir and then use the god's relic. However, Fafnir never came out. Duan Muhui originally thought that the other party had some conspiracy, but he didn't expect that he just went out. In fact, this was also because of the relationship between N and Gulia. After all, after learning that their daughters had gone to destroy Fafnir, the kings of the two countries could no longer sit still. Although there were still many problems, they decided to form a crusade team as soon as possible, and then go to the north to crusade against the evil dragon and look for the traces of the two princesses. Well, so, some people just don't know how to move unless the situation is urgent. But now Anne obviously didn't care about these issues. She hurriedly grabbed Duan Muhui. Mr. Knight, we must return to Manalia immediately. Chapter 103. I'm familiar with this. It has to be said that this news was really beyond Duan Muhui's expectations. He worked so hard to come here to find the evil dragon's lair. But it turned out that it ran to Manalia? Wow. You really are an expert in all kinds of tactical conversions. Right? Fortunately, according to the dragon beast, Fafnir should have been gone not long ago. At least, he should not have reached Manalia yet. If he could get back in time, he would still have time. If I could get back in time. And, do you have any way to teleport us back to the Manalia royal city? Of course. You can. Hearing Duan Muhui's question, and wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded vigorously. I will now. Wait. You should take a break. Seeing and sweating profusely, Duan Muhui also spoke hurriedly, and had already burst out in a wave. And now she was basically overdrawn. If she teleported forcibly, something else might happen. Duanmu Huai still remembered that the 8 heroes at the end of the world were separated because of the hasty teleportation. And there was even an ugly incident where one was sent directly to the final boss. He didn't want to go through that himself. Missin, I have holy water here. At this moment, Lorena also hurriedly took out a bottle of holy water from her waist. This was holy water made by the Holy Church. It can be used to restore physical strength, heal wounds and diseases. Of course, if you want to throw a bottle at the undead creature, you can do that. I have to say that the holy water produced by the temple order is very effective. After he gulped down a bottle of holy water, he immediately felt refreshed as if he had drunk Red Bull. His waist was no longer sore. His legs no longer hurt. And his kidneys were no longer weak. Are you ready? Ready, Mr. Knight. Very good. Let's go! Following Duanmu Huai's order, and immediately raised his hand. And soon, a huge blue magic circle took shape under their feet. Duanmu Huai and others only felt their feet suddenly sink. And the next moment the scene in front of them suddenly changed from the original dragon's nest to a magnificent palace hall. The sudden appearance of Duanmu Huai and others naturally scared everyone. When they saw who was coming, they screamed, "It's Her Royal Highness the Princess! Her Royal Highness the Princess is back!" Duanmu Huai stood up and looked around. He saw that they were in the palace hall. The King of Manalia and the King of the Dragon Clan were sitting there, and next to them were their ministers and subordinates. When they saw an Angulia, the two kings stood up at the same time and looked at them in surprise. Install. Guria. Are you all right? Nothing happened. We are fine. Nothing is wrong. No. Father. Now is not the time to talk about this. Fafnir is about to attack Manalia. What? Before everyone could react to what was happening, they were blown away by the bomb thrown by An. What is going on? Princess? Fafnir is going to attack Manalia? How is this possible? Let me tell you. Looking at the mess around him, Duanmu Huai coughed, walked forward, and explained the cause and effect of the matter as quickly as possible. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, the two kings finally understood what was going on. But even so, they still couldn't believe it. You attacked Fafnir's lair, and even wiped out the remaining evil dragon army? The King of Manalia stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement. To be honest, he didn't believe Duanmu Huai's words at all. So he turned his eyes to his daughter. "And? Is what he said true?" "Indeed, father," and nodded. "I understand your thoughts. In fact, it is very difficult for us to fight against hundreds of evil dragons with just a few people. In fact, we were in danger for a while. But Mr. Knight used some. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, those dragons died. But now is not the time to talk about this. Fafnir is about to attack the royal city." "I see." The king nodded. It was true that the truth of all this was difficult to verify. At least for now. But no matter what, he believed that his daughter would not make fun of him. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai and others also brought back the dragon beast captive hiding in the nest. If they wanted to know the details, they could interrogate the dragon beast in the future. But the most important thing now is to stop the attack of the evil dragon army. Thinking of this, the king immediately turned his head and looked at his subordinates. "Ring the alarm immediately. Declare the entire royal city to be in a state of emergency. And have the Royal Mage Corps activate the protective barrier. All troops immediately prepare for battle." "Yes." As the alarm bell rang, the entire city of Manalia immediately took action. Civilians were quickly evacuated, and the army climbed the city walls fully armed. Shortly thereafter, a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. That's Fafnir? Standing on the city wall, looking at the giant dragon in the distance. Duanmu Huai and the others were all shocked. It was really. This giant dragon was too huge. That's right. Compared to the other evil dragons that Duanmu Huai and others had encountered before, Faf's huge size was like a moving mountain. Just by moving in the distance, it brought up dust that almost covered the sky and the sun. The dark evil dragon army surrounded it, looking like the darkest and most terrifying existence in the world. How could it be so big? At this moment, Anne's face also changed. Originally, when she was destroying the evil dragon army, she thought that Faf might not be so difficult to deal with. But she did not expect that this evil dragon was so huge. Compared with it, the previous dragons were like the difference between a cat and a tiger. How to deal with this kind of monster? Is there really no way? Even Yulia, Lorena and the others showed expressions of near despair. In front of such a huge monster, they had no power to fight back. No matter what kind of spell they used, it would be difficult to cause enough damage to the opponent. Not to mention that it was doubtful whether the hard scales on Faye's body could break its body. However, bigger is better. Compared to the Panicton and Gulia, Duan Muhui was relieved. He put down the thunder hammer, and even his expression became much more relaxed. If I had known this guy was so big, I could have killed it by myself. Hey, Mr. Knight, are you scared, silly? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, and looked at him in confusion, wondering if Duan Muhui was so shocked that he said something stupid. This evil dragon is so huge. There is no way we can deal with it. It is not like the previous giant dragons. Its body is even bigger than the entire royal city. No, this is easier to deal with. As he spoke, Duan Muhui put down the thunder hammer in his hand, put on his helmet, and then drew out the chainsaw sword from behind. He showed a ferocious smile and looked at Fafnir in front of him. I'm a professional at dealing with this kind of stuff. As he was talking, Fafnir had already arrived outside the walls of the Manalia Royal City. Just standing there, its shadow almost covered the entire Manalia Royal City. Whether it was the soldiers or the mages, they all looked pale and speechless when they saw the huge monster in front of them. Only Duan Muhui stood there, staring at Fafnir and roaring loudly. Stupid big lizard. Are you ready to die? Duan Muhui's roar immediately attracted the attention of the evil dragon legion. Fafnir looked down and soon saw Duan Muhui standing on the city wall. Fafnir naturally didn't care about this little thing. He sneered and stared at Duan Muhui with contempt. How dare a foolish mortal come up here and die? It's not certain who is stupid. Hearing what Fafnir said, Duan Muhui sneered. I don't think you know yet, big lizard, that your lair has been captured by us. And the evil dragons you left in the lair have also turned into a pile of black charcoal. What did you say? Hearing this, Faf's eyes narrowed and he stared at Duan Muhui, who then reached out and took out a golden cup from his arms. But I didn't expect that you are quite rich. Now we are rich. Thank you so much, Fafnir, for collecting so many treasures for me. You really made me cry. Lowly human. Seeing the golden cup in Duan Muhui's hand, Fafnir was immediately furious. For the dragon clan, even stealing a gold coin from their nest was considered an intolerable provocation. Not to mention that this was one of its most precious treasures. And now, this lowly mortal, a dirty thief and thief, dared to show him the treasure he stole from his nest. You really don't know how to live or die, lowly human. At this moment, Duan Muhui was just mocking Faf. He could not tolerate it no matter what. The little thief who dared to steal the treasures from his nest actually dared to speak nonsense in front of him. I will let you know how terrible it is to anger me. I will burn you and these bugs to death and turn them into ashes. Let this human nest become a ruin. While roaring, Fave opened his mouth and took a deep breath. However, Fafnir did not notice that just as it opened its mouth to inhale, Duan Muhui suddenly stretched out his right hand wearing the gravity glove and pointed it at himself. The next moment, Duan Muhui suddenly turned into a black dot, jumped up from the city wall, and went straight into Fafnir's mouth. Chapter 104 Solo Kill. For ordinary people, the bigger the monster, the harder it is to deal with. But for players, it is just the opposite. In Star Ocean OL, there are many huge monsters. But for players, these monsters are basically not difficult at all. The reason is very simple. If the opponent is too big, then just learn from Sun Wukong and drill into its stomach. After all, in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong would hide in the belly of any creature he saw that was difficult to deal with, such as the Black Bear Spirit, the Iron Fan Princess, and the Yellow Eyebrow Monster, and he could always deal with them. Players can be said to have learned the essence of Sun Wukong. Although they don't have the ability of 72 transformations, they still have the courage to hide in the belly and cause trouble. Of course, if an average person gets into a monster's belly, they're basically dead. But the player's power armor is standard space combat equipment, and it's not vulnerable even in a vacuum. So getting into a belly is certainly not a big deal. On the contrary, what the player hates most is actually those guys that are small in size, very fast, and very powerful. These are the most difficult enemies for the player. As a solo player, Duan Muhui has fought at least 800 huge monsters, if not 1,000. The largest of them can even eat planets as candy and form a self-contained recycling ecosystem in its body. In comparison, Fafnir was quite easy to deal with. This was why Duanmu Huai relaxed after seeing Fafnir's size. Just like those monsters in Journey to the West. No matter how powerful you are. What can you do to me if I hide in your stomach? Do you have the guts to hurt yourself? Can you still breathe dragon's breath into your stomach? So Duanmu Huai deliberately angered Fafnir. And while Fafnir was taking a breath, he used the gravity gloves to change the direction of his gravity, and fell directly into the bloody mouth of the evil dragon. However, for Fafnir, this is disgusting. Just imagine. You open your mouth and yawn. And then a fly flies directly into your mouth. How disgusting that feeling is. Not to mention, Duanmu Huai is much more troublesome than a fly. Hey, the show is about to start. The moment he rushed into the dragon's mouth, Duanmu Huai immediately activated the chainsaw sword and swung it hard at the dragon's upper jaw. Buzz! The madly spinning chainsaw sword immediately cut a bloody gash on Fafnir's upper jaw, while Duanmu Huai went straight forward and stabbed the chainsaw sword into the opponent's throat. Oh. This kind of pain naturally made Fafnir wail. But it was not completely helpless. Soon, Duanmu Huai felt a hot breath suddenly emerging from the depths of Fafnir's throat. And his reaction was not slow. The moment Duanmu Huai noticed the temperature rising, he quickly turned sideways and hid under Fafnir's tongue. Then, a roaring torrent of flames roared out and rushed into the sky. But it was in vain. You are very angry. Let me help you calm down. Duanmu Huai took out 2 grenades from his waist and threw them directly into Fafnir's esophagus. Come on. I'll give you another stomach perforation. Oh! As the grenade exploded in the dragon's stomach, Fafnir's wailing almost broke through the sky. Soon, it opened its mouth again and stretched out its claws towards its mouth, trying to take Duanmu Huai out. However, Duanmu Huai was certainly not stupid enough to let it do whatever it wanted. After throwing the grenade, he directly swung the chainsaw sword, opened a hole in Fafnir's throat, and drilled in. According to popular belief, when drilling into the stomach, you will basically go downwards. If you want to destroy the enemy from the inside, you will basically choose the heart or the brain. However, in fact, under normal circumstances, players will only act on the brain. The reason is very simple. Because a monster with a huge body must have a different internal structure. And you can't be sure that it has only one heart like ordinary monsters. Moreover, if you go to the body, the enemy will have much more room to maneuver. Some ruthless people with strong regeneration ability may even directly rip open the belly and grab the player out of the stomach. But the head is different. For most creatures, the head is the most important part. And if something gets stuck inside the head, there is almost nothing you can do about it. Moreover, the purpose of killing it can also be achieved by destroying important tissues such as the brain's nerve center from the inside. Buzz! The chainsaw sword rotated and tore through the flesh and split the solid bones. Duanmu Huai held the chainsaw sword and pushed it all the way to the depths of the brain. Of course, he could feel the shaking from the outside. It was obvious that his actions had made Fafnir almost unbearable. This is also very normal. Think about it carefully. A bug flies into your mouth when you open it, tears your skin and flesh, drills into your head, and moves all the way to the depths of your brain. The pain is simply indescribable. But unfortunately, no matter what Fafnir does now, there is no way to drive Duanmu Huai out of his head unless he blows his own head off. And that is basically suicide. But being alone is a bit boring. Duanmu Huai put down the chainsaw sword, thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Soon, several mechanical soldiers emerged out of thin air and appeared beside him. Flowers bloom everywhere. Just dig wherever you want. After the order was given, the mechanical soldiers dispersed and began to tear and dig out the internal muscles and bones like digging a tunnel. At this moment, on the city wall, and Gulea and others were stunned. Just now, when Faf opened his mouth and was about to release his breath, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped into his open mouth. This scene scared everyone at the time. But what happened next was even more incredible. The originally arrogant evil dragon fell to the ground and rolled desperately. Its tail swung back and forth, and with its huge body, it almost swept across the entire battlefield. It was okay in Manalia Royal City. After all, the mages had already deployed a barrier and blocked Faf's wildly swinging tail in time. But the evil dragons surrounding it obviously did not expect their leader to suddenly go crazy. And a large number of evil dragons were immediately knocked away. And the dragon beasts on the ground were turned into a pool of meat paste under the crushing of Faf's huge body rolling back and forth. Aha! At this moment, Fafnir fell to his knees again, holding his head tightly with his two front paws, and banging it hard against the ground. At this moment, this terrifying evil dragon had completely lost its previous majesty, and instead looked pitiful. Knight. What on earth did Mr. Knight do to it? Seeing this, and didn't know what to say. Seeing Fave scratching his head with his front paws like crazy, even tearing off large pieces of flesh, made her feel extremely scared. It's as scary as watching a horror movie live. As expected of you, Lord Knight. Even Lorena's face turned pale, not knowing what to say. The other soldiers on the city wall were also at a loss. Logically, they should attack the evil dragon and destroy it completely. But it always feels like doing this is very unfair to the evil Dragon King. However, at this moment, Fafnir climbed up again, staring with a pair of blood-red eyes, looking fiercely at the Manalia royal city in front of it. Go to HL. Go to HL. All of you go at. Accompanied by a roar, Fafnir took action again and crashed directly into the royal city. Oh no! All mages, immediately inject all your magic power into the protective barrier. Seeing this, King Manalia was also shocked. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai had done to the evil dragon, he was sure that the evil dragon was going to drag the royal city to be buried with it. You know, it is bigger than this royal city. If it were to break through directly, the entire royal city would be destroyed. Hearing the king's order, all the mages raised their hands, and soon, a blue barrier appeared and covered the entire royal city. However, at this moment, Fafnir, who was rushing towards the royal city, suddenly tilted his body and fell to the ground as if he had lost his balance. However, even so, the terrifying power of the dragon still made it slide forward and then crashed into the city wall. The dragon's head, which was taller than the city wall, hit the magic barrier directly. With this blow, the magic barrier that gathered the power of all the mages in Manalia began to tremble. Reduce the magic power in other places and pour all the magic power into the impact area. Don't let it break through the barrier. At this moment, and also raised her hands, maintaining the magic barrier while giving orders loudly. The impact of Fafnir was so great that the barrier used to protect the royal city almost reached its limit under this blow. Even though it was trying hard to maintain it, she could feel the magic power was rapidly fading. Is this the horror of Fafnir? Gritting his teeth and raising his hands high, and felt a chill deep in his heart. Just one collision almost overloaded the protective barrier of the royal city. Could such a force really be withstood? Boom! As if to answer Ant's question, the barrier suddenly shattered, and then Fafnir's head hit the city wall heavily. In just a moment, the tall, solid city wall that was strong enough to withstand all defenses was smashed into pieces, and Fafnir's head directly penetrated into the city. However, this was also Fifa's last resistance. After its head broke through the city wall, the impact force brought by FIFA seemed to have finally run out. It no longer moved and just lay there quietly. By the way, except for the majority of the evil dragon army brought by Fafnir, who were killed when Fafnir went crazy. The rest had already fled and disappeared without a trace. This once again fully demonstrates the villain standard mode of action of monkeys scatter when the tree falls. For a moment, no one dared to get closer, until they were sure that Fafnir was no longer moving. Then, they carefully came to the gap in the city wall, and looked at Fafnir in front of him. Is this dead? I think should not be. Facing Ant's question, Gu Lia shook her head in confusion, because she could see that Fafnir's nostrils were still twitching, and he was breathing. His eyes were still wide open, but they were staring blankly at the sky, as if he had completely lost consciousness. What exactly is going on? Just when everyone was puzzled, they saw Fafnir suddenly trembled, then slowly closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Immediately following, buzz, a shrill sound was heard, and everyone turned to look at the place where the sound came from, only to see a line of blood quietly emerging on Fafnir's chest, and blood splattered out like a waterfall. Then, in the gushing blood, a tall figure covered in blood and holding a chainsaw sword walked out, like a demon from HL. Noticing the gazes of An and the others, the blood-covered figure raised his hand and waved at them. Yo, finally done. Then, Duanmu Huai took off his helmet and spoke. Chapter 105. Is this possible? With the death of the evil dragon Fafnir, the crisis facing the world finally came to an end. In fact, everyone was quite curious about how Duanmu Huai killed Fafnir, and what he did. In fact, what Duanmu Huai did was not strange. He first made a hole from the upper jaw directly to the brain, and then hacked at Faf's white brain. Then Duanmu Huai directly cut off Faf's nerve center that connected to the whole body, completely paralyzing it. Then he drilled out of the brain, went all the way down, found Faf's magic core and smashed it, thus killing this notorious evil dragon. Of course, the story did not end there. In order to prevent the evil dragon from resurrecting, Fafner's body was decomposed and then completely destroyed. As for its lair, Manalia also sent troops to recapture it and successfully obtain Fafner's treasure. Well, most of it naturally belonged to Duanmu Huai. In other words, originally all the property in the dragon's nest of Faf should belong to Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai also generously took out some to repair the Manalia royal city. Of course, with these treasures, Duanmu Huai's originally empty pockets were also full again. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also received rewards from the kingdom of Manalia. No matter what, he eliminated the evil dragon king by himself. So the king of Manalia also bestowed Duanmu Huai with the title and reward of Dragon Slayer Knight. Duanmu Huai also timely proposed the Industry University Research Integration Plan that he hoped to allow the Holy City Puppet District and the Manalia Magic Academy to conduct joint research and development, which naturally received the king's approval. However, there were still some things that were beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. Got engaged? Duanmu Huai looked at the king sitting on the throne in surprise, as if he was doubting whether he had heard it wrongly. Yes, Sir Knight. I hope you can make a marriage contract with my daughter, Princess Anne of Manalia. It's not a no. King Regnus, who was sitting on the other side, also looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile and spoke. And my daughter Gulia. If possible, please make a marriage contract with my daughter. No. This? Why? Duanmu Huai looked at the two kings in bewilderment. He originally thought that the two had called him over for something. But this was too unexpected. We are old after all, and it is time to think about the future. I think it is most appropriate to let the hero who protected Manalia and saved the country take my place. The king of Manalia stroked his beard with a smile, and the king of Regs beside him nodded slightly. Yes, Regnice is also in some chaos because of this incident. So, in order to ensure that the friendly alliance between the two countries can continue in the future, we think this is a good plan. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what they meant. To put it bluntly, this was actually a political marriage. Manalia needed to stabilize the domestic situation, and Regnus was obviously intimidated by his record of killing hundreds of dragons in one breath and killing the evil dragon lord alone. Judging from the words of King Regnus, Regnus must be in chaos at the moment. Perhaps some dragons were worried that Manalia would take advantage of this to march in and destroy Regnus. In this case, sending the princess to marry is obviously a good choice. But, you agree too? Duanmu Huai looked at him and Gu Leia, who were standing beside him with confusion. And when An heard his question, she smiled embarrassedly. Ah. Although you look a little scary, Mr. Knight, but when traveling with you, I found that you are actually a pretty good person. And, as the princess of Manalia, this is also my duty. Besides, this way, I can always be with Kriya. Isn't that good? The last sentence is your real purpose. Me too. Compared to the Carefreean. Gu Leia lowered her head, her face red to her ears. As long as I can be with Anne, it doesn't matter to me. Good man. Are you guys using me as a tool? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. He understood their thoughts. As princesses of Manalia and Regnice, it was impossible for Anne and Gu Leia to choose their own marriages. In any case, they would marry other people for some political reasons. In this case, it is natural to choose the one that suits your conditions. They may have some feelings for Duanmu Huai, but Duanmu Huai thinks that the most important reason why they agreed is that they can be with each other openly. Don't you want to, Mr. Knight? I don't care. Just don't regret it. Before Duanmu Huai traveled through time, he had never been in a relationship, not even on a blind date. If you ask him whether he was willing or not, Duanmu Huai was willing. After all, Anne and Gu Leia were both beauties. Both of them were very beautiful, and both had good personalities. With such beauties throwing themselves at him, he had no reason to refuse. Of course, even if Duanmu Huai agreed, the two parties are currently only engaged. The actual marriage will have to wait until the two graduate from Manalia Magic Academy. If there are any changes during this period, the engagement may be invalidated. The reason for this agreement is that it can be regarded as a buffer period, although there is indeed a political need at the moment. After all, the two sides have not been together for a long time, so they still need to slowly cultivate their feelings. Obviously, this is what the two kings think. However, that's all for the future. For Duanmu, the most important thing is this reward. Fragment mission save Manalia completed. Task evaluation, outstanding. You have eliminated the source of all evil in this world and restored peace and tranquility to this land. You are the hero who saved this world. Quest reward. Obtain the special title Dragon Slayer. Attack and defense against dragons increased by 30%. Additional reward. Due to being bathed in dragon blood, the subspace armor gains special effects. Immune to magic physical attacks below level 4/half damage from psychic attacks above level 4. And gains dragon aura, deterrence +1. Your reputation in the Soul Fragment Manalia is worship. Permanently obtain the World Soul Fragment Manalia. I have to say that the rewards this time are very good, especially after obtaining the Soul Fragment of the Manalia continent. Duanmu only needs to merge it with the Holy City, and the two sides can travel freely. Only, why deterrence again? Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duanmu was completely speechless. My deterrence level is already LV6. If it keeps going up, it won't be a problem to reach the maximum level. I clearly didn't find many intimidation skills when I was playing the game, although it doesn't make much sense to talk about this now. After all, it's already been given. Can you still ask the system to take it back? Of course, this is impossible. So Duanmu had nothing to say except to accept it silently. In addition, Duanmu greatest gain was the treasure found in the dragon's nest of 5, because there were actually several holy objects in it. For example, Dragon Claw Necklace, Dragon Might Core, Dragon Gem, Magic Mirror of Truth, and Stargazing Telescope. Duanmu kept the Dragon Claw Necklace and returned the Magic Mirror of Truth to the Manalia School of Magic. He directly decomposed the remaining core of Dragon Power, Dragon Gem and Stargazing Telescope and upgraded the level of the Tribunal Library to level 5, reducing the time for analyzing the antimatter energy core by more than half. But the most important thing right now is to merge the fragments of the two worlds. Duanmu silently returned to the space station, then turned on the system. Soon, a map with the Holy City as the main feature appeared in front of him. On this map, the pure white Holy City is located in the center of the map, and around it are several towns under the jurisdiction of the Holy City. Further out are dense forests and lakes. And then, there is nothing else. Of course, this is from the perspective of the map. If you look directly at it, you will find that there are layers of fog at the edge of the map, which is similar to the method used to limit the boundaries of the map in many sandbox games. So next, Manalia. As an idea flashed through Duanmu mind, the land of Manalia appeared before his eyes. Compared to the Holy City, the map of Manalia is more than twice as large. This is because the map of Manalia not only includes the Magic Kingdom of Manalia, but also the Dragon Kingdom of Regnus. However, there is still a science to how to place this land. Duanmu certainly didn't want to place Regnus next to the Holy City. The dragons were so stubborn that they wouldn't obey unless he gave them a few good beatings. So after much deliberation, he decided to place the area near the Magic Academy in Manalia, next to the Holy City. This way, both sides would be more peaceful and communication would be more convenient. After the two regions were connected, Duanmu asked Lorena to report the matter to the Archbishop. As for how Manalia would conduct commercial, political, and personnel exchanges with the Holy City, that was their own business. Duanmu returned to Altdorf again to prepare for the next action. After all, it was almost time for the celebratory dinner that the eldest prince had prepared for them. However, when Duanmu returned to Altdorf again, he learned an unexpected news from General Pastor. Chapter 106 The Storm is Coming. The other two princes are also coming to the banquet? Hearing General Pastor's explanation, Duanmu frowned immediately, and the latter nodded. Yes, we received an order that the two princes would also attend, so we had to impose martial law on the entire Altdorf that night. No outsiders were allowed to go out, and the entire area was sealed off. That is, trap everyone at home and wait for death. Facing Duanmu's sharp words, General Pastor was speechless for a while. Although the citywide martial law was reasonable, but once suspicion arises, many problems will be seen. Did the eldest prince take the initiative to invite you? No. It was the other two princes who took the initiative to ask for it. They said that because your majesty had recaptured Mordheim, they all believed that your majesty was the chosen one. So they took the initiative to submit, and were willing to follow the eldest prince as emperor. No one believes it. Duan Muhui curled his lips. Then his majesty also thought that it was time to end the civil war. So he warmly invited the two of you to attend the banquet together. So, the day of the banquet is the most troublesome. Duan Muhui snorted coldly. It seemed that the three parties had their own ulterior motives. The first prince was willing to invite the wolf into the house. He probably thought that he had the geographical advantage of Altdorf and could set a trap here. As for the second and third princes, if they were not fools, they would definitely know that this would be a hangman banquet. But they were still willing to attend the banquet. Well, they were probably confident enough to turn the tables at this banquet. It can be imagined that Altdorf must have been extremely lively that day. I have arranged for my family to leave Altdorf early. General Pastor also lowered his voice. He had been to Mannheim and knew how terrible those cult rituals were. He didn't want his family to become victims. Aren't you afraid of being suspected? It's just a matter of a few days anyway. I don't care. Pastor is not a fool. It is obvious that something will happen in the king's city during the banquet. At that time, he will have no other choice. So, is there any news over there? Not yet. Hearing this, Duan Muhui frowned. He was referring to the witch hunters. After they transported the dimensional stones to Altdorf, the witch hunters went to track down the final whereabouts of the dimensional stones. After that, there has been no news from him. It is unknown whether he is still investigating or has died on the way. I hope you can strengthen patrols throughout Altdorf in the next few days. Record and tell me any abnormalities you find. Maybe I can find some clues. Okay. I know. General Pastor also nodded. Now he had no other choice but to follow Duan Muhui's instructions. After making the decision, Duan Muhui raised his head, looked at Eldal shrouded in darkness outside the window, and sighed silently. I don't know. Is everything going well over there? Meanwhile, in the Britannian capital, Carcathon, as night fell, the noisy streets gradually became quiet. Alyssa turned the sign to closed, locked the store door, and returned to the house. Call. Raising her hands, Alyssa stretched. After escaping the Empire, Alyssa, her mother and others have been running a small jewelry store in Carcassonne, which mainly caters to civilians and mid-range users. They don't make much money, but it's enough for living. Life here is quite peaceful, at least for them. After a long escape and trek, they are already very satisfied with their current life. However, just when Alyssa was about to go back to rest, suddenly, a voice rang out. Hello, Miss Alyssa. Why? Hearing this sudden voice, Alyssa was startled. She turned her head and saw a dark figure standing quietly in the corridor not far away. Through the burning candlelight, Alyssa saw that the other person was wearing a cloak, wrapping himself tightly. This made Alyssa a little uneasy. But for some reason, the voice just now made her feel a little familiar. You are? Under Alyssa's gaze, the other party took off the cloak, exposed the long silver white hair inside, and the delicate face like a doll. Miss Oges. Seeing Oges, Alyssa almost screamed with excitement. But soon she covered her mouth and looked around curiously. What about the Cavaliers? Didn't he come with you? The master has something urgent to do, so he sent me to check on you. Aog stared at Alyssa, and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. And when she heard Aog's answer, Alice was somewhat disappointed. I see. I thought I could meet the knight again. So, Miss Alyssa, how is your life now? Are you satisfied with your life now? Facing Ogis's question, Alyssa was somewhat hesitant. I think it's not bad. Although it can't be compared with when we were in the city. It's good now. The neighbors are very friendly, and everyone helps us. Although we occasionally encounter some unpleasant things, they are not particularly big problems. Moreover, I think my life is good now. So I am very satisfied. I see. Hearing Alyssa's question, Ogis nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Hey! Are you going to leave? Why don't you stay and have dinner with everyone? I still want to know the knight's recent situation. The master is currently in Altdorf and has important things to do. So he sent me to see how Miss Alyssa is doing. Ogis replied calmly. Since Miss Alyssa is doing well, I will go back. Hey! Wait a minute. Miss Ogis. You are not here to see me because the knight needs my help with something? However, just as Otis was about to turn around and leave, Alyssa suddenly thought of something and spoke in surprise. While Otis remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. But at this moment, suddenly, another voice was heard. It's about the throne of the Emperor. Hearing the voice, Alyssa and Otis raised their heads in a hurry and looked upwards. Then, they saw the elf scout sitting at the stairs on the second floor, looking at them with a smile on his face. Ah, elf sister, where have you been all this time? Sorry. I just went to get some information. But I did get a lot of interesting information. Especially about that pink bunny. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I want to laugh when I mention this. Having said that, the elf scout leaped down and landed in front of Otis. That's just right. I was planning to have a good talk with the knight. I wonder if you can take me to see him. Hearing the words of the elven scout, Otis was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I understand. The master will see you. After receiving the notification from Otis, Duanmu Huai rushed to Caracasson by gunboat overnight and met the elven scouts in a hidden grove outside the city. To be honest, Sir Knight, I never thought you could cause such a big event in the Empire. When the elf scout saw Duanmu Huai, he was still smiling and looked quite relaxed. It seems that you are very familiar with the situation within the Empire. Of course, I am a royal spy after all. If I didn't have this ability, I would have been expelled long ago. The elf scout gestured. I almost guessed why you came to see Miss Alyssa. You want her to become the queen of the Empire. Right? Why? Is there a problem? Duanmu Huai naturally had this idea. But he didn't necessarily want Alyssa to do it. After all, the Emperor of the Empire was not an easy position to hold. So he told Ajis that if Alyssa was satisfied with her current life, then she shouldn't talk about it. However, it was still beyond Duanmu Huai's expectation that the elf scout suddenly came to his door and wanted to talk to him. Well, actually, it's not a problem. Well, I'm not afraid to tell you that Miss Alyssa is indeed of royal blood. But she is not the daughter of His Majesty the Emperor. She is of royal blood, but not the Emperor's daughter? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned, while the elf scout shrugged his shoulders. Well, technically speaking, she is the daughter of the late Emperor. I think you should understand what I mean. Uh-huh. Duanmu Huai was really confused at this moment. So what you mean is? Well, what I mean. Do you understand now? Alright. I got it. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood why Alyssa's situation was so special. He originally thought that Alyssa was the illegitimate daughter of the Emperor of the Empire. And for some reason, she had to be given to the border lord for raising. Unexpectedly. Well, after all this fuss, Alyssa is not the daughter of the Emperor of the Empire, but the sister of the Emperor of the Empire? Goodness. No wonder it had to be kept secret. If this gets out, won't it cause an uproar? The late Emperor is still strong despite his old age. Duanmu Huai can only sigh like this now. But this doesn't prevent her from inheriting the throne. Well, that's true. But, in fact, I got a piece of news not long ago. Having said that, the elf scout stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke. That is, His Majesty is very likely still alive. Oh! Chapter 107. It's interesting. When Duanmu Huai heard the elf scout say that the Emperor was not dead, he immediately knew where the problem lay and understood why the elf scout would come to him to say this. The reason is very simple. If Alyssa is the Emperor's daughter, then when the Emperor returns in the future, he can ask her to abdicate. But according to seniority, she is actually the Emperor's sister. Then, things are much more complicated. Duanmu Huai still remembers that in history, there was an emperor who was captured by the Mongols. And then his brother ascended the throne. And then, nothing happened. But Duanmu Huai was still very confused. He had previously sworn that the emperor was dead. But now he said that the emperor might still be alive. What was going on? After the elf scout explained it, he finally understood what was going on. First of all, this is a civilized world at the medieval level after all. And the transmission of information is very slow. Just like the elf scout. Although she is a royal spy, she was not the first to receive the news. Nor did she witness it with her own eyes. She only obtained information from her own intelligence network afterwards, and then drew conclusions. In this case, of course, she could only get general information. It was not until everyone left the Empire and sought refuge in Bretania that the elven scouts had some free time to investigate the matter in detail. Then she learned the details of the whole incident. First of all, it is true that the emperor was attacked when he was on an expedition to the north to fight against the barbarians. But the process was somewhat different. According to the intelligence obtained by the elf scouts, the emperor defeated the northern barbarians in a battle. Logically, he should not pursue the enemy. But for some reason, the emperor led the army to go deeper. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not too deep. He just wanted to chase and kill some more enemies. However, in fact, this was a trap set by the northern barbarians. When the emperor led his troops to march forward, they launched an evil spell, causing collapse and mudslides, separating the emperor from the army behind. When the follow-up troops arrived, they saw dead and wounded bodies everywhere, and the emperor himself was nowhere to be found. Only a chopped-off arm with a gauntlet was found on the battlefield. Why does it sound so familiar? After that, the imperial army also carried out a large-scale search centered on the battlefield. But they could not find any trace of the emperor. So two opinions spread in the army. One opinion was that the emperor might have died in battle somewhere, but they could not find him. The other possibility was that the emperor was captured by the northern barbarians. However, after the spies' infiltration investigation, the second possibility was gradually abandoned. Because there was no movement from the northern barbarians, no one came to negotiate with the empire, and there was no news that the barbarians wanted to use the emperor to perform some kind of ceremony. After all, if the northern barbarians captured the emperor of the empire, they would definitely celebrate such a big event with gongs and drums and lights and decorations. However, there has been no news, so this possibility is very small. Soon, the faction that believed the emperor died in battle gained the upper hand. They had good reasons. If the emperor had fled somewhere, he would definitely return to the army later. Since he did not come back, he must have died in battle. But this does not mean that everyone agrees with this. After all, if you are dead, you have to see the body. This is one of the reasons why the expeditionary force reacted so strongly when the news of the eldest prince's ascension to the throne came. However, Duan Muhui still couldn't understand. Even if that was the case, why would the elf scouts believe that the emperor was still alive? Because a hiding place has been activated. According to the elf scout, these kingdom spies are spread all over the continent, and there are people in almost every region. To be on the safe side, each region also has a hiding place. It is mainly used to store some supplies and food for emergencies. For example, when the Silver City was captured by the rat men and the evil god believers, the elf scout once suggested to hide in a place, which was her hiding place in the Silver City territory. Of course, the plan didn't change quickly enough and I didn't make it. Apart from the royal spies, only the emperor himself knew about these hiding places. A spy who was near the north found that his hiding place had been opened during a routine inspection, and someone had taken some food, medicine, weapons and property. If it was a thief, he would definitely have looted everything. But the other party only took a part of it. Considering the emperor's disappearance before, it is very likely that the emperor came here. So the spy immediately informed other spies of the news through secret means of communication. These royal spies are only loyal to the emperor. In other words, the three princes in Altdorf are not the emperor in their eyes. If the emperor is still alive, these spies will definitely take action immediately. But, if he really is the emperor, why isn't he waiting there? Wouldn't it be more convenient to have a helper? Royal spies are always on the move, and are only responsible to the emperor himself. However, some of them may betray the emperor for various reasons. Especially at the northern border. We must be more careful. Then he can go back to the barracks? I don't know about that. Maybe the emperor has his own ideas. His Majesty has an eccentric personality, and always has some strange ideas. Many times, even we don't know what he is thinking. To be honest, after hearing this, I think I already know what you want me to do. Yes, my Lord Knight. The elf scout looked at him with a smile. But her eyes were extremely serious. I hope you can take your regiment to the north and cooperate with His Majesty the Emperor. It would be best if you can bring him to Altdorf smoothly. Hearing the elf scout's request, Duan Muhui folded his arms and began to think. He really didn't want to be the emperor of the empire himself. As far as he could see, the three princes were all useless idiots. Alyssa might be able to do it. But since her life was pretty good now, Duan Muhui would naturally not push her into this fire pit. In this case, if the emperor was still alive, it would indeed be the best choice. I don't know where he is. Besides, I don't know what the Emperor looks like. You don't have to worry about that, Sir Knight. Before he ascended the throne, His Majesty had roamed the Empire as a mercenary and was quite skilled in combat. Although I don't know what he wants to do, he will definitely want to find a war group that is also a mercenary to help him. As long as you, Sir Knight, show enough strength to attract His Majesty, he will definitely come to you on his own initiative. What if I can't touch it? That depends on whether this country is still under Sigma's protection. Since the elf scouts had said this, Duanmu Huai had nothing more to say. Well, in that case, I'll give it a try. Anyway, there's still half a month before the banquet. Let's see if Sigmar blesses this empire. But you have to give me a detailed location. You can't let me run around the streets of the entire north looking for someone. Of course not. According to the information I have obtained, His Majesty is very likely to be in Midden territory. In other words, having said that, the elf scout stared at Duanmu Huai. He is most likely in Middenheim, the capital of Middenland. Yo-ho. Hearing the words of the elf scout, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 108 Middenheim. Nordland. Middenheim. City of the White Wolf. It is located on a plateau in the north of the empire. It is a huge city full of spiral staircases and spires, built on high cliffs. Its 4 embankment bridges span the towering cliffs and connect the passages to the empire. It is winter now, and the snow covers most of the plateau. But this can't extinguish someone's fiery heart of exploration. This is another world. A city in another world. It's amazing. Looking at the city in front of her, and was so excited that she almost jumped up. In fact, when she was brought to the space station by Duanmu Huai, the princess had been in high spirits. As excited as an Alaskan who was going to have fun in the snow. When they left the space station in a gunboat, entered the atmosphere and came all the way to the north of the empire, the princess was so excited that she almost lost her mind. After all, it was her first time to experience how to travel between planets, and even asked Duanmu Huai very excitedly whether their world was also a huge sphere. Well, I'm sorry, Tuan, but the soul fragment world is indeed flat at the moment. Maybe after collecting enough soul fragments, they can be transformed into planets. But now, it is really flat. Of course, at the beginning, and Yi and Duanmu Huai had a quarrel because Gu Leia couldn't come with her. There was no way around it. After all, Gu Leia's human features were too obvious. It might be okay in other places, but in this world, if she came, she would definitely be killed by witch hunters as a beastman. Not to mention the various organizations that believed in evil gods. That would be even more troublesome. So in the end, Duanmu Huai decided to split his troops into 2 groups, letting Lorena take the 2 dragon people, Yulia and Faline, to visit the holy city, while he took An and Ojas to Middenheim, at first, and was totally unwilling to do this. But in the end, Gu Leia persuaded her, and said that they should share their travel experiences when they came back. Only then did An finally nod and agree, looking at her cheerful and happy face now. It is obvious that her previous unhappiness has long gone. Don't forget what I told you. Duanmu Huai grabbed An's shoulders, then stared at her again and spoke. You are not allowed to use magic, and you are not allowed to meddle in other people's business, even if it means doing good things. The evilness of this world is far beyond your imagination, compared with those dirty and filthy things here. Thaf is an angel. So, be careful and cautious. You don't want Gu Leia to worry about you. Do you? Yeah. I understand. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, and calmed down. On the way here, Duanmu Huai also gave her some general knowledge about the situation of this world, and the situation of the mages in this world. He also let her know that this world is not as peaceful and kind as her own world. To be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't plan to bring An here. But, who said that An's talent as a mage is too good? And Duanmu Huai really lacks the assistance of a mage? That's why he showed up here with An and Ojas. As for the remaining members of the regiment, Fia was sent away by Duanmu Huai to look after the house because she was too unstable. And Maludi also returned to the holy city with Lorena to report. Only he came here with An and Ojas, this city of White Wolf, as the front line of the Empire's fight against chaos. Middenheim is one of the few cities in the Empire dominated by the Church of Ulrich. Ulrich is the god of winter, war, and the White Wolf. Before the founding of the Empire, it was the most important god worshipped by humans. Ulrich's followers value bravery, independence, and strength, and looked down on those Sigmar followers who were chattering, clever, and like sissies. In the eyes of Ulrich's followers, Sigmar's followers are more like weak and incompetent people who like to make excuses. The city of Middenheim also shows the wildness, bravery, and perseverance of the followers of Ulrich. Just by walking into the city gate and looking at the simple yet resolute stone buildings in front of you, you can feel the bravery and spirit conveyed by the White Wolf god, especially compared with Altdorf, which is full of exquisite and luxurious buildings. The gap between the two is even greater. If Altdorf is a luxurious work of art that looks like it has been carefully carved by a craftsman, then Middenheim is more like a masterpiece of nature. It does not need any decoration or polishing. Just existing here is enough to show a wild sense of oppression. The people of Middenheim are tall, but Duanmu Huai is even taller. He carries a war hammer and strides down the street. Passers-by on both sides look at him with surprise or astonishment. Naturally, no one is blind enough to come up and seek death. After all, Duanmu Huai's power armor, with a hideous shape, coupled with his strong physique, is already the best representative of danger level max. If anyone dares to come up and cause trouble, he is either blind or mentally retarded. Ojas and then followed Duanmu Huai in cloaks, and, in particular, looked around with wide eyes at the people and buildings coming and going. Although Manalia looked like a medieval magical country, it had basically entered the era of the magical industrial revolution. Therefore, Ant's feeling about Middenheim was like a person from the 18th century industrial revolution who traveled to the 14th century, full of curiosity and freshness. Mr. Knight, where are we going now? In response to Ant's curious questions, Duanmu Huai gave an answer. First of all, like the opening of all adventure novels, we have to go to the tavern. Just as Duanmu Huai said, most adventure legends begin in a tavern. There were dim oil lamps lit inside, drunken guests waving bottles, and occasionally people would get drunk and fight in the corner. Scantily clad waitresses held up their glasses, surrounded by the flattery of the guests, and handed them one cup after another of low-quality beer. The whole tavern was noisy, and with the help of this annoying noise, some people were quietly passing on some conspiracies and tricks, and even some intelligence. I don't know what you want. This warrior, the bartender standing behind the counter, looked at Duanmu Huai in front of him, sighed silently, and placed a glass of wine in front of him. He turned his head away, trying his best to divert his gaze from Duanmu Huai's face. The dim candlelight could only illuminate the lower half of Duanmu Huai's face, but this made it look even more frightening. To be honest, you came at a bad time. It's winter now. The beastmen in the forest have returned to their dirty lairs and curled up like bears to rest. Of course, maybe they are planning the next attack? But not now. I heard that the sheriff is vowing to try to rectify Middenheim and completely eliminate those vile kings. But I don't recommend you to get involved in this mess. After all, he may fall in an unknown place at some point for some reason, and Middenheim will still be here. But there are always some buying and selling. Duanmu Huai fiddled with the wine glass in his hand. The wine glass, which was bigger than a normal man's face, seemed as small as a toy in his hand. He sat beside him, with eyes wide open, staring at the conversation between him and the bartender like a curious child, as if he had entered the opening of an adventure novel, full of joy and excitement. I am a warrior. I thirst for blood, battle, and glory. We came here not only to admire the beauty of Middenheim, although it is indeed a beautiful city. This is of course a beautiful city. No one would dislike hearing others praise their hometown. The bartender smiled, and his expression softened a lot. I can see that you are a brave, tough, and strong warrior. If you want, you can be someone's guest of honor. Maybe when those damn chaos barbarians from the north attack, you can twist off their heads and smash them into a paste to show your strength. But alas, having said that, the bartender spread his hands. I really don't have any special news. Okay, I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded without saying anything more. After all, this was not a game, and he did not expect to get the main quest right away. Well, that's what he said. But, warrior, if possible, how about you talk to me? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Duanmu Huai's side. He turned around and saw a wandering adventurer with long hair and a long sword in his hand, looking at him with a smile. If you crave battle and blood, then perhaps we can work together. Chapter 109, Kevin's Invitation. According to this man, he was called Kevin. A nobleman. He just came here through Middenheim's forest and tried to tell the Lord here a terrible news. The dead are haunting the forest. Kevin held the sword in his hand, leaning on the chair, with a wine glass beside him, squinting his eyes, like an old man leaning against the fireplace to take a nap. Even if there were two drunks fighting next to him to prove who is the strongest drunk, he was not moved at all. This year's harvest is very good, but I haven't waited for the nearby villages to pay me the grain they should pay. So I decided to go and see what was going on. In the forest, I met a hunter. He was pale and seriously injured. He told me that his village was attacked by beast men. But they were not ordinary beast men. They seemed to be some kind of undead creatures bound by evil undead spells. His village was destroyed, and only this hunter escaped. I tried to save him, but he eventually died. Here, Kevin sighed. Later, I followed his way and found the village. But there was no one in it. Only the ruins of the coke. There were no corpses, blood on the ground, and residual limbs, but none of the corpses, as if those bodies had long legs running away. Duan Muhui sat at the table, listening to Kevin's story silently, while An showed a somewhat frightened expression. After all, this sounded too much like a ghost story. I went to investigate other villages in my territory, and found that most of the villages there were empty. They disappeared without anyone noticing, leaving nothing behind. I felt that something was wrong, so I went back to the hunter again. But I found that even the hunter was gone. Hearing this, An shuddered and grabbed Duan Muhui's cloak. Ojas, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment when she saw An's action, and then followed suit and reached out to grab the other side of the cloak. Luckily, there were footprints on the snow. I followed the footprints and soon found the hunter. He was dead, but he was still moving forward. He seemed to be following a strange sound. And then I saw. At this point, Kevin's voice gradually lowered, just like the reaction of all ghost storytellers when they reach the crucial moment. An army of undead souls, led by an evil necromancer, silently shuttles through the forest. Among them are humans and beast men. But now they have all become bloodthirsty. Undead souls. They wander in the mountains and move forward in the forest. No one knows where this army of the dead is going. But I think we have a chance to know. So you're saying that you want us to go with you to investigate this undead army? After listening to Kevin's story, Duan Muhui stared at him and asked silently. The latter smiled slightly and nodded. I have reported this to the Lord. But unfortunately, it is winter now, and it is not suitable to send a large force to search outside. We also have to guard against raids by the minions of chaos in the north. So the Lord cannot help me. That is why I came here, hoping to find some powerful warriors to help me track down and destroy this army of undead that is wreaking havoc in my territory. This is the deposit. As he spoke, Kevin reached out and took out a small bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. Although he did not open the pocket completely, Duan Muhui could still see the light of the flame reflected by the gold coins from the opening of the pocket. But I also have a question. For example, you don't look like a noble lord. Our family tradition is that all people are martial. Kevin's expression didn't change at all. Besides, in a northern land like this, convenience comes first. Oh well. Duan Muhui reached out his hand and took the money bag. In fact, he was almost sure that the man named Kevin was likely to be the missing emperor. Why? The reason is simple. This is the first time this guy has seen his face without changing his expression. According to Duan Muhui's experience, basically, those who can remain calm and collected when meeting him for the first time are all important people. For example, the two princesses in Angulia, as well as their father, are all like this. Of course, this can also prove from the side that the more important a person is, the more resolute their mind is. If Kevin was just a small local nobleman as he said, he would have fainted when he saw Duan Muhui's face. Didn't he see that no one in the tavern dared to look at him? How dare this guy come up and talk to him? Of course, if there is a mismatch, then Kevin did not have a broken hand. But this does not mean anything. Assuming that the emperor really faked his death, he could find a hand on the battlefield and put on his own gauntlet. This is not a difficult thing. And it can also divert the attention of those pursuers. After all, if other people are focused on looking for a person who has lost an arm, they will naturally ignore the person with two hands. It's just that Duan Muhui did not expect that he would encounter it so soon. As the elf scout said, if this is the emperor, It is that Sigma is still sheltering the country. If this is not the Emperor, then it means Sigmar is blind. It's not your fault anyway. If you have any problems, go and destroy the temple of Sigmar. Duan Muhui thought about this for a moment, then reached out and put the purse away. But I'm really surprised that you came to me for help. I thought you would regard me as a follower of the evil god. Haha. You really know how to joke. Sir. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the man chuckled. Perhaps you are indeed a bit fierce. But looking at the two beauties beside you, you are definitely not a believer of the god of tyranny. After all, those lunatics don't appreciate anything other than blood, death, and muscles. And as a believer of the god of desire, you don't seem to fit their aesthetic standards. As for the god of plague and deceit, I think there's no need to say more. Okay, I'll accept your words. Duan Muhui shrugged. So, when do we leave? If there is no problem, we will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. At that time, I will introduce you to other companions. After all, this is not an easy task. I still need to find more people. Oh well. Duan Muhui stood up and extended his hand to Kevin. I hope we can cooperate happily. Chapter 110, Reunion. Late winter mornings are not a comfortable time for Middenheim. A group of mercenaries stood at the intersection, looking at Middenheim not far away, with a bit of dissatisfaction between their brows. One of the men, with a bad temper, even brandished his sword and roared loudly. What's going on? We still have to wait? How long do we have to wait? Please be patient, my dear friend. Kevin smiled and comforted the soldier in front of him. I believe they are just a little late, and it is not yet the appointed time. So we're like idiots, waiting here in the cold? This damn snow is getting into my boots. The soldier stamped his feet, looking unhappy. This is not what I want to see. I swear, when that guy comes, I will make him. However, the warrior stopped talking before he finished. He looked at the road ahead in surprise, holding the giant sword tightly in his hands. At this moment, his hands were shaking slightly, and the others were also stunned when they saw the giant sword warrior's actions. They turned their heads and looked, and then they were shocked. In the dim sunlight of winter, a huge figure appeared at the end of the blizzard. He was wearing terrifying and strange armor like a demon, and his two eyes in the helmet emitted a bright red glow. Damn! What the hell is this? Everyone, get ready to fight. Oh, don't worry. Seeing the soldiers around him drawing their bows and arrows, Kevin quickly raised his hand to signal them not to act rashly, and then turned to the person in front of him. You guys are finally here. Thank God. I thought something might happen to you. There was no accident. It's just that a certain princess got up late. Duan Muhui glanced at and behind him, who hurriedly stuffed the bread in her hand into her mouth and swallowed it, then smiled embarrassedly at everyone. Yesterday, because she was too excited about the adventure in the other world, and took a long time to fall asleep at night. If Duan Muhui hadn't opened her door, I'm afraid that Her Royal Highness the Princess would still be sleeping soundly in bed. Are we not late? Of course. You are on time. Kevin chuckled, turned around and brought Duan Muhui and others to the other mercenaries. Everyone, these are our companions. I believe that with their strength, they are enough to eliminate all obstacles and dangers before us. I don't object to that. Facing Duan Muhui, the warrior silently put down his two-handed sword. As the commander of the regiment, he should have said something. But when he saw this huge figure, he felt as if he was facing a mountain, a giant peak. It was just there, looking at him without any emotion. But even so, the warrior did not foolishly vent his anger at it. But even so, he also had doubts in his heart that needed to be resolved. Excuse me, Mr. Kevin. Are you sure he is a human, not a mutant or a beast man? It was normal for a soldier to have such concerns. Apart from anything else, just this size alone basically meant that he had been expelled from the human race. If the other party took off his helmet and found a minotaur or rat troll underneath, he would not find it strange. Not to mention that this was in Middenheim. There were countless mutants here, and they relied on their external disguises to sneak into the city and collect intelligence. Well, I can't continue. Looking at the figure in front of him, the soldier moved his mouth, but could not speak. That's it. And you're still pretending? Then, he must be the most unsuccessful spy. Ha ha ha. Of course. I can understand your concerns. Facing the soldier's rebuttal, Kevin laughed and then looked at Duan Muhui. Would you please take off your helmet? My friend? I don't want any unnecessary suspicion to arise during our journey. Certainly. Duan Muhui reached out and silently took off his helmet. At the same time, the warrior also saw his face. At that moment, he seemed to be looking directly at Thunder and stood there. What a fierce face it is. Just by staring at that face, the warrior felt as if he was in Ella corpses and blood. And the endless corpses around him were his spoils of war. Just by being stared at by those eyes under the thick eyebrows, the warrior felt powerless all over. That feeling was just like when he first faced the giant ice bear as a child. Facing the bloody mouth of the furious giant ice bear. An unknown emotion beyond fear completely controlled the warrior's body and mind. Just like now, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to coagulate at this moment. His heartbeat began to slow down. And even the scenery in front of the warrior began to slowly darken. As if the whole world was moving away from him. A truck was coming not far away. But the moment the horse saw Duan Muhui, it neighed shrilly, turned around and ran away. At this time, Duan Muhui put on his helmet again. When the heavy, scary helmet blocked his sight, everyone came back to their senses, as if they had survived a disaster. They gasped for breath and looked at each other in confusion. They had obviously not done anything. But at this moment, they were already covered in cold sweats. For a moment, they deeply felt that death was almost at hand. And they were almost pulled back from the edge of the cliff. Well, at least we can be sure that he's not a beastman. Aware of his eyes, the soldier swallowed a sip. And then said, then he looked at Duan Muhui, as if he was going to erase his previous disappointment, and took the initiative to reach out. Hello, strong and burly warrior. We are the Frost Giant Bear Regiment. And I am the leader, Cliff. At this time, Kevin also started to introduce. The Frost Giant Bear Regiment is one of the most famous regiments in the entire North. They are also very familiar with this place. If we want to track our target, then I think it would be best to have their cooperation. Hello, Giant Frost Bear. Duan Muhui stretched out his hand and shook hands with the soldier. We are the Pink Bunny War Band. When the soldier heard Duan Muhui's answer, his face froze. Excuse me. What is the name of your chapter? Pink Bunny. Duan Muhui stared at the soldier and repeated it again. And behind him, and covered his mouth and let out a soft laugh. Well, even though the soldier was experienced, he didn't know what to say when faced with the scene before him. In fact, at this moment, as he looked at Duan Muhui, his mind was in a mess. Why such a name? Because this name is cute? Isn't it good? Looking at the expression of the warrior in front of him, Duan Muhui showed a satisfied smile. In fact, this is still good. In the game, the names of the players' battle groups are even more varied and incredible, such as Dear Daddy and Black Silk Beauty Support Club. The names are so strange that it makes people wonder if all players are members of Chaos. In the end, it even got to the point where during the first official Shanghai competition, many teams' names had to be blurred before they could be broadcast live. When commentators were explaining, they would call them Mosaic Team 1 or Mosaic Team 2. Of course, after this, some players actually gave their own regiments this name. After all, for many players, it is really interesting to see the NPC read out lines like Great Hand-Eating Regiment. You bring hope with a serious face. Alright, everybody. In the end, it was Kevin who interrupted the somewhat weird and awkward atmosphere. We should set off. After all, our enemies won't wait for us. Yeah, that's right. After hearing Kevin's words, the warrior withdrew his hand. Then he looked at Duan Muhui again, retracted his gaze, and turned away. Let's go! After all, time is of the essence. After saying this, the soldier strode forward. As to whether he was chasing or escaping, only he himself knew. Chapter 111 Snow Sea Tracking. The roads are not easy to travel on in winter. The road ahead was covered with thick snow, especially in the dim forest, where everyone walked in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Mr. Knight, what exactly are these beastmen they're talking about? And Otis were the most relaxed among the group, and was held in Duan Muhui's arms like a child. Sitting on his arm, Otis sat on Duan Muhui's shoulder, which saved him from walking. She curled up in Duan Muhui's cloak, looking curiously at the forest ahead, and asked in a low voice. The reason why I was interested in the beastmen was very simple. Because when Duan Muhui stopped Gu Lia from coming with him, he said that the people here would regard Gu Lia as a beastman. And just now, When those warriors talked about the beastmen, they obviously showed disgust and vigilance. Soen became curious and wanted to find out what the beastmen were. If you ask me, the beastman is more like a deformed child. Duan Muhui walked at the front of the team, like a snowplow or icebreaker, striding forward. The heavy snow in front of him was completely pushed away, thus opening up a smooth road behind, and the others followed behind him. They are all children born by humans. But when they were still in the womb, they were eroded by the power of chaos and thus changed their form. When these children were born, they did not look like ordinary babies. Instead, they had beast-like fur and goat-like horns, and looked like monsters. Hearing this, and covered her mouth. And then she asked uneasily, Then those children finally. To put it simply, they will be killed. Of course, there are also some soft-hearted parents who don't want to kill their own children, so they will leave them in the wilderness. But this is not a good idea. After these beasts grow up, they will hate civilization and hate humans, and then become enemies of humans. They will attack villages and towns, capture women, and then let them give birth to more offspring for them, expand their tribe, and then attack humans again. I always feel that they are so pitiful. After listening to Duan Muhuai's story, and murmured to himself in a low voice, if those parents didn't abandon their children, the result will not be any different. You have seen how Guria was isolated in the academy. I assure you that the difficulties and pains encountered by a beastman who wants to survive in human society will be 100 times greater than hers. And in the final analysis, the blood of chaos flows in the veins of beastmen. Letting them run rampant is letting chaos run rampant, which is destroying the world. Of course, if you ask me, the biggest reason is that beastmen are too ugly. At this point, Duan Muhui snorted coldly. This was also the common view of most players. That is, the biggest original sin of the beastmen themselves was not that they had chaotic blood, but simply because they were too ugly. Basically, all beastmen were just as their name suggested. Monsters with human bodies and beast heads. They were covered in fur and had animal heads, and most of them looked like wild boars, goats, bulls, and the like. Tell me, is this something people would like? Players have said that if Chaos was smarter and had a cat-eared girl, humanity would have fallen long ago. Unfortunately, there are almost no female beastmen, which has greatly dissatisfied players. You don't have to talk about cats and dogs. Can't you just get a fox or a rabbit? Therefore, it can only be said that Chaos does not understand people's hearts, and it deserves to be stunned. You know, those beastman feminizations that are popular in the forum are actually very popular. As they were talking, the view in front of everyone suddenly became clear. The originally dense forest began to become sparse, and a village appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone perked up. They had traveled a long distance in the snow for such a long time, and finally found a place to rest. Great! I'm almost frozen. Seeing the village in front of him, the two-handed swordsman shouted loudly, I must have a good drink to drive away this damn chill. Then I guess you'll be disappointed. Hearing the words of his two-handed swordsman, Duan Muhuai's head answered without replying. What do you mean? Because there's no one inside. In fact, as Duan Muhuai said, the whole village was dead silent, without any signs of life. Not to mention humans, not even cats and dogs. When they arrived at the village, they were greeted only by the whistling cold wind and blowing snowflakes. The cold wind blew through the empty streets, and there was nothing around except the sound of wooden doors slamming. Seeing this scene, Kevin also frowned, his expression solemn. Damn it. I've been here before, and it was fine. I warned them about the dangers. That might be good news for us, because if they're hanging around, then the chances of finding these guys are higher. Duan Muhui glanced around with a cold tone. But now, let's deal with some uninvited guests. Before he finished speaking, the straw pile in front of Duan Muhui suddenly exploded. And then a tall sheep-headed beastman roared and waved the battle axe in his hand and rushed towards him. This scene immediately scared Anitiao, making her scream. The girl's scream seemed to stimulate the enemy in front of him even more. It showed a ferocious smile and raised its battle axe. At the same time, Ojas, who was sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, twitched her fingers lightly. And then the sharp puppet silk thread was like cutting frozen mutton, easily turning the beastman in front of him into a pile of meat. But this is just the beginning. With roars, several beastmen emerged from all directions, holding weapons, standing on rooftops or in the shadows, looking at the people in front of them, their eyes revealing the excitement of seeing prey fall into a trap. At the same time, others also took out their weapons and stared at the monsters in front of them vigilantly. It was obvious that they had been surrounded. At the same time, a tall minotaur holding a battle axe came out from the other side, blocking the way of the crowd. It stared at Duan Muhuai in front of it, then roared angrily and raised the battle axe in its hand. Then, the minotaur suddenly lowered its head and rushed towards them like a truly enraged bull. What a shame. Beef hot pot is good in winter. Duan Muhuai put the ground on the ground, then clenched the warhammer, staring coldly at the cattle head that rushed towards himself. And then he snorted, and he rushed towards the cow head. Boom! The two sides collided heavily, and the next moment, the minotaur flew backwards as if it had hit a high-speed train, leaving a long straight line on the snow. The horns on its head had been broken, and blood was flowing. Before the minotaur could stand up, Duan Muhuai had already rushed in front of it, and the metal hammer in his hand blasted down, and the minotaur's head was smashed like tofu under the thunder axe, and instantly turned into a pile of fragments. Roar! With the death of the minotaur, the beastmen rushed forward and a fierce battle began. Chapter 112, Dark Night Bell. On this planet, the status of beastmen is very low. This does not simply refer to social status. Even in terms of combat, the status of beastmen is quite low. If compared with RPG, then beastmen are actually equivalent to monsters such as slimes or goblins that players need to deal with when they first appear. Even ratmen are more threatening than them. After all, the ratmen can make all kinds of weapons, so they can fight back and forth with all races. But the beastmen are different. They don't even make weapons. They only rely on their own bodies and minions to fight. And at most they can pick up some weapons from the victims on the battlefield, which is their limit. Of course, it is unknown how useful these unmaintained weapons can be, at least for Duan Muhuai and others. Even if these orcs raid, there are not much threats. As the most conspicuous person in the entire team, Duan Muhuai naturally got the attention of most of the beastmen. They let out crazy roars, rushed forward and swung their weapons at Duan Muhuai, trying to use the death of this terrible existence to prove their strength. Unfortunately, their blades could not even leave the slightest scratch on Duan Muhuai's power armor, and were directly bounced away. Duan Muhuai held the warhammer tightly with both hands and swung it hard, knocking all the beastmen in front of him away, turning them into a pile of soft mud. Oja still sat steadily on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, holding a book in one hand and stretching the other hand forward, her fingers trembling slightly, and the almost invisible puppet silk thread formed a deadly trap in front of her, like a meat grinder with invisible blades rotating. Any beastman who dared to break into it was chopped into pieces. As for whether there are fat or thin people on it, that is not a problem for Ojas to worry about, in comparison, and did not make any big moves, since her magic power was too strong. Duan Muhuai asked her to just hide behind and use some basic spells like Manalia magic missile to deal with these beastmen, since Duan Muhuai attracted most of the beastmen's attention. Just like a tank, he held the beastmen's hatred tightly, so the frost giant bears in the back naturally let go of the fight. Cliff brandished a two-handed giant sword and charged at the beastmen under the cover of his companions. In the back, the sharpshooter bent his bow and shot the beastmen to the ground one by one. Even Kevin, the employer, was not idle. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and fought in an orderly manner. But no beastman who confronted Kevin could survive a round. He was always able to make his enemies lose balance at the most appropriate time, and then beheaded them with a sword. Boom! When the last beastman fell, the sky had already darkened. Everyone looked up and found that it had already become dark all around. Huh? I never thought that the event would be delayed by these beasts. Cliff kicked the beastman corpse beside him viciously and spat viciously. Don't worry. After all, we have eliminated a group of beastmen approaching Middenheim, which can be regarded as protecting others from their cruelty. In comparison, Kevin seemed much calmer. But he wasn't wrong either, because it was getting late, and everyone was a little tired from fighting the beastmen, and some were injured. So they decided to stay in the village hotel for the night, and set out again tomorrow morning. As for the bodies of the beastmen, they gathered them together and burned them, which was also a warning to other invaders. But this place is really strange. Squeak! Duan Muhuai pushed open the door of the hotel, walked into the lobby, and looked around. He saw that the hotel was empty, without a trace of people. The tables, chairs and benches were neatly stacked together, and there was not even a trace of a fight. That's really strange, isn't it? Kevin came over, staring at the hall in front of him, and spoke to Duan Muhuai, who nodded. After turning the beast men into a bonfire, they searched the village briefly, only to find that something was wrong with the whole village. There were no signs of fighting, blood, or corpses. It was as if all the people in the village had suddenly disappeared overnight, without resistance, struggle, or anything. It was as if they had left this existence at the same time and disappeared without a trace. Be careful. Don't drink the water here, and don't eat the food here. Duan Muhuai nodded. He didn't know what was going on. It wasn't that Duan Muhuai didn't have any guesses. In fact, there were too many people who could do this, which made it impossible for him to determine who the murderer was. Soon, other mercenaries returned to the inn and blocked it off. Most of them went to the guest rooms on the second floor to sleep, while Duan Muhuai, Ojas, and An stayed in the lobby on the first floor to keep watch. I always feel a little excited, sitting next to Duan Muhuai, staring at the burning fireplace in front of her, and looked around excitedly. No wonder. This was probably the first time for Her Royal Highness the Princess to keep watch in such a place. For a good girl like her, not going to bed on time was considered a bad thing. Not to mention this staying up late behavior, which made him extremely excited. Once you get used to it, you'll find that this is actually a very boring job. Duan Muhuai leaned against the wall, stared around, and shook his head. Okay. You should take a rest too. I'll let you know if anything happens. Duan Muhuai had released the reconnaissance servo skull just now. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he would definitely be reported. Soon, the night gradually became darker. Duan Muhuai had already closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, and was still swaying from side to side in excitement at first. But gradually he could no longer resist the erosion of sleepiness, and fell asleep on the table. Only Ojas was still sitting in front of the fireplace, flipping through a collection of fairy tales by the firelight. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, a faint voice was heard. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Ojas looked up and looked outside in confusion. But there was nothing to see outside the inn except darkness. But at the same time, a circle of azure light suddenly appeared on Anne's body, like some kind of protective spell. Seeing this, Ojas stood up and came to Duan Muhuai's side. Owner. Upon hearing Ojas' voice, Duan Muhuai immediately opened his eyes. What's wrong? What happened? I don't know. But, missin'. Without Ojas' words, Duan Muhuai also saw the magic barrier on it, which made him frown and stand up. Duan Muhuai knew that although it was a bit careless, as a princess and the strongest magician in Manalia, and had always done a perfect job of protecting herself, now her protective spell was actually triggered, which meant someone was launching an attack. What is going on? Boom, boom. At this time, Duan Muhuai heard footsteps coming from upstairs. He looked up and saw the doors of the guest rooms on the second floor open one by one. And then the mercenaries sleeping inside slowly walked out. However, they were not awake, but walked down the stairs slowly as if sleepwalking, and walked towards the door of the hotel. Stop! Duan Muhuai stood in front of the door, trying to stop the mercenaries, but they seemed to ignore his presence and just walked forward. Seeing this, Duan Muhuai coughed helplessly. Then he stared at everyone and suddenly roared. Stop right there! With Duan Muhuai's thunderous roar, the mercenaries who were sleepwalking suddenly woke up. Their confused eyes gradually regained clarity, and when they saw the situation in front of them, everyone was confused, not knowing what was going on. Wow! Mr. Knight, what's going on? What on earth happened? And was also awakened by Duan Muhuai's roar. And at this moment Kevin also rushed out of the guest room fully armed, looking at the scene in front of him. He was also stunned. What's going on? Is anyone attacking? No. Duan Muhuai shook his head, and then repeated what Ojas had just said. Ring? Kevin frowned. I didn't hear any bells. I think I heard. Unlike Kevin, Cliff seemed a little uneasy. I did hear a bell in my dream just now, and it seemed to be guiding me somewhere. Jingle bell. However, before Cliff finished speaking, suddenly, another faint bell sound blew along the night wind. And hearing this bell sound, the mercenaries' eyes became confused again. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai snorted again. which made the mercenaries, who were originally in confusion, regain their clarity. It seems that this ringtone seems to have some special magic. Of course. And it's not just for us. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked out the window. At this moment, he could see dark figures moving slowly outward. They were none other than the charred bodies of the beast men that Duanmu Huai and the mercenaries had killed before. At this moment, these charred bodies were slowly moving forward, leaving the village like zombies and heading deep into the dark mountains. We must set out at once. Kevin made his decision immediately. This ringing sound is most likely the culprit for the disappearance of those villagers. We must find out the root of this. But we can't resist the ringing. Cliff frowned. When he heard the ringing sound just now, he felt his brain begin to feel dizzy, as if he was about to fall asleep. Obviously, it was not an ordinary ringing sound, but some kind of magical ringing sound. It has magical power. And, do you have any idea to solve this problem? Duanmu Huai looked at him. After all, this princess is the most powerful mage in Manalia. She should be able to deal with it. This should work on the mental level? No. The soul level? Anyway, I can give it a try. As he spoke, and raised his hand, and soon, accompanied by the sound of chanting, rays of magical light fell from the sky and landed on the mercenaries. This is a spell that can protect against mental control. It should be able to play a certain role. Jingle bell. At this moment, as if to verify An's words, the bell rang again. But this time, the mercenaries did not respond at all. Very good. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai nodded, and Cliff and Kevin looked at each other, then looked at their subordinates. Get fully armed and get ready to go. Let's go and see who is behind this. Chapter 113 Tracking all the way. After packing up their luggage, everyone set out again, following the staggering corpses and heading deeper into the forest. They didn't light torches, but fortunately, as a wizard, and cast a night vision spell on them, so that they could see things as if it were daytime even in the dark night. This naturally made the mercenaries overjoyed, and they immediately looked at him with new eyes. You know, at the beginning, they didn't understand why they had to bring such a delicate and weak young lady with them. Now it seems, well, it is indeed more convenient to have a magician. What the hell is this? Following behind the corpses, Cliff could not help but complain as he watched the charred bodies staggering in the snow. To be honest, just seeing corpses walking at night was scary enough, and following them was like a nightmare. What do you think? An? Duanmu Huai was still walking in front. He stared around and asked An, who was curled up in his arms. The latter frowned, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I'm not sure. This kind of magic is strictly forbidden to learn in Manalia. However, if it is to manipulate corpses, it is more similar to necromancy. Can it be solved? Generally speaking, fire magic is enough. That's true. Duanmu Huai nodded, but didn't say anything more. With his war hammer and the divine power bestowed by Sigmar, it was no problem for him to fight against a necromancer. In this way, everyone followed these dead people for nearly half a night before Duanmu Huai stopped. It's just ahead. He lowered his voice and spoke to the others in the back, and everyone was stunned when they heard Duanmu Huai's words. Did you see it? Certainly. Duanmu Huai raised his head and saw the scene in the distance clearly through the lock on his helmet. In the magnified scene in front of his eyes, he could see a dilapidated, huge carriage parked on the mountain road, and the carriage was filled with densely packed corpses, waving their arms in despair, making mournful cries and wails like crying. In the carriage, a man wrapped in a rag robe was sitting there, holding a dry staff in one hand and a small bell in the other, shaking them from time to time. And around him, countless corpses came from all directions and gathered together. Duanmu Huai explained to others what he had seen, and everyone was suddenly shocked. So many corpses? What on earth does it want to do? It's impossible for an ordinary necromancer to gather so many corpses. Kevin also frowned at this time. Just as he said, although the necromancers in this world do have the ability to summon dead souls and awaken skeleton soldiers and zombies, most necromancers have limited strength in this regard. Or in other words, they are limited by the number of people and time. It is almost impossible for a necromancer like this one to be able to collect the dead, or even the living almost without restriction. Whether it's possible or not, this is it now. Duanmu Huai never considers theoretical problems. Just like the scientists in many movies, they basically say things like this is impossible. If you say it's impossible, then give me an explanation. Otherwise nothing is impossible. Not to mention that in this world where gods truly exist, I would believe it if you said that birds can swim in the water. At present, rather than whether it is possible or not, Duanmu Huai is more concerned about whether to chop it down directly. Do it? It's not easy. Kevin shook his head. According to Duanmu Huai, the carriage itself was carrying countless corpses, and there were skeleton guards, cavalry, and even corpse witches protecting it. In this case, if they just rushed over, they would be courting death. I've heard that. However, one of the mercenaries in the team looked extremely pale. I've heard of the legend about these night-wandering corpses. It's said that there's an old necromancer who collects corpses from all over the empire. Wherever he goes, he'll shake his bell to wake up all the sleeping corpses in the cemetery and take them away. If anyone wants to stop him, they'll become one of them. No one knows why the old wizard does this. Some say it's a contract he signed with a powerful being. Well, he's a professional gravedigger. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Don't worry. Since I said I want to fight, I am naturally confident. Since you have confidence. Having said this, Kevin was silent for a moment. Then let's give it a try. However, please make sure to capture the necromancer alive. I have something to ask him. Now that the employer has spoken, everyone else, even if they are unwilling, can only follow Kevin's orders and move forward. Soon, they came to the woods not far from the convoy. They could see that on both sides of the carriage, there were dozens of skeleton soldiers holding spears, and behind them were undead knights riding skeleton horses. The corpse wizards floating on both sides were making blasphemous whispers, as if driving the corpses onto the carriage like animals. Duanmu Huai just watched the scene quietly until the last corpse was loaded onto the carriage. Then he nodded to An. Get started. Clear. And, who had been impatient for a long time, jumped up immediately when she heard Duanmu Huai's order, then raised her hands high. Along with An's movements, a huge magic circle appeared above the convoy, and then a fireball burning like the sun emerged from it, illuminating everything in front of her. Seeing this scene, the corpse wizards beside the carriage were shocked. They hurriedly raised their staffs, trying to remove the horrible magic. At this moment, An had already swung her staff downwards with force. Along with her movement, a fireball fell from the sky and hit the center of the convoy directly. Boom! The exploding fireball engulfed the entire convoy, and most of the skeleton soldiers and death knights nearby were not spared. For a moment, everything around was engulfed in flames, burning with raging flames. Seeing this scene, the mercenaries were stunned. They looked at it in surprise, as if they had never expected that this little girl could possess such a powerful magical power. However, before they could sigh, Duanmu Huai stood up and rushed out of the woods with a war hammer in hand. Rush! After Duanmu Huai's roar, the others also gripped their weapons tightly and rushed out with Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the undeads responsible for defending the carriage also noticed the presence of Duanmu Huai and his group, and quickly turned their weapons and attacked them. Just as Duanmu Huai rushed out of the woods, an undead knight riding a skeleton horse had already rushed in front of him. However, Duanmu Huai didn't even try to block it. He just lowered his shoulders and sprinted forward, instantly smashing the skeleton horse and the undead knight into pieces. As for the finishing blow, he left it to the others behind him. He has only one goal. After smashing the death knight, Duanmu Huai continued to move forward, rushing through the defense line of the skeleton guards like a mud truck rushing through a checkpoint, and rushed directly into the burning fire. The huge carriage carrying a huge number of corpses had now turned into a huge bonfire, and the flame shot straight up to the sky. However, the scorching flames did not make Duanmu Huai retreat a step. He rushed directly into the fire and killed forward. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw a tattered skeleton in the flames not far away, moving slowly, trying to reach out and grab the black bell not far in front of it. That's the thing. When he saw the black bell, a cold light flashed in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Then he strode over and grabbed the bell from the ground. At the same time, the system prompt appeared in front of Duanmu Huai again. Obtain the Holy Relic Soul Summoning Bell. Phew. Done! Seeing the system prompt, Duanmu Huai was relieved. This was one of the reasons why he advocated launching an attack immediately. After all, after discovering the holy object, Duanmu Huai naturally wanted to get it. But it's not over yet. Duanmu Huai put away the bell, then grabbed the skeleton that tried to turn around and escape, and pulled it out of the fire. Poor old necromancer seemed to have only defended half of the attack, as his lower body had been completely blown to pieces, leaving only the upper body still dangling there, and was grabbed out by Duan Muhuai. At the same time, Kevin and the mercenaries had wiped out all the undead around the convoy. After all, the undead needed a wizard to command them, and when the wizard himself could not protect himself, their combat effectiveness was naturally not worth mentioning. This guy is the culprit. Duan Muhuai came out carrying the necromancer, who had only half of his body left. What should we do now? Should we kill it? Please wait a while. However, at this moment, Kevin stood up and looked at Duan Muhuai with a smile. Can I have a little chat with it? Sure. Duan Muhuai pulled off the two dangling skeleton arms of the necromancer and threw them aside, while Kevin walked over and said something in a low voice to the necromancer. The necromancer answered a few words and then laughed wildly and stopped abruptly. Kevin stood up and pulled out the sword that pierced the necromancer's head. Then he walked to Duan Muhuai with a serious expression and looked at everyone. Everyone. It seems that our work is far from done. Chapter 114. Enemies meet on a narrow road. According to Kevin, the news he got from the necromancer was that the necromancer was a subordinate of the vampire Count Manfred, and the vampire Count was carrying out a terrible and evil mission, which was to resurrect the notorious necromancer in the rumors, the creator of all undead creatures, the most powerful necromancer, Nagash. The corpses he collected were to prepare the army of undead for Nagash after his resurrection. Not only that, Kevin also received a terrifying news from the necromancer. This time, Nagash was not just planning to resurrect. He even tried to use this resurrection to make himself the god of death. For this reason, Manfred even kidnapped the princess from the High Elves, the archbishop of the Temple of Sigmar and others, trying to use their blood, magic and souls to successfully make Nagash ascend to godhood. We have to stop this. Standing next to Duan Muhuai, Kevin looked at the mercenaries in front of him with a serious expression. If we cannot prevent Nagash from resurrecting, or even make him the god of death, then the world will face even more terrible suffering. Of course, I know this is not within our agreement, but I hope you can. Listening to Kevin's words, Duan Muhuai rolled his eyes silently. Perhaps to other people, there was nothing wrong with what Kevin said, but Duan Muhuai obviously didn't think so. If Kevin is really the emperor, then he certainly wouldn't be bored and run here to take risks. This is the job of an adventurer, not the job of an emperor. So Duan Muhuai guessed that the reason why Kevin acted like this was probably because he had heard some rumors, such as he learned about an ancient, evil plan, and this plan was related to the rumor that was raging here and attracting corpses. So he disguised himself as a noble and brought mercenaries to start the investigation from here. On the other hand, even if the news of Nagash's resurrection is true, maybe it is also part of a larger conspiracy. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Right? Duan Muhuai didn't know that if Manfred knew his thoughts, the vampire count would probably spit blood on him to death. In fact, 90% of the reason why Manfred's resurrection plan was not going well was because of Duan Muhuai. First, Duan Muhuai recovered the staff in the monastery, and the crown of witchcraft in the ruins of Tordheim according to the instructions of the Lady of the Lake, making Manfred's trip almost in vain, especially in Tordheim, because Manfred did not have the ability to drill into the warp like Duan Muhuai. He also led his undead army to fight a real battle with the Chaos Warriors. But not only did he win a miserable victory, but by the time Manfred entered the treasure house, the crown of witchcraft had already been taken away by Duan Muhuai. For this, Manfred was scolded by Nagash, who was far away in the underworld. Later, in order to make up for his mistake, he planned to rob the Dimension Stone that the Empire took away from Monheim. As a result, he was defeated by Duan Muhuai again. Not only did he fail to get the Dimension Stone, but another item used to resurrect Nagash, the Fallen Blade, was also taken away by Duan Muhuai. It can be said that he lost both the wife and the army. Of course, Duan Muhuai didn't know about this. If he didn't know, it meant that it had never happened and had nothing to do with him. Finally, the other mercenaries agreed to continue the action with Kevin to thwart the plan of the vampire lord. It was not because they were so noble. On the one hand, the necromancer was indeed the enemy of all living beings. On the other hand, the plan this time was mainly to rescue the captives. It was heard that there was a high elf princess and the archbishop of Sigmar among them. If they could establish a relationship with these people, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Wealth, fame and status are all within your reach. Of course, it was dangerous, because the next place they were going to was none other than Manfred's lair. Sylvania, the land where the undead creatures were rampant. But for mercenaries, this is considered a problem? If you are afraid of danger, who would be a mercenary? Go home and farm. So, after that, the group continued on their journey to Sylvania, a territory ruled by vampires. What a pity. Looking at the castle in the distance, Duan Muhui sighed silently. What a shame. Mr. Knight? What a shame. Hearing Duan Muhui sigh, and blinked curiously, looked at him and asked, It's a pity that we are here to save people. If we were here to kill people, we would have just blown them up. Duan Muhui looked ahead again and shrugged helplessly. The castle in the distance looked lonely and desolate, just like the old medieval tower castles in many vampire movies. There were dry, black and dead trees everywhere, combined with the crows and bats wandering in the distance. If you add a background music, it can be directly taken to the opening scene of a horror movie. To be honest, if Duan Muhui was not here to rescue people, he could have just used his gunboat to conduct an aerial carpet bombing, razing the entire castle to the ground before dealing with the rest. But unfortunately, they are here to save people. But Mr. Knight, why do I feel that you are not in a good mood? Do you hate ghosts? I can't say I like it, but aren't you very powerful? Mr. Knight? As soon as those ghosts saw you, they all ran away. You are really amazing. Do not talk. Hearing Anne's words, Duan Muhui's face suddenly became gloomy. After entering Sylvania, the group of people were of course attacked by ghosts and spirits. As a result, Oja suddenly suggested that Duan Muhui could scare away these ghosts. From then on, Duan Muhui had to continue moving forward without wearing a helmet. What made him unhappy was that after that, the group did not encounter any attacks from ghosts and spirits again, and arrived at their destination smoothly. But this made Duan Muhui even more unhappy. When he gets back to dealing with this matter, he will definitely teach Ojas a lesson about what she can and cannot say. What does it mean that the master's face is very effective in exorcising evil spirits? Is my face some kind of exorcism tool? Forget it. Don't think about these things now. Duan Muhui withdrew his thoughts and looked at Kevin. Okay, what's the next plan? In other words, do we have any other plans besides a frontal assault? Or should we do it the same as before? Split into two groups? That's the only way at the moment. Kevin smiled wryly and nodded. If you can attract their attention, we may be able to sneak in from the back, find the prisoners, and rescue them. Well, let's do it this way. We'll leave the main entrance to you, and you can figure out a way yourself. Duan Muhui didn't care. Basically, when he cooperated with others, the tactics were always the same. After all, with his physique and conspicuousness, it was basically impossible for him to use any other methods except a frontal attack. Maybe you can use a wooden box to play stealth? But where can I find such a big wooden box? After finalizing the plan, Duan Muhui took Aji's and then strode towards the main gate of the castle, while the others, led by Kevin, went around to the back of the castle. As for whether they planned to go through the sewers or climb the wall, that was their business. The entire castle gate was closed, and when Duan Muhui arrived at the gate, he soon saw the ground in front of him open up, and then several skeleton guards with weapons in their hands crawled out from the ground. However, when these skeleton guards raised their heads and saw Duan Muhui's ferocious face, they let out a shrill scream. And then the soul flames in the skeleton guards' eye sockets suddenly went out, and they once again turned into a pile of broken bones and fell to the ground, motionless. You use mental intimidation on the skeleton guards. The skeleton guards tried to resist the mental intimidation. The resistance failed. Skeleton guards fall into a state of collapse. Death of skeleton guard. MP. Duan Muhui turned his eyes away and stopped looking at the system prompt in front of him. Then he looked at it next to him. Blow this door open for me. Oh. And, who was watching the show nearby, was also stunned when she heard Duan Muhui's words. Then she nodded vigorously and stretched out her hand to aim at the gate. Then, a huge fireball emerged from Anne's hand, flew forward, and heavily bombarded the castle gate. Boom! The next moment, the castle gate was instantly blown to pieces. Duan Muhui rushed in with a war hammer in his hand and a cold face, while Ojas and An followed closely behind. The entire castle hall was in a mess, with no one in sight. There was only a long table with several cups on it, but no other food was seen. Vampires did not need any other food. It's barbaric. A cold voice was heard on the balcony on the second floor. Duan Muhui looked up and saw several figures hiding in the shadows on the balcony. Who gave you the courage to come to this castle? Foolish and ignorant barbarians. What you did only takes you one step closer to death. Soon, you will understand that in front of the great power of death, you are simply. However, before he could finish his words, the other party suddenly stopped, looked at Duan Muhui in surprise, and then suddenly took a step back. You? What kind of monster are you? You're the hacking monster? Hearing this, Duan Muhui was immediately furious. You are obviously the monsters. But you dare to say that I am a monster? Go to H.L. At this moment, Duan Muhui was furious. He roared, and the jetpack suddenly shot out, carrying Duan Muhui across the hall in an instant. He just clenched the war hammer and smashed it hard at the vampire standing on the balcony on the second floor. Chapter 115 Beauty and the Beast. When Duan Muhui roared and rushed towards the vampire, these self-righteous guys were all scared silly. According to the vampire's reaction and speed, it would not be difficult for them to dodge Duan Muhui's attack. However, when they watched the terrifying, furious guy gritting his teeth and rushing towards them, as if he wanted to eat them alive, a strong fear erupted from the depths of their hearts, binding the bodies of these vampires like invisible chains, making them unable to even move. They just watched the thunder hammer coming down on them. And then, boom! Duan Muhui's full-strength attack was so violent that he smashed the head of the vampire in front of him into his body, and then fell out of his buttocks. And the vampire's body was directly split in half by the thunder hammer. Blood splattered on Duan Muhui's face. And then he turned his head and looked at the vampire next to him. The latter rolled his eyes. His body suddenly collapsed, and then was smashed in half by Duan Muhui. Get out here, you brainless blood-sucking bastards! Duan Muhui's roar resounded throughout the castle. And soon, the gate opened, and the fully armed skeleton guards rushed out with swords and spears in hand. It was obvious that their master could not tolerate such an insult, and would definitely make those who spoke wildly pay the price. However, when these undead spirits saw Duan Muhui, covered in blood and holding a war hammer, walking towards them with a hideous face, these undead spirits, who did not know what fear was, felt a kind of unspeakable fear. The soul fire in their eye sockets began to tremble wildly like a candle in the wind, and then quietly extinguished. Then, they saw the invisible dead souls break free from the shackles of necromancy magic, fly out of the skeleton guards' bodies, screaming and disappearing into the air, leaving only piles of corpses and bones. Wow! Following behind Duan Muhui, and couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. She had never seen anyone so powerful, who could make the undead disappear just by standing there. It must be said that Duan Muhui was indeed outstanding in this regard. Of course, whether I like it or not is another matter. Soon, the three of them broke through the front door of the castle and came to the atrium, where someone finally blocked their progress. Foolish mortals! You dare to trespass into the sleeping place of the great necromancer Nagash. Your foolish behavior will be punished. Now, prepare to die in painful wails. Standing in front of Duan Muhui was a burly death knight holding a huge sword. Its tone was full of evil and anger, and its posture showed that it would never let anyone cross its line of defense. If it hadn't covered its face with a helmet to block its vision, its words would have been more convincing. Look at me! You bastard! Duan Muhui was furious at the sight of this idiot who had wrapped his head like a dumpling. He roared, raised his hammer, and rushed over, colliding with the opponent. The Death Knight swung his great sword, but was knocked aside by Duan Muhui's hammer. Then he rushed forward, and his solid armor immediately hit the opponent's face, knocking the arrogant Death Knight to the ground. Then Duan Muhui raised his hammer high and smashed it hard at the Death Knight. Boom! The thunder hammer directly smashed the Death Knight's head, turning its helmet and head into pieces. At the same time, the ground under Duan Muhui's feet suddenly sank, and the next moment he and the Death Knight fell down with a bang. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Muhui coughed twice, and then stood up from the Death Knight's body. At this moment, the unlucky guy was still waving his hands, trying to grab Duan Muhui. However, Duan Muhui had no interest in entangled with the skeleton. He grabbed the Death Knight's arm with his backhand and broke it as easily as breaking a matchstick. then stepped on its waist, grabbed the spine with both hands and pulled it back. Wallalalalalo. The next moment, the body of the Death Knight shattered into pieces, turning into worthless fragments. Only then did Duan Mu Huai stand up and look around. Then, he immediately met a pair of moist eyes. Sensing Duan Mu Huai's gaze, the latter shrank his body. Only then did Duan Mu Huai realize that he was currently in a dungeon. In a corner of the cell, a tall and slender elf woman was sitting there, staring at Duan Mu Huai with wide eyes. Woo! If I remember correctly, Kevin seemed to have said that the vampire Count Manfred captured a bald bishop and an elf princess? Are you the elf princess captured by the vampires? Duan Mu Huai stared at the woman and asked, and the latter nodded slightly. It must be said that just from the surface, this woman is in line with people's fantasy of an elf princess. She is slim, beautiful, has long ears, has waist-length hair that is as smooth as a waterfall, and wears revealing clothes similar to a bikini. I am Elisera, the timeless child of Ulthuan. Greetings, uninvited warrior. Duan Mu Huai walked up to Elisera and looked at her carefully. The latter felt Duan Mu Huai's gaze, and her body trembled slightly. But she still stood up and stared at Duan Mu Huai, motionless, looking like a princess in a fairy tale waiting to be rescued by a knight. However, Duan Mu Huai was not so easily deceived. He knew there were many tricks to disguise himself as another person, and he always felt that it was too easy for the elf princess to be trapped. According to Duan Mu Huai's memory, the elves in this world should be relatives of the bean sprout in the universe. Considering that the bean sprouts in the universe are all very difficult to deal with, it doesn't make sense that the princess in front of him is a weakling who can't even tie a chicken. Could it be a trap? But since she was not frightened by me, it might be true. But the other party is a vampire. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai stretched out his big hand, held the elf princess's head, and then carefully checked both sides of her neck, finding no signs of bites. But this is not the end. Duan Mu Huai did not let his guard down because of this. This is not a novel or a movie. Vampires do not necessarily bite your neck when they want to suck blood. Such a thing has happened in the game. Duan Mu Huai and others went to rescue a nobleman who was captured by a vampire. Later, they killed the vampire and rescued the young man. At that time, they also confirmed that there were no bite marks on the nobleman's neck, so they sent him back. As a result, within 2 days, the noble's son turned into a vampire and killed the entire family. In the end, the player had to go and clean up the mess. At that time, Duan Mu Huai and others were very puzzled. They clearly saw that he was not bitten. So how did he turn into a vampire? Later, after reading the nobleman's diary, everyone realized that after being captured, the guy couldn't help but develop an intimate relationship with the vampire, and that the vampire bit him in a place that was unknown to outsiders. Well, if you think about it carefully, that was indeed quite congested. And maybe it was easier than biting the neck. It is impossible for a player to take off his pants to look at someone when he is rescuing them, and the system won't allow it. Of course, if they had read the diary at that time, there might have been a way, but Duan Mu Huai and others did not expect that the vampire would play such tricks. So the fact that there were no bite marks on her neck didn't mean anything. After all, vampires were known for their cunning tricks, especially considering that the elf princess was neither tied up nor cast any spells. She might have become the vampire's servant. So at this time, we must be careful. Duan Mu Huai held the elf princess with one hand, and then with his other hand, he suddenly grabbed her thin clothes, which were as thin as a bikini, and pulled it hard. Crash! As Duan Mu Huai tore hard, the clothes on the elf princess fell off. As expected, reality is different from the game. There is no cover-up. Under the sunlight, the fair skin of the elf princess showed a faint glow, looking as flawless as white jade. However, Duan Mu Huai had no time to appreciate this. He carefully scanned the elf princess from head to toe, even checking the soles of her feet to make sure that she was not bitten, and then let go of the elf princess. During the whole process, the elf princess did not resist at all. It was unknown whether she was frightened or had other ideas. However, Duan Mu Huai could still feel her muscles tense, and she seemed unwilling. Well, being turned over and over like a dead pig. It would be a miracle if she was willing. At this moment, the elf princess' face was flushed, and she was breathing slightly. But she just stared at Duan Mu Huai without saying a word. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure you weren't bitten. Noticing the look in the elf princess' eyes, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and handed the clothes in his hand to her. The latter took the clothes without saying a word and put them on again, while Duanmu Huai glanced around and asked again, "By the way, I also heard that an archbishop was arrested. Where is he?" "I'm here. Soon." A dry, old voice came from another cell next door. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a bald old man with blood all over his body, sitting against the wall. When he saw Duanmu Huai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I thought you would forgive me." Chapter 116. Why are you running? Duanmu Huai certainly did not forget the bald old bishop, and he quickly broke the railing and rescued the old man. Then Duanmu Huai learned from the old bishop that the reason why the vampire lord captured them was to revive the necromancer Nagash in the ceremony. The blood of the elven princess was the key to Nagash's deification, so Manfred provided her with good food and drink, but cast a curse on her, making her weak all over and unable to run around. No wonder the elf princess looked like a dead pig when Duanmu Huai examined her just now. It seems that even if she is not dead, she is almost dead. The bald old bishop was much more miserable. Manfred planned to use him as a carrier for Nagash's resurrection, so he tortured him in every way, hoping to make the old bishop mentally collapse and turn him into a living dead. And then Nagash could occupy his body and resurrect him. It can be said that Duanmu Huai and others arrived at the right time. Originally, Manfred should have started the ceremony to resurrect Nagash long ago, but instead of collecting all of Nagash's relics, several of them were lost. This made Nagash so angry that he almost pointed at Manfred's head and cursed him. So Manfred had to look for other relics to fill the gap, and handed the place over to another necromancer, Heinrich, to guard. As for this necromancer, well, Duanmu Huai didn't meet him, so Kevin and the others were just unlucky. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. Hearing the noise, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Well, it's really bad luck. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer wasted time. He hurriedly picked up the elf princess in one hand and the old bishop in the other, then activated the jetpack and flew up, directly out of the underground prison. As soon as he landed, he saw that the outer wall of the castle not far away had exploded, and a group of mercenaries rushed out of it. And behind them, a huge figure was rushing towards them. "Go help those two people. Leave this guy to me." Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and hurriedly gave orders to him. Then he suddenly accelerated forward and stood directly in front of the huge figure. He swung a hammer and smashed the opponent's swung axe, barely saving the two-handed swordsman, who was almost split in half. "You finally came." Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, the two-handed swordsman and Kevin both breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped back. Duanmu Huai, holding a war hammer, stared at the guy in front of him, who was almost as tall as himself. He was wearing bright red armor, which was also inlaid with white skulls and bats like Duanmu Huai. He held a huge double-edged axe in his hand. Under the helmet was a hideous face like a skull, with green flames leaping in the dark eye sockets. He looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. "Is this your opponent? Watch out, Iron Knight!" Kevin also shouted hurriedly this time. "It is no ordinary undead monster. Its name is Ghoul, and it was once the champion warrior of the god of tyranny. And now it is the Death Lord of Nagash. Oh, finally someone is here to practice with." Hearing Kevin's words, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes immediately. The champion warrior of the god of tyranny? This guy is not easy to deal with. But let's fight him first. The Lord of Death seemed to completely ignore Duanmu Huai. Without even looking at Duanmu Huai, he raised his giant axe and swung it violently. Duanmu Huai also grasped his hammer without hesitation and smashed it forward, directly hitting the Lord of Death's axe. Boom! The warhammer and the giant axe collided, and there was a shuddering sound of collision. The ground around them even collapsed. Both of them trembled all over. It was not until then that the Lord of Death finally looked at Duanmu Huai. However, Duanmu Huai was not a fool. Just when the Lord of Death was about to attack again, he suddenly flashed back, and dozens of puppets appeared and blocked the Lord of Death. These fragile puppets were no match for the Lord of Death, and they were completely shattered by the whistling battle axe. But for Duanmu Huai, his goal had been achieved. Just as the puppets were sent to the cemetery by the Lord of Death, the huge mobile armor appeared on Duanmu Huai again. At the same time, he consumed 1,000 experience points and reset the armed enhancement card again. Soon, Duanmu Huai's whole body exuded a dazzling red light. And then he roared, raised his war hammer, and rushed towards the Lord of Death again. Boom! 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 The fight between the two sides was like two human-shaped tornadoes fighting each other. No tricks were needed. Both sides picked up their weapons and swung them at each other. Whoever could knock the other down would win. As the champion warrior of the god of tyranny, Ghoul was already difficult to deal with. Not to mention that he had now been transformed into the undead Lord of Death. Needless to say, his strength was enough to smash the thick walls of the castle in front of him, which were difficult for even a catapult to penetrate into pieces, even with a casual axe. Duanmu Huai was no less powerful than him. With the help of mobile armor 3, armament enhancement 2, summoning of the paladin 2, and his own 2 attack points, his attack power had reached a crazy 9 points. He swung the thunder hammer and made Ghoul retreat again and again. Every time he swung the hammer, the terrifying Lord of Death would retreat. Every time Ghoul was hit by the thunder hammer, the ground beneath his feet would crack. This naturally made Ghoul extremely angry. As a Chaos Champion warrior and a member of the Death Army, he was beaten to the point of being unable to raise his head by such a "Is this a human or something else?" thing? How is this possible? Roar! At this moment, Ghoul roared, and the violent undead power exploded with him as the center. He grabbed the battle axe again and swung it at Duanmu Huai. Facing this blow that was enough to split the earth, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. After all, he was wearing mobile armor now, and with the characteristics of Guardian. If he died, it would be the mobile armor that was destroyed. Duanmu Huai saw an opportunity at this moment. Facing Ghoul's attack, Duanmu Huai suddenly rushed forward into the soul storm. He lowered his head, and the whole person seemed to be a stubborn reef that broke through the death force that was like a torrent, and rushed to Ghoul's side, and the warhammer in his hand fell heavily. At the same time, Ghoul's battle axe had already reached Duanmu Huai's head. At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly tilted his head, and the battle axe almost swung down by his ear and directly chopped Duanmu Huai's collarbone. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer, mixed with holy light and lightning, hit Ghoul's chest. Boom! The next moment, both parties flew backwards and hit the walls on both sides heavily. Seeing this scene, everyone else was stunned and speechless. Mr. Knight, and who was busy removing the curse from the elf princess and treating the old bishop's wounds, couldn't help but scream when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that the big guy on the opposite side was so powerful that he could actually knock Duanmu Huai away. Crash! However, just when everyone didn't know what to do, they saw the collapsed ruin suddenly turned up, and then Duanmu Huai strode out of it. At this moment, the mobile armor on his body had been completely shattered, but Duanmu Huai himself was still intact. But Ghoul on the other side was not so lucky. Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer was mixed with the sacred power from Sigmar. It would have been fine if it had not hit Ghoul hard before, but just now Duanmu Huai's hammer actually hit Ghoul's chest. At this moment, Sigma's sacred power also completely broke through the defense of the Lord of Death and pierced through it. When the Lord of Death stood up again, the armor on his chest and the skeleton inside had begun to disintegrate and weather. Sigmar's holy power, with the help of lightning, almost penetrated the Lord of Death's body. But the Lord of Death seemed to not care at all. He just stared at Duanmu Huai, then grabbed the battle axe in his hand again. The next moment, his two hands turned into dust and drifted away with the wind, and the huge double-edged axe fell heavily to the ground. Call! The wind was howling, and the tall undead warrior turned into dust and dissipated in the wind. After the wind passed, there was nothing left on the ground except the huge double-edged axe. Depend on. At this moment, Duanmu Huai fell to his knees and gasped. Although the mobile armor helped Duanmu Huai block the fatal blow of the Lord of Death, the subsequent impact actually fell on Duanmu Huai. That was not much better than being hit head-on by an out-of-control truck. Mr. Knight, are you okay? At this moment and also hurried over, looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously and asked. But Duanmu Huai shook his head. It's okay. Just a little shock. That's good. We should leave here. Master, we can't leave. However, at this moment, Ojas came over and spoke. We are surrounded. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. Then he stood up, went to the city wall and looked out. He saw that around the castle, thousands of undead armies had completely surrounded them from all directions. It was obvious that the other side was not vegetarian either. When they noticed someone was robbing the prison, they naturally pressed on with their entire army. What should I do? Let's run. Seeing so many undead spirits outside, the mercenaries looked pale. Their luck was very bad. In the previous battle with the Lord of Death, half of the mercenaries died, and the rest were all injured. Even Kevin was breathing heavily with a serious look on his face. However, why are you running? There's nothing to run for. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly and glared at the trembling mercenaries. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield outside the city wall. Among the army of undead, a bald head was particularly eye-catching. You came just in time. Let's clean it up together. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai put on his helmet and then started communicating. Mia, prepare for ground bombing. Soon. He heard the artificial angel's usual leisurely and calm voice. Understood. Master. Chapter 117. Blow him up. These damn bastards. Surrounded by the army of undead, Manfred was so angry that his facial features were distorted. Originally, he was scolded by Nagash in the underworld because he did not find all the relics, and even lost the fallen blade. As a result, Manfred had to find other magical artifacts to replace the relics to complete the ceremony. Unexpectedly, he and Heilichen had just left for a while, and his house was actually ransacked? Manfred didn't take it seriously at first. After all, Ghoul, the former Chaos Champion and the current Lord of Death, were in the castle. An ordinary thief was no match for him. But then Heilichen told him that Ghoul was defeated? Manfred was completely furious. How unlucky have I been in this life? I worked so hard to kidnap someone and find the remains. How could it be easy for me? You damn bastards just come here and destroy my hard work? How can this be tolerated? But since you dare to come here, then don't go back. Now is the time to let you know who owns Sylvania. I will let you experience what real pain and fear are. What's that sound? Just as Manfred was about to give the order, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the sky. Whoosh! What's going on? What's that noise? Manfred raised his head in confusion and looked towards the sky. Then, he saw several strange black dots falling from the sky. Then, they exploded in the air, forming countless tiny balls of light. These balls of light fell down like raindrops. And then, boom! The next moment, the entire battlefield was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. As an anti-personnel air-to-ground missile, Hell's Fury is one of the Empire's most powerful combat weapons. Each Hell's Fury missile is filled with hundreds of cluster incendiary bombs. When they are launched and exploded, they will bloom in the sky like a gorgeous and beautiful firework. However, every point of light that falls from the sky will bring destructive explosions and fire bombardments to the ground. Unlike in Monheim, this time Duan Mu Huai was not dealing with those rat men who would dig holes underground, so he didn't need to use armor-piercing critical bullets. On the contrary, for these undead, fire was their biggest enemy compared to the impact caused by the explosion. The Hell's Fury missile, as one of the most powerful air-to-ground missiles, has long been tested in battles against the Tyranids. Compared to the Tyranids, these ground-based undead armies are not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention that Manfred's marching formation was still the dense formation of the Middle Ages, which was simply a sitting duck. If he wasn't blown up in all directions, it would be a shame to send him to death in such a dense formation. Everyone, get down, cover your head with your hands, and cast a defensive magic. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai also shouted and signaled others to lie down, and at the same time asked him to release the protective magic. At this moment, the others also lay on the ground in fear according to Duan Mu Huai's words. For them, they had no idea what was going on. Because of the barrier of the city wall, they could not see what was happening outside. They could only hear the deafening roar and explosion, as well as the smoke and fire that rose into the sky and almost covered the entire sky. The scorching heat came from all directions, even giving people the illusion of being in a furnace. It was unknown how long it took before the outside gradually quieted down. Everyone raised their heads in confusion and looked around, only to feel that the air was filled with a hot burning smell, which even made people feel a little breathless. What happened? In the end, what happened? Everyone stood up and walked to the wall to look outside. Then they widened their eyes in surprise. Outside the castle, the undead army that was once so fierce and fierce, numbering in the hundreds, had completely disappeared without a trace. The entire land was charred black, and thick smoke rose from the ground, covering the sky and the sun. What on earth is this? Looking at this scene, even Kevin widened his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment, while Duanmu Huai next to him just rolled his eyes. Just think of it as Sigma appearing. This, before Kevin could say anything else. The bald old bishop suddenly knelt on the ground, facing the sky. Sigma is above. This is the power of Sigma. Looking at the old bishop's fanatical and excited expression, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. This isn't the first time Sigma has taken advantage of me. So let it be. With the end of this wave of bombing, the rescue mission also came to an end. For Duanmu Huai, this time can be regarded as a wave of fat. Not to mention that the bombed undead army outside was all experience points. And even a necromancer was killed in the bombing. In addition, Duanmu Huai had previously killed a former Chaos Champion warrior and Death Lord, and his experience points suddenly skyrocketed. Not only that, in order to resurrect Nagash, Manfred also found several holy relics. And these things naturally became cheap for Duanmu Huai. The Frost Giant Bear Regiment also suffered heavy losses this time. They did not have Duanmu Huai's ability to fight the Death Lord alone, and nearly half of their men were killed. However, as mercenaries, they were accustomed to separation and death. Although they were sad, they would not take less money, and they even asked for an additional pension. Kevin didn't waste any time and gave it to him directly. By the way, Kevin's identity is indeed the Emperor. Duanmu Huai knew it when the old bishop knelt in front of him and called him Your Majesty. Well, or he already knew it. According to the old bishop, this was indeed a conspiracy. In fact, as the Archbishop of Sigmar, he should have been in charge of Altdorf. But the eldest prince told him that Manfred was planning to revive Nagash, and asked the old bishop to personally lead people to eradicate him. Although he was very dissatisfied with the eldest prince's behavior of taking advantage of others' misfortune, the old bishop also knew that if Nagash was really resurrected, the prospects of the empire would only become bleaker. So he personally led the elite soldiers of the Temple of Sigmar to try to eradicate Manfred. As we saw, they were ambushed. The others were defeated and killed. And the old bishop was captured by Manfred and used as a vehicle for Nagash's resurrection. As to whether this was a conspiracy between Manfred and the eldest prince, no one knows. Because the vampire did not die on the battlefield and Duanmu Huai did not see the information about Manfred's death in the system prompt. It is estimated that the bald vampire saw that the situation was not good and slipped away again. I have to say, this guy may not be good at other things, but he is really good at running away. Including this time. He has already escaped from Duanmu Huai twice. As the saying goes, once, twice, but never 3 times. I don't know if he can get away next time. So far, everyone's adventure has come to an end for the time being. The Frostbear Regiment's mission has been completed. But they did not return to Middenheim immediately. Instead, they went to the port of Bretonnia to deliver the news of Elisara's rescue to Ossus, telling the High Elves that their princess was fine and asking them to send someone to pick her up. As for Duanmu Huai, he will stay here and work with Kevin on the next step. Or rather, this is the most important task. That is to return to Altdorf and snatch his throne back from those 3 useless sons. Only, Your Highness, are you suitable to be here? Looking at Elisara standing next to him, Duanmu Huai asked in confusion. But the latter just nodded slightly, lowered her head and said nothing. Originally, according to Duanmu Huai's idea, he planned to let the giant Frostbear escort the elven princess away. However, the elven princess said that Manfred had not been brought to justice yet and the giant Frostbear was not very strong in fighting. If she followed them, she would most likely be captured by Manfred again. It would be safer for her to stay with Duanmu Huai. Having said that, what do you think she's thinking about? Duanmu Huai walked to Anne's side and asked in a low voice. And the latter smiled playfully. Oh, Mr. Knight, is there any need to explain this? Isn't that what is written in the story? The knight saved the princess. And then the princess fell in love with the knight. Isn't this natural? I think the elf princess must have fallen in love with you. You sure? Duanmu Huai pointed at his face and asked again, while Anne was stunned for a moment. Well, this should probably, may be possible. After all, not everyone looks at appearance. And you, Mr. Knight, are not ugly, you're just a little scary. Maybe someone would like this? Let's just leave it at that. Looking at Anne's answer with his eyes darting around, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. At least, this is a reason. Right? Chapter 118, The Starting Point of Advancement. The second stage of the God-chosen quest Glory of Sigmar is completed. Task Evaluation, excellent. You saved the Empire's hope and preserved the Empire's fire. Gain 70,000 experience points. Additional 40,000 experience points. Level increased to level 34. Specialization points plus 3. Attribute points plus 3. When the judge reaches level 30, the advanced quest route can be opened. Your achievements have attracted the attention of the gods of the Empire, and you will receive additional rewards from them. Randomly receive blessing from the gods of the Empire plus 1. The God of Tyranny's favorability towards you plus 50. The third phase of the God-chosen quest Glory of Sigmar begins. Mission objective: cooperate with the Emperor to regain orthodoxy. The tide of the time surges forward, but the king's power remains unchanged. After silently reading the system prompt in front of him, Duanmu just wanted to say how shameless he was. What blessing! It's obvious that you want to establish a relationship with me. Is your empire so poor? You can't find anyone? There are so many chosen ones. Do you have to take advantage of me? What? I don't want money. Or did I give you a discount? Besides, if you want me to do something, you should at least show some appreciation. You see, in novels, games, animations, and movies, when the gods want to find someone to do something, at least they have plenty of money and beauties. Why are you so stingy that you just give me a blessing and leave it at that? Can't you send me a saint, a priestess, a nun, a lake fairy, or something like that? Oh, by the way, speaking of the lake fairy, Duanmu got furious. He just knew that every Holy Grail Knight had a standard lake fairy, who was specifically there to go on adventures with the Holy Grail Knight. And they were in love. Why don't I have one? Lady of the Lake, why do you hold a grudge like that? I just stole the Holy Grail from you. You shouldn't be like this. But never mind. Silently looking at the system prompt that advanced task route can be opened, Duanmu clenched his fists tightly. I finally waited for you. The advanced task seemed simple. That is, the initial career had reached its end, and then you could change your career. For example, normal advanced careers such as Think Tank Director and Grand Inquisitor. In addition to these, there were some hidden advanced careers. Duanmu was eyeing these hidden advanced careers. The reason why he is obsessed with this is because he is persecuted by the game. In fact, the game Star Ocean OL is pretty shitty. According to the game design, the player's growth path is to collect relics to open construction points to improve the space station, complete tasks to gain experience and level up. But in many cases, the player's growth rate is not proportional to the speed of collecting relics. For example, some players are lucky and can already go on the subspace voyage before they reach level 20. Some players are unlucky, and their space station is still a mess even after reaching level 40. Logically speaking, advanced tasks will only be unlocked after the initial level is capped. But Star Ocean OL is shameless. It sets the level of advanced tasks at level 30 instead of level 40. At the beginning, many players were also confused. But no matter what, they will be more powerful after upgrading. So most players will do the advanced tasks. After all, it is always a good thing to be able to upgrade early. If you are stronger, won't it be convenient to do anything? However, when players travel to the subspace and venture to other planets, they discover that there are more advanced professional tasks in the universe, and each one is stronger than the original one. When players beat their chests and stamp their feet trying to change their career plans, they were told that players who had already advanced could not advance again unless they reached level 60. If you want to advance, you must obtain an item called Rewind Crystal to reset your character back to the state before the job change. However, what makes players speechless is that this backtrack crystal is not a commodity, but a gift. Players can only get it if they recharge more than 50,000 points. Moreover, it is bound to the individual and cannot be bought or sold. After figuring this out, all the players were shocked. They were originally wondering why a seemingly useless thing was added to the recharge reward. But the function of the backtracking crystal was only to reset the character back to the state before the job change. And it did not add any permanent attributes to the character. So the players did not care at first. But when they got upstairs, they found that this guy was waiting for them. This dog is worse than the company. The players were furious and yelled. But the company just pretended to be deaf and dumb, as if it hadn't heard anything. In the end, the players had no other choice. Some people just decided to open a new account, while others thought they were unlucky and just kept playing. waiting for the second job change at level 60 to avoid being cheated again. Only a few rich players pretended to be cool. And for a while, owning a rewind crystal became a trend for the rich to show off, no matter if you use it or not. As long as you charge 50,000 points, you can get a rewind crystal, which is a symbol of status and wealth. There are even some rich war groups that won't let you in if you don't have a rewind crystal. Duanmu Huai was the second type. He was also very depressed at the time. But he had no choice because he had already changed his job to become the director of the think tank. Moreover, Duanmu Huai wanted to make money from this game. Asking him to recharge 50,000 points for this? He might as well die. How can it be possible to lose money instead of making money? Moreover, many job transfer tasks in the universe are one-time, and basically one person completes it, and the others are gone. Under this stimulation, many players either choose to grit their teeth and rush forward with Krypton Gold, or choose to start a new account and play again. This is also one of the reasons for the end of the moment. At that time, most of the players who could go to heaven basically went to various parts of the universe to find hidden job transfer tasks. No one stayed in the novice village, which was also one of the reasons why the novice village exploded on the spot. Therefore, Duanmu Huai had always set his sights on the energy core from the beginning, and even specifically found the energy core of the ancient saints. After all, if you want to have a safe subspace voyage, the ancient saints technology is indispensable. And only with safe subspace navigation technology can Duanmu Huai go to his favorite job transfer location for a job transfer. As for the time, Duanmu Huai has already decided. After completing this God-chosen mission and getting the holy objects in the hands of the 3 unfilial descendants, Duanmu Huai will be able to upgrade the Inquisition Library to level 10. In addition to obtaining 100% research acceleration, he will also be able to obtain an extra bit of super intelligence, which will allow him to instantly analyze the technology being studied. By then, he should be able to create an antimatter reactor and a hyperdimensional space tunnel engine to start his own subspace navigation journey. Duanmu Huai didn't intend to leave, but he knew that although the end of the world seemed to be a short-term event, it actually lasted nearly 10 years, and it was useless for him to stay here. With the level of civilization on this planet, no matter how much he struggled, he could not completely stop the end of the world. Only by going to the universe and successfully changing your job will you be qualified to confront the chaos evil gods face to face. As for the favorability of the last tyrannical god, Duanmu Huai would just pretend that he didn't see it. Even if he saw it, he couldn't do anything. But now, let's see how lucky I am. Duanmu Huai looked at the system prompt in front of him and rubbed his hands. There are actually many gods believed in by the Empire, and the biggest one is naturally Sigmar. But this does not mean that other gods have no presence. In addition to Sigmar, the most powerful one is Ulrich. After all, even the founding ancestors of the Empire are its believers. Of course, if Duanmu Huai were to say, he actually hopes to get the blessing of the goddess Shalaya, who is in charge of healing and mercy, because this goddess is the mortal enemy of the god of plague. She is very restrained from the various viruses and plagues spread by the god of plague. For Duanmu Huai, he is not afraid of the magic of the god of deceit, nor the frontal attack of the god of tyranny, nor the mental intrusion of the god of desire. Only the plague and virus of the god of plague are the most troublesome. So, let's take a look. Duanmu Huai reached out and clicked on the prompt. Randomly receive God's blessing +1. You have received the blessing of Mor, the god of death. Gain additional job death guard, increases attack damage against undead creatures by 30%. Depend on. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai almost vomited blood. Goddamn death guard. Mor is the god of death worshipped by the Empire. It is said that all the souls of the dead will go to him. If there is any connection between Duanmu Huai and Mor, it is that the Knights of Mor, the god of death, also have skulls as emblems. But my skull is not the same as yours. My skull does not represent death. If Mor was here, Duanmu Huai would have to have a good talk with him and explain to him that the two things were completely different. Unfortunately, he didn't have the other party's phone number either. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Duanmu Huai once again silently increased his strength, physique, and intelligence by 1 point, and then added all his specialized skill points to great psychic combat training. Then, he set his sights on the next task. But, Duanmu Huai always had some doubts. Because of this mission, some questions seemed to be revealed. According to the description when the second task was completed, it seemed that if he was not here, King Kevin would be dead. This was indeed the case. After all, even if Kevin came here with mercenaries, if he did not resist the Lord of Death and bomb the undead army himself, Kevin would have no way out. So, according to the original history, Kevin should have died? Duan Muhui touched his chin. He was not very familiar with the plot of Empire. After all, he was born in Jindan in the game. In the late period of End of the World, the Dragon Emperor built a huge fleet in Jindan, which was comparable to Zheng He's voyage to the west. He took the citizens and everyone into the ocean and escaped to another dimension. As for the situation in the Empire, he did not know much about it. So now, how much of an impact will Kevin's survival have on the planet? Boom boom boom. Just as Duan Muhui was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and pushed the door open and stuck his head in to look at Duan Muhui. Ah, Mr. Knight, they are looking for you to discuss the next steps. I'll go now. After hearing Anne's message, Duan Muhui stood up. Next, let's see what the Emperor is planning. Chapter 119 Tripartite Plan. Duan Muhui had also heard about the Emperor's experience. Just as the elf scout said, the Emperor was cut off from retreat when he led his troops in pursuit. But that was not the problem. The problem was, after the Emperor's retreat was cut off, some of the soldiers he led actually rebelled. They also launched an attack on him together with the northern barbarians, vowing to kill the Emperor. Only then did the Emperor realize that the people around him had actually rebelled. The rebels and the northern barbarians were numerous, but the Emperor and his personal guards were no pushovers. The two sides fought to the end, and the Emperor finally survived. Of course, all his personal guards were dead. However, at this moment the Emperor has realized that there are many crises around him. He had not expected that the evil god followers had infiltrated to such an extent. Obviously, perhaps this northern expedition itself was a trap. After all, the Emperor had led his army to the expedition because he heard that the northern barbarians were about to march south and invade the Empire. If this was a conspiracy, then the problem was huge. It was for this reason that the Emperor chose to use a trick to escape, put the gauntlet on the other's severed hand, and immediately ran away. He was not sure who in the army was his confidant, and who was the evil god believer. In this case, if he rashly returned to the barracks, he might be killed quietly. After all, the Emperor knew that if the other side found out that he was not dead, they would definitely think that their plan was exposed, and they would do anything at that time. If he was not careful, he might really die suddenly during the expedition. So the Emperor concealed his whereabouts while observing the movements of other princes. What he didn't expect was that after the news of his death reached Aldolf, none of the other princes came to see the situation. They all rushed for the throne. Fortunately, the Emperor had been a mercenary when he was young and had excellent physical fitness. Otherwise, he might have been angered to death by the actions of these unfilial sons. However, the Emperor himself also had his own channels and means. After much investigation, he found that all this was related to an evil sect called the Purple Hand, which happened to worship the god of deceit. Well, this is indeed in line with the style of those idiots, who would not feel comfortable otherwise unless they prepared alibis and various criminal methods for killing someone. Needless to say, the situation is now clear. The Purple Hand planned this civil strife, and is likely to use other forces to try to dismember the Empire. After all, it seems that whether it is Manfred trying to resurrect Nagash or the followers of the God of Plague and the Radmen attacking the Empire's territory, they are obviously cutting the Empire's flesh. Now the three princes gathered in Altdorf, obviously intending to deal with them all at once. After all, if all three princes died, the Empire would be leaderless, and the collapse of the entire Empire would be immeasurable. If they could sacrifice them to the Chaos God, the benefits would be immeasurable. That's why the Emperor decided to change his name to Kevin, and solve these troubles once and for all. That's why he hired the war band to try to destroy Manfred's plot to resurrect Nagash. After all, it's definitely not a good thing to let a powerful and evil necromancer resurrect on the land of the Empire. Now that the crisis is over, what remains is how to punish those three unfilial descendants. The problem is that, do you have anyone? Looking at Kevin sitting on the chair, Duan Muhui asked this heart-wrenching question. The only people standing on the side of the Emperor were Duan Muhui's regiment and the bald Archbishop of Sigma. With the Archbishop's appeal within the Empire, it would not be difficult to find some people. However, the elites of the Sigma Temple had been killed by the Archbishop, and now the Archbishop still had some prestige in the Sigma Temple. It was really hard to say. What if someone turns around and says that he has turned into a vampire and burns him to death? That would be the end of him. Faced with Duan Muhuai's question, the emperor himself was speechless. This question was indeed fatal. In fact, he was no longer sure who was loyal to him and who was the real traitor. Of course, as the emperor of the empire, he naturally has supporters within the empire, such as the bald old bishop. But from his experience, it can be seen that these loyal supporters of the emperor may have been caught up in some conspiracy or even died. Under these circumstances, the emperor's return to Altdorf would be tantamount to seeking his own death. But what if he doesn't return to Altdorf? Then, will he just sit there and watch the empire fall apart? The guards strictly follow the emperor's orders. I think they should be fine. That's good. Hearing the emperor's answer, Duan Muhuai nodded. Luckily, I also have someone to recommend. Oh! Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, the emperor looked at him curiously. Do you have anyone to recommend? Yes. The commander of the 13th Guard Corps, General Pastor. Pastor. The emperor was somewhat surprised to hear the name. He even thought about it for a long time before he finally remembered this person. Him? But he is not a very outstanding talent. Although he is not very good, he is still very loyal. Duan Muhuai told the emperor about Maheim and what happened afterwards. Of course, he hid the part about Pastor trying to usurp the throne. No matter which dynasty. The emperor was not happy to hear that his subjects had the intention of rebellion. Apart from that, it must be said that General Pastor, as an imperial soldier, did his best. I really didn't expect that. After listening to Duan Muhuai's story, the emperor was also quite moved. Indeed, as a general, Pastor's ability was not outstanding on weekdays, and he relied on his family to get to this position. So the emperor did not think much of him. From the fact that he led the Guard Corps, it can be seen that the most work of this corps on weekdays is to maintain the law and order in the city, similar to the security army. If the eldest prince was not really short of troops, he would not have asked General Pastor to lead his corps to recapture Mordheim. Although General Pastor himself does have limited abilities, he at least has basic conscience and common sense. From the fact that he did not let the crown prince take the dimensional stone, it can be seen that he is still a patriotic subject. That's enough. Of course, maybe it's because Pastor's abilities are limited and he's a nobody in his daily life. So other people don't pay much attention to this kind of person, which gives him a chance to survive. After all, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Wouldn't a bald old bishop, who has a strong appeal in the Church of Sigmar, be killed in one wave? People like Pastor, who were not loved by their grandfather and grandmother, survived. It has to be said that after listening to Duan Muhuai's story, the emperor's eyes lit up. Although Pastor is indeed incompetent and has a low reputation, one very important point is that he is in charge of the Guard Corps. Although the security forces cannot go to the battlefield on weekdays, they basically deal with trivial matters in the streets and alleys. They are basically the same as grassroots police. However, the emperor is now worried about his lack of means and soldiers to control the city of Altdorf. Although he trusts the loyalty of the imperial guards, they need to protect the palace, and it is impossible for them to go to the streets to maintain law and order. If there was such a person standing by his side and helping him maintain the law and order in Altdorf, then the emperor could deal with his 3 unfilial sons without any worries. God damn. The royal power is not eternal. I won't be done until I hang you 3 bastards who committed treason and murdered your fathers to seize the throne on the gate of Altdorf. The 3 of them discussed it and finally came up with a plan. Duan Muhuai, as the emperor's special envoy, was responsible for contacting General Pastor, and the emperor would bring the archbishop back to the palace, contact the guards, and then catch the traitors in one fell swoop on the night of the banquet. There's nothing wrong with the plan itself. Except, Princess, what are your plans? Looking at the high elf princess, the emperor was in a dilemma. This was an internal affair of the empire, and he couldn't let the elven princess interfere. However, when Elisera heard the emperor's question, she just glanced at Duan Muhuai silently. I'll just be with him. Then the elf princess spoke. Chapter 120 returned to Altdorf. When Duan Muhuai came to General Pastor again, the general in front of him looked several years older. Hey, you're finally back. When General Pastor saw Duan Muhuai appear, he felt like he had seen a savior. If you don't come back, I don't know what to do. Is it that serious? Looking at the haggard General Pastor in front of him, Duan Muhui was also stunned. He had only been away for a while. So why did he look like he was about to die? As for, of course it's that serious. If you don't come, I'm going to run away. When Pastor saw Duan Muhui, he felt like he had seen a savior and started to accuse him with tears and snot. The days during this period were definitely not easy for Pastor. Although he was not a high-ranking official, and did not need to learn the high-level tricks of the nobles and officials who were engaged in sword fighting and shadowy plots while drinking. The so-called leader speaks, and the soldiers run their legs off. At present, Pastor was actually that soldier. The superiors asked him to improve the public security of Altdorf, strictly control the entire city, and not allow others to enter and leave at will. What could Pastor do? Could he say no? So you still have to work? But if he did this, wouldn't the people of Altdorf have any complaints? Of course not. There was a dark tide in the royal city. The people of Altdorf were not fools. They knew that the three princes gathering together would not bring good things. No one wanted to get involved in this muddy water. Besides, most of them were just ordinary people. Imperial rule was too far away for them. Wasn't it? As a result, the city was sealed off. Who could escape? At this time, those who had some connection started to get busy. Of course, they didn't dare to go to the eldest prince. If they told him that they were going to leave, wouldn't that be the same as running away? The imperial nobles and merchants were not stupid enough to do that. So General Pastor, the commander of the Guard Corps, was in trouble. During this period, people kept coming in and out, either giving him gifts or threatening him. And all they asked for was for General Pastor to show mercy and let them withdraw their men from Altdorf. General Pastor naturally could not agree to any of this. Although he is incompetent, he is not stupid. These bastards will disappear once they run away. When the problem is discovered by the higher-ups, won't we be the ones who will be in trouble? Therefore, the position of pastor is actually a bit similar to the Shuntian prefect in ancient times, who was in charge of the governance of the royal city. If he did well, he would be given a good job. But if he did not do well, he would be stripped of his hat and feather and sent to Ninguda to be a slave to the armored men. I have to thank God for not being beheaded. It's so miserable. If Pastor had not firmly believed that Duan Muhui was Sigma's chosen one, and his belief in Sigma was strong enough, and he was determined to rebel, he would have packed up and prepared to run away by now. Don't worry. Seeing Pastor's miserable look as if he was about to kneel on the ground and say please, "Sir, make the decision for me." Duan Muhui reached out and patted his shoulder with amusement. Everything is going well. No problem. Just wait and see. Huh? That's good. Hearing this, General Pastor felt somewhat relieved. He slumped down in his chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. How's the situation on your end? Vulture sent me a message earlier, saying that the pile of dimensional stones had been transported out of the Magic Academy, and their whereabouts are unknown. He is currently tracking them down. Vulture is the code name of the witch hunter. Duan Muhui thought he had died in some corner, but now he seems to be alive and well. However, the dimensional stone has been taken away. Duan Muhui closed his eyes and sensed the killing puppets. Fortunately, he had guessed that something was wrong and sent a few killing puppets to track them. Now it seemed that they had also moved to the underground of the royal city? Yo! You guys are good at finding a place. Are you planning to blow up the royal city? Okay. I know how to handle this. Duan Muhui made a decision quickly and then looked at Pastor. General Pastor, there is only one thing I want you to do next. On the day of the banquet, there will definitely be people taking to the streets to cause trouble. I hope you can lead your subordinates to maintain law and order throughout Altdorf. Don't let anything happen to the royal city. That's all. In fact, the Emperor's requirements for Pastor were not high. Asking him to do his job well would be too high, and he couldn't do it. Right? This? Hearing Duan Muhui's request, Pastor hesitated for a moment and nodded vigorously. Okay. On the day of the banquet, I will order a citywide curfew starting in the afternoon. No one will be allowed to go out. And I will send all soldiers to patrol the city. But, can you tell me what you are planning to do? It won't affect the people in the city. Will it? If everything goes well, it shouldn't happen. Don't worry. Duan Muhui laughed again and stood up. Just put your heart at ease. Do what you should do. Then go to sleep. And when you wake up the next morning, everything will be over. After hearing Duan Muhui's words, General Pastor was silent for a moment and sighed deeply. I hope that's the case. After saying goodbye to General Pastor, Duan Mu Huai returned to his residence, and then he saw An and the elf princess staring at each other. Okay. What are the results of your investigation? Duan Mu Huai ignored the subtle atmosphere between the two and asked, hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, and frowned and looked bitter. It's really hard to track. And I'm not very familiar with the magic here, so I can't guess roughly. The Chaos God's aura has polluted this city. The elf princess replied calmly without saying much. Duan Mu Huai was not surprised by their reaction. In fact, after the two girls entered the city of Altdorf, they immediately felt a strong sense of uneasiness and crisis. After all, both An and the elf princess were powerful mages, and their sensitivity to psychic energy was naturally very keen. Now they probably felt as uncomfortable as if they had come from a forest with fresh air to a city with serious air pollution. In short, it's definitely not a good thing. What are the results of your analysis? The core of the magic circle should be here. And stretched out her hand and pointed to the royal city in the center of the map. At the same time, she held in her left hand a pendant that looked like it was made of a machine. According to An, this was a kind of magical mechanical divination technology popular in the Manalia school of magic, which could help find what one wanted to a certain extent. Of course, how much of a role it can play in this world is another matter. The elf princess also nodded slightly. All the spiritual energy is concentrating here. There should be some kind of node or something. Generally speaking, the royal city does not allow excessive concentration of spiritual energy. Places where psychic energy is too concentrated can easily cause mutations, and can even cause children to become deformed or give birth to psychics. For places like the royal city, there must be a similar barrier to isolate them. But now it seems that those guys' plan has been half successful. In other words, these guys are planning to use the dimensional stone to attract psychic energy, and then make a big move in the royal city? They are really good at causing trouble. Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment, and looked at the two of them. Is there a solution? Wouldn't it be better to just absorb it? Destroy the flow of the nodes, to prevent further absorption of spiritual energy. However, and the elf princess gave completely different suggestions. Then, the elf princess stared at An in confusion. What are you talking about in your sleep? How is it possible to absorb such a huge amount of spiritual energy? It's very simple. Faced with the elf princess's questioning, and took out the magic book that she always carried with her from her waist. All I have to do is absorb the magic power into my spellbook. Oh! Is this okay? Looking at the magic book in An's hand, Duan Mu Huai asked curiously. He had been traveling with An for some time, and knew that An never left her magic book. Moreover, she would take out the magic book every time she cast magic. Duan Mu Huai didn't know what the use of this magic book was. But it should not be used to hit people like Lorena's holy book. Certainly. Speaking of this, An suddenly became excited. And I also drew inspiration from your spellcasting skills, Mr. Knight. If I can absorb a large amount of magic power and condense it into the pages of a book, I can use the magic power to activate magic at any time without chanting. I'm just thinking of trying it. Oh, I got it. After hearing An's words, Duan Mu Huai nodded. It seemed that An was inspired by his previous use of soul cards and mistakenly thought that this was some kind of instant magic technique. So he also planned to try it by imitating it. Do not joke. However, the elf princess interrupted indirectly. You are only a human being. You cannot bear so much spiritual energy. What you are doing will only bring disaster. What? Do you look down on humans? And also raised his eyebrows and glared at the elf princess. I am the head of the Magic Academy, and my skills in using magic are no worse than yours. Humans are so arrogant. No matter how high your psychic talent is, as long as you are a human, it is impossible. Alright. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Duan Mu Huai hurriedly interrupted the argument, and was thinking with the common sense of Manalia, while the elf princess was thinking with the common sense of magic in this world. The standards of the two sides were completely different. As the elf princess said, it is not easy to be a wizard in this world, especially a human wizard. They do not have the psionic affinity of the elves, nor the psionic resistance of the dwarves. Therefore, if they continue to use magic, humans will mutate, similar to the mutation caused by long-term radiation. This is one of the reasons why the civilians in this world hate wizards. Anyway, I plan to try An's method first. Princess, I understand what you mean, but we must be prepared. Duan Mu Huai said this while looking at the elf princess. You can go and rest now. Thank you for your assistance. Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, the elf princess was stunned for a moment. Then she lowered her head and obediently returned to her room. Seeing this scene, and chuckled. I said, she must have fallen in love with you because you, Mr. Knight, saved the beauty. He. In response to Anne's words, Duan Muhuai rolled his eyes. He doesn't want to say anything now.